Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Pirate. I slept for 100 years. 1 High Chapter 1. I returned from my deep sleep. Grand Line, in an ancient castle on an island. Boss, this board is too strong and cannot be opened at all. The pirates were surrounding the coffin in the center of the hall, looking exhausted. They had been prying with various tools for an hour, but there was no movement on the coffin, which seemed to be firmly integrated with the ground. No matter what, we must open this coffin for Lousy. There must be something inside. The pirate leader said solemnly. Others may not know it, but he knows the true value contained in the coffin in front of him. The material is as hard as iron, the unique wood grain and the unforgettable touch. These are the qualities that only Baoshu Adam possesses. Almost all pirates with some experience at sea know how rare treasure tree Adam is. Only ships built using it as a keel could successfully traverse the entire Grand Line. However, such a rare thing was used to make a coffin, just like using a lot of gold to make a toilet, which is incredible. No, more accurately, even the treasure tree Adam can only be used as an outer board, so there is a high probability that the treasure box disguised as a coffin is a peerless treasure. The pirate leader glanced at the treasure boxes stacked haphazardly in the hall, with a greedy look in his eyes, and then turned his attention back to the coffin in the center, thinking. Although I lost a lot of people to get here, this sacrifice is nothing compared to the blood-cursed treasure. As long as I bring this treasure back, I can immediately form a large team of pirates. Group. I don't know how long it took to pry, but the coffin finally made a dull sound, and a gap was exposed in the solid cover. Did you make it? Hi, open it. The pirates made excited sounds and slowly pushed open the cover from the side. As the faint light gradually dissipated the darkness of the coffin, a rotten smell also hit the nostrils, making people shudder. But the pirates did not retreat. Instead, they endured the nausea and cast their eyes full of curiosity into the coffin. Lying in the coffin was a young-looking man. His handsome face was slightly pale, and he had his hands clasped on his chest. He seemed to have stopped breathing long ago, but his face was unexpectedly calm, as if he was peaceful in a deep sleep. He wore a cloak of thick fabric, woven from glossy black silk, with a smooth and shiny surface that exuded a deep luster. The dark red shirt underneath is softer and seems to be made of light cotton fabric. It looks more noble and mysterious against the black cloak. Under the clothes, his body proportions are just right, and every muscle is firm and powerful, but not too abrupt, as if the master of painting created it after countless deductions. For a moment, the hall fell into silence. The pirates stared closely at the man in the coffin, breathing softly as if to welcome the man's awakening. Time passed slowly, and every second felt extremely long. However, the man never woke up. When the tension and uneasiness gradually subsided, the pirates realized how absurd the idea in their minds was. In this silence, a pirate finally murmured dissatisfiedly. What? It turns out it's just a coffin to hold a corpse. I thought it would be the same as the captain said. What kind of treasure is there? We went to such great lengths just to pry open a coffin. It was like something only idiots would do. The other pirate responded mockingly. Okay, stop mumbling to Lousy. Disappointment flashed in the pirate leader's eyes, but he still kept a straight face and maintained the dignity of the captain. You arrogant bastards, get to work for Lousy. Evacuate all the treasures in this castle for me. When the rest of the pirates dispersed, the pirate leader was still staring at the man in the coffin. He slowly bent down and took out a ring from the man's finger. After weighing it, he turned and left, muttering. Advertisement, I didn't expect that I would make a mistake. However, after just 2 steps, he felt an inexplicable creepy feeling in his heart. Suddenly, a faint voice came from behind quietly. Junior, are you the one who disturbed my clear dream? The moment he heard the sound, the hair on his body stood up. He turned around in a panic and pulled out his sword. He saw a figure appearing above the empty coffin, looking directly at him. Isn't this figure the man lying in the coffin just now? Why did this corpse actually come back to life? What exactly is going on? He couldn't help but breathe quickly. Suddenly, a cold air came from the soles of his feet to Tinling Guy, and there was cold sweat on his forehead. What? Are you? The pirate leader gritted his teeth with an expression of anger. The other pirates also turned their heads at this moment, and then there was a look of fear on their faces. The man did not answer, but slightly narrowed his blood-red pupils, scanned the crowd and asked, how many years is Sea Circle calendar now? As he finished speaking, a strange and suffocating atmosphere gradually enveloped the entire castle. At first, no one answered. It wasn't until a wet-haired pirate couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere that he shouted with some mental breakdown. It's Sea Circle calendar 1520. 1520? As the man murmured thoughtfully, the depressing atmosphere around him disappeared. Then the corners of his mouth rose, and the facial muscles that had not moved for a long time gradually revealed an expression called, smile. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Joel. I am the owner of this castle. I have been sleeping here for 100 years. Of course, if you can't understand this kind of thing, then you can think of me as a god. Sleeping for 100 years? God. The pirates had strange expressions on their faces. Even though they were still in a state of panic just now, they seemed to be stimulated by the big joke. After being silent for a few seconds, they burst into joyful laughter. Gods? Lousy is a pirate. He doesn't believe in the existence of any gods? Are you kidding? Even in the legend of the blood-cursed treasure? There are only demons filled with resentment after being cursed. How can there be any gods? Etc. As if they realized something, the pirates' laughter stopped abruptly. They watched Joel hold his breath again, and the fear climbed into their hearts like tentacles. If it is a demon disguised as a god, then it makes sense, so he is. Cursed demon. Whether it's a god or a demon, it doesn't matter. Joel looked at everyone calmly. The important thing is that I made a promise to myself. If someone can wake me up in the future, I will give him a special gift. Although they were extremely frightened, the pirates had gone through a lot of hardships to get here. How could they give up the gold and silver they dreamed of just because of mythical legends? As a result, they let out loud shouts and tried to increase their momentum. A gift? Is there any better gift than this room full of treasures? Lousy doesn't need any gifts, just grab whatever you want. Joel turned a deaf ear to the roars of the pirates and just walked slowly towards the throne in the center of the hall. He didn't know when he had a spiral pattern fruit in his hand. There is a secret treasure in this world called devil fruit. If you eat this fruit, you can gain power as strong as the devil. The one I have is Logia devil fruit, which is recognized as the strongest among the 3 categories of devil fruit. And this is the gift I want to give you. Advertisement. After a few seconds of silence, the hall erupted into bursts of shocked shouts. Devil fruit? Hey, is that really devil fruit? It's unmistakable. Only the legendary devil fruit can have such a unique spiral pattern. If you can eat it, you will definitely be able to conquer this sea. The pirates stared at the fruit that Joel was playing with and kept swallowing. Desire has filled their hearts. So, what's the price? One of the pirates yelled. Of course there is no need to pay, this is the reward you deserve. Joel gently fluffed up his cloak, elegantly sat on the throne behind him, threw the fruit in his hand, and let it roll around on the ground for a few times before showing a rather teasing smile. However, this is the only power that can overpower countless people after eating it. Have you thought about how to distribute it? Only this power. Above countless people. The low narration was like the whisper of an ancient demon in the ear. In just a few breaths, the pirates looked at each other with hostility and even murderous intent. Of course this is a power that only captains are eligible to obtain. With this power, Lousy can build and command a huge pirate fleet and become the pirate governor, ha ha ha. The pirate captain walked straight towards the devil fruit that fell on the ground and said greedily and enthusiastically. He was about to lean over to get the devil fruit when he was suddenly stabbed from behind with a long knife. Suddenly, bright red blood flowed out along the sharp blade. He looked at the knife thrust out of his chest in shock, then turned his head and looked behind him with all his strength. I'm sorry, Captain, although I have always regarded you as my favorite father. But compared to this power that can conquer the sea, father can be abandoned at any time. A burly pirate put his right foot on the pirate leader's back, kicked him hard, pulled out the bloody sword, and let the opponent's body collapse limply. Then he picked up the fruit, held it up high, and laughed crazily. Now, this devil fruit is mine. Who will give it to you? Before the pirate could warm up the devil fruit in his hand, his raised arm was cut off by a sudden sharp axe. With a scream, his arm fell to the ground along with the fruit. Why can't I get this power? Lousy doesn't want to be subordinate to others all his life. No one can stop me. The companions who were still holding hands the day before were now completely dominated by desire and began to fight for each other. They waved their swords desperately and attacked each other in confusion, making heart-rending roars. Bodies and blood filled the entire castle, creating a gruesome and horrific scene. But soon, everything returned to calm, and the intact devil fruit was still lying on the ground. Although many twisted hands are stretched towards it, it remains untouchable. Greed has taken away all life. Among the mess on the ground, only one wet-haired pirate who had always been hiding in the corner survived. Looking at everything happening in front of him, he once again recalled the legend of the blood-cursed treasure. Anyone who enters the blood-cursed island will inevitably be killed. Once the ancient tomb is opened, the ancient evil spirit sealed by the sacred will break through the curse and return to the world. He will kill all intruders and take their internal organs and blood. With this, resurrection completed. Chapter 2. The villain's name is Caribou. Joel sat lazily on the throne, resting his head on his right hand. Although he was the instigator, he was not interested in the fight in front of him at all. Until the end, he still closed his eyes comfortably. After more than 100 years of slumber, he had forgotten too many things, and now he had to recall the past a little. Joel vaguely remembered that he traveled to the pirate world about 130 years ago, and ate the devil fruit, a species of phantom beast, and became a user with bat fruit and vampire form abilities. This devil fruit, which was originally going to be obtained by the lonely red, Valoric Redfield, fell into his hands ahead of time. As a result, he remained young and gained unlimited life. Even though more than 100 years have passed, he still hasn't left any traces on his body. No matter what era we are in, human beings cannot escape the shackles of desire. Finally, Joel slowly opened his eyes and stepped off the throne. He has witnessed people killing each other for greed many times, but this time it did not end with the entire army being annihilated. Some people survived. The wet-haired pirate shivered and clasped his hands in his white clothes on his chest, half tilting his head as if he was reciting a prayer to seal away evil spirits. When he saw Joel walking towards him, he was repeating the prayer and complaining with tears in his eyes. Father, I have a 78-year-old grandmother and a 26-year-old idiot brother. How can you bear to bring such a pious me to you now? Please let me do more evil in this world. Don't worry, I will keep my promise. Joel flicked his sleeves and interrupted the other party's grandiose behavior. Now, that devil fruit is yours. The wet-haired pirate stopped praying and observed Joel with bated breath. Seeing that the latter had no intention of taking action, he made up his mind and quickly rushed towards the devil fruit on his hands and knees. Without hesitation, he bit off a piece of pulp and swallowed it. As the disgusting smell spread, a strange power gradually filled his body. Father, you really didn't abandon me. When surprise appeared on his face, Joel's casual voice also came. Pirate, you can tell yourself your name now. The villain's name is Caribou. After hesitating for a few seconds, Caribou said his name respectfully. For this name that seemed familiar but had no impression, Joel just glanced at the other person. Then, try to use your ability. Advertisement, yes, the villain knows. I understand. Caribou tried to use the magical power surging from his body, and it was as if his body melted. Puddles of mud dripped from his body, turning the surrounding ground into a swamp like an ocean. Is this the power of devil fruit? It's incredible. Surprised, Caribou's eyes widened with joy. Joel tilted his head slightly and said, That's right, Carib, use the swamp to clean up the room. I don't like the place where I live to be so messed up. Clean up. The villain knows. Caribou was slightly confused, but quickly reacted and gradually released the power of the swamp. It was like an endless quagmire connected to another space, collecting all the mess on the ground. When he took back the quagmire, all the corpses and weapons on the ground disappeared. Hee. This is so delightful. Caribou's little confidence began to expand infinitely, and his slender tongue that could almost reach his forehead couldn't help but stick out from his mouth, trembling with his smile. He secretly looked at Joel and showed a dark smile. What, this guy is too stupid, he actually gave me such a powerful power. Even if this guy is a demon or something, he will never pose any threat to me now. No, I underestimate myself. The devil will only surrender at my feet. But this thought only flashed through his mind, and soon Caribou's face became as ugly as constipation. The body that had turned into a swamp sprayed out a ring uncontrollably. Lord Joel, what is this? In an instant, Caribou returned to his cautious expression and looked at Joel nervously. Joel picked up the ring that had fallen on his heel, adjusted his cuffs, and then said, A sea stone used to suppress blood activity in my body. As he spoke, he glanced at Caribou and said intentionally or unintentionally, of course, it can also seal the power of other demon fruit powers. Seal. Caribou's heart beat faster after catching the key word. He hurriedly lowered his head and asked in a slightly trembling voice, Master Joel, what about you too? Advertisement, that's right, a demon fruit power. Joel put away the sea stone ring and spoke casually as if chatting about everyday things. It's actually demon fruit power. Is he also the creator of the blood curse treasure? What is going on with this man? Caribou was distraught. But Joel didn't care what Caribou thought. He just looked around the castle and said, Caribou, use the swamp to remove all the treasures here. The main reason why he left marsh fruit here in the first place was just to facilitate the transportation of these treasures. In the world of pirates, wealth is indispensable and hard currency that countless people compete for, and this will never change at any time. By the way, these treasures. After being reminded by Joel, Caribou immediately stopped worrying and looked energetically at the bright and luminous objects placed in the treasure boxes. Even the amount of wealth represented by just one box of gold and silver treasures in the hall is already several times greater than the grand goal he set before going to sea, not to mention that there are dozens of such treasure boxes in the hall. If all these treasures were mine. Caribou's eyes were eager, and he resisted the idea of taking these treasures as his own. Following Joel's command, he poured out of the swamp like a wind in the remaining clouds, emptied all the treasures in the castle, and stored them in his own swamp space. Middle. When the work was completed, he ran back to Joel with a flattering expression, Master Joel, look at how well this little guy did. However, the cunning look in his eyes from time to time revealed his inner calculations and thoughts. However, Joel doesn't care what Carib thinks. To him, it doesn't matter. He just gently raised the black cloak behind him, walked towards the castle gate to the outside world, and murmured calmly. It's time to return to this world again. Beams of bright sunshine shine through the castle gate, like paving a white avenue leading to light in the gloomy darkness. As the last footprints walked out onto the white avenue, this ancient castle once again fell into the eternal tranquility. It has calmly watched the changes in the world through countless ups and downs. And now, the intertwined threads of fate have finally begun to weave from here. And, Guide to the Future. Chapter 3 Sneak Attack the Blood Curse Island. This is the name given to it by the world. The island is covered with huge blood-red plants, their roots sprouting savagely from the ground and covering the surface of the entire island. Like a closed cage, this island refuses any human to set foot on, but any intruder will be crazily attacked and even killed by countless blood-red plants on the island, becoming its nourishment. Occasionally, a few intruders managed to escape from the island. Not only did they swear never to return to this ghost place, but they also spread the various horrific experiences on the island to the world with lingering fear. When the sea story, which is both true and false, has gone through countless versions and been circulated for hundreds of years, it has become an ancient and mysterious legend. On the island at this time, Caribou used the power of the mire to continuously destroy the blood-red plants that were attacking from around him. He opened his hands upward, and the brown mire spurted out from the white gown swallowed up the huge piranha with its bloody mouth. As a newcomer who has just joined the pirate group for less than a month, He had witnessed with his own eyes how the senior pirates who were many times more ferocious than him struggled to resist the crazy attacks of these plants. It was also the deep realization of how many pirates had died along the way that made them set foot in the center of the island. However, once you have the devil fruit ability, such a terrifying dilemma becomes trivial. This is the power that I, Caribou, have now? It's so refreshing. With this power, who can stop me? Maybe I can become a Shichibukai, or become the Emperor of the Sea. No. Not only that, even the great secret treasure left by One Piece will eventually be obtained by me. Hey hey hey. Thinking of this, Caribou chuckled happily, and at the same time, he cast his cunning eyes at Joel, who seemed to be defenseless behind him. Joel walked leisurely while looking around at the surrounding scenery. The plants on the island that had absorbed his blood had been eroded for hundreds of years, and their original fervent vitality had become ineffective and declined. Just as he expected, the plants surrounding the island would reveal gaps over time, and external disturbances would wake him up from his sleep of more than 100 years. This can be regarded as an alternative biological clock. However, the time of waking up now is still far different from what he expected at the time. Without witnessing the maritime disputes in the Rocks era and later Roger and others, this time travel is still a little less fun. Just as Joel was slightly lost in thought, a huge amount of swamp suddenly came over, like a tsunami, and instantly submerged his figure in it. Huh. Caribou, who succeeded in the sneak attack, stared at the swamp in front of him. After gradually becoming able to skillfully use the ability of this swamp, he is now very confident in his own power. Advertisement, however, at this moment, he still looked like a child who was afraid of being discovered when he did something bad, panting nervously. However, when he thought about being able to swallow up all the treasures and achieve great achievements, the uneasiness and tension on his face relaxed a lot, and he kept murmuring as if to cheer himself up. No problem, it's just a simple killing. Caribou, now you have taken the most critical step to become a real pirate. Soon you will reach the top of the world as a king. When you become prosperous in the future, bring that stinky old woman and that idiot Caribou with you, so that they can also take advantage of Lord Caribou. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and the new and glorious future seemed to be reflected in his pupils. Yes, very thoughtful. After all, it is Logia's devil fruit. If used properly, it is not impossible to become the world's top powerhouse. Almost following Caribou's words, a voice with an affirmative tone came from behind him in a serious tone. Ahem, hey, right. The priest has predicted my future. I, Caribou, will definitely be able to do great things. After receiving the words of approval, Caribou couldn't help laughing, but soon, the laughter stopped abruptly. No. If that guy is trapped in the quagmire by me, then who is talking to me now? Is there anyone else on the island? Without even thinking about it, a hand as thick as a mountain had already climbed onto his shoulder. However, I forgot to tell you one thing. The last person with marsh fruit ability who falsely claimed to rule the world died in my hands. The calm voice behind him sounded again, but the low tone made Caribou feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. Hey, no, it's not. Before he could even say a complete apology, a whisper came from behind him again. Have you ever experienced the feeling of not having any oxygen in your blood? Oxygen blast? With a strange vibration coming from his blood, Caribou's complexion suddenly became extremely pale and distorted. In an instant, a huge burst of air surged out from the pores on his body in all directions, and his body went limp like a deflated balloon. The fear like drowning couldn't help but invade his brain. He wanted to struggle desperately, but he couldn't use any strength or make a sound. In the end, he could only fall deeper and deeper into the sea in endless pain. Just when he was about to finish watching the first half of his life in his mind, he seemed to see two figures in the dark that kept encouraging him. As if a force had been injected into his body, Caribou raised his upper body desperately, supporting the ground in a half-kneeling position, panting violently and retching. Alive. Advertisement. Even though the strong feeling of fainting in his mind and the tightness in his chest were not relieved, the feeling of coming back to life after wandering around the edge of death made him unable to help but scream. Huh? Really? The response came with something that seemed to be confused. I didn't really come back to life. Yes, I'm sorry, Lord Joel. Caribou suddenly remembered that the man he wanted to challenge was still standing beside him, as if he was ready to deliver the final judgment at any time. He cried bitterly and raised his eyes, like a humble tick, weak and helpless, begging for mercy. If it is a loving priest, no matter how serious the sin he commits, he will be forgiven. But if it is a devil, how will he be punished? He got the answer, a thick flying kick. I don't like a man looking at me like that. Joel retracted his foot with slight disgust, and then slowly said, Don't worry, I have temporarily lost interest in killing people, so you can still provoke me. You were clearly trying to kill me just now. I'm almost going to see the priest. Caribou couldn't help complaining in his heart, but without slowing down at all, he crawled from a distance to Joel's feet and said with a panicked expression. Lord Joel. It was the villain who was blind and rushed into you. It was the villain's mistake. The villain will never dare to do it again. No, I suddenly remembered. Joel looked at Caribou at his feet, and a dangerous smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you don't do anything, life at sea can sometimes be boring, and the occasional collision is also a good leisure activity. Relax, leisure activities. Caribou's eyes widened and he stammered as he repeated, feeling his chest became even more stuffy for a moment, but... Don't worry, I won't be ignorant of the importance of my actions. Joel waved his hand indifferently, but then he thought of something, and his eyes gradually fell into a shadow, or You can't even satisfy me with this small amount of fun? How come? Caribou swallowed nervously and tried hard to squeeze out what he thought was a bright smile from his tear-stained face. The villain will never let down the high expectations of the adults. Chapter 4 Crocodile Arrest News. Returning from the original route to the shelter on the coast, Caribou walked on the now empty pirate ship with a familiar path. After having a clear understanding of his situation, he learned from the pain and decided to temporarily rest on his laurels, and began to actively carry out the hard work of hauling in anchors and raising sails. When the pirate ship gradually set sail and left, Joel looked at the island and then slowly said, "Caribou, do you know why the plants on this land are so lush?" "I guess it's because." "Sir, what have you done? After all, that is your residence." Caribou answered cautiously. Joel's eyes were deep. "No, it was because countless rotting corpses turned into sufficient nutrients, which allowed extremely lush plants to breed. Once upon a time, this was an extremely prosperous country. So, the fertilizer on the land is full of corpses." Caribou couldn't help but feel a little numb when he thought that he had just set foot on such a terrifying island, but at this moment, facing Joel's words, he had to respond. "Was it your power, my lord, that destroyed this country? If I did it, there would be no need to mention it." Joel's gaze became deeper and deeper, and he seemed to be murmuring vaguely in memories, but that was indeed the beginning of a huge war. A huge war. Caribou swallowed and pricked up his ears to listen, but after waiting for a long time, Joel continued to speak, so he had to stand aside and wait curiously and helplessly. Sure enough, those things were lost in the long river of history. Joel glanced sideways at Caribou's expression, but was not surprised. The hegemony on this sea is not always stable. 800 years ago, 400 years ago, 100 years ago, or several decades ago. Every era will always breed unstable factors, but only the winner can leave his name in the history books, while the loser can only leave sadly without leaving a trace. Records related to the past war have probably been erased. "Let's go, get out of here." Joel came back to his senses, and his eyes became unfocused again. "Lord Joel, where are we going next?" Caribou asked. "Go toward the middle." "Middle?" "Yes, in the middle." "Okay, I understand. Who would understand where the middle is in Grand Line?" Caribou complained in his mind that he was not a navigator, not even a competent sailor. However, this gentleman is not an easy guy to get along with at first glance. If he asks more questions, he may make the other party unhappy. So, under the helm of Caribou, the pirate ship named Gulu began to sail on the sea for several days. Although no island was found, fortunately there was plenty of food and water on board, so there was no need to worry. But Caribou is not worried about the other major threat that pirates always talk about, the sea monsters and sea kings. Because that adult will take action. Wow, advertisement. A few seconds after the sea beast leapt from the sea, causing huge waves like a rain curtain, its body was brought to the deck. A tall figure strolled out of the mist caused by the sun's rays on the seawater. The sea beast with a rabbit head and a fish body was lightly thrown, and the deck began to sway uncontrollably from side to side. "Eat rabbit head tonight." Joel shook off the water stains on his cloak, sat on the seat under the sun umbrella, and began to close his eyes and meditate. It's so powerful. No matter how many times he watched it, Caribou could not help but sigh secretly. If only he, Caribou, had this power. It's already taken off. But speaking of it, what kind of devil fruit ability does this adult have? While he was thinking, he dragged the sea beast's body on the deck with both hands and walked towards the storage room. At this time, a newsbird landed on the eaves of the cabin, lowered its head and looked at him calmly, as if asking if he wanted a newspaper. "Have some." Caribou took out 50 belly from his arms with great pain. The newsbird shook its head dully and raised its wings to 1. When did the price increase again? Caribou complained dissatisfiedly that although he did carry a huge amount of wealth, it did not mean that this wealth had anything to do with him. Without Joel's consent, he didn't dare to touch the money, even 1 penny. As for the savings he has actually accumulated, there is not much at all. It can even be said that there is none. Seeing the newsbird's wings holding the 1 motionless in the sea breeze, Caribou gritted his teeth and took out another 50 belly change. After all, newspapers, as the only information carrier on the sea, are a necessity that all sailors cannot ignore. Newsbird took the 2 coins handed over by Caribou with a look of human disdain on his face, dropped a newspaper, and walked away. "What kind of attitude do you have? You actually dare to look down on your Uncle Caribou, who is just a newsbird. Damn it. When I get rich, I will buy all the world economic news and put all you stinky birds on the grill." Caribou clutched the newspaper and cursed angrily at the black spots in the sky. "When I think that I clearly have a treasure in the sky, but I can't use it, I can't help but feel a little depressed." After he managed to adjust his mentality, he opened the newspaper, put aside the bounty lists inside, and browsed the contents. This is, Caribou's eyes widened with surprise in his pupils. This is big news that shocked the world. Moreover, this news seems to take place in this sea area. After hesitating for a moment, Caribou quickly walked to Joel, handed over the newspaper, swallowed and said, "Master Joel, there is big news." Joel took the newspaper and looked at the bold title. The original 7 warlords of the sea crocodiles conspiracy to destroy Alabasta was announced, and Marine Colonel Smoker was arrested for meritorious service. Next to the vertical title is the detailed content that takes up a whole page. Advertisement first. Relevant insiders describe Crocodile's layout over the years from a first-person perspective. Next is the current situation of Crokelda's arrest, and finally Marine's description of the hero smoker's commendation. It is well illustrated and detailed. It seems that I had a really long sleep this time. Joel murmured thoughtfully. Without the interference of other factors, Crocodile's defeat by the Straw Hat crew has long been a given in the original work and is not worth mentioning. However, what makes Joel think about is his absolute control over Devil Fruit's abilities. Most of the demon beast species will basically gain multiple special powers while their physical strength is strengthened. Take the strongest creature Kaido as an example. He can control clouds, wind, fire, and thunder. As a phantom beast in the form of a bat, Joel has the power to control blood and darkness. However, unlike Kaido, who cultivates and uses his ability evenly, Joel has always been studying the ability to control blood. Just as Devil Fruit is the possibility of human evolution that humans pursue. And eternal youth and immortality are mankind's wishes for Devil Fruit. This kind of prayer for the future from people in the past, as well as Joel's meticulous control of blood, enabled him to surpass his predecessors, cross the long river of time, and reach the current era. However, even if he has accomplished something that no one before him could do, Joel clearly understands that the current time deviates greatly from expectations. His control over Devil Fruit's abilities is far from reaching its limits. It seemed like I could only do this in the past. Joel shook his head slightly, but quickly accepted the status quo, and continued to absent-mindedly flip through several freshly released bounty lists for the Straw Hat Pirates in the newspaper. Caribou, who was standing aside, carefully observed Joel, and saw that the latter's expression did not change much at all, and he became increasingly depressed. Those are the 7 warlords of the sea, big pirates recognized even by the world government. Why? Why wasn't he surprised by the downfall of the 7 warlords of the sea? Caribou never gave up on the idea of getting rid of Joel and taking a fortune with him. Therefore, he must find out the details of the other party. Using such explosive news to test the opponent's attitude is a combat method. However, it seems to have failed. Yes, I understand. An idea flashed in Caribou's mind, and he suddenly understood the problem. Joel was not surprised. Just because he was a person from 100 years ago, and the establishment of 7 warlords of the sea was only a dozen years at most, so he doesn't understand the value of 7 warlords of the sea at all. Thinking of this, Caribou felt much better. He still had a great chance. At that time, he will establish his own business, establish a large fleet, and serve as the pirate governor, becoming an immortal legend passed down by pirates. Maybe it can all happen. However, the first thing to do is to make Joel relax on himself, and then find a way to get rid of him completely. So now, Caribou's eyes gradually filled with light again, and he continued to work hard at his life of hard labor. Advertisement Chapter 5 Nico Robin on the calm sea. The deck of the pirate ship was not peaceful. Caribou tried his best to avoid a huge bloody fire, and couldn't help but slump down on the deck, with tears in his eyes. Master Joel, I have been peaceful and well behaved these past few days, and I haven't done anything bad. Haha. I haven't moved for a long time, so I accidentally got a little too strong. Joel pinched out the blood inflammation released in his palm with some embarrassment. This is not too strong, it can almost kill me. Caribou sniffed with fear, feeling that the blood in his body was still boiling. The leisurely voyage of the past few days made Joel feel a little itchy. In addition to eating and resting, he also had to move his muscles every day. Caribou's life is a little richer. In addition to working as a cleaner, lookout, sailor, and helmsman, he also has to receive training from Joel. But he benefited greatly from these trainings, and of course, he was able to get a full 4 hours of rest during the day, which also made him look forward to the dawn of the next day with hope. However, similar emergencies always made him feel like he was wandering between life and death. This adult is really terrifying. It's foggy, so that's the end of today's training. Joel looked ahead where the fog was getting thicker and walked into the cabin. Although he is a bat species with demon fruit power, he still prefers bathing in the sun than the wet and sticky feeling in foggy weather. However, being too addicted to sunlight will degrade all aspects of his body's functions. Of course, a sun-loving vampire doesn't care. It's getting foggy. Unlike Joel's attitude, Caribou became a little excited. Isn't this kind of weather an opportunity given to him by the loving priest? As long as he put down a small boat and secretly left the pirate ship while the fog was heavy, he would be free to fly. However, what should I do if I get lost in this sea fog? And every time I wanted to move secretly before, I always felt a little cold on the back of my head, as if I was being stared at by something. Caribou hesitated for a long time, but finally gave up the idea of escape. But when the ship passed through the sea fog and the surrounding sights suddenly became clear again, Caribou began to regret that he had not made up his mind just now. Finally, he sighed and went back to cleaning the deck. The pirate ship sailed for another 2 days and finally arrived at an island. The beach is covered with sunshade thatched roof huts, and it is quite lively with people coming and going. In a tavern on the beach, Caribou shouted in surprise. What, this is Ask Island? Hey, guest, you are too excited. Advertisement. The boss put on a wrinkled smile and said, she's just like the pirate lady who came not long ago. You must have heard about the legend of the 7-star sword and came all the way, right? 7-star sword. Joel seemed to have thought of something, and that time stopped in the memory of the past, vaguely and intermittently connected. Lord Joel, the 7-star sword is known as the most beautiful legendary sword in the Grand Line. Legend has it that this super treasure is located on Arca's Island. The reason why Caribou became a pirate from a civilian was not only because he wanted to escape from the island, but also partly because he had researched the legends and stories in the nearby waters. Those oral legends may have the aura of demons, or they may appear as gods in the books he has read since childhood. Young man, it's no problem, maybe you also have a chance to find the treasure. The tavern owner laughed heartily. After all, the more people who came here to hunt for treasure, the more prosperous his business would be. Master Joel, are we going to go treasure hunting? Caribou looked at Joel flatteringly, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. Of course, treasure hunting is such an interesting thing, how could I miss it? Joel put down his wineglass and stood up, a smile slowly appeared on his face. Besides, I haven't been back for a long time. Most of the townspeople on Aska Island live along the gentle coast, while the interior of the island is covered with lush primeval forests. Caribou followed Joel through the towns along the coast and into the forest. After walking for more than half an hour, he held his stomach and walked to Joel's side, blushing and said, Master Joel, I just had a bad stomach, and I want to go to the toilet nearby. Joel stopped and said nonchalantly, then I'll wait for you for a while. No no no. Caribou quickly shook his head and refused. The stuff in the villain's belly will definitely stink worse than devil fruit. I'm afraid it will contaminate your nose, sir. Please leave first. Once the villain is done with it, I'll follow you right away. The strange metaphor made Joel's eyes twitch slightly, and he waved his hand. Go ahead. After getting Joel's approval, Caribou showed an embarrassed smile and ran towards the nearby bushes in 2 steps. After running far enough, he squatted down, opened a gap in the grass, and peeked at Joel's retreating figure. Amidst the rustling of the grass in the breeze, the pounding heart gradually reduced its beating frequency. The nervousness gradually turned into joy. Success, success. Unexpectedly, after struggling for so long, I, Caribou, finally got rid of that guy and no longer had to suffer his beatings or do those chores. As expected of me, Caribou, even these treasures now belong to me. Caribou thought with excitement. Advertisement, but soon, he calmed down, and when he thought of Joel's unpredictable nature, he couldn't help but shuddered and whispered. But we can't just relax our vigilance. The most dangerous place is the safest. I'm going to hide on this island for a while. I'll wait until that guy completely gives up looking for me, and then I'll find a chance to leave here. The sky was getting darker and darker, and after passing through the jungle with mottled tree shadows, I saw that the setting sun in the sky had half dark. Joel stopped, looked at the sky and said lyrically, it's been a long time since I took a walk under such a beautiful sunset. How do you feel, ma'am? No one responded, and in the quiet jungle there was only the sound of the wind, which spread far into the distance like the chirping of cranes. After a while, a graceful figure walked out of the darkness of the jungle. She wore a white jazz hat, covering her short black hair. Wearing a black short lining on the upper body, revealing her slender waist. The lower body is paired with a pair of tight jeans, which perfectly outlines the figure. I should know, there's no way I can hide. As soon as he met Nico Robin, a perfect smile appeared on his face. This is her usual expression when walking in the underground world. Whether she is surprised, nervous or sad, she will hide her true emotions with this smile. At the same time, it will not make people feel too indifferent and create hostility towards her. But if she could, she didn't want to smile like this at the man in front of her. The intuition that had saved her from countless difficulties told her that even the scheming and conspiratorial crocodile was far less dangerous than the one in front of her. But at this time, she had no choice. Sorry, no one likes to get into trouble. Robin stopped and looked at the figure who was much taller than her. So you think I'm trouble? Joel touched his chin and said somewhat intriguingly. No. After Robin was stunned for a moment, he showed a slightly bitter smile. You misunderstood me. Trouble refers to myself. No one except some idiots wants to have anything to do with me. Then, I think you have misunderstood me. I am not an idiot, nor am I a bad person with malicious intentions. Joel smiled like a gentleman and said, just a treasure hunter who happened to be passing by. Although she didn't know the other party's details, Robin was somewhat relieved by the non-hostile words. She looked calm and casually asked, a single treasure hunter? Of course not. Joel took out a piece of paper with red letters engraved on it and placed it in his palm, watching with some fascination as the paper pointed to a certain direction and fluttered. It's just that my entourage seems to be a little lost. Chapter 6 First Generation Life Card. That is, looking at what Joel was holding, Robin's expression suddenly became serious. What's wrong? A knowledgeable archaeologist shouldn't have seen the life card, right? Joel slowly picked up the life card between his 2 fingers and let it sway in the wind. When it comes to being identified by strangers, the Robin of the past would have vigilantly opened the distance between the 2 parties, leaving enough room for him to escape. But at this moment, she was deeply attracted by the life card in Joel's hand, and she couldn't help but take a step forward. Red vein-like threads appear on the surface of this life card, forming several lines of font on the left side of the card, presenting the detailed information of its owner. Name: Caribou Treasure, Marsh Fruit Tyrant, none. Genus: none. In the center of the life card is a pattern composed of red lines. In the pattern, Caribou stretches out his tongue and laughs, looking lifelike. In the lower right corner of the life card is a series of information such as the owner's gender, age, and height. If I remember correctly, this should be the life card of the first generation. How do you have such a thing? Robin shifted his confused gaze from the life card to Joel's face. She had browsed through the history of the origin of life cards in books. This is a creation that was spread on the ocean more than 100 years ago. Although the specific origin, time, and source are unknown, it is recognized in the current academic community as a product of devil fruit's ability. Although it originated from devil fruit, due to its versatility of tracking and individual detailed information, it was used for in-depth research by private scientific research organizations at the time, and was successfully reproduced. After several iterations, the craftsmanship of the life card became simple enough to be produced once one masters the principles. It's just that the functions of today's life cards are far from comparable to those of first generation. However, the significant lowering of the threshold has made it widely spread on the sea, which can be said to have changed the pattern of the sea to a certain extent. If I said I made it casually, would you believe it? Joel said with a half smile. How is it possible? That kind of production method has long been lost. Even a craftsman like Grandmaster cannot make it, let alone casually. Brush. Before Robin finished speaking, a burst of dark red light flashed against her cheek, and the fierce aura almost engulfed her body in a flash of lightning. Then when she came back to her senses, she saw Joel in front of her twirling a few strands of hair in his hand, intertwining with the bright red viscous liquid secreted from his hand, like a spider web, forming a rectangular shape in the blink of an eye. Red paper card. The brain may forget something, but the body retains the memory and presents it. Joel said, looking down at the life card about Robin in his hand with interest. Name: Nicole Robin. Treasure: flower fruit. Tyrant: none. Genus: none. In addition to the portrait of a beautiful woman in the center of the life card, the detailed information below also shows Robin's measurements, blood type and zodiac sign, and even his favorite food, bounty, etc. It's obviously just a life card, but it can feed back all the information about its owner. What kind of ability can do this? Robin couldn't help but take a deep breath, stared at the life card that had just been made in Joel's hand with a headache and said, "It's true that you didn't deceive me, but it's really not reassuring for your information to be mastered by a stranger. Moreover, the life card is held in the hands of others, which means that one's whereabouts are exposed to the other person's eyes at all times. But for treasure hunters, it would be quite pleasant to get such a priceless life card." Joel said with great interest, after all, its owner is the only archaeologist who can interpret ancient texts today, Nico Robin. Robin did not frown, but tried hard to calm down. Now that you know my identity, do I want to thank you for just making a life card instead of attacking me? There's no need to thank you. Treasure hunters are only interested in rare things. A treasure hunter who can easily create first-generation life cards. Robin looked at Joel with twinkling eyes, but Joel didn't intend to explain more on this matter. He just shrugged and said, "Instead of caring about such insignificant things, I think you have more important things to do, right?" Although it was not a trivial matter, after hearing this, Robin couldn't help but look up at the sky. She remembered the important mission of her trip, to find the lost fourth gem. Joel looked at Robin and said calmly, "Advertisement. I'm a little curious about what an archaeologist would do on the ruins of an ancient kingdom. If you are willing to take me, a boring treasure hunter, with you on the next journey, then I can exchange this life card with you. Back to you." Robin didn't answer immediately. It is very unwise to refuse a request from someone who is far more powerful than yourself. What's more, her intuition vaguely told her that the other party might also have the information she wanted. Just as Robin opened his mouth, a figure came galloping from a distance, and the inexplicable anger on his body could be felt even from a distance. "Stay away from my beloved Miss Robin." Along with the words from far and near, a sharp kick suddenly appeared above Joel, pressing down heavily. Joel raised his elbow lightly, placed it on top, and instantly collided with the kick. Under the gravity, the dust on the entire ground shook uncontrollably. What? In the astonished look on the visitor's face, Joel raised his arms, clasped the opponent's calf, and swung it outward. He threw it as if it was a heavy weight, but the person flew backwards quickly and suddenly hit a towering tree dozens of meters high behind him. Boom. The tree made a loud sound like thunder, and sawdust were flying all over the sky. "Mr. Chef. Are you okay?" Robin looked into the smoke with a worried expression. "Of course, it's okay." Sanji walked out of the smoke with some embarrassment. As if to prove something, he lit a cigarette and calmly blew out a smoke ring before saying slowly, "This powerless attack alone cannot hurt me, but..." Robin looked at Sanji's forehead, pursed his lips, and said, "You're bleeding." Sanji wiped away the blood stains from his forehead to his chin from the corner of his eyes, and said calmly, "It was just a ketchup spilled in my pocket. You know it's normal for a cook to carry some dipping sauce. But it's not important. Miss Robin, you'd better leave quickly and leave this guy to me." Quote. During the search for the fourth gem, he volunteered to form a group with Robin, and after getting rid of all the soldiers who were chasing him, he followed the footsteps and caught up. But after seeing Joel from a distance, he felt the danger unleashed by the other party, so he launched the attack without any hesitation. "Mr. Chef, I think, maybe there is no need to have a meaningless fight." Robin glanced at the interested look on Joel's face, then looked at Sanji, and spoke out to persuade him. "No, Miss Robin, you don't know how dangerous this man is." Sanji put out the cigarette butt and said seriously, "Both his figure and appearance are so perfect. A man like this, no matter where he appears, will make countless women fascinated by him.
I will never allow such a dangerous thing to happen. Quote. Looking at Joel, who was more than 2 meters tall and with a majestic figure, he gritted his teeth. Quote. Quote. Robin, who knew the chef's nature well, rubbed his forehead helplessly, and then said to Joel, Mr. Treasure Hunter, if I agree to the request you just made, can I forgive Mr. Chef's reckless behavior?
It doesn't matter, I don't hate the excitement. Joel looked at Sanji with a half smile. The cook's character was indeed very distinct. Miss Robin, what did you agree to? Could it be? Could it be? There was a look of shock and unwillingness in Sanji's pupils. We just agreed to form a temporary team. Don't think about strange things, Mr. Chef. Robin said with a smile, but there seemed to be a cannibalistic haze on his forehead.
I see. Sanji nodded in understanding, then glanced at Joel with a cold expression. Since Miss Robin has said so, of course I will not object. But with me as the Flower Knight here, if you still want to take Miss Robin's idea, you'd better give up as soon as possible. Wait, I'm talking to you, don't ignore me. Quote. Joel pretended not to hear and plucked his ears and looked at Robin. So, where to go next? Well, now that you've come to this island, you must also know the legend of the Seven-Star Sword, right? Robin was not in a hurry to answer, but said as he walked. Joel said casually, the legend of the Seven-Star Sword that I heard back then may be completely different now. Please tell me about it. Back then. Today, although Robin felt a little strange about Joel's wording, he did not ask further questions. He just recounted the story described in the ancient texts at the ruins of Aska village. Probably 1,000 years ago. Advertisement. On an ominous night in the distant past, 3 princes of Askar met a beautiful witch and fell in love with her at the same time. In order to compete for their beloved woman, the 3 princes took out the Seven-Star Sword that proved the throne, and started an ugly fight with each other. The earth and the ocean also cried as they absorbed the sorrow and resentment of countless innocent victims. Then, the Seven-Star Sword, which absorbed the resentment and blood of countless people, attracted killing and destruction, and turned into a cursed demon sword, causing the complete destruction of the Askar kingdom. However, this is not over yet. The Seven-Star Sword caused wars again and again in the form of blood sacrifices. The wars spread throughout this sea area, turning the sea into a world dominated by darkness. So, in order to remove the blood and hatred from the Seven-Star Sword and save everyone, the Nico gave her life.
The 3 princes who witnessed this scene finally repented and prayed to God. So they got 3 gems from the gods of Askar, and sealed the power of the Seven-Star Sword that became the Demon Sword. However, on the night when the red full moon comes once in a century, the sealed Demon Sword will awaken and release its demonic power, attracting countless villains to fight for it. Only by setting up a barrier with 3 clean sacred gems can the power of the Demon Sword be sealed again. This legend that has been accumulated for countless years has not changed much.
Joel asked, what then? Then the cursed Demon Sword was awakened again, and the 3 gems were also taken away. Although 2 of them were recovered by my companions, 1 of them is still missing. Robin's expression was obviously a bit unnatural when she mentioned companion, but she quickly returned to her original tone and continued. Fortunately, I made a new discovery in an ancient written record in the corner of the stone tablet. That is, the 4th jade that can also seal the demon sword has been hidden, and what I have to do now is to find that jade. Quote. The 4th gem. Joel seemed to be thinking about something. Treasure hunters would really be interested in such legendary treasures, right? Robin looked at Joel. I have heard the story of the 3 gems, but it would be quite interesting if it is a 4th gem that I don't know about. Feeling the wariness in Robin's eyes, Joel waved his hand and said, but don't worry, I'm just interested in things beyond my knowledge, not value itself, and I won't compete with you. Really? Robin responded noncommittally and continued walking. Years of rich experience in the underground world have allowed her to accurately see through the true nature of others most of the time. Just like Straw Hat Luffy's fearless and persevering, idiot, character, she vaguely saw the possibility of changing the world. It also made her choose the latter between her thoughts of death and living to see where this world will lead in the future.
However, she couldn't see through the man in front of her. He clearly claimed to be a treasure hunter, but his eyes did not reveal any interest in the legendary jade. Although he looks so young, he knows the lifecard making method that was lost more than 100 years ago. He clearly has great strength, but he has no intention of acting recklessly. Like a giant Uzumaki, an idea popped into Robin's mind involuntarily. Looking from a distance makes people feel mysterious and majestic, but once you get too close, you will be torn to pieces by the powerful power contained within. This man is such a dangerous existence. Speaking of which, I'm curious, why are you 2 the only ones looking for Baoyu? Joel interrupted Robin's thoughts. Quote. They naturally have more important things to do. Robin responded calmly, but his eyes subconsciously looked into the distance. That is the direction of Aska village. This incident originated from a pirate invasion not long ago. In order to resist the pirates, Marine Dojo coach Sokka was forced to pull out the sealed Seven-Star Sword at a critical moment of life and death. Although he was able to kill the pirates and survive, his mind was controlled by this cursed demon sword. In order to seize the gem and unlock the seal of the demon sword during the blood moon that occurs once in 100 years, Sokka asked Zoro, who was a disciple with him and accepted his life-saving kindness, to help him complete this task. In order to repay his kindness, Zoro chose to betray the Straw Hats. But Luffy and others did not give up on their companions.
With the explanation of Maya, a girl from AKA's village, they finally understood the truth behind all this. So, they decided to help Maya complete the sealing ceremony of the seven-star sword and recover Zoro. Currently, Luffy and others are escorting the remaining 2 gems to the corresponding ancient pagoda, and Robin and Sanji's task is to send the 4th gem to the ancient pagoda before the full moon, completing the last piece of the puzzle required for this ritual. Of course, the journey for the 2 of them was not smooth. The marine soldiers controlled by the power of the seven-star sword kept blocking them.
Sanji also let Robin take the first step, can't live up to their expectations. At some point, Robin had such an idea. When she found out, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly, and her mentality seemed to have changed slightly. Despite this, she still thought silently in her heart. I hope there won't be any problems with Luffy and the others. Chapter 7: The Legend of the Seven-Star Sword and Ancient Technology.
The sky is getting dark and night has fallen. Caribou hid his figure, sneaking behind the group of marine soldiers returning towards the marine dojo. After accidentally discovering this group of injured marines, he made up his mind. The so-called most dangerous place is the safest. That man would never have imagined that he would be so talented at hiding among marines. And in this way, you don't have to worry about food during the hiding period. After sneaking for more than an hour, the outline of Marine Dojo gradually appeared in his field of vision. At the same time, a fierce sound of fighting came from the square in front. This doesn't sound like the sound of soldiers training. With a trace of curiosity, Caribou sneaked around behind the high platform of the dojo. He climbed up the earth wall on tiptoes, lifted a branch in his hand, then carefully raised his head, pushed aside the gaps in the green leaves, and looked at the scene in the square. 2 swordsmen were fighting in the square, and it was very fierce. That person is. Looking at the somewhat familiar face of one of them, Caribou quickly searched his mind and determined his identity.
It's none other than Roronoa. Zoro, the rising pirate star I saw on the bounty list a few days ago, with a bounty of 60 million. But the situation of the green-haired swordsman was not optimistic, and he seemed to be at a disadvantage in this battle. Caribou was immediately attracted by his gaze and thought to himself, is this the pirate with a reward of 60 million? How dare you break into Marine Base alone? Let me, Uncle Caribou, see what happens to you.
The light cast by the red full moon became brighter and brighter, seeming to gradually dye the square red. Sokka, you are no longer the Sokka you were before. Zoro bit the word, Hidao, and looked at his former friend in front of him, with a hint of pain in his eyes. That's right, I'm not the same person I used to be. Sokka glanced at Zoro with an indifferent expression, and slowly raised the seven-star sword in his hand. Under the strange red moonlight, it seemed that he could see the extremely deep darkness in the seven-star sword. I'm about to be reborn, and that's why I asked you to come, to realize my dream. Sokka's face gradually became ferocious. You have been completely dominated by this demon sword. In that case, let me destroy this demon sword. Tiger hunt. Zoro made up his mind, leaned down, and instantly burst out with powerful force like a tiger, sprinting towards Sokka. However, Sokka easily dodged this fierce attack with a slight jump, and he let out a cold laugh. I said it's useless, so let me give you a taste of this, demon fire, and experience the taste of death, demon fire slash. After that, the seven-star sword, glowing with fluorescent green luster, suddenly burst out with a burst of powerful green flames under Sokka's swing, and rushed straight towards Zoro, covering him.
This flame that was not caused by high temperature did not emit any hot airwaves, but the intense pain that felt like every drop of blood in his body was being burned poured into Zoro's mind in an instant. Even with his rock-solid will, he couldn't help but almost fainted from the pain. He gritted his teeth, and his strong fighting instinct caused him to wrap up the demon fire in his body and rush towards Sokka in front of him. Fire. Ghost slash. The thunderous sword movement whipped up the surrounding violent wind, extinguishing the demonic fire around him and slashing at Sokka.
However, this powerful sword did not work. How possible? I should have chopped him down. Zoro had a look of shock on his face. For a swordsman, the feedback the sword gives to its owner is unquestionable. At that moment, the collision feeling from the blade was obviously that his slash hit the opponent. But Sokka didn't seem to be hurt in any way. No. It's that demon knife. Cold sweat broke out on Zoro's forehead, and he saw the wound under Sokka's robe healing quickly under the green flames. Compared to the third-generation ghost sword in his hand, which was regarded as a demon sword, I'm afraid, the seven-star sword held by Sokka is a real demon sword infused with some kind of power. You should be able to sense it to some extent. The power of blood contained in this seven-star sword is simply not something you can deal with. Advertisement. Sokka showed a cruel smile, but don't worry, I won't kill you immediately, I will let this seven-star sword slowly drain your blood. Demon Snake. Fang Strike.
As soon as he finished speaking, the seven-star sword in his hand turned into a strange green demonic snake and pounced on Zoro. Zoro hurriedly slashed at the demon snake in front of him, but no matter how much he slashed, the demon snake transformed by the green light returned to its original shape in the next moment, and immediately bit him on the neck, shoulders, and waist. Located in some ruins in the south of the island. Here we are. Robin walked among the ruins and finally stopped in front of a dilapidated stone room. I only leave this thing for those who come after me. She read the ancient words engraved on the door of the stone chamber, and then pressed her palm on a hidden grid somewhere on the stone wall. Gron Gron. Accompanied by bursts of sounds, the door of the stone chamber was opened. As expected of an archaeologist, Joel looked at Robin's familiar movements, couldn't help but nodded in approval, and followed into the stone room. The huge stone chamber was very empty, with a huge stone slab placed in the middle. As this, Robin had seen historical text tablets in Alabasta, so he was extremely sensitive to these tablets, and his expression suddenly became extremely serious. She lit the firefold and read the ancient writings on the stone slab word for word. Under the dim candlelight, the expression on her face continued to undergo complex changes. "Miss Robin, does this stone tablet contain any information about the fourth gem?" After Robin had almost finished reading, Sanji asked. "There is no fourth gem. The record is just an introduction, to guide the newcomers here." Robin took a long breath and said with understanding, "It's no wonder that the stone tablet collapsed exactly at the location where the text was recorded. On the stone tablet in the ruins of Arca's village, the picture and text only record that the three princes took out the seven-star sword that proved the throne because they fell in love with the same Nico and started fighting for it. After that, the content was completely lost, and was only passed down orally by successive generations of witches in Arcas. But in fact, the Nico did not die like the ending of the story. Not only did she survive, she also retained her own bloodline heirs." "What is going on, Miss Robin?" Sanji looked at Robin with confusion. After searching around the empty stone room and finding nothing, he vaguely sensed that something was wrong. "Does this stone tablet record the truth about the demise of the kingdom of Arcas?" Joel said lightly. "Have you seen the record on this stone tablet?" Robin looked at Joel in surprise. "I can't understand these complicated words, it's just my earlier guess. This indeed records the truth about the fall of the kingdom of Arcas." Robin's voice paused. The legend of the seven-star sword is not completely compiled, but the deletion of part of the content makes the facts essentially different. "Tell me about it, I'm very interested." Joel's unfocused eyes became much brighter. "This is not a history that needs to be covered up." Robin just pondered for a moment and then narrated according to the words on the stone tablet. "In the distant past, all kingdoms stood side by side, and among them was Arcas. King AKAs loved to observe the astronomical phenomena, so someone presented the king with a sword made of the seven stars of the sky, the seven-star sword. The king was extremely happy and regarded it as a national treasure. However, he did not know that this was a conspiracy called ancient technology. The mad scientist injected the demonic power into the sword and used the changes on the entire island as an observation object. Under the influence of this demonic power, people on this island seemed to be able to see the red moon. Then, the old king died, and three young princes jointly ruled the country. But the experiment didn't end there. One day, a mysterious and beautiful witch came to the island. The witch confessed her love to the three princes respectively, and made the three princes fall in love with her. Advertisement as a result, the three princes who were originally close turned against each other in order to possess the witch. They took out the seven-star sword, which was regarded as a national treasure, and used it as a bet. The winner will be the only king who enjoys everything. The huge waves of war harvested one life after another, gathering countless blood into this seven-star sword, until the country was destroyed and the entire sea area was in turmoil. And the three princes finally died tragically in this cold killing. Probably when this crazy scientific experiment came to an end, the witch took out three gems that could interfere with the devil's power, trying to extract the devil's power from the seven-star sword. But this unprecedented experiment ended in failure, and the power of the devil was still entangled in the seven-star sword. The unwilling Nico did not give up. She spent her whole life studying this seven-star sword, and left descendants in the name of guardianship. She continued this experiment in cooperation with a certain scientific organization. It wasn't until the blank 100 years passed that the experiment was completely terminated due to force majeure, leaving only the bloodline of the Nico, the seven-star sword, and the name of the experiment, Bloodline Factor. It sounded more like a ridiculous story, but at this moment Sanji couldn't help but be stunned, and the thin cigarette he had just taken out of his pocket was subconsciously broken into two pieces. "Miss Robin, are the records above true?" Sanji came to his senses and tried to hide the discomfort in his expression. "Although this history was recorded by later generations, I'm afraid it's all true, because the person who recorded this history was Dr. Clover of Ohara." Robin mentioned in a nostalgic tone the director of the Ohara Omniscient Tree Library, an authority in the archaeological world, and Clover, who was her first teacher. Although the vicissitudes of stone slabs have been covered with cracks and gravel due to the erosion of time. But vaguely, Robin seemed to see a young figure carving words appearing in front of him, gradually overlapping with the old man who was old, kind, and always laughing in his memory. "Robin, you know, the main reason I became a historian was because I heard the story of a man who, in order to follow that man's footsteps, I embarked on a journey around the world alone at the age of 16. It was on a clear and moonlit night that the old man and the young girl said this with a book in their hands. Since Dr. Clover knows so many things, then he must know how to seal the seven-star sword, right?" Sanji's voice interrupted Robin's thoughts. Robin buried that longing deep in his heart again, exhaled, nodded and continued. "It is recorded here that although the Bloodline Factor experiment has been terminated, the power of the devil in the seven-star sword has not disappeared. Not only that, after a certain man appeared more than 100 years ago, that power became even more ready to move. No one knows what he did to that demonic sword, but as long as he gets close to that demonic sword, his reason will be swallowed up by indescribable thoughts. Even if I gather enough gems, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress the demonic power in the seven-star sword. But that doesn't mean there's no other way. Robin's voice paused. She stretched out her hand to touch the last text on the slate and read slowly. These demonic powers that rely on human desires are ultimately disgusted by the mother of nature, the sea. If you want to completely seal this demon sword, just sink it to the bottom of the sea. Clover. Use the sea. Sanji murmured thoughtfully, and then said to Robin, Miss Robin, let's take this news back quickly. Mr. Chef, I'm afraid there isn't much time left before the full moon reaches its peak. If you are quick on your feet, go back and tell them. I will follow later. Robin looked at the slightly hesitant Sanji and smiled slightly. Don't worry, I have no plans to leave the melee for the time being, nor will I leave without saying goodbye. Miss Robin, you misunderstood, that's not what I'm worried about. Sanji glanced at Joel, and then whispered in Robin's ear. It's just. A man and a woman alone are too dangerous. Miss Robin, you must be wary of this guy and protect yourself. Well. Like a big sister coaxing a child, Robin watched Sanji leave with gentle words, then turned to look at Joel, her expression calm. Except for scholars who specialize in research, I have rarely seen anyone care so much about past history. How to say? Joel turned his back to Robin and said slowly, I have explored many things in this world, but there are still many blanks that I don't know. Just like a long time ago, I integrated my own blood into this container called the Seven-Star Sword, but I didn't know much about its origin, which has always been something I regret. Integrating into the blood. Robin frowned slightly as he looked at Joel's face, and the fragments of his thoughts were vaguely connected together. Suddenly her pupils dilated, showing an extremely shocked look. Who are you? Chapter 8 Seven-Star Sword Broken Marine Dojo. Sokka coldly withdrew the seven-star sword from Zoro's body and looked in the direction of the altar. He clearly felt that Maya, the descendant of the witch's bloodline, was standing there praying at this moment. Even without the 3 gems, her existence was still like a sword of Damocles hanging above her head, dangerous and dangerous. Abandoning the dying Zoro, Sokka walked towards the altar. As long as he controlled Maya before the full moon and let the seven-star sword be unsealed without any accident, then the world descended by darkness, the world washed by countless bloody storms, will eventually be in his possession. However, he stopped. A man in a straw hat blocked his way. Straw Hat Boy, I originally thought you were dead a long time ago. A sneer appeared at the corner of Sokka's mouth. I won't lose to you. Luffy's eyes were firm and he rushed towards Sokka with quick movements, retractable, rubber gun. The right hand suddenly extended and kept hitting forward. Aren't you still giving up? Sokka easily dodged Luffy's successive attacks and swung the seven-star sword. The green flames on the seven-star sword instantly condensed into huge flame bombs and shot out. Rubber. Bazooka. Luffy stretched his hands back, used the power of inertia to catch the fire bomb head-on, and knocked it back with his backhand. The flame bomb exploded when it hit the ground, and countless rocks flew away. However, the price of receiving this blow was the burnt skin on Luffy's palm and the dripping blood that continued to drip down. Have you felt this majestic power? Sokka didn't give the opponent any chance to breathe, bullied him, and started a close fight with Luffy. It's about to break out of its cocoon, and you can't do anything. Just be my living sacrifice. After Zoro, it's your turn, Straw Hat. Caribou used his swamping ability to carefully move his body one by one to the eaves of the round tower in the center of the dojo, looking into the distance. Too far, still too far. Even though no one noticed him, he still sighed while taking the branch full of leaves to cover his figure. That guy must be Straw Hat Luffy. Caribou held his breath. The fierce battle in front of him made him nervous as if he were actually there. He was obviously a big pirate with a bounty of 100 million belly, but he was at a disadvantage in this battle and was suppressed by the swordsman. No, to be more precise, it was not the swordsman who fought Straw Hat Luffy, but the demon sword. Even though he was not at the center of the battle, Caribou could still feel the hot flames emanating from the blade. There was a hint of familiarity that made people feel frightened, like the aura of that man. On the island, looking up, the blood-red moon was a little brighter in the vague fog, and the surrounding dark clouds seemed to disperse in fear. The full moon has reached its highest point. I do underestimate you, Straw Hat Luffy, but all this is meaningless, ha ha ha. Sokka forced Luffy back with a sword, then pointed the seven-star sword in his hand at the red moon in the sky. No one can stop me anymore. The strange green light on the seven-star sword gradually materialized and began to cover his body like mist. Advertisement, my right arm. Unspeakable pain instantly spread throughout the body, and Sokka's right arm, which had been completely disabled before, was raised contrary to common sense. Moreover, a spiral pattern unique to devil fruit appeared on his right arm. With a ferocious expression, Sokka held up the seven-star sword with both hands. The energy overflowing from the seven-star sword instantly turned into a violent wind, completely wrapping him in it. After a burst of powerful red light emerged, the strong wind suddenly exploded, knocking Luffy away not far away. Then, the endless smoke and dust dispersed, revealing its evil and corrupt face. Now, it's time to let darkness rule this world, and it starts with you. Robin ran in panic, heading in the direction of the huge noise. Evil, killing, greed, destruction, jealousy, these desires engraved in genes will give rise to powerful power. It doesn't matter anything, just because this is the instinct that is marked in the life design map. The red full moon is not a real existence, but a catalyst called psychological suggestion, which is to infinitely amplify these desires. These words kept coming to my mind. If someone else said it, she would just treat it as a funny joke, but if it was that man. All this is not baseless speculation. Mr. Straw Hat, Mr. Cook, Mr. Swordsman, Mr. Long Nose, Miss Navigator, and Mr. Tanuki, nothing will happen to you. Robin muttered one name after another in his mind. These figures that were supposed to be passers-by in her life always lingered in her heart, making her unable to feel at ease. Finally, she stopped and looked at the scene in front of her. Sokka, holding the seven-star sword in his hand and with messy hair, was laughing crazily like a madman, and it seemed that nothing could stop him. There were bodies covered with bruises one after another lying on the ground. The timid trio of Nami, Usopp and Chopper, who rushed in after hearing the huge noise, were also attacked by the seven-star sword. If they had not gone through the training in Alabasta before, the injuries they suffered now would probably be more serious. For some reason, Robin felt worried. I won't be knocked down by you. Luffy stood up staggeringly again and shouted loudly, I am the man who wants to become the Pirate King. Sokka. I will stop you no matter what. At this moment, Zoro, who was seriously injured, staggered from the dojo and walked slowly out of the forest path. He bit Head Ao Yuen in his mouth. Sokka. The witch Maya thought silently in her heart. She half knelt on the high platform, looked up at the sky, and prayed silently. Robin's thoughts moved, and she instinctively noticed something, crossing her hands in front of her. Two wheeled flowers bloom. Bondage. Along with the low groan, two arms grew out of Sokka's left and right back shoulders, tightly squeezing his throat and bending his neck back. This is, although he was caught off guard, Sokka quickly reacted. He reached out angrily, grabbed the arm around his neck, and stretched it outward. Snort. A blood-red burn mark suddenly appeared on Robin's wrist. She gritted her teeth and groaned, but did not let go. In the fleeting gap created, a huge shadow fell from the sky and hit Sokka. Sokka raised his head and waved the seven-star sword in his hand. The sword light split the shadow in the air in half. Advertisement. The large amount of seawater contained in the sack suddenly poured down, and through the only gap in the shadow, a pair of black leather shoes could be seen above. Awing. He let out a roar of pain, and when soaked in seawater, the power in his body seemed to wither like a withered flower. Luffy, green algae head, Sanji shouted after landing. Rubber rubber. Bazooka, 3 sword style, demon slaying. As if they had a tacit understanding, no need for unnecessary words, in a fleeting moment, the two tacitly understanding figures released the most powerful attack at the same time. Boom. Under the heavy blow, Sokka flew backwards with his body arched like a shrimp, crashing into countless broken rock walls and creating a large crater of tens of meters on the ground. He fell to the ground motionless, just raising the seven-star sword in his hand. However, as the spiral pattern on his arm disappeared, the seven-star sword in his hand also turned into countless powders in an instant. Okay, it worked. Luffy clenched his fists, with a signature grin on his tired face. It's over. Sanji shook his trousers that were soaked by the seawater and looked much more relaxed. Maya walked down the platform in silence and looked at her sweetheart distressedly. Robin's legs were paralyzed and he sat on the ground with lingering fear. We prevented the resurrection of the seven-star sword. Yeah, the weak voice suddenly exploded in everyone's hearts like a thunderbolt from the blue. Sokka, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes again and stood up with a weird posture like a corpse. Although the seven-star sword was shattered, the green mark of the seven-star sword appeared on his chest. What? Everyone couldn't help but be shocked at this moment, and their expressions became extremely heavy. Has the power in the seven-star sword been transferred to his body? Robin opened his mouth slightly, looking at the scene in front of him in disbelief. What a terrifying force this is. Even if all the Straw Hats go all out, they still can't defeat this guy. What's wrong? Luffy tilted his head in confusion. However, Sokka did not respond. He just raised his finger, and the extremely sharp sword energy was instantly released, directly knocking Luffy away in front of him. The lingering sword energy penetrated the thick rock wall unabated, stirring up a wave of more than 10 meters high on the lake behind. He's gotten stronger. Sanji put down the cigarette in his hand, and the mood he had just wanted to celebrate his victory was gone. Zoro looked wordlessly at his former friend who seemed to be completely under the curse. The pain on his body made him kneel on the ground. It won't end. Sokka whispered expressionlessly, and in an instant, the violent and dark power in his body burst out like a tide. Even just this momentum made everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates present involuntarily cover their bodies, feeling a sense of powerlessness in their hearts. No, it's over. Stepping from the deep darkness of the jungle into the bright glow of the stone slabs, a man in a black cloak walked out as if he was strolling. Along with his steps, the strange moonlight in the sky seemed to fade away from the red gauze, revealing his bright true face. God, things have changed. Chapter 9 Bloodline Factor. The bright moonlight poured down on the rough sea, and then fell on the calm and silent land. Sokka's body, filled with the power of the seven-star sword, felt a magical pull. This pull made him look at the man who was slowly approaching with the whites of his eyes that could no longer be called eyes. He raised his hand and aimed it numbly at the man. But the fingers that he could easily bend just now felt like they were being pressed down by a heavy mountain, preventing him from making any more movements. It's the blood in the body that is resisting. It's over. Joel stopped walking with an indifferent expression. This experiment related to the blood factor has produced results. He raised a hand in vain. Sokka only felt that the pulling in his body was getting heavier and heavier, and the pain was getting more and more painful. It was like being pulled out of a cocoon, and the power in his body was being extracted finally, bit by bit. Ah! In the extremely severe pain, the boiling blood poured into his chest like a swarm, illuminating the green 7-star sword mark with a dazzling light. After this short period of brightness, the mark of the 7-star sword escaped from his open mouth as if it were alive, and fell into Joel's palm under the incredulous eyes. Sokka, who was arrogant just now and threatened to plunge the world into darkness, was now stripped of his power without any resistance and fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. The sudden change of situation almost made everyone present with straw hats unable to turn their heads, and were still a little stunned in place. Just now, what happened? Hey, have you seen it? He took away the power of the 7-star sword. This guy must be more terrifying than Zoro's friend. Usopp held up his broken right hand. This was the feedback he had received after sneak attacking Sokka from behind. Although he escaped the incoming sword light, his wrist was broken by the heavy stone rolled up by the sword light. However, at this moment, he no longer had the intention to talk about his unparalleled courage. Instead, he shouted with excitement, trying to wake up his companions who were still confused. We better run away. But Chopper, who had bruises on his face and injuries all over his body, looked at the lake behind him and responded weakly, we have no way out. With Luffy and the others here, there won't be any problem. Trust Luffy. Nami held up the climate stick in front of her with a solemn look on her face. Having said that, your legs are obviously trembling. Hey, wait, why are you retreating? Advertisement. Hello. Don't hide behind me, and Chopper, don't imitate Nami. You are so strong, you should be our shield. Usopp shouted towards Nami, who was hiding behind him, and Chopper, who was hiding behind Nami with a black line on his face. A-hole, even if you praise me, I won't be happy. The reindeer couldn't help but twist its body happily. Sanji looked away from the noisy trio and looked at Joel solemnly. As the only one of the Straw Hat Pirates who has met each other and had a brief encounter with each other, he knows very well how powerful the other party is. However, the scene before him made him realize that he still seriously underestimated the other party. If this mysterious and treacherous man were an enemy, then there will be a disaster more violent than the 7-star sword, which may completely destroy this nascent pirate group. How could he not be able to stop it? Robin was stunned on the spot, a little lost in thought. She had thought about this problem just now in the stone chamber. Since he could use this factor container, he should also have a way to control it. But what she still doesn't understand is the purpose of Joel finally taking action at this moment. Would it make him happy and excited to be like a savior and save everyone from life to death? Or in other words, would playing with everyone like a demon and controlling the life and death of others it will bring him pleasure? No, he won't be so boring, Robin thought at last. Joel stared at the blood mark of the 7-star sword in his hand. Under the surface of the blood-red liquid, there is a clear emerald green color. Where the red and green blend, there is a thin blood film that wraps the tiny green flame at the core. At this moment, his thoughts seemed to have traveled to that distant eternity. Devil fruit was born out of human desire. So, how are humans born? Advertisement. How does life appear? And why is there a difference between mind and body? Does the mind lead the body, or does the body lead the mind? There are endless questions and endless explorations. As a result, someone discovered during observation that the basic expressions of life are consistent among organisms of the same species, as if everything was created according to the corresponding design. In this microscopic world, we can see the basic unit of biological construction, bloodline factors. In this life taboo called, this is the realm of gods and cannot be touched by mortals. They did not choose to stop, but continued to go deeper. Soon, they discovered that the power of devil fruit resides in the blood factor, intertwined and fused. This discovery made them aware of life or a cell connection with devil fruit. Just as devil fruit was born from desire, they used desire as nourishment and put it into experiments, waiting for the mystery of life to be revealed. However, there was too little nutrients to support the completion of this experiment. As a result, a larger observation sample, Arcas, appeared on the experimental platform. Killing, destruction, greed, destruction, jealousy, countless desires are gathered in the container called the 7-star sword. It became the beginning of the legend. Joel glanced at the images that suddenly appeared in his mind and then quickly disappeared without a trace. This message reflected by the blood seal of the 7-star sword had been felt by him once when he first landed on the island more than 120 years ago. At that time, the power remaining in the 7-star sword remained in the form of blood. This power, which came from the same source as him, was undoubtedly the legacy left by a certain vampire form capable person. And in the incomplete information mapped in the blood, you can see the results of the failed experiment that gathered huge desires, as well as the remains of the unfinished bloodline factors. He had unprecedented curiosity at that time, and now, he truly understood the missing key step towards the realm of God. Desire is a breeding ground for demons, and demons residing in blood factors will also gain greater power due to desire. But, a perfect bloodline factor is not just that. Joel turned his gaze and glanced at the Straw Hats. The hope that never gives up, the courage that is not afraid of strong enemies, the unswerving trust, the resolute sacrifice, and the girl's endless love for her lover. In addition to endless desires, there are also noble emotions unique to life, which together form a complete lineage factor. At this moment, this bloodline factor that absorbed everyone's emotions bloomed perfectly in the palm of Joel's hand. Chapter 10 The Fight with the Straw Hats. They're going in the wrong direction. Devil fruit is not entirely born out of desire. Joel's heart was like a mirror. He has seen too many desires born from the dark corners of the soul, wrapped in chaos, and sown in the world. As for inadvertently, he seems to have forgotten that there are also many sincere and sincere emotions. The good and evil sides are what are truly engraved in the blueprint of life. The palms were slightly tightened, and the blood marks merged into the body naturally like rivers flowing into the sea. This blood, which he had retained in the sevenstar sword 100 years ago, now belongs to its owner. I do not like you. The stunned boy wearing a straw hat suddenly spoke, causing all the rustling in the room to disappear immediately. The brief silence was like the tranquility before the rainstorm, and then there was the noise. Luffy, what are you talking about? Don't provoke that guy who doesn't look like a good guy. Usopp's face was covered in cold sweat and he shouted in panic. It's over. Although that guy is very good looking, he is already angry no matter how you look at it. Is my beautiful 18-year-old about to disappear here? Nami covered her mouth, tears falling like a fountain. Huh. The reindeer, who was not very good at reading the atmosphere, opened his mouth wide and stared around, sometimes looking at Nami, sometimes at Usopp, as if asking, what happened? Call. Sanji finally lit the cigarette and took a drag, then slowly exhaled the smoke. Zoro took the knife and stood up, ready to fight. The captain should have declared war. Interesting. Joel smiled. The group of pirates in front of him looked most unlike pirates. He had seen them countless times in front of the screen, but only in front of the screen. Why? He replied playfully. Because I don't like the smell of blood on this sevenstar sword, so I don't like you either, do you understand? Luffy said. Joel was thinking about this sentence. This weapon carries a lot of sin, and you who are closely related to this power must have created this weapon with unkind intentions, so he also hates you. Advertisement. Sanji blew out a smoke ring and said, Luffy, is that what you mean? Yes, that's what I wanted to say. Luffy nodded. Joel no longer cares about other people's evaluation of his likes and dislikes, nor does he care whether what they see is the truth. He has experienced these experiences of right and wrong too many times 100 years ago. Even if he didn't start the experiment on the sevenstar sword, he just put his own blood in it. But that's not important. He didn't bother to explain these complicated and ancient past, but he still said in a meaningful tone. Weapons are not divided into good and evil. No matter how I change the weapon, the key is whether the person who uses the weapon has good or evil intentions. How can the fault be attributed to the maker? Well, Luffy thought about it very seriously, and then said seriously, you were right, I don't hate you anymore. Do you make sense, Luffy? Finally grew a brain? Nami's tears stopped completely in just a blink of an eye, with a look of relief on her face. No need to fight, right, Luffy? You did a great job. Usopp felt fortunate and raised his hand to wipe the sweat off his face. But soon, he realized that the hand he raised was actually the hand with a broken bone, and the pain seemed to be delayed only for a moment before coming back again. Wait, my hand. My hand. What's wrong with you, Usopp? Doctor. Where is the doctor? By the way, I am the doctor. It took a certain panicked reindeer a long time to react. Huh. Zoro relaxed, staggered and sat on the ground, sheathing his sword. Sanji put out the cigarette and his expression became calm. However, from beginning to end, a dangerous smile appeared on the corner of Joel's mouth. I never said that I am a good person. As soon as he finished speaking, the air around him seemed a bit colder. Even the blood-red full moon seemed to be hanging in the night again at this moment, casting a blood-red brilliance. Tears welled up in Nami's eyes again. I knew he must be angry. It's over. Let's run quickly. This guy looks very strong. We are definitely no match for him. Usopp urged his companion, while Chopper on the side was busy bandaging his wounds. Zoro stood up silently, and silently pulled out the knife again. He glanced at the witch Maya and whispered, take Sokka and leave here. No matter how difficult the battle is, we have gone through it. Glancing at his injured companions, Sanji took a deep breath, and then galloped towards Joel without hesitation. Advertisement. Since fighting is unavoidable, then he, who was the least injured of all, could only take the lead. It seems that you don't know how far you are from the real strong ones. Let you experience the power of being on top of the world. Joel's red pupils radiated an even weirder blood-red color. He raised his hand forward, but the empty palm was like an invisible gun barrel. Just standing there, it produced an incomparable pressure that made people's scalp numb. Blood inflammation. A shallow arc was drawn at the corner of his mouth, and immediately, blood-red sparks emerged from his palms. In just an instant, a few sparks suddenly turned into a huge wave of crimson flames, like the continuous torso of a giant centipede, pushing wave after wave and rushing forward crazily. That is, Zoro's pupils suddenly dilated. Even though the flame wave was not coming towards him, the aftermath still made him feel a palpitating and familiar burning sensation. This was what he had experienced in the battle with Sokka just now, the flame that was the same as the demon fire, and even the blood seemed to be burned away. No. His intuition told him that this wave of flames was 100 times more terrifying than the demonic fire. The blood-red flame waves were like destroying mountains and collapsing the ground, as if plowing everything in front of them into flat ground. Facing the blood and fire rushing towards him, Sanji's face turned red. The crazy fireworks seemed to be flashing and dancing in his pupils, but for some reason, he was deeply attracted by the inexplicable power in the fireworks, as if he could also use this ability. It was as if he was about to rise from the ashes. Boom! The terrifying blood fire destroyed everything in front of it, and after smashing the fragile rock wall into pieces, it continued to stir up thousands of waves on the lake surface, and penetrated the woods for more than 300 meters, frightening countless birds and beasts, and then slowly disappeared in the air. Standing at the source and looking straight at it, it is an extremely wide straight line that can already be called a road. You can see the end at a glance, and there is nothing blocking the road. In other words, anything that tried to block it had been shattered into pieces, leaving only hot and dry air. Sanji. Luffy let out a heartbreaking yell. In the face of absolutely powerful strength, even they who had just defeated the Baroque Huxia Society, still looked so weak. Sean. Where's Sanji? Nami and others were also stunned. At this moment, an unprecedented sadness of losing their companions surged into their hearts. Zoro looked at the few bubbles emerging from the lake surface, and his frown finally relaxed slightly. Fine. Chapter 11 Gunpowder Star. Wow. A head of golden hair appeared on the lake, followed by his iconic curly eyebrows, and soon, Sanji's face appeared in everyone's sight. Great, Sanji, he's fine. Seeing Sanji climb up from the lake, the hearts of the Straw Hats finally dropped a little. Ahem. After choking out the water he had accidentally inhaled into his lungs, Sanji finally regained his breath and looked at the deep ravines in the woods behind him with lingering fear. He did have the idea of forging ahead through the flames just now, but in the dark, he seemed to see a miserable future in which he would be burned up by the flames. Although it was only a moment that flashed through his mind, it was this moment that caused him to explode at an astonishing speed far beyond normal, and he hid under the lake in a critical moment of life and death. Are you saved? No, things haven't gotten better at all. Sanji looked at the tall figure standing quietly in front of him, and his heartstrings tightened again. In the face of the huge disparity in strength, even if everyone rushes forward, they are just moths flying into the flame, without any chance of survival. After thinking about this, his expression became unusually calm and he said, Hey, Usopp, you and Nami Chopper and the others go first, and Green Algae Head, you take Luffy away. Miss Robin, leave quickly. Leave this place to me. I can drag this guy to the port where the ship is parked. Go. I will meet you there. The gravel on the ground is rolling, stone chips are rustling down from the remaining walls, and the ripples on the lake have become calm. Under the moonlit sky, there was no more unnecessary movement on the earth. Don't want. The willful voice came from the young man's mouth, which was particularly loud in the silence. A straw hat was placed on his head, covering his eyes. Luffy. Sanji shouted. Kappa, didn't you hear clearly? The captain said, no. Zoro gave a cold smile. Since Luffy said it. Usopp gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, then I can't leave like this. Yeah. Chopper nodded heavily. I would be sorry if I couldn't draw a complete map of the world. Nami lowered his head in frustration, but quickly raised it again, his eyes full of determination, but there is something more important than my dream. I want to protect it. Although he knew this was the result, Sanji still stomped on the ground angrily. These idiots had no idea what kind of monster they were facing. Miss Robin. When he looked at Robin, the latter just shook his head slowly and calmly. One by one, they are all so stupid. Do we all have to die here? Sanji wanted to curse angrily, but he couldn't get the words out. He muttered, and finally turned into a shout of encouragement. Then, let's fight, you don't need to tell me. Zoro clenched his teeth and drew his sword, ready to strike. Advertisement, rubber. Machine gun. There was no need for any declaration, the hurried figure represented his attitude, and dense fists filled the sky in an instant. That's all right, let's play with you. Joel was smiling, and the excitement really sprouted from the bottom of his heart. It would be difficult for any time traveler to refuse a confrontation with the Straw Hats, even if he has spent a long time in this world. The cloak behind him moved automatically without wind, and was held in Joel's palm, covering his front. This soft black fabric is like an indestructible shield at this moment, with a bloody ancient aura, blocking all the fist shadows in the sky. Wow. But after hearing a soft sound, Joel calmly threw off his cloak, and immediately, countless fist shadows rolled out with Luffy's body. Luffy stumbled onto the ground and stood still, looking at his painful fist with doubt. Why? My fist clearly didn't touch the opponent, it was like hitting the air, but why did I feel pain? Isn't it rubber? 3 sword style, awesome needle. In the short gap created by Luffy, Zoro was already rushing forward like a mad bull, the 2 long knives in his hands clashing like horns. The thin and flexible cloak revealed the red lining, and it was raised only slightly like the red cloth of a bullfight, completely covering Zoro's figure. Cut. Zoro's face darkened, and his years of accumulated combat experience allowed him to change his moves instantly, and he moved his sword forward with both hands, as if to chop the cloak in front of him into pieces. The blade of the knife was only a small distance away from the cloak. However, as the knife expanded outward, the cloak also floated out, like 2 parallel lines that could never intersect. In an instant, the 2 of them passed by each other as if nothing happened. Only a black cloak fell gracefully like a curtain. Shoru. Shoot! In this flash of lightning, black footprints struck from the air behind him. He gathered all his strength into one kick and kicked Joel on the back of the neck. Sanji struck with all his strength, but Joel's head didn't turn at all, as if he didn't even bother to look back. Clang. However, just when Sanji thought he was going to hit the target, something unexpected happened. I saw Zoro holding the knife in both hands, completely blocking Sanji's offensive. He turned his hands, and then slashed two intersecting arcs in the air, knocking the latter away hard. Green algae head, you. What are you doing? Sanji stood up again and looked at the swordsman who betrayed him again with disbelief.
I was controlled by this guy. Zoro bit the word, Wado, in his mouth and said with difficulty. In the gap between him and Joel with their backs to each other, one could vaguely see filaments that seemed to be there or not, shining with a faint red light under the moonlight. Joel fiddled with the blood thread wrapped around his fingertips with interest, and Zoro slashed at Sanji step by step like a puppet. Hey, with so much strength, do you really want to chop me to death? Green algae head. You be asterisk 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 D curling your eyebrows, I told you, I was forced to do so. It looks more like public revenge. While the two were fighting, they started arguing again in an unharmonious manner. Advertisement. At this time, the skinny reindeer turned into a deer shape and ran fast. It jumped, stayed in the air, and then suddenly turned into a human shape, with its two hoofs joining together. Carved hoof. Sakura flower. Just when it was about to slam forward, the figure suddenly transformed into 5 shapes, forming a semicircle and surrounding Joel in the center. 5 hooves fell down at the same time. Joel flipped his fingers and slashed at Sanji. Zoro immediately withdrew his posture, flew over with a look of extreme displeasure, and turned into a human shield in front of Joel. Hey, Zoro. Chopper, who didn't react, screamed subconsciously. While he hurriedly retracted his strength, he also revealed his true body in several shadows. In an instant, an extremely invisible line of blood surged out, and the red light disappeared in the night. The attacks of the other reindeer penetrated Joel's body, but soon turned into small bursts of air and disappeared in the air. The real Chopper turned around and faced the Straw Hats, seemingly joining Joel's camp and becoming the second betrayer. It stood in front of Joel and looked at the navigator holding the Tiano rod in frustration. Nami, I'm sorry, I failed the Fantasy Fairy. This move named Fantasy Fairy was created by Nami. The phantom produced by hot and cold bubbles has the effect of interfering with the enemy's judgment. I thought that cooperating with Chopper's attack would cause the man to suffer more or less, but the result was. Not only did it not work at all, but Chopper was also involved. The navigator was also worried at this moment. Joel picked his ears and scanned the people in front of him lightly, as if to say. That's it. Damn it, it's so despicable. Let them go and fight me openly. Luffy made a righteous speech. He has such a huge advantage now, how could he let them go? Although she knew that her captain was always stubborn, Nami still couldn't help but complain. In an already disadvantageous situation, they also lost 2 combat forces. The opponent's methods were so unpredictable that there was no chance of victory at all. Except for Luffy, whose fighting spirit was still a little high, everyone else didn't know how to deal with it. Even Sanji, who considered himself the brains of the Straw Hats, was only thinking about how to remove the thread that controlled Zoro and Chopper. Must kill. Gunpowder star. Just a whoosh sound was heard, and a lead bullet was fired from a distance. Although it is fired from a slingshot, the power and rate of fire of lead bullets are no weaker than any bullet fired from the barrel of a gun. Joel tilted his head and easily dodged this harmless attack. He did not touch the lead bullet. Although it would not hurt him, the gunpowder smoke produced by the explosion would make his image less respectable. Hey, you were fooled by me. Because he was forced to use his broken hand to draw the bow, Usopp was already in pain and his face was pale at the moment, but he still showed a smile that showed that his plan had succeeded. This is not a gunpowder star, but a spinning pepper star. The lead bullet flew in the air for more than 10 meters in the dark night, then suddenly turned and rushed straight towards Joel. The gap between Zoro and Chopper. Bump. The gunpowder suddenly exploded. Chapter 12. I just want to clear the second game. The gunpowder exploded, and with a thunderous sound, the pungent red powder spread like smoke. Soon, the fire dimmed and the smoke and dust gradually settled. Cough, cough. Chopper and Zoro dodged the explosion in embarrassment, but they were still covering their mouths and noses, coughing violently, and the tears and snot on their faces were almost mixed together. And Joel had settled down 10 meters away from the explosion site, brushing the dust off his sleeves leisurely, not feeling angry at all for being messed with. Good job, Usopp. Although he had injured himself 1,000 times but not the enemy, Nami still excitedly patted the sniper on the shoulder. Gra. There seemed to be a crisp sound, and Usopp, who originally had a smile on his face, suddenly became stiff. He seemed to hear a sad cry from his injured arm bone. This time, I will definitely beat you away. Seeing that his friends had escaped safely, Luffy no longer had any scruples, clenched his fists loudly, and looked at Joel seriously. It's really interesting how you don't give up. Joel finally raised his eyes, and out of the corner of his eye took in the other people present who were ready to fight. I haven't seen guys with this kind of character for a long, long time. Your determination is worthy of my full strength, but. A strong and rich blood red aura suddenly spread out, pressing in all directions like a ring. The road on the ground began to crack from somewhere, the trunks of the lush trees were crushed, almost at right angles to the ground, and the turbulent earth coiling on the lake created layer after layer of huge waves. The price will be paid with lives. Joel looked indifferently at the young pirates who couldn't even stand upright under the Conqueror's haki, which was entwined with the fruit's ability. Why all this? Discordant sounds came in the wind. Although the blood vessels in his body felt like they were about to burst at any moment, Robin still chose to look directly at the man in front of him who exuded a terrifying aura. Dr. Clover said that Shui Tong is a man who follows his true heart. If you were him, why would you do something to wipe out hope, even if this hope is only slightly bright? Robin didn't take action from beginning to end because she knew from the beginning that this battle was meaningless. In that era when there was no concept of Emperor of the Sea, there was a man standing at the top of the world. Advertisement. Even if the world government quietly erases things related to that man, for those who care, his name will not be forgotten. Just like Shank's red hair and Newgate's whitebeard, the world gives them the most direct names based on their characteristics, and blood-red pupils symbolize the strongest legend of a certain era in the past. Destroying hope. Joel suddenly smiled, his aura suddenly dissipated. I'm not so unkind, I just want to let these little guys understand their weakness as soon as possible. Pirates are not just playing house. Everyone in the straw hats was silent. Not long ago, they were complacent about defeating the 7 warlords of the sea. Everyone was happily looking at the bounty on the bounty list. Zoro, who had always been self-disciplined, couldn't help but relax a little. He was hungover for several days, not to mention the subtle changes in other people's mentality. But at this moment, although the pressure on their bodies has been relieved, their hearts are inevitably a lot heavier. Even Luffy, who had always refused to admit defeat, did not offer any rebuttal. Certainly, Joel continued lazily, I have only completed 1 week of the game, and what I have achieved is just an ordinary normal ending. If I want to enter a truly perfect ending, I naturally have to collect more elements in the second game. Trigger more fulfillment conditions. Looking at the confused looks on everyone's faces, Joel did not give any explanation. You don't need to understand. I hope that next time we meet, you can become stronger and bring me more pleasure. Next time we meet, I will definitely not lose again. Luffy looked serious, his eyes full of determination. Joel turned around and left without making any response, just said calmly, Caribou, let's go. Somewhere on the ground, a swamp gradually changed from a 2-dimensional plane to a 3-dimensional one, turning into a human figure. The figure glanced at the straw hats, whose jaws almost dropped to the ground because of his appearance, hesitated for a few seconds, and then followed Joel's pace with tears streaming down his face. Who is this guy? When did he lurk here? Everyone looked confused. After Joel's figure disappeared from sight, Usopp carefully lowered his eyelids, stuck out his tongue very slightly, and made a face. What are you doing? Pretending to be great. Just a little bit. Chopper, do it with me too. Ah, should I do it too? Oh, is that so? The reindeer imitated the pattern. Yes, that's it. Chopper, you are very talented. What the hell, you be asterisk 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 D, there's no point in praising me. Chopper smiled happily. The two people's liveliness finally made the atmosphere less dull. Closing his eyes and thinking about the details of the battle just now, Zoro finally said. Advertisement. Indeed, if he really wants to kill us, he doesn't need to use that kind of large-scale attack or the kind of thread that controls the human body. It only takes a moment to defeat us. Sanji took out a cigarette with some frustration, but found that it was damp, so he reluctantly stuffed it back into his pocket, and turned to look at Robin in confusion. Miss Robin, why do you say, destroy hope? Who is this guy? Robin said slowly as if he was lost in memory. He is the man known as the Blood Eye, and he was the most dazzling light of that era more than 100 years ago. But many of his deeds and legends have not been handed down, and the existing rubbings of an ancient book only record the tip of the iceberg of his role in that major event. That volume records the legend that he climbed to Mariajoy alone, freed many slaves in the Holy Land, and then escaped unscathed. But since then, he quietly faded out of the stage of that era and disappeared without a trace. So I think such a man would not do meaningless things. Quote. Mariajoy, is it the place where God lives? Sanji looked at the sky calmly. Wow, God, is there really a God? Chopper looked at Sanji, then turned to Usopp. Usopp, you must know something. Yes, of course I know. God. Usopp touched his chin and racked his brains to imagine. So, he is a hero. Nami looked at Robin and remembered something that touched him. Robin said. I think he is. Zoro said. Then he should be 100 or 200 years old now. Why does he look so young? The incomprehensible things made everyone think. Hey, have you forgotten the giants we met in Little Garden before? They are all races with extremely long lifespans, so. Usopp's eyes suddenly widened, and he said solemnly, that guy is also a member of the giant family. Giants. The inexperienced reindeer's eyes widened and his expression froze, as if he was a little down because he couldn't accept this information. Is it related to the blood factor? Amid the noise of his companions, Sanji quietly meditated, and the new words he heard accidentally when he was young seemed to become familiar. Chapter 13 Koka's Life. The young man's clothes are fluttering, standing on the red line. The magnificent palace in front of you is magnificent, and the roof of the palace that reaches into the clouds symbolizes the supreme divine power, making the world look up in awe. In the firelight behind them, there are countless creatures, including humans. They have yellow faces, ragged clothes, and scars all over their bodies. They are running for their lives. Do you know that you are entering the territory of God? Do you know that what you are committing is blasphemy? Do you know that your sin deserves eternal death and will never be forgiven? A man and woman dressed in gorgeous clothes stood in front of the young man and yelled angrily. No need to say more, just take action. I want to see if the so-called divine punishment can do anything to me. The man's expression did not change, he just stood calmly. No one dared to step forward at this stop. On this day, the world was shaken. Joel rubbed his forehead. Perhaps he had been sleeping for too long, and some vague memories occasionally appeared in his mind without warning. It wasn't a fun memory, though. Ciao, Mr. Joel, are you okay? Caribou followed Joel with fear all the way. After witnessing a series of events caused by the seven-star sword, he felt even more the unfathomable strength of the adult in front of him. I'm afraid only the 7 warlords of the sea, no, only the emperors of the sea can rival him. As luck would have it, she escaped with the treasure in front of him and was captured afterwards. Regardless of how he found himself, the most important thing at the moment is what kind of punishment and guilt he will face. Caribou didn't dare to imagine or run away, and this feeling like a light on his back made him twist his body uncomfortably all the time. Joel didn't respond, or even look back at him. But the more this happened, the more panicked Caribou became. He watched Joel walk into a tavern in a coastal town and take out a barrel for him to take back to the ship. The sealed drum was sloshing with mysterious liquid, bumping in Caribou's hands, making his mind wander. Advertisement. Although there is no mark on the surface of the drum, the liquid inside cannot be ordinary wine, because there are more than 10 boxes of wine in the cabin of the Gulu. Those were drinks specially reserved by the pirate group he was a part of in order to boost morale. Wine, whiskey, ale, red wine, and all kinds of drinks were basically available. There was no reason for Joel to buy another barrel of wine, and more likely, it contained oil. If this is the case, I am afraid that the target of its use will undoubtedly be myself who is trying to escape. Caribou seemed to see himself being tied tightly with ropes, hanging on a hot oil pan, being burned by the red lotus karma fire, and making a miserable scream. Suddenly, he couldn't help but shudder and burst into tears. Father, your faithful believers will experience suffering. Please give us the gospel mercifully, and illuminate our confusion on the road ahead. He slowly stepped onto the deck and carefully put the barrel into the cabin. Caribou sat cross-legged on the wooden board in despair. After a while, he took out a wad of crumpled waste paper from his arms and slowly spread it out. The backs of 2 children, one fat and one thin, were scrawled on the waste paper. In front of them stood a kind-looking old woman, handing 2 lollipops to their hands at the same time. In the blank space of the waste paper, love piece is written. The moment he became a pirate, he decided to throw away this piece of paper, but in the end, he still couldn't bear it. Looking at the graffiti on the paper now, Caribou couldn't help but have a lot of thoughts. After an unknown amount of time, he finally came to his senses and wandered around the cabin for a while, before finally gritting his teeth and walking out of the cabin. You can't escape by running, you can't beat by fighting, you can only let others slaughter you. The cabin door opened and the dawn light fell slightly, and Caribou realized that the night had passed. On the deck, under the open sun umbrella, Joel was lying so calmly on the deck chair. Ciao. Caribou walked towards Joel. He originally planned that as long as he humbly begged for forgiveness, he might still survive. But the words were stuck in his throat, but he could no longer say them out, because he saw a goblet filled with some kind of dark red liquid on the small round table next to the lounge chair. That is, Caribou's mind was spinning rapidly. In just a few breaths, he thought of the most terrifying thing. The red to black liquid was human blood. This man who has released a bloody aura many times undoubtedly possesses some kind of demon fruit power related to blood. This means that he will probably need blood supplements. Advertisement. In other words, the barrel taken back from the tavern last night did not contain any oil, but a barrel of newly squeezed blood. Caribou's scalp suddenly became numb. He tried to recall everything related to the tavern he had seen last night, but found that he had been absent-minded because of worry and fear, so he did not pay much attention to the specific conditions of the tavern. The only impression I have is, the loud noise in the tavern at the beginning turned into a deathly silence at the end. Perhaps, everyone in that tavern was tortured painfully before death, and finally died of extremely tragic blood loss. Caribou's breathing became more and more rapid. He didn't care about the lives of those in the tavern, but he became more and more frightened when he thought that what he was about to receive next might be a bloodletting punishment that was more terrifying than boiling in oil. Disturbed. Joel raised his head and glanced at Caribou, picked up the goblet, sipped it slightly, and put a sliver of it into his throat. Plop. With just one look, Caribou felt his knees weaken, and he immediately knelt down and said with tears in his eyes, Master Joel, the villain just got lost on the island, and the villain has no intention of running away. Before Joel responded, he heard a passionate voice coming from the coast. Young man, how does it taste? It's the owner of that tavern. It's a taste I haven't tasted in a long time. It's very refreshing. I like it very much. Thank you. Joel put down his wine glass and raised his hand to greet the tavern owner with a smile. Ha ha ha, as long as you like it. The tavern owner laughed heartily. The ominous red moon suddenly disappeared last night. According to the astronomy spread by ancient arcas, this means that the island will have good fortune in the future. So, in order to celebrate this celestial phenomenon, the townspeople came to the tavern to hold banquets. Unlike those drinkers who came on their own initiative, Joel was invited when passing by. Although he politely declined, he still received the money brew, generously given by the boss. After the tavern owner left, Joel tilted his glass slightly and glanced at the frightened Caribou from the corner of his eye. Why, do you also want to drink Coke? Caribou stretched his neck forward. He was still confused as to why the tavern owner who was supposed to be tortured to death was still alive. When he heard Joel's words, he was suddenly excited. Ah. Coke. Yes. Joel raised the goblet in front of his eyes, shook it gently, and watched intently as the bubbles on the surface of the liquid continued to rise, with a hint of sharpness inadvertently revealed between his teeth. Coke is life. Chapter 14 Green Blood Test. New World. This is the second half of the Grand Line known as the Pirate Graveyard. In the New World, there is a laboratory on Dantu Island, an island stationed by the Marine Scientific Research Force. Vegapunk, who has many titles such as, has the world's best brain, and, leads the world in technology for 500 years, is currently carefully observing the samples in the sealed container. It was a mass of liquid the size of a finger cap, which seemed to have a deep black color due to being stored for a long time. Inside the liquid, a faint emerald green light shone like the rhythm of a heartbeat. Did this set of samples react? Along with the crisp footsteps, a calm voice came from behind. It was one of Vegapunk's 6 clones, 01, who represents integrity, Shakia. I didn't expect it. It seems that the factor in the sample was awakened. Vegapunk nodded seriously. The sample belongs to that guy. Shakia wore a helmet on his face, so his expression could not be seen clearly, but there was a hint of emotion in his tone. It can only be him. After all, even if he eats the same devil fruit, the current demon fruit power cannot crack the ability of the previous Esper. This is also the strangeness of devil fruit's ability. Vegapunk nodded. Shakia said. So, after disappearing 100 years ago, has he resurrected now? The statement of resurrection is really too loose. Vegapunk corrected Shakia's wording. To be precise, just as this factor has remained dormant, I guess he did not die back then, but fell into some kind of deep sleep. Even if it is just a deep sleep, it is still unimaginable that it can survive such a long time. I am afraid that only the giant family can have a vitality that spans 100 years. Shakia said. Of course, this is just speculation. There is no need to get too entangled in it until there is no factual support. Vegapunk turned around and said, by the way, how is the progress of PX1 being improved? All indicators have basically passed the test and are ready for mass production. Really, Vegapunk is a bit cautious. I hope that its appearance will eliminate more evil-doing pirates and bring peace to the world. Let's name it pacifist. It will definitely happen. This is what we have always insisted on. Shakia said firmly. Advertisement. But, Vegapunk once again turned its attention to the liquid that was faintly emitting green light from its core. Pacifist is just the beginning. This initial blood factor sample is the focus of our next experiment. Perhaps it can become the perfect carrier to carry the capabilities of Devil Fruit, taking the performance of the PX model even further. Quote. Shakia pondered for a few seconds and looked at Vegapunk. The basic conditions have been met, so should we start the experiment? It's time to begin. Vegapunk said one word at a time, the green blood experiment. Comma. Only then did Joel remember that the record pointer for the first half of the Grand Line was different from the second half. He had only remembered that the record pointer for New World would point to 3 routes, so he asked Caribou to choose the middle route. But the recording pointer in the first half of the Grand Line does not need to be so troublesome at all, because it only has one route, so you only need to follow the direction of the pointer. Of course, he doesn't really need to worry about this matter, and he's not in a hurry to go anywhere. After all, the accidental scenery on the journey can also make him happy. As for Caribou's thoughts, he never cared about it. Whether it was betrayal or escape, he didn't care. It's like a newborn baby waving its fingers, trying to prevent others from approaching. In the eyes of adults, this behavior is undoubtedly weak and funny. Everything Caribou did, perhaps in his own eyes, was a perfect combination of strategy and action. But in Joel's eyes, it didn't make any sense. One of his 2 major hobbies now is drinking a cup of Coke that he unexpectedly got from the tavern owner. After all, if no one mentioned it, he who had just woken up from a century-old sleep would not be able to remember that there was such a good thing. Another interest is to feel the blood mark of the 7-star sword in the body. This blood mark is like Yuzu who has been wandering for many years and returns home. It cannot adapt to the body in a short period of time, and the many pheromones stored in the blood mark cannot be released. Of course, this treasure is already in his body, and it will only be a matter of time before he can seize it. Joel is not in a hurry. Caribou wiped the deck with a rag. When he occasionally got up, he would take out the telescope on his waist and look at the situation on the sea in the distance. And soon, he was non-stop adjusting the direction of the rudder according to the recording pointer, and then doing the hard work of raising and lowering the sail. Almost all his free time was used to the fullest, which was in sharp contrast to Joel who was leisurely reading a book. But the harder he worked, the more uncomfortable he became. Why didn't I receive any punishment? Advertisement. What kind of cruel plan is this adult planning? He thought. Since he can't escape this ordeal, it's better to come as soon as possible, so that he doesn't have to suffer like this. He once looked at Joel expectantly, hoping that the latter would torture him happily, but there was no response. Gradually, his heart grew cold. Caribou walked slowly into his room, carefully took out a permanent pointer from the package, hesitated for a moment, and then replaced the record pointer on his wrist. This is a permanent pointer recording his hometown Terai. He originally planned to make a name for himself before returning home in glory, but now, if he doesn't go back, perhaps, there will never be such an opportunity again. If you sleep with a tiger, you will lose your life one day. The seagull spread its wings against the calm sea surface, and when it was about to catch prey, it suddenly flapped its wings in panic and flew away. A marine-style warship broke through the sea waves and came from far and near. The artillery pushed onto the deck. Boom, fired shells forward, completely breaking the calm at the moment. Standing on the deck was a man wearing a marine cloak. He wore a pair of black sunglasses on his face and had a scar on his right cheek that extended from his forehead to his chin. You know what we're going to do to get these little rats from the East Blue to Dele's Island, Captain. Looking at the pirate ship scurrying in front of him like headless flies, the corners of his mouth gradually curved. I'll control the heat, Colonel Barron. Captain Marine, who had a pointed mouth and monkey cheeks, let out a lewd chuckle. As a confidant, he quickly understood the colonel's intention. Everyone listened to the order, fire concentrated fire at 45 degrees to the left. As the order was issued, the continuous sound of cannon fodder became even more deafening. The chased pirate ship was like a rootless duckweed, constantly heaving in the huge waves splashed by the cannonballs. On the deck, a heavily armed man with a gloomy expression crushed the railings on the side of the ship and said in a deep voice. Agent, what do you want to do next? Chapter 15 Admiral Krieg. The one who spoke was the former overlord of East Blue, the pirate Krieg who called himself Admiral. Ever since he was defeated by Straw Hat Luffy in the sea restaurant Barati, his prestige has plummeted, and many of his pirates have fled and dispersed. And he has been unable to recover since then. Finally, under a Jin's persuasion, he came up with the idea of making a comeback again. After plundering a pirate ship, he and his men left the tiny East Blue and came to the Grand Line. But the brutality on the Grand Line is far from comparable to the quiet and peaceful East Blue. There are dangers everywhere here, whether it's the unpredictable and weird weather or the marine chasing after him, it really makes him suffer a lot. These days, he hasn't even had a good night's sleep. And the source of all this is the B******************** D who instigated him to step into the Grand Line again, Ah Jin. There seems to be an island in the sea fog ahead. Captain Krieg, let's hide there, ahem. There was a slight dark purple color on Ajin's cheeks, and he coughed in his mouth. While at a restaurant on the sea that day, he inhaled the MH5 gas released by Krieg. Although he miraculously survived with his extremely tenacious vitality, over time, the poisonous gas in his body spread irreversibly and began to damage his body. Now, his cardiopulmonary function has also been severely affected, and other body functions are also worse than before. Krieg frowned, covered his mouth and nose and walked away in disgust. He didn't want to be exposed to the poisonous gas exhaled by Ah Jin. If he hadn't had no pirates available, he would have thrown this sick guy into the sea. But even if he didn't do this, he still didn't bother to hide his true inner thoughts. Ah Jin also lowered his head knowingly and took 2 steps back. Okay, you notify us and let the helmsman rush towards the sea fog at full speed. We still have a chance to deal with those D Marines. Krieg waved his hand, telling Ah Jin to step back, and then he looked at the marine warship with cold eyes. Regardless of the depth and size of the ship, or the density of artillery shells, it can be seen that the rank of the commander on the warship will never be low. But why didn't that warship pursue the more powerful pirates, but instead pursued its own featureless, small boat? Krieg couldn't understand, but he didn't panic. Although there is no way to fight with the opponent in a naval battle, as long as you reach the land. He is confident that he can torture the other party to death by relying on his strange strength and various means. Advertisement. Moreover, the most important thing is that this fully equipped standard warship will also be able to be used by him. You will soon know who is the prey. Krieg sneered. The pirate ship almost approached the island smoothly. To be precise, it was more like being driven to the island, because as long as it changed direction, the cannonball would hit the hull with incomparable accuracy and tear a piece of the hull apart. In this case, there is no choice. When the pirate ship was about 1 kilometer away from the shore, the shells suddenly became extremely dense. Tons of firepower poured down, completely covering the entire pirate ship. In just a few blinks, the entire hull was riddled with holes and was on the verge of collapse. Jump off the ship! Jump off the ship! I don't know who shouted first. The pirates immediately jumped off the deck in fear and swam to the nearby coast. Looking back at the pirate ship that was about to disintegrate, it had sunk into the sea, with only the mast still exposed. Krieg climbed ashore in embarrassment, wiped the water stains from his face, and looked at the approaching warship with a gloomy expression. Line up! Get off the boat! With a sharp shout, the Marines trotted down the ship's ladder, quickly landed on the shore, formed a team, and raised their weapons towards the pirates who were kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath. Yes, you are such a stubborn mouse. You haven't escaped yet. Do you want to resist? After saying this, the team retreated to both sides like waves, and Colonel Barron of the naval headquarters, wearing a cape, walked out slowly. Krieg suddenly smiled sinisterly and said, "When I was in East Blue, I also killed a lot of Marines. It's just the weakest East Blue." Barron showed no sign of being angry at all and just sneered. "I didn't expect that idiot smoker couldn't even guard the door well and let a bunch of rats escape." "Lord Barron, Smoker Commodore has left Logue Town some time ago, and now he has been transferred back from the branch with the approval of the headquarters. Before Captain Marine finished speaking, Baron's expression suddenly changed. Commodore. When did that idiot get promoted? It's the 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted. Idiots, you don't take me seriously. Advertisement. Krieg suddenly burst into action, and his cunning and ruthlessness honed over many years in East Blue allowed him to quickly seize this opportunity to attack. He put his hands behind his back, quickly took out a huge axe, rounded it up and hit Baron on the head. He was confident that this heavy axe, with the help of his extraordinary strength, could chop the opponent from the top of the sky to the sole of the foot. Even if the sneak attack couldn't kill the opponent on the spot, he still had backup options. Careful, Lord Balin, the captain screamed. Annoying rat. Baron's face was slightly angry, and he did not retreat at all. Instead, he faced him. He caught the giant axe with one hand covering armament hockey, and punched Krieg in the abdomen with the other hand. The powerful and heavy blow was like the collision of a warship. Krieg suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his body suddenly flew upside down for dozens of meters like a cooked shrimp. Lord Krieg. The surrounding pirates watched with trembling bodies as the captain was easily defeated, and the fear of being destroyed by the Straw Hat Pirates once again came to their hearts. A-hole. B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He thought that his extraordinary strength was unparalleled, but he repeatedly ran into obstacles in this sea and was useless. For a time, even the psychological defense line was completely defeated, and there was no longer any thought of resistance. Akin. Stop them. He growled, then stood up and ran away without looking back, leaving only a figure like a bereaved dog. Want to run? Fire. The captain laughed evilly, raised his right hand, and countless black gun barrels were aimed at Krieg's back, and the sound of bullets was immediately heard. Clang, clang, clang. The crutches with the iron balls attached to them were just hanging in the air, knocking down all the bullets. Ah Jin lowered his eyes and didn't say a word. He just stood upright, like an invisible dividing line, separating the marine in front of him and the captain behind him into two worlds. Lord Baron, the little mouse escaped, is it okay? The captain asked. It doesn't matter. If it leaks, it leaks. There's no rush to close the net now. Baron just looked at the scene in front of him calmly, then looked sideways and said, by the way, Captain, you just said, how did that idiot smoker become the Commodore? Chapter 16 Love and Peace. Caribou stood at the bow of the boat, entranced. From early morning to now, he has only been busy for 6 hours, but since the beginning, he has taken a full 4 minutes of leisure. Although I was a little worried about whether my rest time was too long, I still couldn't help but look towards the end of my field of vision. This was his first time to go to sea. He originally thought that after leaving the place where he was restrained, his life would be extremely free and beautiful. But in fact, every time he encountered difficulties, what made him persevere were the guys he hated, his brother Crib and the old woman who always liked to talk about love and peace. A distinct marine flag gradually appeared at the end of the field of vision. Where the flag stands is a huge fortress with the words, G46, clearly engraved on the rampart. Caribou's brows couldn't help but twitch, and he felt panicked. That must be the infamous marine branch on Terai Island. He suddenly realized something, and quickly turned the rudder to the right, and lowered the sail with the skull painted on it. After avoiding the G46 branch, he breathed a sigh of relief, and his mood immediately improved a lot. Talay Island should not be far away. Ah Jin hid in the shadow of the wall. The situation that he imagined that the Marines would pursue him did not happen. He even didn't understand why the Marines allowed them to flee in pieces on this island yesterday. But there was no reason for him to dwell on this matter. He only had one purpose now, to find the missing Captain Krieg. But after firming up his goal, he felt a little hesitant. Is this man who has abandoned his beliefs and ambitions really worth looking for? But if there is no such man, then, what is the meaning of my existence? How should I spend the rest of my life? The sound of slight footsteps suddenly brought Ah Jin back from his thoughts. He leaned down warily, put his crutches in his hands, and looked away. We suspect someone is hiding pirates, everyone open the door now. The Marines strode into the village. The elderly village chief and a group of villagers hurriedly greeted them, but they were pushed down by the leader, Sergeant Marine. Go in and search. Advertisement. Following an order, the soldiers filed in through the door, followed by the sound of broken pots and pans. Sir, I found some stolen goods from pirates. The soldiers walked out with scattered gold, silver, jewelry and stacks of Baileys. Sir, that is the money we have worked hard to save over the past few years. It is life-saving money for the medical treatment of our children. It is not some pirates' stolen goods. The young couple cried with tears in their eyes and almost fell to their knees. Yes, sir, they are all dutiful people in the village, how could they be related to pirates? The village chief endured the pain, stood up quickly, and forced a smile. Now the island is full of escaping pirates. We, Marine, must strictly investigate and handle things without any mercy. Or, you have colluded with pirates, so you are hindering Marine from doing things. The captain squinted at the village chief, who swallowed and did not dare to answer. Confiscate everything. The captain glanced around at the more and more villagers gathered around him and waved his hand. Sir, our child is seriously ill. The doctor in the town said that he can only operate on him if he gets the money. These are really not pirate stolen goods. Please, give us this money back. Quote. The woman shouted with tears in her eyes. The captain frowned. Colonel. The more the captain looks at you now, the more he feels like you are an accomplice of a pirate. Do you want to be put in prison? The naked threat made the husband's face change, and he quickly covered the woman's mouth. He couldn't help but shed tears, but he never dared to make any sound. Go to the next store and search. The captain raised his eyes and glanced around, then spoke generously. Everyone here is suspected of harboring pirates. In order to prevent innocent people from being implicated, and at the same time to prove your own innocence, please cooperate with Marine honestly. Action. Looking at the surrounding villagers who were gritting their teeth and dared not speak out, he was very satisfied. Give them the money. Back. Following the voice, a worn-out slipper flew across the air, leaving a red shoe mark on the captain's face before slowly sliding off. He sniffed it subconsciously, and it smelled like old wine. Who is it? That B****************. D. The captain shouted angrily. The old woman with hair like octopus tentacles spread out into 7 or 8 groups came out. You guys who are misbehaving, in the name of Marine, are doing things even worse than pirates. Sooner or later, you will go to hell. Advertisement. The corners of the captain's eyes twitched slightly. Where are you, stupid old woman? Are you already impatient with life? We have endured it for too long. We just want to live peacefully, but countless facts tell us. The old woman looked at the surrounding villagers and shouted at the top of her lungs. Although she was out of breath, she did not stop talking at all. Whether it is love or peace, it is never dependent on others' charity, but earned by oneself. The surrounding villagers were shocked. This was not the first time this happened. Since Baron served as the base commander of the G46 branch, the Marines of this group will use various reasons to plunder the wealth they have accumulated every few years. Then, the Marines would hypocritically distribute some shriveled seeds and expired food to them as compensation, telling them that there is hope only if they are alive. In this case, everyone unanimously chose silence because they knew that if they resisted, they would be labeled as pirates. Year after year, it goes like this. The old woman's words undoubtedly touched their heartstrings. Do we have to live in such numbness forever? Have you always succumbed to power? You talk too much. The captain glanced at the villagers who were about to move, immediately pulled out the buckshot gun from his waist, and fired without any hesitation. Boom. The bullet flew out, splashing blood. The old woman fell to the ground, and the blood from the abdominal wound formed a pool of blood on the ground. The villagers stood there tremblingly, lowering their heads cowardly without saying a word. Maybe, not everyone can be changed. The old woman still smiled. She still remembered that sunny afternoon, when she was only 5 years old and still wearing braids, looking at such a handsome boy who defeated a pirate group of hundreds of people with just one person. The light radiating from his body seemed to be more dazzling and hotter than the afternoon sun. Before he left, he did not ask for any reward, nor did he mention his name or deeds. He only left one sentence. But those words will stick with me for the rest of my life. He said, love and peace do not rely on charity from others, but must be earned by oneself. Chapter 17. Spend some useless youth. After another day of sailing, the guru finally arrived at Dele Island. When Caribou saw that Joel was still lying lazily, with no intention of taking responsibility, Caribou's heart dropped a little. At this moment, he had no intention of trying to figure out what this adult was thinking. The feeling of returning home after a long absence had already filled his heart. Unfortunately, this good mood did not last long. The standard warships moored at the port and the marine station there made him realize something was wrong. The familiar depressive atmosphere in the town was like a dark cloud, covering the clear sky in his heart. He got off the boat and walked quickly towards the village. It's urgent. Joel stood up and leaned against the railing of the boat, looking sideways at Caribou's back indifferently, then stretched, got off the boat, and walked toward the town. Marine soldiers are constantly patrolling the streets of the town. Occasionally, there were loud shouts and curses at the end of the alley. If you glanced at it, you could probably see a circle of Marines beating a man, like. Street gangsters are extorting money. Pedestrians came and went in a hurry, but no one paid attention. Joel continued walking without any interest, admiring the architectural style and street layout around him. On the fountain square in the town street, there is a huge human statue 7 or 8 meters high. He was a high-spirited young man, wearing a cloak, with his slender and straight body wrapped under the cloak. At first glance, he looked quite majestic. But if you look closely, you can find that the carefully carved lines and streamlines have been worn away over time. Under the statue, townspeople pay homage from time to time. Joel touched his chin. The statue looked a bit like himself, but it was only similar in appearance. He didn't remember that he had ever shown that attitude of wanting to protect everything. He is not such a boring person. Wandering into a tavern, the original noise turned into silence as soon as the tavern door was opened. Everyone's eyes were on him at this moment. Of course, this is not his fault. With his outstanding physique and height of nearly 2 and 3 meters, he is still very rare even on the entire island. Not to mention the lazy but very luxurious temperament displayed by Joel's movements, which did not look like someone who would come to this civilian pub to drink. But he just sat down at the bar and ordered a drink quietly. Boss, a glass of iced Coke. The tavern owner was obviously stunned and seemed a little confused, but he still pushed over a glass of iced Coke. Soon, the surrounding eyes dispersed, and the sound became noisy again. Have you heard that someone died in the village to the west yesterday, and there was a big fuss? Is it the good deeds of those G46 branch bastards again? It's them. Those bastards also captured a pirate accomplice in the village. I heard that he was imprisoned in the town's jail. Today he will be taken to the square and executed in public. Anyone who resists them will be regarded as a fellow pirate. Marines are a bunch of G bastards. Drunken mantras mixed with anger and complaints came one after another, while at the bar, a man sat silently, quickly eating the egg fried rice in front of him. Boss, have another bowl. Advertisement. Joel looked sideways slightly. The man was wearing a gray and blue striped turban on his head, and his cheeks were a faint black-purple color. It seemed that his complexion was extremely poor because he had not slept effectively for a long time. You don't have long to live. Joel put down his wine glass and said calmly. Yeah, you can see it too. Ah Jin's tone did not fluctuate at all, and he continued to bury his face deeply into the basin-sized bowl, as if this was just a trivial matter. Won't you be sad about death? Not upset. He answered very difficultly, but also very easily. Don't you even have the thought of surviving? Joel found it interesting. Are you alive? Ah Jin held the rice spoon in the air for a long time, seeming to be thinking about something, but soon buried his face again and continued to wolf down. It doesn't matter anymore, I just want to regain my strength now. The toxins in your physical strength can be removed. I asked the doctor and he said I was terminally ill. Do you choose to believe me or the doctor? Ah Jin finally turned around and looked silently at the elegant man at the bar. Not only did the doctor say there was no cure, he himself also clearly felt that every early morning, there was an indescribable cramping pain in his internal organs. Moreover, as long as you exercise a little, your heart will beat violently and your whole body will sweat. And these are undoubtedly the characteristics of life weakening and entering death. But, the little luck left in his heart kept him from speaking. He looked at Joel's handsome profile, trying to see some clues from the latter's expression, but he couldn't see anything. This must be a joke. He thought. Bang. The door of the tavern was pushed open very roughly, and the marine soldiers filed in with muskets raised, and instantly surrounded everyone in the tavern. Captain, I saw that pirate enter this tavern with my own eyes. A soldier whispered. Captain Marine shouted shrilly. Everyone leans against the wall and raises their hands. Anyone who doesn't do this will be considered a fellow pirate. A rustling sound quickly came from the tavern, and the residents who had been yelling angrily just now quickly leaned against the wall. Then you two are pirates. The captain's pair of triangular eyes took in everything in the tavern. Joel turned a blind eye and shook the wine glass, while Akin suddenly stood up. This move also scared the soldiers and quickly pointed the barrel of their gun at him. As Captain Krieg in your hands. Ah Jin raised his eyes, and the crutches hidden under his wrists glowed coldly. Krieg's overestimating idiot. Yes, he will be sent to the execution stand at noon today, and will be executed by Lord Baron himself at that time. Squeak. The captain gave a peculiar laugh. Ah Jin looked at the other person. I remembered. I should have seen you in East Blue. Your name was Tiger. No, Mouse, right. Advertisement. GG. As expected of the Ghost Man agent, he also knows my name. If it were East Blue, I wouldn't kill you dirty pirates. Unfortunately, this is the Grand Line, Lord Baron's G46 branch. Even if you get close to me, I won't be able to keep you alive. Quote. The captain laughed strangely. He was the former Colonel Mouse of the East Blue 16 branch. After the Fish Man Dragon was arrested, Marine senior officials sent someone to intervene in the matter. Following the accusations from the Kokoyasi villagers, he was quickly suspended for investigation. At the critical moment when he was about to be sent to a military court, his old leader, Colonel Baron, saved him and allowed him to get out of the quagmire of the incident. Although he lost the power of colonel of the branch, he still retained the rank of captain of the headquarters. Of course, the two statuses are essentially equal. In order to prevent the Fish Man Dragon from revealing the conspiracy between the two, under Baron's operation, the dragon was escorted from East Blue's branch prison to Impel Prison, where no one can escape. As for why Baron has such power to operate this matter, it is simply because he is the disciple of Marine Chief Instructor and former Marine Admiral Zephyr. The investigators sent by the headquarters did not want to offend the complex network of relationships under Zephyr's education system, so they turned a blind eye and let it go. Of course, the mouse would be saved by Balan because he had never stopped paying tribute to Balan with the captured treasures over the years. Moreover, because Balan liked to call others mice contemptuously, he changed his title to rat, without hesitation to show his loyalty. All of this led to his current impunity. I don't mean to get close, I'm just wondering if I can exchange you for Captain Krieg. Ah Jin said bluntly. As soon as he finished speaking, before he could respond, the iron crutch in his right hand flew out instantly, turning into an afterimage and embedding itself in the wooden door next to Captain Mouse. At the same time, he burst out with an astonishing speed, using the iron crutch to separate the marine team, and directly took the enemy's head. With one movement, he was close to the mouse in an instant. If nothing else happened, the Marines would not have time to react. But this amazing explosive power also put a huge load on his weakened heart and lungs. His heart seemed to be tightly grasped by invisible hands, and the severe pain caused his steps and movements to deform involuntarily. It was this kind of accident that made the Marines come back to their senses in shock. They swarmed forward and surrounded Agent in the center like a tide. Although they were knocked down one after another, they would quickly make up for it one after another, exhausting the latter's little physical strength. After nearly 100 soldiers lay scattered on the ground, Jin retreated almost fainting, feeling like he was about to suffocate. The insufficient supply of chi and blood made his face paler than a corpse that had been dead for 3 days. GG. Captain Mouse looked at the pirate who broke out from East Blue and sneered. Even though the situation didn't look good, he knew he still had the upper hand. Because behind him, there are hundreds of well-armed soldiers on standby. Can a pirate fight 100 well-trained soldiers? Even if he can fight 100, can he fight 200 or 300? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How about it? Joel looked at everything in front of him lazily. Do you want to believe me? Then, what's the price? Agent let out a long breath. The price is. A dangerous smile appeared on the corner of Joel's mouth. Just give up some of your useless youth. Chapter 18 That year. The village was in shambles. Caribou almost ran all the way back home. Perhaps, this place will never be called home again. There were traces of looting everywhere in the house. Tables and chairs were lying upside down. The family photo of the 3 of them was also beaten to pieces. Crib, old woman, he shouted anxiously, but no one in the room responded. What's going on? What's going on? Carib frantically grabbed everyone he passed, but everyone remained silent with heavy faces. Aunt Sally was killed by Marine, and we buried her outside the village. Crib was also captured by Marine because he made a big fuss. I heard that he will be publicly executed in the town square at noon today. The village chief, who was nearly 90 years old, closed his eyes and sighed. Like a bolt from the blue, Caribou's entire mind went blank, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Finally, he came out of his trance. Take me to the old woman's grave. The tone was calm, but inexplicably, the surrounding villagers felt a chill. The old village chief and several villagers took Caribou to the outside of the village, and then stood in the distance without saying a word, letting Caribou stagger to the simple grave alone and sit on the ground. Hey, did you die too early, old woman? He really wanted to say this, but when the words came to his lips, they turned into a whisper. It will be very lonely when you go to heaven alone. That old woman who always loves to preach. The old woman who would hold herself and her brother up, one on the left and the other on the right. The old woman who smiles with only 2 teeth left. Caribou wiped away the tears that he couldn't stop. He didn't understand why a guy he clearly didn't like that much made him shed tears. That winter was not cold, but it rained heavily and thundered. He took Crib, who was curled up in a ball, and knocked on the door from door to door. When all the villagers saw the 2 of them, they chose to close the door tightly. Only the old woman took them into the house without hesitation, dried them and changed their clothes. It was that time that Crib, who had a fever, burned out his brain. But after that, they lived together. Advertisement. Later, he asked, why? Why did you choose to take them in? The old woman said with a smile, because of love. He didn't understand that even Crib only thought it was a tool that might be able to help him. But he didn't know when he started to be jealous of a tool, because the old woman would give more good things to Crib every time, and then she taught him earnestly, my brother is stupid, so I must take good care of him. Brother. The family atmosphere that made him extremely unhappy finally drove him to board a pirate ship and leave this somewhat boring island. But I came back to my senses. That little noise in the tranquility is what he wants to catch now, but he can no longer catch it. Old woman, don't worry, I will rescue Crib. Caribou wiped away his tears, carefully took the scribbled paper back into his arms, and stood up sadly. Caribou, those people are Marines. Even if you go there now, you will just die in vain. The old village chief sighed again. I won't die, I am no longer who I was before. Layers of brown mud gushed out from Caribou's body, and his words kept falling, covering the traces of his slow walking like heavy tears. Marine soldiers lined up like a long line on the street, escorting the pirates towards the execution platform in the center of the town. When pedestrians saw this, they fled away in fear of avoiding him. Colonel Barron, the base commander of the G-46 branch responsible for maintaining order on the 4 surrounding islands, walked at the front of the team and watched with relish as the civilians scattered like mice after seeing cats. Enjoying the fear and submission of weak people is the power this piece of clothing gives him, but this is not his entire understanding of power. In his eyes, the purpose of power is to amass wealth. Drive the pirate ship to a nearby island and sink the pirate ship before the pirates land on the island. Baron is very satisfied that he can come up with this method and put it into action. What seems like an ordinary operation actually contains a mystery. First of all, this approach cut off the pirates' desire to leave the island in a short time, leaving them trapped on the island. And when this group of pirates caused a commotion, Marine could quickly plunder the wealth accumulated by civilians in the name of eradicating the pirates. Of course, it doesn't matter whether the pirates have been completely wiped out, because the threat of pirates is precisely the meaning of Marine's existence. Secondly, it is to establish prestige. Advertisement. Why do the civilians still dare not resist even though they know his purpose? This is precisely because he is powerful enough. No matter how notorious a pirate he is, anyone who encounters him will eventually be sent to the execution platform and publicly executed in full view of the public. The prestige accumulated over the years naturally makes the weak civilians dare not act rashly. At the same time, in this turbulent era of great pirates, his many achievements are obvious to all. Without touching the bottom line, the headquarters also chose to indulge him. This is also the reason why Baron has been able to sit firmly as the head of the G46 branch for so many years. Report to Lord Baron. The soldier holding the phone bug came forward and said, the captain's phone bug can't make calls. How come you can't even do this little thing well? Balan frowned. He originally kept the rat because he cherished its ability to make money. With such a pair of white gloves, he no longer had to do many things himself and could just leave them to the other party. Keep dialing until he answers. Baron said, turning around and looking down at the escorted prison van. It seemed that some mice had jumped out again. Comma. Puff, 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 puff. The trembling phone bug huddled in a corner, but still kept ringing. Also shivering was Captain Mouse, who fell to the ground. Mouse couldn't believe it. Hundreds of well-armed marine soldiers were like harvested rice, falling in pieces as the ghost man Jin continued to roam. Even the fish man dragon cannot do such a thing. But what's even more terrifying is the man who has been sitting on the seat from beginning to end. The mouse swallowed in fear. The shocking scene just now was still vivid in his mind. The nails on the man's fingers seemed to have stretched, and they pierced directly into the abdomen of Ghost Man Agent. Then, a Jin's black hair turned into pale hair in an instant. Although there were no obvious wrinkles on his face, everyone could see that he had become much older. However, this aging did not make him weaker, but instead gave him the amazing power to defeat the marine troops. Although the man never took action, he still easily turned the whole situation around. Who is he? The mouse thought absent-mindedly. Chapter 19 Life Factor. Joel touched his chin and looked at the work in front of him with interest. Did you take away my youth? Agent sat on the ground, and the iron crutch pressed against Captain Mouse's neck, preventing him from moving at all. He looked back at Joel, obviously having a clear understanding of the changes in his body. No, I didn't do that. I just stimulated the rapid secretion of hormones and the massive production of immune cells in your body, allowing you to heal yourself. You know, the limits of the human body are far more exaggerated than you think. Quote. Joel explained generously, of course, your current physical condition is probably in your 40s or 50s. This is also the price of fishing for the best. There is a mysterious life factor in the blood of the human body. Only in critical moments, it will continuously circulate in blood vessels, regulate and accelerate the secretion of corresponding hormones by various organs in the body, and repair itself by various tissues of the human body. This is also the reason why people in the One Piece world have extraordinary physiques. 100 years ago, Joel conducted in-depth development of the fruit abilities related to it. Even Ajin's symptoms, which have reached his heart and lungs, can be cured by severely depleting his own life factors in a short period of time. However, the total amount of this life factor in the human body will vary from person to person, and it will not change from birth, and is usually non-renewable. This is why some people are disease-free and invincible when they are young, but when they are old, they are plagued by illnesses and hang on hanging bottles all day long. It is precisely because of the exhaustion of life factors. I see, but I'm already satisfied. Ajin bowed solemnly to Joel. I will repay this kindness after I finish the next thing. Repay the favor. From the beginning, Joel did it out of temporary interest rather than seeking this small reward. But, he chuckled and said, that's not bad. Let me wait and see how far you can go in the future. Caribou went straight to the central square of the town without taking any long detours. The execution platform was empty, so he sat on it and rested his chin with his fingers interlocked. He has calmed down a lot. Anger will not make him stronger. He was thinking about what level his strength was. If the opponent was Lord Joel, even 100 of himself would be defeated easily. But there should be no one in this world who is stronger than Lord Joel. So, how many naval headquarters colonels can Lord Joel fight? Advertisement. Caribou continued to calculate Joel, the only person he had ever fought with in actual combat, as a standard for combat power. There should be more than 100. After a brief brainstorming, Caribou suddenly came to a conclusion: he was stronger than Colonel Naval Headquarters. While thinking with such determination, he saw Marine's team. I saw the younger brother who had burned out his brain and was favored by the old woman because of it, lying in a prison car with bruises all over his body. Stupid brother, you must have been caught to protect the old woman. It's not in vain that she has always favored you. Caribou muttered. Elder brother. Crib recognized the figure sitting on the execution platform at a glance. It was his brother Caribou, whom he had not seen for a month and missed him terribly. Hey hey, he smiled, with a hint of tears, and shouted, I knew my brother would definitely come to save me. What a stupid brother, you exposed my identity like this, forget it. Then let me, Lord Caribou, make a shining debut. Caribou jumped down and landed gorgeously in the flow of loose robes. If it weren't for his poor image and temperament, this would be enough to be called a protagonist-like appearance. Balan, who was looking straight ahead, stopped and felt the fearful gazes coming from the surrounding streets and alleys from time to time. Then he locked his eyes on Caribou and slowly revealed a cruel smile. The appearance of a mouse means there is another nest of mice, but that's okay. He waved his hand, and the team quickly dispersed, surrounding the entire square. Then he raised his hand and pointed, attack. Yes. The soldiers held muskets and pulled the triggers on the figure under the execution platform. Bang bang bang. The dense bullets exploded Caribou's body into a puff of viscous liquid, and it was suddenly riddled with holes. Looking through these holes, one can even have a clear view of the scenery behind him. Wah! What? The soldiers' eyes widened and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Although the intelligence and information available on the Grand Line is far more than in the world, this is the first time they have seen this magical power. Idiots. Try Lord Caribou's suffocating bombs. Advertisement. Before they could react, Caribou smiled coldly, and the mud ball in his hand broke into pieces and shot out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, one after another soldiers were covered in thick mud. They dropped their firearms and tried to use their hands to pull out the mud that made them unable to breathe, but they found that there seemed to be a bottomless suction force in the mud, which sucked their hands firmly in, making them unable to extricate themselves. In this silence that could not even be wailed, figures one after another collapsed to the ground and died quietly. This move was inspired by Caribou's battle with Joel. He knew how painful suffocation was. Now, he wants to repay the pain in his heart in this way, no, 10 times. This guy is demon fruit power and the rarest Logia. The Marine soldiers finally understood why the other party dared to challenge a branch alone. That is a very rare Logia ability user even among Marines. Seastone. Where are the Seastone bullets? The sergeant ordered his men in panic. This rare resource is not meant to be wasted. Baron raised his hand to stop the sergeant. He strode towards Caribou, his pace kept accelerating, and suddenly he disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Caribou and suddenly punched out with an unpretentious straight punch. Boom. Caribou immediately flew backwards, smashing the execution platform behind him into pieces. The bent iron frame and broken wooden boards kept falling down, burying Caribou's figure deeply in it. Snort. Balin snorted coldly. What I hate the most is Logia demon fruit power. A silver-haired man smoking a cigar appeared in his mind. The existence of that guy was the reason why he practiced armament hockey diligently. Caribou pushed away the wooden board that was pressing on him, and stood up from the rubble in a panic. Touching the bloodline at the corner of his mouth, he finally understood that the strength of naval headquarters at the colonel level was not as weak as he thought. But he also knew that he could not escape from this battle. Once he escaped, his heart would be drowned in endless regret. Caribou's body was constantly flowing out of the mud like a melted candle, and the color halo in his pupils seemed to be spreading from ring to ring. He looked straight at Baron and murmured. Old woman, you can take a good look at it in heaven. Now I am no longer a child who needs to hide under your clothes. I already have the power to avenge you. The Quagmire Forbidden Land. In an instant, the swamp enveloped the entire square. Chapter 20 Agent, have you not brought over the prisoner named Krieg? Captain Mouse's scolding voice came over the phone. Captain, we'll be there soon. The sergeant responded humbly. After the phone was dialed for a long time, Captain Mouse sent such an order. Although it was a wise choice to move the guarded prisoners after encountering an enemy attack in the square, but why did they choose such a wide flat area? Hurry up, otherwise you will be hung on the rack and exposed to the sun for 3 days and 3 nights. Click. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone caller was roughly hung up. The sergeant swallowed and quickly waved his hand to the soldiers behind him to speed up. After a while, the team escorting the prison van arrived at their destination. The sergeant looked around blankly at the empty surroundings and shouted, Captain. At this moment, a black shadow quickly passed by, and then, before the small group of Marine soldiers surrounding the prison car could react, they were knocked to the ground one after another from behind. Hey, can I go? The bruised and swollen mouse captain stepped out of the shadows somewhere. He looked at a Jin who was walking toward him with a smile and moved his wrist. However, he did not see any willingness to agree on the other person's face. No, I'm just following your words. I've already taken the risk of being dismissed or even arrested. You can't. Boom. A simple straight punch hit the mouse in the face, causing him to collapse to the ground and shut his mouth completely. Ah Jin turned back and walked towards the prison car. He held the sill railing with both hands and forcefully opened the iron bars of the prison car to both sides. Then, Krieg, who seemed to be still in a daze, was lifted out and placed on the ground. Captain Krieg, thank you for your life-saving grace. I have followed you for so many years, but now, it is time to say goodbye. He kowtowed to Krieg, then raised his head after a long time and stood up slowly. Agent, do you really want to leave me? A Jingong turned around and took a few steps, when Krieg's dull voice came from behind. Advertisement. Captain Krieg, although you didn't say it outright, I know that I have become a burden to you. Isn't my leaving exactly what you want? Agent stopped. Krieg covered a dull, painful scar on his chest, but his joy was palpable. What nonsense are you talking about? Although I don't know what happened, I can see that your body is fine. Now you can continue to fight for me and use your power to clear obstacles for me. You have always been he is my most loyal subordinate. I always thought so before entering the Grand Line, but it wasn't until I became seriously ill that I finally realized that I still had very important things that I had not completed. Agent just explained calmly, now, I want to live according to my own wishes. He didn't look back, just looked ahead. Vaguely, he seemed to see the figure of the curly eyebrow chef and the straw hat boy. The bowl of egg fried rice that moved him to tears, and the vow, see you again at Grand Line, came to his heart again at this moment. He was going to fulfill that agreement. Hey, agent, are you serious? In other words, do you want to betray me? Krieg's expression suddenly changed and he said sadly. Captain Krieg, I have more than repaid your kindness by doing things for you without any reason over the years. Enough. You are so self-righteous. You will never be able to repay Lousy's kindness in your lifetime. No, even in the next life, you must work hard for me without complaint. Krieg completely tore off the mask of disguise, revealing his ferocious face. Ah Jin stood there. I can't do it. If you can't do it. Krieg laughed ferociously, then go to hell. After saying that, he tore off the prison uniform with intersecting black and white stripes and rushed towards Ah Jin angrily. He had always betrayed others, but no one betrayed him. Whether it was driven by dignity or something else, Krieg had never been so angry. This kind of anger caused his adrenaline to secrete rapidly. Even though he was injured now, the speed and power he could explode were far beyond normal. The muscles on his arms continued to bulge, and the twisted veins covered the skin one by one. In the blink of an eye, a heavy fist was thrown out with great force. Ah Jin turned around, knowing that he could no longer escape. No matter what, he will eventually have to face it. Advertisement. He made a fist with his right hand and suddenly struck with it. The fists intersected, and a strong wave of air seemed to explode from the center of the two people, and the surrounding dust continued to fly up. The stalemate between the two sides only lasted for a moment. Krieg's expression suddenly changed, and he flew backwards as embarrassed as a rag bag. Why is he so powerful? Krieg staggered to his feet, holding on to his right hand whose phalanges seemed to have been broken, and looked at Akin in disbelief. He tried his best but couldn't shake the opponent even a little bit. I'm sorry, Captain Krieg. Ah Jin bowed apologetically. Sorry. Krieg was stunned, and then he laughed angrily. Stop pretending in front of Lousy. I've been using you from the beginning. What a life-saving grace. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some strength, I wouldn't promote you to be the battle captain. In the final analysis, you are just a handy tool. Once it doesn't work, you can discard it at any time. Quote. Quote. Agent raised his eyes and looked at Krieg without saying a word. You have always been aware of this. In the past few years, you have done things for me just to enjoy the pleasure of being sought after by the pirates. You just used it as a high-sounding excuse to repay a favor. Krieg spat and sneered, you are even more hypocritical than me. Really? Ah Jin murmured with some trembling, so is this the image of me in your heart? So it turns out that I'm not even a partner. Partner. What a boring word. Ah Jin, remember, when I recover, one day, I will let you lie at my feet as humble as a tick, crying bitterly. Ha 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 ha. Krieg laughed wildly as he stumbled away. It turns out that all these years have been just wishful thinking. Ah Jin lowered his head, tears slowly dripping down his cheeks from his eyes. Crows of birds were circling in the sky, making strange cries, as if they were mocking. He didn't know how long it took before he raised his head. His tears had been dried by the breeze, and only the tear stains on his face proved the sadness he felt not long ago. But in my eyes, there is no more confusion. From now on, there will never be a ghost man, agent again. Chapter 21 Balon's Past. Swamp is indeed difficult to deal with, even more troublesome than smoke. If it is a seasoned demon fruit power, it will really cause quite a headache. But it's a pity. Baron just grabbed Caribou's neck and lifted him up bit by bit like a chicken. I have to admit that Logia devil fruit is very strong, but you are so weak. The corners of Balon's mouth curved in a cold arc. In this sea, devil fruit does not represent everything. Do you think that with this support, you can do whatever you want? Snort. The G46 branch is my Balon's base, and this island is my Balon's island. You rat hiding in a dirty ditch. Quote. He swung it hard, and Caribou suddenly flew out like a kite with a broken string, hit the ground, and was embedded in it, stirring up gravel. Ahem. Caribou kept coughing out blood. From the few words Joel occasionally said in the past, he learned that Logia was not invincible. In addition to things like Seastone, there is also a power called Armament Hockey in this sea that can capture the entities of Logia users. There is no doubt that this is one of the opponent's trump cards. Bang bang bang. The prison car guarded by marine soldiers in the distance made a fierce crash, and Crib shouted, "Brother," excitedly. The sound that made him anxious also gave him a sense of relief for some reason. Fool Crib, I swear, this is the last time I save you. Caribou stood up unsteadily, one eye unable to open due to bruises, but he still said to himself. By the way, I'm not here to save you, I just want to make the old woman feel at ease in heaven. After all, she asked me to take care of this stupid brother of yours. What are you muttering about? Balin strode toward Caribou, and every step was like a heavy step on his heart. Of course, a cunning look flashed in Caribou's eyes, swamp conveyor belt. The prison car holding Crib suddenly sank, and the mud blocks that kept pouring out on the ground quickly connected together, forming a straight conveyor belt in an instant, wrapping the prison car and running away in the opposite direction. I have been planning a plan to attack the east and west from the beginning. You idiot, you must have been deceived by me. Uncle Caribou is leaving now, and I will settle the score with you in the future. After Caribou said to Balin, he suddenly plunged into the quagmire on the ground. After integrating perfectly, he immediately swam away as nimbly and swiftly as a fish entering water. Snort. Baron snorted coldly, jumped up, and briefly stopped at high altitude. With a glance, he suddenly swooped down like a sharp cone. Boom. The ground was torn open by the powerful impact, the cut mud splashed up, and half of Caribou's body was exposed in the air. Is this the only thing you can do? Baron smiled coldly and landed a hardened kick on Caribou's chest. Advertisement. The huge force made Caribou feel the severe pain of broken ribs. He took a breath of cold air in pain and fell upside down under a wall. Before he could recover from the pain, he heard the sound of footsteps, near. You don't think you're smart, do you? After the cold voice, another powerful punch came towards the face, and Caribou felt that several of his teeth had been knocked out. Boom, boom, boom. Like punching a sandbag, Baron punched Caribou one punch after another, each punch making a whistling sound and hitting the vitals. The marine soldiers gathered around the square couldn't help but tremble with fear when they saw the scene in front of them, and they were so nervous that they kept swallowing their saliva. Do you died? Finally, Balin looked at Caribou, who was about to lose his human form in front of him, and withdrew his hand, bloodline dripping from the back of his fist. It's too light. Compared with Master Joel's fist, it's nothing at all. Caribou forced out a mocking smile and spoke incoherently, if that miserable look could be called a smile. Okay, I've had enough fun. Baron clenched his fists and said with a cruel smile, it's time to send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint murmur came from the distance. Hey, it really makes me worried. Although there was a long distance between them, the sound reached the ears of everyone in the square clearly. The soldiers couldn't help but look back at the figure. Under the dark cloak was a dark red shirt and black trousers, which highlighted the noble and elegant temperament of its owner. But for some reason, there was an inexplicable and deep shudder in their hearts. Well, you're not dead yet, otherwise you'll have a headache. Joel held the burning life card in his hand until only a small part was left, and walked towards the center of the square amid the encirclement of soldiers scattered on both sides like waves. Are you also a fellow pirate? Baron suddenly looked at Joel alertly. Whatever you think, Joel said calmly. Then you die too. Baron roared angrily, kicked out, and a narrow stream of white air instantly shot out from the tip of his toe, heading straight for Joel. Marine 6 styles. Joel raised his eyes slightly and kicked his right foot out of the air. I can do the same. A streak of blood-red air flew straight out, and in just an instant, the width of this slash almost encompassed the entire square. Like a collision between a truck and a toy car, this strange blood-red light easily crushed the oncoming white airflow, and then unabated, it cut an extremely smooth incision into the surrounding houses within tens of meters before slowly disappearing in the air. Gulu. The soldiers stared blankly at the scene in front of them that made them wonder if they were dreaming, and they kept drooling. Advertisement. This is my territory, Balin, you damn B************** D pirate. There was a rage in Balon's heart. This overwhelming momentum made him seem to see himself at that time. He hated this kind of powerlessness and insignificance. He was unwilling to give in, and he would never suffer in silence like that time again. With his arm covered in jet black armament hockey, Baron disappeared from the spot and reappeared in front of Joel in an instant. At this moment, he burst out with astonishing strength, his muscles tensed up, and a punch mixed with anger was suddenly released like a tightened bowstring. Boom. There was a sound like metal colliding, and Joel raised his hand to block it expressionlessly. His eyes were still so lazy, as if he had just been lightly tapped. By now. After spitting out a few words lightly, Joel raised his other hand, blood inflammation. Several wisps of blood-red flames emerged from the palm of his hand, and suddenly the flames turned into terrifying waves of flames, like a giant beast that chose people to devour, swallowing up the person in front of him. Baron's pupils reflected the burning red flames, and in the firelight, he seemed to see the past. 20 years ago, a little boy ran all the way from a mountain village to a town. His straw sandals were worn out and his feet were covered in bloody blisters. He knelt in the clinic and begged, "Doctor, please, my mother is seriously ill. Please save my mother. You dirty rat, get out of here. This is a hospital, not a charity. If you don't have money, don't come here to cause trouble. I have to see the dentist of the noble man on West Street. His teeth are better than yours. Illness is much more important. All I got was push and push from doctors." As he walked through the town, he begged, "Please, please do me a favor and give me some money. I want to save my mother. Come here, you stinky country rat. Do not bother me. They're just untouchables, so what if a few of them die? Hey, you little brat, did you just steal my wallet? Hand it over to me." The only response was curses and beatings. Later, my mother left. When I left, the villagers came over one after another and divided up the few tables, chairs, simple fishing gear, pots and bowls that were in the house. From then on he understood. In this world, money and power trump everything, but weak people are powerless. He cried bitterly and burned down his house and everything that existed in the past, and has since joined the Marines. The fireworks in front of me are just like those back then, how disappointing. Balin thought to himself. Armament hockey was burned out by blood-red flames in an instant, followed by blood. In the scorching waves rising into the sky, the figure that had ruled Dele Island for nearly 10 years was completely reduced to ashes. Chapter 22 Hero. Colonel Baron. The soldiers shouted loudly, but no one responded. The situation in front of them was far beyond their imagination. The heat wave that hit his face had not completely dissipated, and there was nothing left where Baron had stood. Colonel Barron of the Naval Headquarters, who once commanded the 4 nearby islands and wiped out countless pirates, just disappeared from the world. That guy is a monster. There is no way we can defeat this monster. I don't want to die as miserably as Lord Balin. Everyone, let's run. The morale of the army quickly weakened. The soldiers who had witnessed everything with their own eyes looked extremely frightened. In an instant, they dispersed like birds and beasts and disappeared into the streets and alleys, leaving the empty space in a mess. Caribou, you're not dead yet. Joel watched condescendingly. Lord Joel, have you come to save me? It's great. Looking at the tall figure in front of him, Caribou couldn't help but feel sore eyes. He didn't expect that Lord Joel would come here to save an insignificant person like him. If you plan to die now, I will consider taking back the marsh fruit and the wealth stored in your body before you die. Joel turned around and said, if you don't want me to do this, get up quickly. Lord Joel, a sudden surge of power surged from Caribou's body, and he immediately ejected from the ground. He tried his best to squeeze out a smile with his miserable face. Please don't take back my ability. The only person who responded to him was his broad and slender back. Sure enough, he just wanted to continue to use me. Caribou felt a little disappointed in his heart, but soon he raised his eyes, and the smile at the corner of his mouth was a little more sincere, and he didn't know whether it was due to the influence of the residual heat around him, but there was a warmth in his heart. By the way, Crib. Finally remembering something, Caribou quickly dragged his body and limped forward. Baron, the head of the G46 branch base, died. The news spread throughout the island in less than half a day. But the atmosphere in the town did not become lively because of this, and people's faces were filled with a duller look of worry than before. It seems that Marine's image has been deeply rooted in people's hearts and has become a symbol of oppression. People's hope will not be rekindled just because of the fall of Balin. They will only worry about whether the next base director of the Marine branch will be more cruel and cruel. Quote. Advertisement. Joel stood on the 3rd floor of a tavern, looking down at the pedestrians hurriedly walking on the street with a calm expression. The so-called people are all living things cannot be changed easily. They will only live in cycles according to their own habits. Ah Jin sat on the ground, drinking bottle after bottle of wine thoughtfully. Is this also your habit? Yes, I know that I will never be a leader, so I want to serve you. I want to go further on this vast sea. Please trust me. Ah Jin put down the bottle of wine and lowered his head solemnly. It's a tough road. I will prove myself. Haha, interesting. Joel laughed, then come with me. On the deck of the pirate ship, Caribou was covered in bandages. He was supported by Crib and stood aside. He looked at Joel who was lying on the deck chair and said cautiously. Lord Joel, this is my brother Crib. He is my only relative. I wonder if I can take him to sail with me so that I can take care of him. Joel glanced lightly, and saw that Crib's figure was in sharp contrast to the thin Caribou. He looked quite strong. There was a chameleon with similar hairstyle lying on his head, with a shovel on his shoulder, and he was looking fierce. Look at yourself. Lord Joel, as long as my brother can get on the ship, I will do whatever it takes to do anything. Caribou said, and quickly put a hand on the back of Crib's neck, pressing down hard. Crib, you idiot, kneel down with me, please Lord Joel. You. Crib narrowed his eyes, and the fat on his face trembled. Hey, you can't be rude to Lord Joel, you idiot. Caribou, who vaguely noticed something, scolded him quickly, fearing that his slow-minded brother would do something extraordinary. You look just like the person in Grandma's diary. Crib suddenly grinned. He threw the shovel on the ground, took out a diary from his trouser pocket, and carefully pulled out a yellowed photo. Brother, look, does he look so similar? What are you saying? Caribou wanted to apologize hastily, but due to curiosity, he couldn't help but glance at the photo from the corner of his eye. What's the resemblance? This guy is just a teenager. At least Lord Joel. Quote. More than 100 years old. Exclamation mark. Caribou's eyes widened immediately. Could it be that the hero that the old woman always talks about is Lord Joel? The boy who defeated a pirate group by himself, the man who once caused countless turbulent waves in the world. Advertisement. The reason why he was attracted to various legends and stories and his belief in the priest was also influenced by the old woman's constant talk about the hero. The legends of the distant past appeared vividly in front of him at this moment, and Caribou suddenly felt a sense of absurdity in time and space. It can't be wrong. Crib suddenly knelt down and knocked a big hole in the deck with his head. The green chameleon on his head was so frightened that it limped into his clothes and only poked out a pair of small eyes. You must be Grandma's benefactor, then you will also be my boss in Crib from now on. Idiot, pay attention to your choice of words. Boss sounds more like the gangster leader of a gang. You want to call him Lord Joel. Caribou came to his senses and quickly corrected him. As that's so, Crib thought thoughtfully. Joel finally put down the newspaper in his hand at this moment. He had long forgotten many memories that existed in the past, but he did not hate the excitement. Is your name Crib? Yes, boss. From now on, you will be responsible for cleaning the ship. Got it, boss. Crib put the shovel on his shoulder again and bared his teeth. Very good. Caribou's face was filled with tears, and he felt a big stone falling to the ground in his heart. Akin. Joel looked towards the cabin. Mr. Joel. A man with white hair walked out of the cabin. Joel asked, can you sail? I have the experience of sailing a fleet independently. Ah Jin briefly recalled all the past events in East Blue, and then said calmly, but in Grand Line, my sailing experience is nothing at all. It doesn't matter, from now on, you will be the navigator of this ship. Joel continued, Carib, the rest is all up to you. Give it to me. Caribou's heart was pounding. Did Lord Joel mean that I was the second in command on this ship? Yes, Master Joel, he said with excitement. Chapter 23 Smoker. What? That guy Baron. Okay, I have received the information, and I will rush there immediately. On the deck of the standard warship, Smoker hung up the phone in his hand, lit a cigar thoughtfully, and started puffing away against the ship's railing. What happened, Smoker Commodore? Tashigi sat aside, wiping the famous sword Shigur in his hand. He seemed to think of something and suddenly stood up excitedly. Is it the news about Straw Hat Boy and the others? No, it has nothing to do with Straw Hat. Smoker blew out a long puff of smoke. After the Alabasta incident, the credit for defeating Crocodile was attributed to him, and he was promoted to Commodore. Although he was very dissatisfied with the world government's approach at first, he gradually came to understand one thing during the voyage. That is, it was not enough for him to implement his beliefs in naval headquarters with his current status. So he needs status. Therefore, Smoker has been catching pirates of all sizes in the waters near Alabasta and accumulating military exploits. Information about the G46 branch, which was only 3 days' flight away, also reached him. Something happened to the G46 branch. Smoker said. Tashigi asked. Is this the G46 branch that said, because you have a disagreement with the base commander Baron, you will not go to supply under any circumstances? No need to add such a strange prefix. Smoker's eyes twitched slightly, and then he said a few words expressionlessly, Baron is dead. Dead, dead, Tashigi asked in shock. That guy, like me, is a fellow student led by teacher Zephyr. He likes to secretly compete with me, but I have always hated his style, but I didn't expect that he would die so suddenly. Smoker had a cold face, as if he was thinking about something. Tashigi continued to ask, was the branch attacked? Smoker said. No, he was killed in public while encircling pirates, but the specific circumstances are unknown. Then let's do it now. Please inform me, change the route immediately and go to the G46 branch. Comma. The sun is shining brightly and the sky is clear. The Gulu sailed slowly against the wind and waves. After purchasing a new record pointer and charging up the island's magnetism, the ship set sail again 1 day ago. Before leaving the island, the 2 Caribou brothers returned to the village and said a formal farewell to their grandmother before returning to the ship. With the help of his younger brother Caribou was finally able to spare an hour from his 20 hours of work every day for a midday break and a nap at dusk. He would miss this stupid brother a little when he didn't see him, but seeing him dangling in front of his eyes, he felt that this guy was very annoying. Brother, brother. Crib ran over with a mop on his shoulders, grinned at Caribou who was sitting on the steps, clasped one hand tightly. Advertisement. Guess how many candies I have. If you guess correctly, I'll give you both. 5. Caribou, who had his eyelids raised, spoke in a nonchalant manner. Wow, you guessed it right. Crib showed a wise look and put the candy into Caribou's hand. I'll give you 2 first, and I'll give you the rest next time. After saying that, he happily ran to continue cleaning. Who cares about this kind of candy? Do you think I am a child? Caribou said contemptuously, trying to throw the candy in his hand into the sea. Ah Jin's eyelids twitched as he calmly watched this scene. This was not just candy, it contained the younger brother's flawless affection for his older brother. In this world of intrigues, how many people dream of it but cannot get it? He rushed over in 3 steps and reached out his hand to stop Caribou in the direction he was about to throw it. The expected scene of catching the candy did not appear, and Akin's head hit the main mast in front. Boom. The mast made a crisp sound. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you keep it. Caribou suddenly retracted his hand, put the candy in his arms, and then looked at Ajin in front of him in confusion. What are you doing? No, it's okay. Ajin turned his back to Caribou, covering the big bump on his head, and squeezed out a few tears from his eyes in pain. Why should I do such a thing? He said in his heart. Weird guy, Carib muttered and walked away. After a while, he came to Joel's side, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help asking the doubts in his heart. Master Joel, how did you know I was there at that time? Joel took out a life card with red lines and said. This kind of thing is called a life card. It represents the owner's physical condition and location. Therefore, even if you go to the end of the world, I can still find you. The calm tone made Caribou feel creepy. He seemed to have thought of something. He swallowed hard and continued to ask. Then the slash wave you released in the town before, was it also armament hockey? Joel, who was sitting on the railing of the boat, felt the slight turbulence of the fishing rod in his hand. With a sudden lift, a fresh fishhook jumped out of the sea. Another empty hook. Advertisement. He was not annoyed, and inserted the bait into the hook again, and then said casually, oh, that's just one of my devil fruit abilities, blood evil. Joel raised his hand, and the palm covered with light red air suddenly appeared in front of Caribou. The latter's body suddenly became cold and he couldn't help but shudder. Evil energy, a kind of spiritual energy generated by the circulation of human blood, is somewhat similar to hockey. You can simply understand it as the death energy of a living person, but except for me, most people cannot use this energy. Joel retracted his palm and threw the fishing rod into the sea again. Instead of focusing on my affairs, maybe you should consider how to improve yourself. I know, I understand, Master Joel. Caribou suddenly felt a little ashamed. He actually wanted to inquire about Joel, instead of reflecting on his shortcomings in the last battle and continuing to hone his abilities. This attitude really shouldn't happen. He walked away feeling a little disappointed, and after walking dozens of steps, he suddenly realized something and raised his head. It's not right. He, Caribou, is a powerful Logia fruit user. Although he cannot compare with Joel, he is far from being comparable to ordinary pirates. As long as he does not meet those guys who know how to hockey, why not walk sideways on this sea? There's nothing to improve. When he thought of this, Caribou suddenly became cheerful and walked towards the cabin humming a tune. 2 days passed quickly. After Caribou came on board, the two brothers went from being harmonious at the beginning to becoming brothers, and the frequency of quarrels increased sharply. Jin tried to dissuade him several times, but after finding that it had no effect, he let it go. Mr. Joel, something seems to have changed. He walked over to Joel, who had been sitting motionless for 3 hours. Here comes the big fish. A joyful smile appeared on the corner of Joel's mouth, and he lifted the fishing rod that seemed to be about to break in his hand. The black shadow under the slender fishing line suddenly grew larger, and the eyes that were shining like lanterns surfaced first, and then the terrifying mountain-like body lifted up like countless sea water and appeared in the air. The sky at this moment was blocked by the huge size of the sea beast, covering it with a shadow like night. The giant beast opened its bloody mouth enough to swallow the ship, and quickly bit down with 2 dense rows of sharp teeth. Joel didn't move at all. Jin raised his head and glanced at the shadow, then jumped up and reached the sky above the sea beast. The iron crutch he held in his hand kept spinning, and in an instant, he fell heavily. The tiny figure bit the huge sea beast on its head like a mosquito. The latter looked up with a humanized look of disdain. But in just the next second, an astonishing force came from the attack location, spreading throughout its body in an instant. The sea beast's eyes suddenly changed from disdain to pain and fear. Driven by instinct, it gave up on the prey in front of it, swung its tail, and dived back into the sea as if to escape. The splashing water fell like a heavy rain, and the sea fog also rose in response. In the haze, black spots seemed to appear in the field of vision. It's a pity that you escaped. I can only give 0 points for this splash. Having said that, Joel did not show any regret at all, but instead his eyes fell on the sea in the distance. Chapter 24 Requisition. The marine flag on the standard warship is so bright. It represents the flag of justice. At this moment, it is like the positive and negative poles of a magnet meeting, and it is deeply attracted by the skull sail of Joel's ship. Lord Joel, Marine is approaching us. Ajin fell back on the deck. It must have been the huge noise made by the sea beast just now that made Marine discover their traces. Joel said. I saw it. Jin, you should know that man. That guy. Ajin looked far away, and then said with a solemn expression, it's the White Hunter Smoker. He once guarded Logue Town and was a very feared figure. As he spoke, the warship was already approaching according to the wind, and a smoky figure on the deck jumped high, white fist. Countless smoke pushed forward a powerful punch like a rocket launcher. Mud fist. Upon seeing this, Caribou hurriedly stepped forward and faced him tit for tat with a fist wrapped in countless mud. The smoke and the swamp collided with each other. In the situation where no one could do anything about the other, the forces eliminated each other and turned into a strong wind, rolling up waves of waves. Smoker fell back on the deck of the warship and frowned. Tashigi, I remember that was the Kuzu pirates. Yes, that should be the pirate flag of the Kwangju pirates. Tashigi preparedly held the famous sword at his waist with his right hand. I remember the captain of the drunk pirates as a guy with a bounty of 31 million. Is there such a person on his ship? Smoker blew out a smoke ring and said, a Logia demon fruit power. You mean, Logia? Tashigi said in shock. As a sailor who has followed Smoker for many years, she has witnessed him using the power of smoke to kill countless pirates who dreamed of conquering the Grand Line in Logue Town, the gateway to East Blue. It is self-evident how powerful Logia's power is, but the holder of this power now appears in a small pirate group with a bounty of less than 50 million. This was enough to make her somewhat unable to control her emotions. A rare ability. Smoker slowly took out Jusho from behind, a weapon with a sea stone on the top. Just as he was about to wipe out the pirate group in front of him, whose members could be counted on one hand, he suddenly stopped. No, that guy is not the captain yet. Kingju, Kwangju, found it. Tashigi hurriedly rummaged through the bounty list handed over by the sergeant, pulled out a few and looked at the figures on the opposite pirate ship to compare. No, Smoker Commodore, these people are not on the bounty list of the Kuiji pirates. Fighting among pirate groups is very common in this sea, but the tall man surrounded did not look like someone who needed to occupy other people's ships in order to continue sailing. He should not have no name of his own. Thoughts flashed through Smoker's mind. At this moment, the figure jumped up, crossed the sea dozens of meters wide in one step, and landed on the warship easily. Such a long distance. He didn't borrow any power. How on earth did he do this? Advertisement. Even though they saw it with their own eyes, the soldiers still found it incredible. They nervously held up their muskets and aimed at the man who was already exuding an invisible intimidation just by standing in front of them, waiting for an order. I declare. Joel looked around and slowly showed a gentleman's smile. Now, this warship has been commandeered by me. Requisition. Smoker frowned. Are you kidding me? Smoker Commodore, give the order. Tashigi pulled out the famous sword at his waist and prepared to attack. Smoker did not respond, but took a few steps towards Joel. His right hand turned into smoke and shot out, instantly covering Joel like a giant net. Smoker Commodore takes action. This guy is no match at all. You dare to be so arrogant in front of Smoker Commodore, this is what you will get. The soldiers who had witnessed countless pirates being trapped by this move showed joy on their faces. As soon as they finished speaking, the situation changed. The invisible smoke that enveloped Joel seemed to be pulled hard, and Smoker's body suddenly leaned forward uncontrollably like it was being pulled by a rope. The looming blood-red pupils in the smoke were as intimidating as Shura from hell. In this terrifying aura, several bloody bats entangled with armament hockey bit into the smoke, screaming and crashing into the oncoming Smoker. Boom. Like a bullet flying backwards, Smoker's figure was smashed straight into the cabin, and flew out from the bulkhead of the rear cabin amidst a series of huge impact sounds. The whistling wind filled my ears, and the Smoker turned into smoke, entangled with the mast on the back deck, and finally stopped its backward flight without falling into the sea water. He was half crouched on the deck, his head buzzing from being hit, and he felt an indescribable pain. On the front deck, the bats formed by the blood evil did not disappear after colliding with Smoker. Instead, they suddenly split and turned into a dense swarm of bats, fluttering their wings and biting the soldiers in all directions. All the smoke remaining around Joel disappeared, and he stood calmly in the middle of the deck. I can repeat it again, I just want to commandeer this warship. The calm tone did not sound like the culprit of this disaster at all. There was a sound of thunder in the sky, which seemed to reflect the credibility of these words. Hiss. Tashigi slashed with a knife, splitting a sparrow-sized blood bat in half in front of her, but her messy hair already showed her inner panic at the moment. What is this ability? Just a blood bat can fight her for a moment in the left and right transverse processes, and even bite a few wounds on her body. There are countless blood bats on this warship, attacking soldiers who are far less powerful than her. They can't hold on. Tashigi looked at Joel, his heart trembled, and he rushed over with a knife. Don't make a move, Tashigi. Smoker walked out of the cabin and shouted to stop his men. Smoker Commodore. Tashigi was stunned for a moment. There is no need to risk the lives of this ship. Advertisement. Smoker took a deep breath and looked at Joel. I agree. Stop your ability. Whatever you want, I promise you. Tashigi gritted his teeth. But if something happens, I'll take the responsibility. Smoker said. Very good. Joel flicked his cloak, and the thousands of blood evil bats around him dispersed into clouds of blood mist and disappeared into the air. He said leisurely, I'm not forcing you. It's certainly not forced. Smoker responded with twitching eyes. This was more of a coercion than force. But he is not stupid. Only when the strength of the two sides is completely unequal can the other party be qualified to threaten. Having lost their battle target, the soldiers either knelt down with weak legs or leaned against the railings, but they knew that they were temporarily rescued. And looking at the commander in front of him, who had to succumb to the pirates' power because of them, his eyes also showed a moved look. They had been following him from Logue Town and knew very well how much risk Smoker was taking by doing this. If this matter is further investigated by naval headquarters in the future, Smoker's career will become very bumpy. It may no longer be as simple as transfer, punishment, or even dismissal. The Gulu soon approached the warship. Crib rushed onto the warship deck with a shovel in the air, his pupils full of bright marine uniforms, and he shouted angrily, Marines deserve to die. I'm going to kill you all. The chameleon on his head also hissed and spat out the letter. Crib. Caribou stopped his brother from acting recklessly. Although he and Crib hate Marine equally, he also knows that as long as Joel doesn't speak, they must not take action. Quote. Smoker picked up Juju with a solemn expression, and Tashigi maintained a fighting posture nervously. They can compromise temporarily, but they will never let others dictate. Caribou, please continue moving forward. I will meet you at the midpoint of the Grand Line, Sabayati Island. Joel looked sideways at Caribou. Also, save your life and bring my property safely to Sabayati Island. Lord Joel, I will do it. After hearing Joel's words, Caribou woke up from his hatred, and tears suddenly filled his eyes. Master Joel, are you concerned about me? He has me in his heart. What about me, boss? Crib asked eagerly, holding the shovel high. Alive. I understand, boss. Crib roared and returned to the golem, beating the air with a shovel, as if venting his anger on Marine. The chameleon on his head suddenly took on the shape of a boxer, pinched its paws with a serious expression, and pumped its fist forward in a relaxed manner as if preparing for a match. The brief burst of friction ended quickly, and the Marine soldiers secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, the accident happened again. Chapter 25 Domination of the Sea. Just like the turbulent undercurrent of the Grand Line, there is a calm surface. At first, no one paid much attention to the disaster. This is just a sudden dark cloud. A long and weak drizzle. An occasional flash of thunder. It wasn't until the rapids on the sea began to surge, and the waves came in one wave after another like a carnival, that everyone standing on the deck could clearly feel that the rainstorm was extremely violent. No, Smoker Commodore, it's the tsunami caused by the Gaia current. The navigator held down the brim of his hat that was about to be blown away by the strong wind. He clearly felt that the nearby ocean current was rapidly returning in the same direction, and it seemed that an astonishing current would erupt on an island in the Gaia Sea. But at this moment, he had no time to think about the natural phenomenon named sky current in academic circles. Instead, he focused all his attention on the huge tsunami that suddenly appeared in front of him and was related to the safety of the entire warship. Facing the rapid natural power, Smoker was stunned for a moment, and then immediately gave instructions in a rough tone. Helmsman, adjust the course immediately. Tashigi, take people to raise all the side sails. We must leave here as quickly as possible before the tsunami comes. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Joel. He looked at the rising tide in front of him and said, Smoker, have your soldiers fill the mainsail and sidesail, we're going to get through this tsunami. Through. Smoker looked at Joel in disbelief. Is this guy crazy? Even if this tsunami has not reached its highest point, it has already reached a height of nearly 40 or 50 meters. In just 10 minutes, the waves will surge hundreds of meters into the sky. What can I do to get through them? Tashigi held the famous sword Shigur in his hand, gritted his teeth and glared at the tall pirate in front of him. Do you want our entire fleet of marines to be buried in this sea? If this is your purpose, then we would rather die in battle with honor than let you succeed. Joel did not respond, but calmly turned his head and ordered, Caribou, Akin, do as I say. Yes, Lord Joel, sir. Akin on the deck of the Gulu turned the rudder of the pirate ship without any hesitation, while the two Caribou brothers also moved in an orderly manner to open the canvas on both sides of the mast. He really wants to go through it. Smoker looked shocked as he watched the pirate ship, which was closely connected to the warship, turning around to face the tsunami. In an instant, the black clouds in the sky completely covered the sky. Advertisement. The long rain suddenly fell as densely as the size of soybeans, dissipating the warmth that remained on the body only 10 minutes ago when the sun was shining brightly. Under the violent erosion of the waves, the bumps on the deck became even more severe. The soldiers were staggered and could no longer stand. If you insist on dying, then today may be the last time we see each other. Joel casually grabbed the umbrella that a soldier was about to hand to Smoker, and opened it with one hand to block the falling raindrops. Smoker raised his head and looked at the waves that were rising faster than he imagined, and clenched his fists tightly. Even though he is not a professional navigator, he is not ignorant as he comes from this tribe. The waves wash away one after another, eventually forming a terrifying tsunami at the highest point, swallowing everything. Even sea areas 10,000 nautical miles away will be affected by this force. No matter how many tons of warship it is, under this natural power, it is like an ant under human feet, without any room for resistance. Following the direction of the tsunami, there is no way to escape. But if you go against this wave and wait until the rushing waves rush forward, you may have a chance to escape. But can this really be done? Smoker quickly glanced at the navigator on the high platform of the deck. He originally wanted to ask the other person for his opinion, but when he saw the desperate look on the latter's face, he took a deep breath. Tashigi, let's turn around and follow that pirate ship. Commodore, there is still hope for us to escape from this tsunami. As long as. Tashigi's voice dropped to a whisper. Everyone listen to my instructions, fill up the sails, turn the ship around, and face the waves. Smoker shouted with determination, this was his last resort, he had no choice. What a lucky choice. Joel was quite satisfied with Smoker's attitude. As soon as he let go of his right hand, the black umbrella was quickly rolled up by the strong wind, scattered in the wind like a dandelion, and disappeared into the darkness of the sky. He looked at Tashigi and raised his hand. Give me that sharp knife. What are you going to do? Tashigi took a step back and held Shigur in his hand tightly. I'll pay you back when I'm done. Boom, boom. After several dazzling white lights flashed from the sky, deafening thunder also sounded one after another. Tashigi looked at the sky, her face turned pale with fright. The situation at this time did not allow her to think anymore. With a cruel heart, she threw the good sword Wajo seized from the Baroque Huxia Society. Take it. Joel took Wajo and lightly clasped the blade with his fingertips. Buzz. Advertisement. As if in response to Joel, the blade made a crisp sound. Not too bad. Joel smiled slightly and held the handle of the knife with both hands. Seeing the tsunami gathering the mighty power of heaven and earth in front of him, the blood-red aura rose up from his body. In the blink of an eye, this evil aura spiraled alternately and clung to Wajo's blade, forming strange blood-colored lines. The mighty sea tide piled up higher and higher amidst the howling of the wind. One wave followed another, forming a majestic wave that could cover the sky and the earth. At a glance, it was hundreds of meters high. In an instant, this astonishing view of the Grand Line, which is enough to stir the entire sea, is like an abyss hanging upside down and rolling down. The young faces on the deck looked up at this scene in despair. Tashigi turned pale and held Shigur tightly in her hands. Although she could do nothing, she didn't know if this would be the last time in her life that she would pose like this. Water droplets fell down like lines on Smoker's cheeks. He was still holding 3 cigars with a paralyzed face, but the frequency of puffing out smoke seemed to be getting faster and faster. Joel jumped up against the tsunami and waved the Wajo in his hand. Blood evil. Dominate the sea. At the same time, that crazy tsunami completely poured down, drowning everything. However, the next moment, a blood-red light emerged from the deep dark tide. Immediately, within the ocean tide that enveloped everything like a lampshade, the bloody light like a wick turned into a huge straight pillar of light, carrying countless winds like curling blades, roaring out. The pressing tide instantly completely shattered a huge hole nearly 100 meters in diameter. The two tiny ships raised their sails and followed the wind. They soared out of the huge hole in the tide in an instant, and then continued to fall in a parabola. The ship fell to the sea more than 10 meters below, causing another huge wave. After a period of violent swaying, the ship finally regained its balance, and was finally able to sail gradually amid the gentle waves ahead. On the Gulu, Agent and others wiped the sweat from their faces. Even though it was a false alarm, they never wanted to experience this exciting feeling of wandering between life and death again. On the deck of the warship, most of the marine soldiers collapsed from exhaustion. The rest also let out a long sigh of relief, and then stood there blankly. Tashigi's legs were bent weakly, and the shigur in her hand was inserted straight into the deck, supporting the weight of her body like a crutch. Are you saved? She took off her glasses, which were blurred by the sea water, and felt a sense of survival after a disaster. Smoker sat cross-legged on the deck and looked at Joel with a hint of complexity in his eyes. He remembered that he had seen similar moves when he followed Mr. Zephyr on a mission to the sea in the elite battalion of naval headquarters. At that time, the burly giant pirate held a giant axe in his hand and swept away all obstacles in front of him with just one blow, raising a wave of nearly 100 meters. That scene is still unforgettable for him. Later, he asked Teacher Zephyr and learned that among the giants, that kind of attack was called powerful country. Chapter 26. What do you think this is? Joel stood on the deck and flicked his cloak, shaking off all the fine water droplets on his clothes. The Liang Kuei Dao Wajo in his hand also shattered section by section under this extremely domineering force, leaving only the handle. The trick that had not been used for a long time was released again, and Joel couldn't help but think about the past time. More than 100 years ago, he once entered the kingdom of giants, Elbaf. There, he followed the strongest giant warrior at that time and learned the killing move that was only suitable for the giants, the Spear of Elbaf, which was powerful in the country. Then, he integrated the Devil Fruit ability with this move and refined it day after day to form a unique attack. Now that I think about it, it was a very difficult time. It seems that it's still not enough. After coming back to his senses, Joel whispered softly, and then returned the flower state to Tashigi very gentlemanly. Okay, give it back to you. Thanks. Tashigi, whose vision was blurred, quickly spread his hands, took the handle of the knife solemnly, and then put the glasses he had just taken off back on. Wait, where did the knife and the blade go? For a moment, she froze on the spot. Joel walked to the bow of the ship and looked calmly at the Gulu sailing away, as well as the Caribou people standing on the deck waving constantly. I didn't expect that a pirate as powerful as you would hang out with these guys. Smoker stood next to Joel and followed Joel's gaze. I never said that I was a pirate. This is just your Marine's wishful thinking. Joel looked indifferent. Of course, pirate or anything else, to me, it's just a boring label. What exactly is your purpose? Even after accepting the life-saving grace, Smoker's tone did not improve at all, and he still used his usual tone of questioning when interrogating pirates. Joel said, I just suddenly remembered something that was left on a certain island. I just need you to take me to that island. Is it just that simple? Of course not. Knew it. Smoker sneered. Pirates are pirates, what else do you want to use us for? He looked at Joel, and his instinct told him that things were not that simple. This is not the other party's true thoughts, the other party must have a deeper conspiracy. Remember to serve me a cup of hot black tea and a breakfast sandwich at 7 o'clock every morning. By the way, I will also add an omelet and a sausage. They must also be given to me before 11 o'clock at noon and 6 o'clock in the evening. Prepare meals for one person. Joel smiled slightly and said, I'm used to resting before 12 o'clock in the evening, so I hope you won't make any noise then. Quote. Smoker's eyes twitched slightly. Advertisement. Is it really that simple? Also, what kind of character would have such an idea? Does he regard this warship as his sea hotel and marine as his waiter? Although he was complaining in his heart, Smoker didn't show much surprise on his face. Even he didn't know why he could keep his face straight after hearing this. Is that all? By the way, I need a separate room. In addition to black tea, there should be Coke on your ship, right? Remember to put a cup in my room. Joel finished speaking calmly. No more. After hearing nothing more, Smoker looked at Joel in disbelief. This was not the answer he wanted to hear at all. We clearly have the power to dispose of this warship at will, but why do we have to make meaningless disguises to hide our true purpose? It won't be that simple. You can make arrangements for the rest. Joel said with a gentlemanly smile. I get it, I will do what you say. Smoker took a deep breath and suppressed the doubts in his heart. At this moment, the bespectacled girl's reflex arc finally turned back, and she walked towards the bow of the ship with grief and anger. Hey, you guy, you destroyed this Wajo. Do you hear its cry? It's crying that it fell into the hands of evil people like you. Tashigi. Smoker stepped forward and stopped the extremely impulsive girl. Don't cause trouble. But, tears flowed down Tashigi's eyes. This knife is dead. But we all survived. Smoker said expressionlessly. Quote. Tashigi choked for a moment and was speechless. Not paying any attention to the quarrel behind him, Joel calmly stared at the horizon in the distance. The dense cumulus clouds dispersed in all directions like defeated soldiers, and beams of sunlight penetrated the clouds and fell on the sea, reflecting a few sparkling waves. A rare rainbow. He lamented that once upon a time, he had witnessed similar scenery with others, but the deceased died like this. Everything is over. Breakfast arrived as scheduled at 7 o'clock in the morning, and Joel chewed it carefully. Sure enough, it was too reluctant to let Caribou, a sailor without much cooking experience, act as a chef. Professional things should still be done by professionals. Advertisement. Although the cooking taste is not that good, with the red brick of Caribou in front, this staple food is more or less beautiful. Joel still rated the food quite well. After slowly taking a sip of black tea, he looked at Smoker in front of him. How are you? Have you found the permanent pointer? The destination of this trip is the Yag Islands located on the west side of the first half of the Grand Line. The location of this island is different from the direction in which the Guru is heading. Without a permanent pointer, searching for the island in the sea will be a meaningless waste of effort and time. But as long as Marine's huge system is used to operate, traveling to the Yag Islands will be much easier. That's exactly what Joel was thinking. The G37 branch located in the Gaia Sea should be able to provide corresponding permanent pointers. Smoker said expressionlessly, we have to go there first. Really? I understand, let's go to the G37 branch first. Joel nodded. You. Smoker paused, do you believe what I said? Why don't you believe it? Joel said calmly, are you going to abandon the lives of this boatload of soldiers in order to deal with me? There were no threatening words in his words, but there was a hint of threat in every word. Would the prestigious white hunter do such a thing? At the end, Joel added another sentence, with a hint of joking in his eyes. You are right. Smoker creaked a chair placed in front of him. He was very unhappy with the words, but he had no way to fight back, so he had to vent his emotions in this way. Correct. Looking at Smoker's back walking towards the door, Joel said politely, please bring me a copy of the recently published newspaper. Listening to the voice behind him, Smoker felt a little angry as he walked out of the room. Even if the world government did something that dissatisfied him, he would dare to rebuke the other party, but now, he had to obey the words of a pirate. Smoker Commodore, are we really secretly poisoning you? Around the corner, Tashigi asked weakly. In fact, she didn't really want to do such a moral thing. What kind of poison are you using? Do we have such poison that can cause death? Have you never considered the consequences of failure? Or do you want everyone to be buried with you? Smoker roared angrily, then waved his cloak and strode away. Tashigi curled his lips and said with a hint of grievance. What? It's obviously what you just said, and it wasn't my idea. Chapter 27 Fishing Never Air Force. There is no wind or waves on the sea, which is a rare tranquility in Grand Line. It was in this calm belt-like tranquility that Joel stood on the deck of the warship, hanging his fishing rod leisurely. The fishhook and the fishing line plunged into the stagnant sea surface. Joel doesn't really like fishing. He is just enjoying this life. After all, during that time 100 years ago, he was practicing self-cultivation all the time, exercising his hockey and devil fruit abilities. How difficult it was during that time, and how relaxed and comfortable he is now. Smoker took the fishing rod, walked to Joel, threw the hook down with a blank expression, and then stood there silently. Soldiers patrolled back and forth on the deck. The navigator observed the slightly swinging sails and judged the risks. The lookouts looked at the sea ahead conscientiously. Everyone was performing their duties, except for Smoker, who was surrounded by a slightly awkward atmosphere. I don't think I've ever seen Mr. Smoker fishing. Yeah, obviously I can't even swing the club. His approach is still as blunt as ever. When the two patrolling soldiers passed by Smoker, they lowered their heads and walked around 5 or 6 meters before whispering. Smoker twitched the corner of his mouth and glared at the two of them from afar, scaring them so much that they quickly walked away. Whoosh! Joel quickly lifted the fishing rod and threw a fresh sea fish into the bucket beside him. Seeing this, Smoker also lifted up the fishing rod, but there was nothing underneath. He put the fishhook into the sea again, and then said expressionlessly. Baron, the Marine base commander of the G46 branch, was killed by you, right? So what? Joel said casually. Smoker's heart skipped a beat. Although he had inferred something in his mind, he didn't expect Joel to admit it so frankly. He had always been dissatisfied with Baron's character and actions, but after all, he was an official senior colonel awarded by the Naval Headquarters, and his ability was worthy of recognition. Killing Colonel Naval Headquarters will make you bear a very serious crime. You will be pursued endlessly by Marine. Smoker turned his head and looked into Joel's eyes. Even in today's elite Marine battalion, the outstanding seeds cultivated every year may need 10 or even decades of training before they have a chance to be promoted to the position of colonel in the headquarters. And it is difficult to rise to the level of general. A colonel like Balin, who was personally taught by Zephyr and has been in charge of one side for many years, is just one chance away from being promoted to the position of Commodore by the world government at any time, and will continue to rise. Such a backbone of Marine died at the hands of a pirate who didn't even have a reward list. Advertisement. This only made Marine take it seriously. Just a Marine colonel. Joel lifted the fishing rod, and a big fish that kept swinging its tail splashed dense water droplets in the air, then parabolically fell into the bucket on the deck. His tone sounded like he was talking about a trivial matter, not even as important as the fish at the moment. After not seeing the look he wanted to see, Smoker turned his head back in disappointment and raised the fishing rod in his hand to the top of the sea. He still didn't see even a shadow of a living creature. He continued. What you said is a bit arrogant. Even though he knew that with the opponent's strength, it might not be difficult to kill a naval headquarters colonel, he still couldn't hold back the retort. Do you know how many fish you have eaten? Joel raised the pole, and 2 sea fish were thrown up one after another. After fluttering in the air for a few times, they fell into the bucket. He put away the fishing rod unhurriedly, walked towards the cabin, and said, That's it for today. Remember to ask the chef to help me steam these fish for dinner. Also, your fishing skills are terrible. This B**************** D. Smoker held the wooden pole in his hand tightly. He didn't know whether he was being compared to a fish or was being ridiculed for his fishing skills. He felt inexplicably angry. Ripples suddenly appeared on the sea surface, and the fishing rod trembled slightly. It's just something as simple as fishing. Maybe you will be the one who is treated as a fish one day. Smoker looked at Joel's back and said coldly, and suddenly lifted the fishing rod as if to vent his dissatisfaction. A huge boot that glistened in the sun was thrown onto the deck and rolled around twice. This movement made the soldiers patrolling on the deck stop and look over. Quote. Smoker looked at the boot and fell silent. Smoker Commodore, it's really good. A soldier with 1 foot exposed ran over in 2 steps, blinking excitedly. I accidentally slipped just now and slipped my boots into the sea. I was worried about how to get them back. You really helped me a lot now. Hello. Smoker's eyes twitched slightly as he looked at the soldier. How on earth can one of the boots fly away? Moreover, the color of the boots you caught is obviously not the same style as the ones on your feet. Advertisement. Even if you want to help me out, you should be prepared to be more serious. Feeling the constant gazes, his expressionless face seemed to be burning. The phone rang for a long time and was finally answered. Colonel Hina, this is Naval Headquarters Ensign Tashigi under Smoker Commodore. The girl with glasses was huddled in the corner of a small room somewhere in the cabin, looking around nervously, for fear that someone would come in. It's Sister Tashigi, there's no need to be so formal. The voice on the other side of the phone was very calm and kind. Just tell me if you have anything. Did you catch the pirate who killed Balin? Colonel Hina, please lower your voice. We are in a very dangerous situation now. Tashigi lowered his voice and said in an extremely serious tone, if that guy accidentally hears it, the consequences will be disastrous. The phone bug was obviously stunned for a moment. What happened? Us. Tashigi immediately stuck behind the door, listening intently like a thief to the footsteps of an unknown person in the corridor. After the sound disappeared, he whispered, we have been hijacked. Did the pirate who killed Balin kidnap you? Hina quickly reacted. Yes, and he's probably looking for me right now. We'll have to cut a long story short. The girl had never done such a thing before, and she couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from her forehead nervously at this moment. I didn't find any bounty list related to this pirate in the archives. Now Smoker Commodore suspects that his identity may not be simple. I have sent his photos. I hope Colonel Hina will find clues related to this man in time. After confirming his identity, you can make follow-up arrangements as soon as possible and contact me again. Quote. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, footsteps came from the cabin corridor, and this sound was mixed with the sound of doors being opened one after another. It seems like someone is searching for something. Could it be that he was discovered? When she thought of this, the girl immediately hid under the table in a panic. With a horrified expression, she listened to the heavy footsteps getting closer and closer. She felt that her heart was beating violently, as if it was about to reach her throat. The footsteps finally stopped. Squeak. The door to the small room was opened. Chapter 28 Bewitching Hina. A ray of light shone into the dim room. The door was pushed completely open. Tashigi, what are you doing here? A man holding a cigar strode in. Smoker Commodore. Seeing the familiar figure, Tashigi's tense mood suddenly relaxed. She knelt down on the ground exhausted, and big beads of sweat on her face kept dripping on the wooden board. After letting out a long breath, he took out the phone bug hidden in his arms and said, I'm communicating with Colonel Hina. You idiot, this is a marine warship, and there are all marines on board. I just asked you to report, but I didn't ask you to do this. Smoker helplessly looked at the naturally stupid girl in front of him, and took the phone bug that was still communicating in the other person's hand. Hey, Hina, it's me, Smoker. Hina heard that you are being watched. The person on the other end of the phone said calmly. It's just this kid's wishful thinking. We haven't fallen into this situation yet. Smoker paused. However, that guy is indeed different. I need your information. You'd better find out his details quickly. Got it. Hina doesn't think you are begging for help, Smoker. The phone bug held a thin cigarette in his mouth and blew out a puff of smoke. It's because you can't speak that you are hated by the seniors in this department. Stop talking. I don't care what they think. Smoker also exhaled a puff of smoke. Okay. Hina sat on the table with her legs crossed and dangling in the air. She held the telephone receiver and muttered Smoker's words while taking the photo that had just been printed from the fax machine and handed over by the clerk. The man's bust came into view. Is this the man? Hina spoke casually and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, nothing special. As she finished speaking, her expression suddenly changed, and her pupils suddenly dilated. He is. Any information? Smoker on the other end of the phone frowned. Hina believes that one should confirm it in person before drawing a conclusion. Hina can no longer take her eyes off the photo in her hand. She is very popular in naval headquarters and has been dealing with the Marine Intelligence Agency all year round, so she can know some information that ordinary generals cannot obtain. Advertisement. If it was really that man, why would he appear in today's era? Smoker. Tell Hina your location. Hina rush there now. The breeze was blowing. Hina stood on the deck of the warship. After capturing Crocodile and destroying the secret organization Baroque Huxia Society, she obtained approval from naval headquarters and entered a rare leave period. But the appearance of this photo forced her to end her vacation a week early. In an era long before Cross ruled the sea, there was a pirate who turned the naval headquarters upside down. Today's Marineford was rebuilt on those ruins. Before that man appeared, world government and marine prestige had reached their peak. But with just one person, he was able to shake Marine's image as an impossible god of war in the minds of the world. It can be said that that war overturned the situation of the entire world. From then on, the turmoil on the sea became more and more intense. Even if the world government tried hard to eliminate that man's influence, only 100 years was still too short. If he is the man called Blood Eye. Hina looked at the photo absent-mindedly. Colonel Hina. Fendi and Zhangao stood behind Hina, one on the left and one on the right. The former was holding a cloak and the latter was holding a scarf. They both said at the same time, "It's windy outside." After saying that, the two of them looked at each other secretly. How far is it from the G37 branch? Hina came back to her senses. It will take another day. The two said at the same time. Has the permanent pointer you took when you passed by the G19 branch yesterday properly kept? Yes, Colonel Hina. The two said in unison, then gritted their teeth and looked at each other, with the same warning in their eyes. Colonel Hina will not fall in love with a guy like you. Hina still has to do this kind of thing for Smoker, it's true. Hina curled her lips in dissatisfaction. As soon as they heard Smoker's name, the two people who were still competing with each other suddenly felt like deflated balls, unable to look up to the sky. If he gave birth to Smoker, why would he give birth to them both? Gaia Sea Area. Advertisement. Smoker Commodore. That's Captain Hina's warship. Tashigi whispered closely. Looking at the warship slowly approaching on the sea, Smoker exhaled puff after puff of smoke. When the two ships intersected, he faced them expressionlessly. Hina stepped forward. You don't seem happy at all to meet Hina. We have known each other for so many years, what is there to be happy about meeting? Smoker said calmly. You are so indifferent to Hina. Even so, she was already used to Smoker's way of speaking and didn't take it to heart. Instead, he turned to look at Joel, who was lying on the lounge chair wearing sunglasses and sunbathing. It's just that this undisciplined image doesn't look like a legendary figure at all. Hina is very curious that a legendary figure like Senior looks so young. As far as Hina knows, Senior is at least 120 years old, right? Hina stood very measuredly about 10 meters away from Joel and stopped. What? This guy is 120 years old. Behind them, Zhangao and Fanbudi looked shocked. The man in front of them, who looked just a million times more handsome than them, was actually older than their dead grandfather. Even Smoker's brows jumped up. What kind of monster was on his ship? Who was he? 120 years old. The naturally stupid girl with glasses stuttered, and used her fingers to calculate the number in confusion, but found that her fingers seemed not enough. Joel looked at the visitor and suddenly laughed playfully. Do you also want to become younger like me? I can keep you young forever. Like a devil whispering in her ears, Hina's heart couldn't help but tremble.
Although she has always taken good care of her figure and appearance, she also gives herself a long vacation every year to adjust her mentality and emotions. But after she turned 30, she felt obviously powerless, and when she smiled, a wrinkle at the corner of her eye would be clearly visible. Although she has been trying hard in the past 2 years to keep her smile small and reduce the appearance of wrinkles, she also knows that these passing years will never come back. Day after day of exposure to wind and sun on the sea will eventually make her skin dull, and she will eventually become one of the older women. It's just like, aged Crane Vice Admiral. When she thought of this, Hina suddenly woke up and threw all the disrespectful thoughts out of her mind. At the same time, she looked at Joel cautiously and thought.
This man, he is bewitching Hina. Chapter 29 Naval Headquarters. How about it? Do you need to think about it? Joel said. No need. Although she knew that the other party did not hide any good intentions, Hina still said with a somewhat difficult tone, Hina is not a vase who can only dress up, so she is not interested in things like youth. That's such a pity. Joel sighed sadly. I heard that Senior needed to go to the Yag Islands, so Hina came over to give me a permanent pointer to that archipelago. Hina ordered Zhangao to bring the small box to Joel and open it. There are 2 identical pointers placed in the box. The wooden round frame above the pointer is engraved with the words, Yage Islands. The significance of 2 pieces is that Navigator and Joel can each hold one. This is sincerity. After Joel confirmed, Hina asked Zhangao to close the box and put it on the deck. Then Hina won't disturb Senior's rest. After saying that, she looked at Smoker. Hina heard from Tashigi that nearly half of the food on your ship was dampened in the previous heavy rain. You'd better go to a nearby town to make some supplies. It may take some time to reach the Yag Islands. A very subtle hint flashed through his eyes. I know. Smoker said calmly. Then, Hina leaves first. Hina had no intention of continuing the pleasantries and returned to her warship with her soldiers. There is no mistake, this man is Shui Tong. Smoker should understand what Hina means. He must hold this man back and not let him reach his destination so quickly. Hina thought as she walked quickly towards the cabin. She wanted to transmit this important information back to Naval Headquarters without delay. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Due to its special geographical location close to the Red Line, this town is still home to the Marine's highest authority, the Naval Headquarters. At this moment, in the corridor of the headquarters castle tower, the generals in the middle and high-level positions of Marine, wearing Marine cloaks, hurriedly walked to the conference room. Crane Vice Admiral, what happened? Marshal Sengoku summoned us suddenly. Vice Admiral Huo Shaoshan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Advertisement. I don't know, but I'm afraid it won't be a good thing. He Wong frowned slightly as he watched all the familiar figures enter the conference room one after another. Xiaohei. Garp said hello from behind and quickly came over. Didn't you go to East Blue to visit your grandson and come back so soon? He said in a calm tone. Forget it, that B*********** D kid actually did such a thing, I won't let him go easily. Ha 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 ha. Garp said and laughed instead. He looked calm. I remember that you had the same attitude towards your son back then. They are all a bunch of inconsiderate bastards. It's all because the love in my iron fist is not deep enough. Isn't there something wrong with your education methods? Forget it, let's see what Sengoku has to say to us this time. Garp waved his hand awkwardly, changed the subject, and quickly walked into the conference room. The seats at the meeting were almost full of people, and the military ranks on their clothes were all above, Vice Admiral, level. Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp. After greeting several young Marine Vice Admirals nearby, Garp sat down at the front of the conference table. Everyone is here, Sengoku said with a serious face. Mr. Kuzan seems to have gone for a walk again. The non-commissioned officer belonging to the Aokiji unit stood beside the wall of the conference room, holding his head high and whispering. Doberman said coldly. As Marine's highest combat power, he does not stay at the headquarters, but wanders around. Isn't it a bit illegal? Marine 3 Admiral, as the face of Marine, has always had clear main responsibilities. Firstly, they must stay at the headquarters to maintain peace and stability in the nearby sea areas. Secondly, they must be dispatched when necessary to ensure the personal safety of the celestial dragons disembarking from the Red Line. They should be in a state of constant readiness. But strictly speaking, it was against the rules for Aokiji to run away without reporting anything. After all, as an admiral, I have some privileges, which is within reason. The flying squirrel crossed his arms, lowered his head and said slowly. Okay, I'm not here today to discuss Kuzan's affairs. Advertisement. Sengoku interrupted the two who were still about to argue and other generals who also wanted to join in the discussion, and took the situation back into his own hands. The reason why this meeting was held today is because of his appearance. Branu, please put the information up. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. The general with green curly hair, wearing a blue and white striped shirt and a marine cape stepped forward and pasted a poster-like portrait on the white backboard in the center of the conference room. The man was wearing a dark red shirt and a black cloak, and his eyes as red as blood glanced at the side camera intentionally or unintentionally. This man is Blood Tong Joel. Sengoku put his elbows on the table and clasped his fingers together under his chin. His lowered eyes suddenly raised in shock. Garp, who was whispering to a certain vice admiral on the side, immediately closed his mouth and turned around quickly. The rest of the marine generals also looked at the portrait more or less. I'm afraid not everyone knows the man in this portrait. Sengoku took in the expressions of all the generals and said, Branu, please introduce Blood-Eyed Joel. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. Branu pasted all the rest of the written information on the backboard. Sirs, I will briefly introduce Blood-Eyed Joel's information next. Joel, his full name is Herman Joel. He was born in the kingdom of Herman 143 years ago and was the crown prince of the country at that time. But 127 years ago, for some reasons, he became a pirate. After becoming a pirate, Herman Joel did countless things that challenged the order of the sea. Two of the most egregious incidents were his single-handed destruction of the then naval headquarters Marineford, and his climb up the Red Line and the killing of the celestial dragons. Quote. Branu paused. Of course, as for how many celestial dragons were unfortunately killed at that time, I won't go into details with you, sirs. Who doesn't know yet? He died at that time. Garp couldn't help but take over after hearing this. Just as all the generals cast curious eyes on him, waiting for his next words, Sengoku quickly slammed the table and shouted, Garp, shut up. TCH, you can't say that. Garp curled his lips. Cough. Branu coughed and said, in short, Blood-Eyed Joel's strength will never be weaker than any of the current pirate 4 emperors. I'm afraid you don't know why I asked Major Branu to introduce a pirate who lived more than 100 years ago. Sengoku glanced at everyone in the conference room and said in a deep voice, then, I will tell you something. Herman Joel, who disappeared more than 100 years ago, is now resurrected. Quote. Advertisement Chapter 30 Resurrection. Resurrection. This subtle word is like the subtle mentality of all the generals in the conference room. The reappearance of pirates from more than 100 years ago is not an unacceptable thing. After all, some people do live far longer than ordinary people. What's more, there are giants in this world who can live for 300 years, and the number of 100 years doesn't seem to be a lot. Even if an old pirate who is over 100 years old appears on this sea again, what kind of storm can he cause? As powerful as Whitebeard is, he has become more settled over the years due to age and injuries. Even though Shui Tong was such a legendary pirate in his time, he might not be better than a well-trained young soldier now. Resurrection. He frowned, as if he thought of something, and said slowly. Sengoku, you mean he is still at his peak strength? What? After he finished speaking, the rear admiral officer was shocked and said, how is that possible? Does he have the blood of a giant? Branu stood up straight, put his hands behind his back and said, as far as I know, the Herman royal family is pure human blood. Then, why? A general asked. I'm afraid it has something to do with his devil fruit ability, but how to? Resurrection is not the point. The point is that he is active again now. Even Colonel Barron, the base commander of the G46 branch, died heroically because of fighting with him. What do you think of this matter? Quote. Sengoku glanced at everyone with a serious expression. That disciple of Zephyr, I remember that his strength is quite good, but actually. Baron, he has been in the headquarters for almost 20 years since he was recruited into the army. He never expected to die at the hands of pirates. Surprised whispers continued to sound. Since the other party is a pirate who has done many evil things, let's eliminate him as soon as possible in the name of justice. Akainu pressed his hat, his expression shrouded in shadow. No matter what, we must not allow its power to grow and threaten justice. I don't agree with what Sakazuki said. Kizaru, who never liked to talk, spoke unusually, and everyone including Sengoku looked at him in surprise. Porosalino, what do you mean? Akainu said coldly. To deal with such a legendary pirate, I'm afraid we will have to face the same pressure as waging war against the four emperors. Kizaru slowly crossed his legs and leaned back on the seat. Can we bear the cost of weakening marine strength and breaking the current balance of forces? Seeing that all the generals were silent, he said silently. Advertisement. It seems that no one likes the work to suddenly become arduous. If the headquarters and various branches carry out high-intensity coordination and deployment, my off-duty time will be used to work overtime. Porcellino Admiral, do you mean that Marine just ignored it and turned a blind eye? The ghost spider looked at the Admiral who looked quite leisurely and at ease. What does it matter? That guy Balin has always had a bad reputation. I have long been unhappy with him. I don't know who has been recommending him. It is a good thing for him to die with honor. Garp spoke without hesitation. I recommended it. Sengoku responded calmly. Today, this seemingly peaceful and stable sea is actually like a damp red brick. Once you pick it up, you can see dense ants crawling underneath. In order to eliminate these endless pirates, Marine had to put talent over virtue. This is not what Sengoku means per se, but comes from a higher level. But he doesn't tell anyone else this. As the commander-in-chief of an army, it is also his duty to contain the darkness from behind. It turns out to be Sengoku, UB************D. Garp suddenly slapped the table and stood up, blowing his nose and staring. Sit down, Garp, Sengoku ordered. HMPH. Garp snorted and stopped talking. Currently, Shui Tong has not done anything too out of bounds. Instead of making Marine a powerful enemy again, it is better to let it go for the time being. Momosuke looked at everyone's expressions with some hesitation, and then said, treat him the same way you treat Pluton Rayleigh. Pluton Rayleigh has been living in seclusion in the Sabayati archipelago since the Roger pirates disbanded. The middle and senior management of naval headquarters have also acquiesced in this matter. Although they have been sending people to monitor its actions, in fact, Marine has not made preparations for war with it for so many years. Just like Kizaru said just now, war has a price to pay. Gion is so right, I think so too. The T-Dolphin chuckled, moved his chair, and moved closer to Momosuke. The admiral's backup was not thinking about this matter at all at the moment. He slowly shook his head. No, Shui Tong is not like Rayleigh. His danger level has been obvious to all 100 years ago. He is a world-class criminal. So, Xiaohei, what do you mean? Sengoku asked. Advertisement. He continued. But fortunately, that guy has always liked to live alone and has not left behind a huge force, otherwise his energy may exceed the revolutionary army. Sengoku, this matter is very important. I can't give you a reasonable suggestion now. It's up to you to decide. Quote. Xiaohei. It was also the first time that Sengoku saw the great staff officer who was always able to calmly analyze the battle situation, be so hesitant. During the noisy and inconsistent discussion in the conference room, he suddenly realized that any decision made at this stage was still too hasty. This matter is no longer something that naval headquarters can resolve on its own. He had to go to Mariajoy himself and report to higher-ups. Sengoku took a deep breath. Okay, I already have an idea on this matter, you don't have to argue anymore. What are you going to do, Sengoku? Garp crossed his arms over his chest and looked at his comrade who had worked with him for 50 or 60 years with a look of extreme displeasure. The other generals all stopped arguing and looked at Sengoku. Marine will not take any action until I come back from Mariajoy. Also, Xiaozuru, please go with me. You must also attend the Shichibukai meeting held by the world government. Sengoku stood up and said, then let's break up this meeting. After all the officials in the conference room dispersed in twos and threes, he looked at Branu, who had been standing upright next to the backboard. Branu, please inform me and ask Smoker to continue to monitor Shui Tong. Any actions must be reported in time. Yes, Marshal Sengoku, as this naval headquarters decision. Smoker held the telephone bug's receiver expressionlessly. Tashigi looked around cautiously, fearing that someone would hear him. This is what the marshal means. You don't have to think too much. Just do this for the time being to avoid causing more trouble. The phone bug's voice paused. Hina doesn't want to see only your body the next time we meet. I know, that's it. Smoker hung up the phone. Report. The urgent knock on the door made Tashigi tremble behind the door, and he nervously blocked the door with his body. Tashigi, let him in. Smoker was puffing on his cigar. The door to the captain's office was opened, and the soldier gasped out of breath. After seeing the familiar and generous figure, he stammered. Report, Smoker Commodore, we have discovered a pirate ship approaching. It is 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 31 Doflamingo. Doflamingo was lying on the sun lounger on the deck in a good mood. Surrounded by 3 or 4 young girls with hot bodies in bikinis, they were smiling and playing. This time he went to sea from Dressrosa and went to the first half of the Grand Line, which is called Paradise. The purpose of this trip is naturally transaction. The 2 kings who were preparing to launch war against surrounding countries claimed that as long as they saw Joker, they would immediately agree to purchase weapons. So he personally took action and gave the opponent a small 7 warlords of the sea shock. After completing these 2 large arms transactions, he was going to take a detour to Magic Valley Town to see how far the young gangster he had given the Don Quixote family symbol had grown to be, and whether he was really qualified to become the new blood of the family. However, an unexpected surprise occurred. Crocodile was deprived of his identity. The world government summoned all 7 warlords of the sea and rushed to Mariajoy to decide who would succeed him. So he postponed the matter and immediately set off for the Red Line. Although the world government urged him to arrive within 5 days, Doflamingo didn't care what those old guys thought. What made him feel good was the news of the downfall of the gloomy sand crocodile, and what kind of role he was looking forward to his colleagues in the future. Young master, a warship was found there. Buffalo's body kept spinning and dancing on the deck. But the strange thing is that his head did not turn at all and always looked in one direction. Young master, do you want to sink that warship? What if they discover our deal? Baby 5 took out 2 pistols from under her skirt. Don't be impulsive, baby -5. Marine has no right to check what cargo is on the 7 warlords of the sea's ship. Doflamingo pushed away a bikini girl next to him, and slowly sat up with a smile. However, we can talk to them. Maybe there will be someone in the Marine who wants to be our friend, just like the colonel stationed in the G46 branch. I understand, young master. Buffalo ordered the helmsman to turn the bow and sail towards the warship. Then, he saw the figure walking out of the warship cabin, and immediately shouted nervously. Young master, the captain of that warship, is the White Hunter Smoker. Is it Smoker? Baby 5 also said in surprise. Advertisement. Smoker. Who is that? Hearing the surprise in the 2 subordinates' voices, Doflamingo frowned. He seemed to have heard Smoker's name, but forgot where he heard it, but what is certain is that since Buffalo and Baby 5 both know each other, it means the opponent's military rank and position in the Marine should not be too low, maybe. Same as Virgo. Master, have you forgotten? It's Smoker who arrested Crocodile. Buffalo said quickly. Foo. Doflamingo put his hand on his forehead and suddenly laughed. How could I have forgotten this matter? It turned out to be Marine who arrested that smelly crocodile. It really piqued my interest. Buffalo, get this ship moving faster, I can't wait to meet him. Quote. I understand, young master. Buffalo chuckled, turned his head, and flew behind the sail like an airplane. His head turned into a propeller, blowing a strong wind pressure and quickly pushing the pirate ship towards the warship. Smoker stood on the deck of the warship, holding a cigar in his mouth and blowing out a smoke ring. 7 warlords of the sea, what does he want to do? Tashigi stood aside, adjusted his glasses and said, why doesn't it feel like a good thing? At this moment, I saw a figure walking through the air from the oncoming pirate ship. A few people jumped up on tiptoes and had already crossed a distance of nearly 100 meters. 5 color strings. An arrogant smile appeared at the corner of the figure's mouth, and his fingertips moved slightly as he reached out to grab it. In an instant, 5 almost transparent thin threads cut away. He didn't expect that Shichibukai, who belonged to the same camp, would suddenly attack him. Smoker's pupils couldn't help but shrink, and his body instantly turned into countless smoke shapes. But the speed of 5 color strings still exceeded his expectations. Amidst the faint sizzling sound made by the friction between the threads and the flesh, 5 streaks of hot blood splashed in the air. The scattered smoke regrouped into a human shape, but it still flew back uncontrollably and hit the side railing with a heavy bang. Cough. Smoker suddenly coughed up blood, and 5 slender wounds appeared from his chest to his abdomen. Advertisement. Fortunately, the elementalization was timely and most of the force was avoided, so these 5 wounds were not too deep. Smoker Commodore, are you okay? The soldiers on the deck rushed to Smoker's side, and some picked up weapons and stared at the figure in front of them with wide eyes. Doflamingo, what do you want? Tashigi blocked his body in front of Smoker, held Shiger in his hands, and asked excitedly. As 7 warlords of the sea, you actually dare to attack Marine. Do you want to be deprived of your Shichibukai identity like crocodile? Tashigi, get out of the way, this guy is not something you can handle. Smoker stood up slowly, pushed Tashigi in front of him away, and looked coldly at the sea gangster who had always been arrogant. Doflamingo, do you think this is interesting? Doflamingo didn't show any joy on his face, and even frowned. Although the opponent was also a very rare Logia fruit user, he was much weaker than he imagined. If it were Crocodile, he should be able to dodge his attacks easily and without any damage, and then be able to have a casual chat with him, but this guy. Doflamingo suddenly felt unhappy and said, as Crocodile defeated and arrested by a marine like you. Smoker was startled when he heard this, and said expressionlessly, it's not important. Unimportant. Doflamingo chewed on this sentence and suddenly laughed and said, foo, I should be happy about the failure of that smelly crocodile, but. His voice gradually became colder. We are also 7 warlords of the sea. He is somewhat recognized by me, but I didn't expect that the reputation of defeating him would fall on a B********** D like you. Buzz. Doflamingo suddenly released a powerful momentum, swinging in all directions like a ring. Under the impact of Conqueror's Haki, the surrounding marine soldiers felt their heads suddenly empty, and they fainted on the deck one after another. A-hole, what on earth do you want to do? Smoker picked up Jusho angrily. He could no longer endure the other party's crazy provocation. What are you doing? Foo. Doflamingo sat arrogantly on the railing of the boat, crossed his right leg and moved his fingers slightly, let's play a game. What's going on? My body. Tashigi suddenly screamed in disbelief. Chapter 32 Nightmare Line. What's going on? My body. Tashigi exclaimed. She found that her limbs did not obey her command at all, and seemed to be being controlled by someone. They moved inexplicably. Doflamingo moved his index finger slightly, and Tashigi immediately turned towards Smoker and pointed the famous sword in his hand at him. Foo. Wouldn't it be interesting to kill your subordinates, or be killed by your subordinates? A-hole. Smoker suddenly became furious, his lower body turned into white smoke, and rushed towards Doflamingo. The latter had already predicted it and controlled Tashigi to run in front of him, blocking Smoker's attack with his body. Hateful. Smoker was forced to withdraw his 10 hands. Can't you do it? What a good boss who was considerate of his subordinates. Doflamingo said while controlling Tashigi to attack continuously. Elementalization. You can hide like this before I change my mind. I won't guarantee whether the game will end early if it gets too boring. For example, let me kill this woman for you. Quote. Smoker was already at a loss, but when he heard Doflamingo's naked threat, he panicked and was hit in the chest by Shiger. Suddenly, blood flowed down. Yes, that's it. A gladiatorial fight should bleed. Foo. Smoker Commodore, I. Tashigi was in tears, his voice choked. However, tears could not stop this, and the knife in her hand swung towards Smoker without any pause. On the approaching pirate ship, Baby 5 looked at this scene and sighed. It's over, the young master started to act nonsense again. Buffalo flying in the air laughed and said. After all, the young master is now the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. It's time to pay them back the anger I suffered when I was running away from Marine's pursuit. After all, Doflamingo is a character who still goes his own way even after reaching Maria Jo. Even if they now meet Vice Admiral, the crane who was chasing them in the first place, they will not restrain themselves. In comparison, these marines in front of me are nothing. Bang. The metal collided, making crisp sounds. Tashigi's movements were not dexterous and even a little clumsy, but Smoker refused to take action against his subordinate and was forced to defend. It's silk thread. Advertisement. He diverted his attention to observe Tashigi's body coordination, and suddenly realized the reason why the latter was being manipulated. But precisely because of the distraction, the abdomen of the body that could not be transformed into elements was penetrated deeply by the white blade that was thrust out at an accelerated speed. Tashigi pulled out the blood-red Shiger and watched in despair as his beloved commander slowly fell to the ground. Foo. Is this the only level? Stand up, Smoker, the game is not over yet. Doflamingo laughed wildly, but suddenly, he looked at the cabin door that was slowly pushed open, and his laughter stopped abruptly. The tall figure slowly walked out of the darkness inside step by step. I remember saying, keep quiet during nap time. Do you think it's disturbing my rest? Is it a fun thing to do? Quote. The gentle tone revealed an unquestionable and absolute dominance, and a heavy sense of oppression suddenly enveloped everyone's hearts. Even on the pirate ship, which was dozens of meters away from the warship, Baby 5 and Buffalo clearly felt that their breathing had stopped for a moment. Doflamingo looked at the figure. He was stunned for half a second, and then showed a look that was more like surprise on his face. His fingers rose and fell rapidly like playing a piano. Tashigi, who was like a puppet, lifted up the long knife, bursting out faster than before, and rushed towards Joel like an arrow from the string. Joel raised his head slightly and stretched out his left hand from under his broad cloak. Baby -5, who was far away on the pirate ship, felt that he was being pulled deeply by a strange force, and was involuntarily swept away from the air. She landed on the deck of the warship, quickly drew out the saber behind her, and perfectly blocked the falling Shiger with one lunge. BABY5, what are you doing? Why are you helping that guy? Are you going to betray the young master? Watching the maid beside him rushing into the whirlpool of the battle, Buffalo couldn't help but shout anxiously. I don't know, how could this happen? Baby 5 stumbled with some fear. She clearly felt that she seemed to have completely lost control of her body. It's like the feeling of being controlled by the young master with silk thread, unable to resist. But the matter didn't end there. She held the knife against Shiger in one hand and raised the other hand, hanging in the air. Without actively using Devil Fruit's ability, his arm suddenly turned into a black barrel and was pointed at Doflamingo. Boom. The bullet was fired instantly. Suddenly, Doflamingo's head fell back as if he had been shot. What did you do? Buffalo looked shocked and couldn't believe it. Little Lord. Baby 5 was so frightened that his face was covered with cold sweat. Although she had attacked Doflamingo many times because of her husband's affairs, unlike the previous attacks, this time it was not out of her will. Advertisement. What makes her even more puzzling is why her Devil Fruit ability is activated automatically. Foo. Doflamingo slowly stretched his neck back, and a narrow wound scratched by a bullet appeared on his forehead. But he didn't feel any discomfort. Looking at the oppressive man in front of him, he felt unexpectedly excited. Nightmare thread. Legend has it that once this thread seeps into the blood, it will make a person unable to get rid of it like a nightmare. Even the demon fruit power will use its own abilities like sleepwalking. Although the principle is unclear, there is no doubt that the person who can use this move is undoubtedly the legendary big man. Quote. Now that you know it's me, you still dare to provoke. Joel moved his fingertips indifferently, causing Baby 5 to jump into the air, and his body turned into a Gatling carrying a circle of bullets. Should I praise your courage or laugh at your stupidity? Da. The intensive firepower released by Gatling poured madly towards Doflamingo in an instant. Doflamingo abandoned the thin string he was controlling, stood on tiptoes out of thin air, and moved backwards at high speed. The pink feather coat draped behind him was like the wings of a flamingo bird, undulating in the wind. Amid the waves that continued to stir up, he returned to the deck of the pirate ship and said with a hint of respect in his arrogant tone. There are too many useless counterfeiters in this world, and learning to screen and identify them is also a means for us desperate people. I just want to confirm whether your identity is what I think. After all, it is too far away from that era. Quote. Joel looked indifferently. Do you think you can get my forgiveness by saying this? The expression on Doflamingo's face froze slightly, but he soon returned to his natural state. Lord Joel must be very fond of this loyal and beautiful maid of mine. In this case, I will give her to you. This is my most sincere apology. Joel looked at the other party noncommittally, and before he could speak, Baby 5 shouted in disgrace, I won't agree. Young master. Baby -5, she. Buffalo wanted to say something else, but Doflamingo stopped him with his hand, who looked at the maid. BABY5, I need you to do this. Need. The maid's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and she bit her lower lip, I understand. Buffalo. Let's go. No matter what Joel's attitude was, Doflamingo didn't want to stay here for a moment longer and urged Buffalo. The latter held back his words, glanced at BABY5, then quickly turned his head and rolled up for a while. The strong wind pressure pushed the pirate ship away at high speed. Never mind. Joel stretched his muscles and felt a lot less angry when he got up. He let go of the bloodline controlling the maid, stretched appropriately, and then walked back to the cabin calmly. Can you make black tea? Baby 5 hesitated for a moment, but then followed up timidly. I know a little bit. Chapter 33 World Economic News Agency. Young master, who is that guy? In the luxurious room inside the pirate ship, Buffalo asked in a low voice. You should know why I can become 7 warlords of the sea, right? Doflamingo did not answer directly, but asked. Because the celestial dragons are afraid of you robbing them of their heavenly gold. No, this is only part of the reason. Not everyone can use this to blackmail them. Doflamingo sat on a chair that was spacious enough. The most important thing is that I was once a celestial dragon's. His voice paused slightly. Although I have never mentioned it, it doesn't hurt to tell you one thing. More than 100 years ago, a pirate once broke into the Red Line without permission and killed 34 celestial dragons. 34. Although he didn't know why the young master mentioned this matter, Buffalo still opened his mouth in surprise. Those are celestial dragons. He is the lord of the world who has the title of God. The personal safety of any celestial dragons is considered a top priority by the world government. Whenever something goes wrong, naval headquarters will immediately dispatch the Marine Admiral to rescue and suppress the source of the unrest. However, more than 30 of such noble celestial dragons were killed in the Red Line where they lived. This thing is simply unimaginable. Do you want to know who that pirate is? Doflamingo said. That pirate. Just as Buffalo was about to ask, he suddenly trembled as if he thought of something. He felt a cold air coming out of his back and said in a trembling voice, could he be? Yes, that's the man you just met, the worst world-class criminal in history, Blood-Eyed Joel. Doflamingo covered his face, hiding his expression under his palms. As far as I know, the portrait of this man is still hanging in the family hall of the Celestial Dragons Don Quixote branch. Those surviving Celestial Dragons are always warning future generations, asking them to remember it firmly. This shame, don't let history repeat itself. Is that why, young master, you sent baby -5, specially to monitor that man's future actions? Buffalo hesitated for a moment. He still had deep feelings for the maid he grew up with. I do think so. Of course, the premise is that she can do what I expected. Foo 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 foo. Advertisement. Doflamingo took off his palm and burst out laughing. But don't you think it's funny? This man has reappeared in the world. If those arrogant celestial dragons bastards knew about this, what kind of expressions would they have on their faces? Just think about it, it would be very interesting. Quote. Young master, what are you going to do next? Buffalo asked curiously. Fur. Doflamingo stood up slowly and smiled proudly. I thought of a good idea. World Economic News is one of the largest newspapers in the world. But its headquarters is a teapot-like hot airboat, which is divided into several rooms and is only a few hundred square meters in size. Because of the special nature of the media industry, the world government has always wanted to take control of the announcement of news. Therefore, in order to avoid being discovered by the world government, the hot airship will regularly move its location. Today, it is sitting on an unknown island in the Grand Line. Mr. Morgans, Joker has sent a message. Inside the headquarters, members took phone bugs and hurriedly ran to the president's office. Joker, what does he want from me? Morgans arranged the documents on the table. He said he was going to sell us a bombshell story. What big news? If his price is too high, I won't agree to it. Morgans raised his eyes and put down the document in his hand. He said, President, if you listen to this, you will definitely be moved. After the member finished speaking, Morgans took the phone from the phone bug and said enthusiastically. Joker, I haven't seen you for a long time. As an intermediary, I have never seen any information about you betraying your employer. Why did you suddenly change your gender this time? I won't do such boring things. The person on the other end of the phone said, the news I'm giving you this time will definitely help your newspaper sell a good number. Stop being so secretive, Joker. Although I am a miser, if your news is shocking enough, I will pay you accordingly. Foo. Advertisement. The phone bug laughed. Let me tell you, the blood pupils are resurrected. The concise words made Morgans suddenly stunned. Mr. Morgans. The members who felt the phone was bugged quickly called out to the president, who was in a daze. Resurrected. Is this true? Morgans jumped up suddenly, shouted excitedly into the microphone, Joker, you're not lying to me. The harsh noise made the person on the other end of the phone couldn't help but frown, plucked his ears and said, I have been in business for so many years, and what I always pay attention to is integrity. Great. Morgan rubbed his hands and moved them in circles excitedly. With such explosive news, the newspaper will definitely sell like crazy. But soon, he suddenly realized something. His expression became much calmer, and he said into the microphone. Joker, why are you telling me this news? Are you really just doing it for this reward? Foo. You are indeed a smart person. You noticed it so quickly. Are you interested in helping me take care of the business? Forget it, I'm not interested in fighting or killing. Morgan said disgustedly, I want to know the reason why you did this even more. Well, let me tell you, I want to cause more chaos. The more chaotic this sea becomes, the more people will come to patronize my business, and my power will grow stronger. Quote. The phone bug smiled happily. I see. He is indeed the most famous intermediary in the underground world. What a Joker. Morgans complimented him unceremoniously, and after talking to him about more information and the finalized remuneration, he laughed and said, I hope we can cooperate so happily next time. After hanging up the phone, he quickly walked to the member's office and said happily to everyone in the room. Gentlemen, I have received a big piece of news. I will provide a format for redoing the front page later. You can revise and edit it according to my requirements. Mr. Morgans, there is a lot of news about Pirates Supernova at this stage, and we are almost running out of space in the layout. How can we find another place? The news editor wearing a painter's hat said with a sad face. The evil deeds committed by Captain Eustace, Kid and Gangster, Capone Beige, as well as the recent Vinsmoke family roaming the Grand Line, and the aftermath of the arrest of the 7 warlords of the sea, these would be nothing in normal times. It is rare news material. FK Supernova, FK Vinsmoke, FK 7 warlords of the sea. Morgan sneered and said, put all these useless news into the corners of the last 2 pages. Nothing is more important now than blood eyes. Chapter 34 4 Emperors shocked. The warship continued sailing in the direction of the Yagequan Islands. Can you really make tea? I've never seen a worse maid than you. Joel lay lazily on his side on the bed, looking at the clumsy baby 5 casually. What are you talking about? I have already served you so wholeheartedly, but you still have to be picky. Baby 5 is so angry that her tea-making hand is shaking. The anger at being abandoned by Doflamingo has been simmering in her heart. In the past few days, she has been manipulated like a bull and horse. Her violent temper has long been out of control. The maid is just her part-time job, but she is a real killer, the kind who kills without blinking an eye. Please don't be so rude, and please don't smoke during working hours. Joel's tone was a little cold. The aristocratic etiquette he had received since childhood made him have very strict professional requirements for maids. Please. The anger on Baby 5's face suddenly melted away, and he immediately took the cigarette out of his mouth and bit his finger shyly. Okay, then I will try to be gentler in my speech in the future. Then practice making tea 10,000 times, starting from preparing the tea set and tea leaves. Joel stood up and walked out of the room. 10,000 times. Baby 5 said angrily, I won't listen to you, you will die if you do it 10,000 times. Excuse me, Joel added. Well, I know. Baby 5 struggled a little, then turned back into a well-behaved lamb, saying in his heart. 10,000 times. It's just 10,000 times, it doesn't matter, I can do it. After walking out of the room, Tashigi, who was half crouching and eavesdropping on the corner, hurriedly stood up straight and looked around as if nothing had happened. But it seemed that because he was caught red-handed, he suddenly felt guilty and his ears turned red. Don't you have to take care of Smoker? It seems that his injury is almost healed. Joel glanced at Tashigi indifferently, not caring at all about the other party's childish eavesdropping methods. He has nothing untoward to say, and the real secrets can never be eavesdropped on by others. Well, Tashigi hesitated, his mind still stuck on the moment when his eavesdropping was discovered. Because Smoker was stabbed by her, she desperately wanted to do something to make up for the mistake she made, eavesdropping on useful information. After all, it's unknown whether the 7 warlords of the sea's subordinates and powerful pirates of unknown origin are secretly conspiring to do something ulterior. It is obviously such a just and above-board thing to do, but why do I feel so weak in my heart? Advertisement. On deck, Smoker stood by the ship's rail with his upper body still bandaged, frowning at the dilapidated shipwrecks that fell from time to time in the sky. This magical phenomenon is said to be due to the existence of islands in the sky, but since he has never witnessed it with his own eyes, he is deeply skeptical about this. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the cabin door open. He glanced back. When he saw the person coming, he couldn't help but take a deep breath of his cigar and spit it out slowly. As a Marine, he was rescued many times by pirates from the opposite camp in critical moments. Such dramatic results made him feel quite complicated. Joel blew the sea breeze, checked the permanent pointer and the direction of the warship, and waved to the news bird in the sky. The news bird spread its wings and landed on the rail below the mast. 1 serving. Joel pulled a newspaper from Newsbird's mailbag and pointed at Smoker. He pays. Faced with the pirate's bossy, Smoker took out 2 coins with a slight twitch in his eyes and threw them into Newsbird's bag. 2 servings. After receiving the newspaper from Newsbird, he scanned the contents at a glance, and then the look of surprise on his face could not be calmed down for a long time. A small island in New World. The pirates were singing and dancing, eating meat and drinking wine, enjoying everything in the banquet. Shanks, look at this. Beckman held a thin cigarette in his mouth and handed over the newspaper in his hand. Shanks' face turned red, and he shook his body drunkenly. He hooked Beckman's shoulders and pulled him to the wooden chair next to him. Drink first, no matter how important things are, they are not as important as the banquet, right, kids? As he shouted, a group of pirates responded one after another. Of course, boss, this is the most wonderful party. Hey, Shanks happily handed the wine glass to Beckman, stop your thoughtful mind for the night. Even if it's Whitebeard, we can't talk about it until today. Beckman placed the handed glass of wine back on the table, opened the folded newspaper with his other hand, and placed it in front of Shanks' eyes. Are you sure you don't want to read today's newspaper? Oh, if it's not Luffy's news, then there's nothing interesting to see. Shanks glanced hastily and was about to take off the newspaper blocking his view when he suddenly realized something and suddenly woke up. He grabbed the newspaper and stared at the title on the page. Shocking incident. The top criminal Herman Joel, who has been silent for 100 years, comes to the Sea of Gaia again. About the dusty deeds of this blood-eyed tyrant in the past twilight of gods. Close hollow corner bracket. Advertisement. The blood pupil is resurrected. Shanks was completely sober at this point. I told you, you won't want to miss it. After all, this legend became famous around the world 100 years ago. Beckman blew out wisps of smoke. It just happened to be at this juncture. Shanks looked solemn and said, I have a bad feeling. It seems that I have to meet with Whitebeard in advance. This is really a troubled time. Beckman looked at the pirates enjoying the banquet and said calmly, however, I hope it will not affect their mood tonight. Maybe the number of banquets held in the future will become less and less. New World, Cake Island. The huge figure sat on a chair covered by darkness, grabbed a Homit's cake, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it, and let out a horrible laugh. The various homies in the room peered into the darkness from afar, hiding in fear. But even so, they found that their lives were still being eaten away by this ferocious aura. Lin, did you see that news? Another sound came from the darkness, and then the phone bug was placed aside on the table in the light. Kaido, I didn't expect you to contact me for this kind of thing. We haven't said hello for a long time. Hey, isn't this important? Shui Tonk has always been the object of Rock's crazy admiration. I can still recall the way Rox chattered nonstop. Quote. Of course it's important. I'm very interested in him. I've even prepared an invitation for the next tea party for him. If he can come, well. Charlotte Linlin's words stopped suddenly, and she burst out laughing happily. With laughter, the sun Prometheus suddenly rose from the darkness and hung from the ceiling, completely illuminating the entire room and dispelling all the chill. Charlotte Linlin opened her hands, and in an instant, all the homies in the room lined up neatly and began to play and dance happily, singing and laughing. I will propose to him and let him be my 44th husband. Well, 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 well. She was spinning in circles with an expectant look on her face. What if he doesn't agree? The phone bug kept laughing. Then let him. Following the words, the sun Prometheus instantly lost its light, and all the joy in the room turned into silence, leaving only the extremely deep darkness and the penetrating grin. Go meet rocks. Chapter 35 Meeting of Seven Warlords of the Sea. A small island in the Sea of Gaia. Captain Teach, do you really want to do such a dangerous thing? Fan Oka asked unhurriedly, carrying a sniper rifle. What does it matter? If you are lucky enough, you can meet that man on the island in front. Luck, maybe it will be on our side, thief ha ha ha. Marshall. D. Teach looked at the newspaper in his hand with excitement. In his eyes, there is something called ambition. Let's go. The helmsman, Badgers, hammered each other with both fists. Captain Teach is the nemesis of all power users. No matter how strong the opponent is, in the end, they are still demon fruit power. Ahem, it's too dangerous. Duque coughed violently and lay weakly on the horse. I hope I won't die of illness before reaching the end of this journey. The strange and ugly pirates walked forward while chatting and laughing. Warhead Island. Zon Momomaru, what are you doing? Vegapunk took time out from his rare busy work and was sitting in the reception room to rest. Uncle Vegapunk, I won't tell you that I am watching a major news. After all, I am the most stern man in the world. Zon Momomaru said with his back to Vegapunk. What news? Vegapunk picked up the teacup on the table. It's a pirate known as Blood Eye who has been resurrected. Puff. Vegapunk suddenly spit out a mouthful of tea and said excitedly, show me the newspaper quickly, what's going on? He took the newspaper from Zon Taomaru's hand and took a long breath after reading it. Sure enough, he is back. The original blood sample in Vegapunk's ongoing, green blood experiment, is the great pirate who disappeared 100 years ago. After those original conjectures were confirmed by this news, his thoughts at this time became even more chaotic. Uncle Vegapunk, do you know him? Zon Taoan said curiously. In the past era, no one did not know him. Many of the things he did, can be said to have changed the world. Vegapunk's eyes were confused, even the subject of, the boundary between flesh and machine, that I have devoted myself to studying for so many years was deeply inspired by his blood factor theory. Zon Taoan looked surprised. Is he really that powerful? His achievements in exploring the mysteries of the human body can be said to be unprecedented. Vegapunk said slowly, do you know why he was able to cross 100 years and reappear in the world? Why? Zon Taoan asked. Because he discovered a mysterious substance that rests in the human blood, the life factor. A sufficient amount of the life factor will produce a qualitative change and extend the life of its host. Unfortunately, the total amount of life factors in each person's body is fixed and does not change from birth. When I was young, I conducted experiments and found that different life factors in people's bodies would repel each other and could not coexist. But he should be different. If my guess is accurate, the devil fruit ability born from desire allows him to transform other people's life factors for his own use. This should be the reason why he has never aged. Quote. As that, eternal life. Zon Momomaru was immersed in Vegapunk's words. Whether you can live forever, no one knows. Vegapunk shook his head slowly, and his divergent thoughts made him think of another thing, and Zon Taomaru asked, what else? Vegapunk glanced at Zon Momomaru. I can tell you, but you must not talk nonsense everywhere. Don't worry, Uncle Vegapunk, I am the most strict-tongued man in the world. Vegapunk nodded and continued. He also dug out another power in the blood, evil spirit. Evil spirit. It is diametrically opposed to the life factor that remains in the blood, which is a kind of spiritual energy that is constantly flowing in the human body. In my sample of 100 observations, I found 2 who were able to master this magical power through special training. However, once the person who masters it uses this evil spirit, it will cause bad luck in a short period of time and even threaten his life. It is a force that is more inclined to death. Quote. While speaking, Vegapunk himself seemed to have fallen into some kind of deep thought, muttering to himself. Life and death are the greatest mysteries of the human body, and he seems to have understood. Red line, Holy Land Mariajoy. The 5 elders, the most powerful people in the world government, were standing or sitting in the splendid hall. An official was half kneeling on the ground, reporting the intelligence he had received. Advertisement. What, you mean redhead? The old man with a straight beard said in surprise. The Marine sergeant said respectfully. Yes, we are already starting to make a move. It can't be that he took action himself, right? The bald old man wearing glasses said. The official said. Yes, the envoy was sent indirectly. However, it is still too dangerous for Whitebeard to come into contact with red hair. The blond old man said with a serious face. That's true. The bald old man nodded with both hands. Once the redhead takes action, he will be a very hot potato, but he is not a man who will change the world for his own selfish desires. The white curly-haired old man clasped his fingers together. Let's hold still for now and observe for a while before talking. Quote. There's one more thing. The official swallowed nervously. Is there anything else? The curly-haired old man asked. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin also communicated yesterday. After saying this, the 5 elders all frowned. If Kaido and Charlotte Linlin really come into contact, the impact will probably be greater than the red hair's actions. This matter had to attract their great attention. Inform Sengoku to send additional manpower and let New World's Marine closely monitor their actions. The bald old man said. The curly-haired old man added. Let CP0 also take action. They are better at doing these things. This signal is too dangerous. We must prepare for the worst. The old man with a straight beard looked at the newspaper in his hand and said solemnly, in the final analysis, everything is attributed to this man. His mere appearance has already made the sea turbulent. The matter has come to this, there is no point in talking more, let's talk about Shichibukai's successor first. The bald old man wearing glasses said seriously, if the small hole is not repaired, it will turn into a big hole sooner or later. That's right. The blonde old man frowned. Once the camps of the three major forces collapse, it will directly have an impact on the world. We must maintain a balance of power. The official said. Yes, I have summoned the Shichibukai for this reason, but I don't know how many will come. After all, pirates are all arrogant guys. The conference hall in Pangu City. Bartholomew Bear sat quietly on the sofa, browsing the books in his hands. How on earth can we control the demon fruit power as well? Doflamingo sat on the balcony, murmuring and playing with the thread in his hand. Under his control, two generals wearing marine cloaks pulled out the swords from their waists with strange expressions. Doflamingo, it's you who did it. They are all good kids, please spare them. Crane Vice Admiral glanced at Doflamingo. Good boy, officer I really lost to you. In this case, let's finish the matter quickly so that this boring party can end. Foo. How unbecoming is it to have a fight in the conference room? Sengoku opened the door with some displeasure. Crane Vice Admiral looked up. You were criticized by Commander Kong, right? Let's not mention this for now. Sengoku walked to the seat and said, let's start the meeting. If we wait any longer, no one will come. It's already unexpected that 2 of 6 will come. He sat on the chair and was about to speak when a whale shark wearing a patterned bathrobe, Jinbei from 7 Warlords of the Sea, walked in slowly on wooden clogs. Sorry, I came a little late because something happened on the Fishman Island. Seeing the visitor, Doflamingo suddenly became interested and said with a joking smile. Unexpectedly, Jinbei, who has always been a loyal sea hero, is also interested in the successor of 7 Warlords of the Sea. Is there someone he wants to insert? Could it be the Fire Fist of the Whitebeard pirates? Jinbei ignored Doflamingo's eccentric words and just said calmly, I'm not the only one Shichibukai has come, there are others. As soon as he finished speaking, a tall figure who was humming slightly followed Jinbei into the room, pointed at a marine wearing a cloak of justice, and said in a sharp voice. The light here is so dazzling. Hey, that boy, pull down the curtains for me. I hate brightness, and where should my position be? The person who started shouting as soon as he entered the door and made the entire conference room noisy was none other than the current 7 Warlords of the Sea, Gecko Moria. Sengoku's brows twitched slightly, a little surprised. How come Jinbei, who has never been interested in power, and Gecko Moria, who has been staying in the Devil's Triangle for who knows how many years, are here? Now, there are the 7 Warlords of the Sea. Over the years, this scene has only appeared during the first official Shichibukai meeting. Foo, Gecko Moria, what kind of dark and damp wind was it that blew you out of the smelly ditch in the Devil's Triangle? Doflamingo looked askance at Gecko Moria, changing the object of his ridicule. Heavenly Yaksha, you are not trying to provoke me into doing something outrageous, are you? Gecko Moria sat on the seat, folded his hands behind his head, and the old god said. I don't have such thoughts, but you'd better not mess with me, otherwise I won't promise to turn all your citizens into my zombie specimens, hehehe. If you can do it, let's try it, foo. Doflamingo had a charming smile on his face. If you interfere with me, I will kill you without hesitation, and the world government can't protect you, I said so. Advertisement. Quote. After listening to it for a long time, it was just boring conversations. Could it be that I went to the wrong place? The man carrying the world's most powerful black knife slowly walked from the door. Everyone here must have a reason to come. Don't let this meeting lose its meaning. Quote. I didn't expect you to come too. Sengoku looked at Mihawk, known as the world's greatest swordsman, and the current 7 Warlords of the Sea, and felt even more incredible. A strange smile appeared on Doflamingo's lips. What the hell, the most unlikely person is here. What's all the fuss about? I'm just here to listen. I'm a little interested in the Straw Hat Pirate that the council will discuss this time. Mihawk looked indifferent. Besides, you all have the same purpose as me. Now that everyone is here. Sengoku watched everyone take their seats, then let the meeting begin. Regarding the subsequent succession of 7 Warlords of the Sea Crocodile, if you have any candidates in mind, you may wish to recommend them. However, there was no incessant talking or even quarreling in the conference room. There seemed to be a strange tacit understanding. Everyone looked around, closed their eyes, or lowered their heads. Everyone was bored and silent. Sengoku frowned. The reason why these big pirates came to Mariajoy so proactively was obviously for one thing. But why did they not take a position on Shichibukai's succession? Since you don't want to discuss it, I will reluctantly propose a candidate so that this issue can be ended as soon as possible. Jinbei crossed his arms over his chest. I have heard of a pirate named Edward Wable. Before the words could be finished, the door of the conference hall was violently pushed open, and everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on the visitor. The current 7 warlords of the sea, Empress Boa Hancock, who is tall and has a peerless appearance, walked in and glanced at everyone with a cold look. Has the meeting started? When everyone looked at her, she tilted her head back and picked her index finger with extreme contempt. But with such a beautiful Igia, even if you are late, you won't have any complaints. Foo, another freak. Doflamingo smiled strangely. Surprising. He raised his eyes and looked deeply at the woman in the purple cheongsam. As Marine's chief advisor, she knew the other party's secrets that could not be told to outsiders. Therefore, she was even more surprised by the other party's arrival. After all, she had left indelible psychological scars when she was a girl, and now she is willing to come back to her old place again. She is probably under a psychological pressure that ordinary people cannot imagine. Was the 7 warlords of the sea really enough to bring her here? The topic of today's parliament should be to discuss that man. We can continue now. Boa Hancock sat on a seat next to Jinbei, crossing his legs elegantly, revealing his flawless calves and snow-white ankles. All members of 7 warlords of the sea are actually here. Sengoku glanced back and forth in disbelief, shook off a certain thought that flashed through his mind, and said with a serious face. So, Jinbei, please continue. Your recommended candidate is Edward Wabel. Edward Wabel. Boa Hancock suddenly frowned and interrupted the topic coldly. The IG are not here for such a boring man. The IG just want to know if the news in the newspaper is true. After the words fell, everyone else looked up. I should have said this a long time ago. Hey. Gecko Moria's sluggish look suddenly cheered up. That man is in the Gaia Sea now, right? After you Marine arrest him, where are you going to throw his body? Give me his skeleton, even if it's just the skeleton. Quote. He is not someone who will be arrested lightly. Jinbei answered calmly. At that time, his strength was unparalleled in the world. But that was just in the beginning. How many % of his original strength can he have now? Mahawk asked. Foo, they are all restless guys. Doflamingo laughed wildly. Are you going to provoke him? You may end up with a tragic end, and there won't even be anyone to collect the body. I want to try. There was a hint of seriousness in Mahawk's eyes as he said, what is the power that surpasses all humans in the world? Snort. Doflamingo snorted. Madman. The I family is not interested in fighting and killing. The I family only wants to know, is the Shui Tong really resurrected? Boa Hancock nodded slightly and glanced at Sengoku with a condescending expression. I see. Only now did Sengoku realize that his previous guess was correct. The reason why these pirates were willing to come here. There is only one reason. Sengoku couldn't help but feel a little annoyed when he thought of Shui Tong. Not long ago, he was scolded by the commander-in-chief Kong. The reason is that after seeing the newspaper, he strongly advocated a heavy reward for the wanted blood pupil Joel, but Commander Kong did not think so. Now the red hair is ready to move, and Charlotte Linlin and Kaido have also begun to communicate. This sea is sending out signals of extreme danger all the time. If we push Shui Tong into the hostile camp, it will only plunge the world government into a quagmire that is hard to figure out. Once the balance of forces among all parties is broken, the future will only collapse into a mess. How could Shui Tong's identity and location be exposed? How do your Marines do things? Also, you can't even understand the current situation. You've been serving as marshal for so many years in vain. Commander Sora's roar echoed in his mind again. Sengoku couldn't help but take a deep breath. Faced with several eyes in the conference hall falling on him at this moment, he looked back at each one expressionlessly. I have no comment about the blood pupil.
2 High Chapter 36 Choosing Ingredients. Your Highness Joel, today is your 14th birthday. Get up quickly. The maid patiently brewed black tea on the side. I am 1 year older. I can't get up so late. Be careful of the king and princess coming. His voice trailed off, with a hint of a snicker. Spank your A. Iana, what are you talking about? I just fell seriously ill not long ago, and it was too late for them to feel sorry for me. The boy in pajamas said nonchalantly, turning over again on the large and comfortable bed. Perhaps we should really be grateful for that serious illness. The maid looked absently at the hideous scars on her arms that had scabbed for a long time. These were not all, there were countless such scars on her body. After that serious illness, Your Majesty Joel, you have become a completely different person. You are no longer so gloomy. As she spoke, she screamed in surprise and quickly wiped away the tea that had leaked out of the teacup with a white cloth, while muttering in self-pity. Really, how can I say bad things about His Highness and still keep running away? Iana, you are really becoming more and more lawless now. The young man stood up slowly and looked at the maid in front of him, his legs crossed casually, his right hand resting on his chin, a carefree and brilliant smile on his face. Iana, if you do something wrong, you must be punished. I will punish you to secretly get me a cup of Coke. The kind that needs to be iced. Remember, don't let Ori find out. Do you want to drink Coke, sir? The maid who was making tea awkwardly added the honorific at the end of the sentence. Although she is not yet proficient, she can't help but respond to someone's request in this way. Why would I say such shameful words? Yes, it's all for the young master's mission. She thought to herself. Joel sat on the edge of the bed, gradually recovered from his daze, smiled lightly at Baby 5 and said, Yes, please go get a bottle of Coke, I haven't drank it for a long time. Ma, trouble. Baby 5 felt that his heartbeat suddenly accelerated a few beats. Okay, I'll get it right away. Looking at the maid's leaving figure, Joel couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. Perhaps he had forgotten too many things after sleeping for too long, so that past memories would inadvertently resurface in his mind. It was indeed a great time. Perhaps, it is the cruelty of this world that makes people miss every little bit of the past. Advertisement. After a while, Baby 5 took back the Coke and poured it into the tall glass as carefully as making tea. Joel gracefully picked up the goblet and took a sip. By the way, do you buy fruits and vegetables on weekdays? Purchase, purchase. Baby 5 stammered, this completely touched on her blind spot. When she was in the Don Quixote family, someone would naturally take care of these things, so she didn't need to worry about them. I understand, come with me. Joel glanced at the expression on Baby 5's face, stood up immediately, and walked towards the door. As a qualified maid, you must learn how to buy ingredients. The freshness of the ingredients will largely affect how the food tastes when it's finished. But I'm just a killer. Baby 5 whispered. If you are a killer, please take off your maid uniform. If you are not, then please take your profession seriously. Joel opened the door. You don't want your clothes to cry because of you, do you? Baby 5 was suddenly stunned like a thunderbolt. No one had ever told her that a career as a maid could be so important. Quickly coming back to her senses, she followed Joel's footsteps and walked toward the deck. A few seconds later, a pretty figure walked out from the shadow on the wall. Tashigi followed him on tiptoes and murmured thoughtfully. Have I heard similar words like, I don't want the clothes on my body to cry because of you? The weather at sea has been strange and changeable these days, so the warship stayed at the island's shelter for several days without sailing. Joel also acquiesced in this matter. At this time, he came to the market in the town and guided Baby 5 on how to choose ingredients. The leaves of fresh cabbage generally look clean and crisp. Secondly, look at the roots. If they are light green or white, it means they have just been picked. If they are dry and shrunken, it means they have been left for a while. The same is true for tomatoes. Good tomatoes are mostly round in shape, with thin and elastic skin, and feel firm but not soft. Joel explained patiently while selecting various fruits and vegetables on the stall. Why does a vicious pirate know so many little details of life? Is he a pirate or a chef? Advertisement. Tashigi, who tried hard to disguise himself as a bamboo barrel, carefully poked his head out and watched the scene with black lines on his forehead. He's really pretty good, and he actually understands these things. Baby 5's eyes sparkled, and he inadvertently showed a hint of admiration, and his heart was even more touched. Why are you treating me so gently? I was obviously sent to monitor. This feeling of being taken seriously gave her an unprecedented spiritual satisfaction. It was the tolerance and love that she had never received from her father and mother since she was born. A total of 3,100 Baileys. The middle-aged stall owner held the packaged fruits and vegetables, grinning with a missing tooth. Pay it. Joel walked to the next booth. Okay, sir. Baby 5 lowered his head, with a silly smile on his lips. After paying, he followed Joel's pace contentedly. Why is this woman so happy? Tashigi looked at the expression on Baby 5's face incomprehensibly. It's obvious that what I bought is just ordinary ingredients, not a rare and famous knife. Apples are for sale, fresh apples, 1 for 300 pele, 3 for 1,000 pele. At a stall not far away, a figure holding a basket shouted feebly. There are fresh apples there. Baby 5's eyes lit up. Under Joel's guidance, she had understood how to identify fresh fruits. Now in order to prove herself, she ran to the figure without saying a word. I want to pick 3 apples by myself. Choose whatever you want. The figure raised the basket with a sickly and wry smile. This and this. After Baby 5 finished picking the apples and paid Bailey, he happily walked back while holding the apples to observe the color and fullness, and said happily, these apples I picked must be very fresh. Very bad luck. The figure holding the basket looked at the maid's back and slowly got on the back of the sick horse beside him. Maybe this is fate. As his feeble words fell, the extremely fresh apple in Baby 5's hand suddenly exploded like a time bomb. Chapter 37. Blackbeard Group. Boom. The explosion without warning caused a sky-high fire and a deafening sound. The strong impact knocked the stalls aside tens of meters away, and countless flying fruits and vegetables rolled and fell to the muddy ground like rain. Pedestrians and stall owners looked at the explosion and were stunned for a few breaths, then screamed in terror and ran away. What's the situation? Tashigi exclaimed and quickly climbed out of the bamboo basket. Following the flow of people flowing out, he hid in the shadow of a house further away and looked towards the center of the explosion. I saw a conical shield slowly emerging from the cleared dust. Baby 5 turned his arms and back into shields, wrapping his whole body, and slowly returned to his human form. Although she threw away the apple in her hand as soon as she felt the danger and tried her best to protect herself, the sudden close-range explosion still caused her serious injuries. Ha ha ha. Accompanied by a burst of arrogant laughter, several strange and ugly pirates walked out on the roof in front of the field of vision or in the shadow of the alley. I have always admired your name, Blood-Eyed Joel. A man with a few teeth missing from his mouth and a thick body of hair walked forward. He opened his hands and continued happily, if you don't know me, please allow me to introduce my name. My name is Marshall. D. Teach. Joel stood casually, waiting for the other person's next words. Ha 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 ha. Do you know? I have always regarded your bat fruit vampire form as my first fruit choice, but I waited for a long time and never got it. Later I changed my goal and captured it. Get this devil fruit. Blackbeard clenched his fist with his right hand, and the deep darkness rolled around his fist, and his laughter became louder and louder. Now I know why the fruit hasn't appeared, but none of that matters anymore. Shui Tong, join forces with me, and we will divide the world equally. With uncontrollable ambition revealed in his expression, the turbulent darkness also continued to spread on the surface, seeming to swallow everything around him. It's interesting. So far, you are the only guy who has said that he wants to join forces with me. Like a pebble dropped into the calm water, there were ripples called interest in Joel's eyes. He joked, well, I can give you a chance to become my subordinate and serve me. Is that guy planning to expand his power? Advertisement? Toshigi listened from a distance, feeling a little nervous. Captain Teach, it seems that the negotiation has failed. Van Oka looked at Blackbeard. Isn't it time to fight? Badgers showed a generous smile. I don't know what the result will be. Is it fate? Duque sighed. As expected of a man who stood at the top of the world 100 years ago. Regarding the other party's rejection, Blackbeard was not angry or annoyed, but just showed a gloomy smile. In this case, I can only try to take away your power. Yeah. Joel was opposite to the Blackbeard regiment who were actively preparing for battle. He calmly brushed his right hand from the inside of his cloak. If you can escape from my hands today, I can choose to spare your life. After all, I'm also looking forward to how far your huge ambition can expand in the end. Ha ha ha. Dark water. In response to Joel's arrogance and rudeness, Blackbeard just laughed in response, and suddenly waved his right hand forward, the pulling power coming from his hand. In an instant, Joel was affected by a magical pulling force and flew involuntarily towards the darkness in Blackbeard's palm. But there was no surprised look on his face, he just nodded and said, so this is Dark Fruit's ability? The black hole-like ability can cause the person with abilities to lose their abilities the moment it comes into contact with them. It can be called the natural nemesis of all demon fruit powers. This is the first time Joel has come into contact with this ability so far. The moment he thought about it, he was already sucked by this pulling force to a distance of less than 10 meters in front of Blackbeard. However, just when the latter's face showed a proud look of victory, Joel suddenly raised his bloody right hand. Oh no! In an instant, swarms of blood-red bats as big as sparrows swarmed out of Joel's palm, entangled armament hockey and rushed forward. A large number of bats turned into overwhelming shadows, and were less than 10 meters away from Blackbeard in the blink of an eye. What? Blackbeard's pupils suddenly dilated. He hastily underestimated the opponent's reaction ability. At this moment, he hurriedly removed the power of dark water, turned around and ran away, shouting, hey, what's going on with these ghost things? But this group of blood bats that can independently seek out the enemy's blood is like passing locusts, constantly chasing Blackbeard. Advertisement wherever he passed, the walls of houses made of bricks and stones were easily chewed out with neat gaps like fragile tissue paper. Stalls made of linen and wooden boards were torn to pieces, and piles of fruits and vegetables were also torn apart. It was chewed until only the stumps and skin were left. Let me help you, Captain Teach. Badgers grabbed the lower edge of the wall of a 3-story house. The muscles in his arms were twisted and veins were popping out. He shouted violently, lifted it up completely, and then slammed it into the bats. Crash, the stone powder fell, and the house weighing dozens of tons was mercilessly penetrated by the oncoming bats. It instantly turned into a pile of empty shells. After being stagnant in the air for a few breaths, it disintegrated into a shapeless shape. A number of stones fell to the ground like hailstones. But this blockage slowed down the attack of the bat swarm and gave Blackbeard a brief moment of respite. He turned around and opened his hands forward, looking at the bat swarm with a ferocious face. Dark cave path. The darkness on his body surged in all directions in an instant, completely covering all the bloodbats like a dark cloud over a city, and then swallowed them all. Ha ha ha. What an interesting attack. Blackbeard smiled triumphantly, and was about to use the power of darkness to compress and crush all the bloodbats in his body, and then release them. But suddenly he felt something and his expression changed. Hiss. A wisp of flame emerged from his chest, bringing with it a hot breath. Blackbeard fluttered his hands and quickly extinguished the wisp of flame, while shouting without any image. It's so hot, so hot, so hot. Captain Teach, how are you? You must be injured, ha ha ha. Badgers watched Blackbeard absorb the attack, and couldn't help but let out a burst of teasing laughter. Of course I. Blackbeard put out the flames, showed his incomplete teeth and was about to answer, but suddenly his eyes shrank and his expression became extremely distorted. The next moment, wisps of bloody flames shot out from all over his body, and instantly gathered together to form a blazing bloody fire. The wave of scorching fire that seemed to burn out blood caused even Badgers, who was 40 meters away, to subconsciously take a step back. The pirates of this era are really more restless than the last. Joel watched Blackbeard rolling around but still unable to completely extinguish the flames on his body, and then looked calmly in a certain direction. Whoosh! In the inaudible sound of breaking through the air, the bullets wrapped with armed colors came rapidly at an extremely tricky and concealed angle. Chapter 38 Blackmail. Armament hockey is divided into 4 stages: hardening, winding, external exposure and internal destruction. Being able to wrap it around a bullet is already a pretty good level. Even if you look at the entire paradise, few people can do this. Fan Oka, who was several kilometers away, moved his favorite gun, Qianlu, down, raised his hand to adjust the position of his monocle, and looked at the direction of the bullet. Even a user with advanced observation hockey would be hard-pressed to spot a tiny bullet flying rapidly from the sidelines when concentrating on the battle. This is the greatest value of a sniper on the battlefield, launching attacks at critical moments to change the direction of the battle. However, Fan Oka did not see the imaginary scene of the neutron bullet hitting the enemy. The scene reflected from the single-chip telescope made his heart sink. The man seemed to clearly perceive his presence and calmly turned his gaze, looking forward. With just a brief glance, he felt as if he was being stared at by a cruel and terrifying beast, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated. And the next scene reflected in his pupils made him even more startled. The man raised his right hand, stretched out his thumb and index finger, and accurately held the bullet clamp less than 30 centimeters away from his head firmly in midair, as if he could easily pinch a peanut. The next moment, the bullet seemed to be impelled by some kind of force, impossibly exploding from the inside, making a crackling sound like a falling cannon, and then turned into countless metal shavings and dust falling down. That man was unharmed. As a sniper's most proud attack method, at this time, it is like a stone thrown on a calm lake. Apart from causing a brief ripple, it has no value at all. Armament hockey and observation hockey are both ridiculously strong. Fan Oka came to the conclusion with a solemn expression. He originally wanted to compare the other party with himself, but found that the comparison of disparity in strength had no reference value, so the second half of the sentence, much stronger than me, was not uttered. After pondering for a moment, he put away his beloved gun, looked at the battlefield and thought, this battle can't be fought. The only thing we can do now is to execute Plan B, and escape. Just wait for Captain Teach to give the order, but... Van Oka looked at the battlefield with a complicated expression, looking at Blackbeard who was lying on the ground as exhausted as a dead pig, with streaks of white smoke constantly coming out of his body. Captain Teach. Badgers stood not far away, shouting anxiously, are you dead? If you die, none of us will collect your body for you. Captain Teach is not dead yet, but he will be soon if he receives a few more attacks of this magnitude. Advertisement. The ship's doctor, Poison Q, lay weakly on his horse, throwing the apples in the basket forward like a grenade, forming an invisible explosion barrier. He said to Badgers. Badgers, go pick up Captain Teach and let's just run away. That man is so terrifying. My legs are already shaking just standing here. It's your own problem that your legs and feet are shaking. Badgers complained while rushing towards Blackbeard. Captain Teach, wake up quickly, you don't want the Blackbeard pirates to disband. You damn bastards, you dared to attack me secretly, now you have a taste of my anger. In the midst of the explosion, a loud shout suddenly came, and Baby Five's figure transformed into a dark barrel from the thick smoke, aiming at the pirates in front of him. Immediately afterwards, basketball-sized cannonballs were fired forward from the barrel one after another, and the attack range included all the pirates, including Blackbeard at the end. Badgers hurriedly picked up Blackbeard, whose flesh was a little burnt, and ran as fast as he could while being chased by cannonballs. I didn't cause this. Woman, that sick guy is the culprit who attacked you. As if it made sense, the gun barrel was instantly aimed at Poison Q and began to fire fiercely. Wait, Badgers, are you innocent? When I said we should take action, you were in favor of it. Poison Q kicked the sick horse under him hard with his heel, and quickly ran away, making a curve to avoid the bombardment. Badger sneered. I have no idea what you're talking about, you rotten person. You're going to die sooner or later anyway. It's better to die early than to die later. I am still so energetic and have such a long lifespan. I am still far away from death. Q straightened his body quickly, but after just one breath, he slumped. The pirates bicker and chatter endlessly without the bonds of companionship. They are like a temporary thatched house that can be easily destroyed by any sudden disaster. Seeing that the Blackbeard pirates were in disarray, Baby Five no longer cared about anything else, and only pursued Poison Q, pouring out firepower to avenge the previous attack. You, damn fellow, just sold the apple to me. Your companions don't care about you anymore. Now you can die for me. It's really rude to let a patient die. Don't you, a woman, have any sympathy for a seriously ill patient? Poison Q was making fang-like comments while swaying away on his sick horse. It looked extremely thrilling, but in fact he avoided the bombardment every time. In the thick smoke, Baby Five's figure chased deeper and deeper. Suddenly, a strong figure suddenly rushed out from behind her, jumped up, and slammed down with clasped hands. Stupid woman, you were deceived by us. We were not really arguing, but tactics. Advertisement. The shadow falling rapidly in the sky made Baby Five jump in fright. She hurriedly transformed into a human body and rolled away. Boom. There was a dull sound on the ground, and dense spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the center of the place where Badgers hit hard, cracking in all directions. Before Baby Five could react, a low voice came from the smoke and dust beside him, dark water. In an instant, the strong attraction made her fly out quickly. When she came to her senses, her neck was firmly grasped by a rough hand, making her unable to move. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard's laughter was no longer as wild as before, and his figure gradually emerged from the smoke. Although there were no wounds visible on his body, the smell of burnt meat and the disgraced appearance still showed that Joel had suffered great trauma from the attack just now. It was only because of the special nature of Dark Fruit's ability that he was able to absorb and digest the attack after suffering double the pain. He raised the limp Baby Five high in the air and faced Joel with a ferocious smile. Shatong, your companion was caught by me. If you don't want anything to happen to her, I'll trade it with your life. How about that? The power in her hand became a little stronger, and red palm prints suddenly appeared on the maid's slender and fair neck. Yes, sir. Baby Five was in so much pain that he could hardly breathe, but there was always a glimmer of hope in his eyes as he looked at Joel. Will he come to save me? Just like the handsome prince in a fairy tale, he rescues his beloved princess. I don't know whether it was the immediate danger to her life or the constant agitation of her thoughts, but the girl's heartbeat had never been beating so violently as it was at this moment. The robes rustled in the sea breeze. Joel stood there, looking at the maid held hostage by the pirates, and then said without caring. Partner? Have you misunderstood something? She is not my partner? Raising his right hand, the blood on his arm surged again, red pass. Blackbeard frowned and was about to say something. Suddenly he felt a strong crisis and ran sideways in an instant. Whoosh! The blood that condensed into a line shot out straight like a laser and exploded where Blackbeard was standing, forming a large crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Chapter 39 Black Hole. Don't you hold back at all. What a cold guy. Blackbeard was panting and looking at the original position with lingering fear. Hey, this man has abandoned you. You are demon fruit power. Why not join my pirate group? He released his right hand and threw the maid, who had lost her hostage value, to the ground. Baby 5 knelt down on the ground in a daze, clutching her aching chest. The helpless feeling of being abandoned by her parents more than 10 years ago came to her heart. She tried hard to put aside the extremely messy thoughts in her mind, and seemed to remember something. She wiped the tears that kept rolling in her eyes, and her expression suddenly became much firmer. Don't think too much. My mission is to monitor this man, not to cry for this man. Joel walked towards Blackbeard indifferently. Are there any other moves? Use them quickly. This kind of battle really makes me unhappy. Blackbeard was still smiling, but the arrogant look on his face had disappeared. Soon, he couldn't even smile anymore. He felt that the man in front of him seemed to be getting serious. And this serious look means extremely dangerous. The ship's doctor, Poison Q, shouted feebly. Captain Teach, your situation looks very bad. If you continue to fight, you may fall into a coma, be seriously injured, or even be on the verge of death. Badgers glanced at Poison Q, who was about to fall off the sick horse at any time, and couldn't help but complain. You are introducing yourself. In a matter of seconds, Van Oka appeared next to Badgers from a tall building hundreds of meters away, and looked at Blackbeard. Captain, do you want to execute Plan B? That's all, but if you don't do something before escaping, your trip will be in vain. Blackbeard wrapped his hands in a thick and deep darkness. Boz, Poison Q, you go to the shore to sail the boat first. Van Oka, you will be responsible for picking me up later. After saying that, he rushed towards Joel at a speed that was completely inconsistent with his pot-bellied figure, and the darkness in his hands suddenly rose like a flame adding fuel. This devil fruit's most special ability in Logia seems to turn his body into a virtual black hole, pulling things in all directions. Gravel on the ground, trunks of trees, and broken bricks from houses kept flying towards him. Run away, Captain Teach's strength can crush bones. Drive, drive, Badgers and Poison Q screamed and ran away quickly. Advertisement Tashigi in the distance saw this and ran towards the warship. She wanted to tell Smoker the current situation. BABY5 was too frightened to stay. He pinched the bib tightly with both hands to create a circular outline and ran into the distance. Joel narrowed his eyes, and the condensed silk-like blood surged out of his body, suddenly gathered in his palm, and shot out. Whoosh! It pierced Blackbeard's right shoulder like a laser, creating a violent explosion at the house behind him. Whoosh whoosh! Immediately following the first, red penetration, several lasers were fired one after another. Blackbeard tried his best to dodge, but several holes were still pierced throughout his body. The double pain caused him to sweat profusely and his face became twisted and white. However, as a conspirator who could hold back for decades, his endurance was far beyond ordinary people's imagination. The steps did not retreat at all, and the pain in his body continued to close in the darkness. Ha ha ha! Blackbeard smiled gloomily, and a mass of darkness in his left hand suddenly shot out to the side and left, and the mass of darkness hung in the sky like a black hole. At the same time, his figure did not stagnate at all. Instead, he raised his speed to ultimate, dragging the continuous black mist and turning into a black afterimage. Let you see the true power of darkness. Is it dark? The corners of Joel's mouth curled up slightly, and blood surged, covering the surface of his fist, instantly extending his entire arm, entire shoulder, and entire body. In addition to the blood evil, there are the entangled armament hockey and conqueror's hockey. He raised his eyes and faced the twisted darkness. At this moment, Blackbeard grabbed the void with his left hand, and the black hole hanging in the air suddenly swept from the side and behind. The two-way pulling made his speed exceed the limit and disappeared into the air. In a broad sense, it is a disappearance that cannot be captured by the naked eye. The next moment, Blackbeard suddenly appeared 1 meter in front of Joel and punched hard with his right fist. The black hole in his right fist connected his left hand with the small black hole that flew from the air. The 3 black holes overlapped and formed a giant black ball, which wrapped, twisted and swallowed the blood evil that was scattered on Joel like solar wind. Buzz. Advertisement along with a buzzing like tinnitus, all other sounds around the black ball suddenly disappeared, and the ground and sky became visibly distorted. The huge black ball quickly collapsed and squeezed. In just one breath, the diameter of the black ball covering 100 meters around it shrank by half. In the next moment, it compressed by half its volume and turned into a small black ball with a diameter of less than 20 meters. Tashigi, who was running towards the warship, couldn't help but look back. The suction coming from the center of the battlefield was getting stronger and stronger. Even though he was several kilometers away, the heavy pace did not slow down. Baby 5 struggled to hug the towering tree about a kilometer away from the black ball with one hand, and held it firmly with the other hand as if he was afraid that the bib would be sucked away. Even with my teleportation ability, I can't escape from the center of the black ball under that kind of pressure. What can that guy do? Fan Oka looked at it from a distance and murmured in a low voice. Before he finished speaking, a pillar of blood rose into the sky and penetrated the black ball. In an instant, cracks spread on the surface of the black ball around the blood column. Blackbeard was knocked away from the black ball. He spit out a large mouthful of blood, stood up in a panic, and ran away with all his strength, shouting loudly. This guy is really a monster. Fan Oka, use your ability to take me out of here. Being in the dark, the traction force had no effect on him. Amidst the rapid secretion of adrenaline hormones in his body, he had already run hundreds of meters in just 10 seconds. Fan Ao appeared next to Blackbeard in an instant, clasping the latter's shoulders tightly. The next moment, the two disappeared from the place and appeared further away. Boom. At the same time, the black ball penetrated by the blood pillar began to shake, and burst into pieces after beams of unstoppable blood light emerged from the cracks on the surface. The energy that was originally squeezed and collapsed was instantly released outwards, and a very strong shockwave took the shape of a huge ring, spreading rapidly in all directions, lifting everything away like destruction. The entire island can feel the vibration of this energy to a greater or lesser extent. The earth shook, and the waves along the coast surged, turning into waves of turbulent waves. On the warship anchored on the coast, Smoker spit out his burnt cigar, turned into a plume of white smoke and rushed into the air against the coast, catching the flying figure. Tashigi, what's going on? Yes, it's a pirate. Tashigi gasped and looked back in the direction of the island in fear. That man is fighting pirates. Chapter 40 Defeat. After the darkness dissipated, Joel still maintained the posture of clenching his fist and punching forward. After a few seconds, his body moved like lead. The darkness that turns into a black hole continues to collapse the surrounding space, causing the density at the center of the darkness to increase infinitely. The infinitely increasing density makes this space as if water vapor has solidified into ice, forming a static state where time has relatively stopped. It was in such a space that Joel and Blackbeard faced each other with a punch, and the latter was knocked away helplessly. At this time, the gravitational force of the collapse has been completely released to the outside world, and this twisted space has returned to normal. He is worthy of being a pirate who can make even red-haired men fear him. Even if he doesn't resort to conspiracy, his own strength is not weak at all. Joel looked at the scratch on his right hand made by Blackbeard and gave a very pertinent evaluation. Brushing the back of his right hand with his left hand, the wound healed quickly, scabbed, fell off, and returned to its original state. The powerful self-healing power is also one of the abilities of this devil fruit. He raised his eyes and looked toward the empty coast, with a dangerous arc at the corner of his mouth. However, you ran away without a trace after the fight. You really don't have martial ethics. A red light flashed in his eyes, and a pair of nearly 4-meter-long dark red bat wings extended outward from the inside of the cloak. The ferocious and wild wing membranes were wrapped around the windless and automatic blood demon like a silk ribbon. The bat's wings suddenly rose, and as soon as he stepped on it, it turned into a violent crimson wind, flying straight out like an arrow. Baby 5, who was affected by the shock, fell to the ground inelegantly, but she didn't care at all. Instead, she breathed a sigh of relief after feeling that nothing in her arms was lost. Suddenly, she felt an afterimage passing beside her. She looked up, only to find that there was only a small black dot left in her field of vision. It's so fast, sir. She pinched her bib blankly, her eyes suddenly regained her clarity and she murmured, no, that guy is just the target of my surveillance. The sea along the coast is rough. Blackbeard and Fan Oka instantly panned and landed on the small, cramped boat. The weight of the ship was heavy, and it sank suddenly, causing a splash of water. As a temporary pirate group, they did not build a ship that truly belonged to them, and now they can only spend their time on this ship without a roof. But that's not the point. The point is that they have a common goal that is enough to support them moving forward. Captain Teach, are you okay? Advertisement Badgers patted Blackbeard's shoulder nonchalantly. Blackbeard was so painful that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He coughed a few mouthfuls of strong blood and said angrily, Badges, do you want to kill me? Captain Teach, how could I, who is so loyal, do such a thing? Badgers quickly retorted. Because of the continuous activation of his abilities and the teleportation of one more person, Fan Oka consumed most of his physical strength. At this moment, his face was pale and he was panting. Poison Q, come here and check on Captain Teach's condition. Poison Q got off his horse, touched Blackbeard's palm, and said. The liver and spleen were ruptured, the articular cartilage of the arms was severely bruised, 4 chest ribs were broken, there were signs of burns all over the body, severe blood loss, and a fractured shoulder blade. If you want to recover, it is conservatively estimated that it will take more than a month to recover. The disease fruit not only allows him to infect others with diseases, but also gives him the ability to identify diseases. Whether it's internal or external injury, as long as he touches the body, he can immediately know the other person's condition. Is it so serious? Badgers looked at his hand in surprise. Did I do it? Fan Oka rolled his eyes at the dumb-headed man. Poison Q continued. If it weren't for Captain Teach's dark fruit ability to absorb damage, the current situation would only be worse. Ha ha ha. But we escaped from that man. Blackbeard slumped weakly, lying on the boat with his arms spread out and laughing. Although the pain that came from his body from time to time made him frown and frown, the excitement on his face had not dissipated at all. Perhaps, Fan Oka pushed the monocular telescope on his face and looked at the coast road solemnly. Not yet. What do you mean? Wait, you mean? Blackbeard suddenly jumped up and quickly followed Vanoka's gaze. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. How could that guy catch up so quickly? I saw a figure hanging in the sky by the coast, and the cloak behind him floated automatically without wind. But fortunately, he didn't catch up across hundreds of meters of sea. The surrounding atmosphere was silent for a few seconds, and Badgers hurriedly paddled. Stop paddling, Poison Q. That's right, I mean stop paddling. I'll give you these 2 oars, and let your horse hurry up too. Move. Advertisement. The sick ship's doctor and the sick horse looked at each other. One held the oar shaft with his hand, and the other held the oar shaft with his hoof legs, exerting enough energy to slowly make waves on the sea. The boat's speed was slightly faster. I said, I will spare your lives. Joel was like a blood moon hanging in the sky, his body emitting a ferocious and coquettish blood-colored light. The terrifying aura spread to the distance along with the waves. He was not happy or angry, but calmly raised the sharp bat in its half-animal state. Claw. Certainly, before he finished speaking, the bat claw grabbed out of thin air tore open the surrounding air. In an instant, a gust of scarlet sickle wind surged in front of him, turning into a violent windblade turbulence, rushing towards the small raft where Blackbeard was. The sea surface was suddenly shattered by the windblade, and waves surged up. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and stood up, opening his palms to release the darkness. But after the adrenaline hormones stopped secreting, his body became completely unresponsive. He staggered and fell down. In the blink of an eye, the sickle wind swept over, and the solid blade cut on everyone. Amidst the screams, the overturned waves completely swallowed the raft. Then, the blood-stained sea gradually became calm. Joel landed on the shore, his appearance returned to its original shape, and he slowly turned back and walked back. If fate is willing to favor you, I will not stop it. A long time. A figure finally appeared on the completely calm sea. With a pale face, Badgers threw the unknown Blackbeard onto the disintegrated raft, then went down and fished out the sniper and the ship's doctor who were all injured. Horse, my horse. The ship's doctor vomited out a large mouthful of seawater, regained consciousness a little, and said feebly, Badges, my horse is gone. It seems that the ship is full of demon fruit power, which is not a good thing. Badgers complained, took a deep breath, and with his physical strength far beyond ordinary people, he got into the sea again. After a while, he fished out the sick horse that was shivering from the cold and threw it on the ship's doctor. The ship's doctor was hit and screamed in pain, and the seawater in his stomach spurted out like a fountain. Badgers looked at the ship's doctor who had completely woken up and said bluntly, Poison Q, if Captain Teach's life cannot be saved, we can disband on the spot. The ship's doctor didn't answer, he just looked at Blackbeard and let out a long sigh. Chapter 41 Ace. The injury is not serious, right? Joel retraced his steps and stopped in front of BABY5. It's not serious, it's weird if it's not serious. The maid suddenly became furious when she thought of the scene just now. Although I am here to monitor you, I have served you attentively for a few days. But just now you wanted to kill me too, which was too indifferent. Fortunately, I have finally developed a sense of identity with you. You seem to be fine. Joel knelt down and patted the dust on Baby Five's clothes very gentlemanly, but it is very dangerous to stay around me. The delicate and gentle movements and tone made Baby Five's heart tremble. Is this man comforting my mother? Could it be that he knew my mother's purpose and that there was a thick and insurmountable barrier between me and him, so he just said those words and did those things on purpose to drive me away? He is really so gentle. Baby Five suddenly burst into tears. She took out what she had hidden in her bib, raised her tear-filled eyes, and narrowed her eyes into a crescent moon with a knowing smile. Master Joel, this is the tomato just now. This is something she must protect even if she is injured. Because this was what Joel personally selected for her, even if it was just tomatoes, it meant a lot to her. This tomato is full of fingerprints and dust. It is no longer a very good ingredient. Joel stood up calmly and patted the maid's shoulder gently. Don't worry, I will teach you how to identify whether the ingredients are fresh next time. Okay, it's time to go back. Baby Five's face suddenly stiffened and her tears stopped abruptly. No, it's not about the ingredients at all now, okay? UB****** D still doesn't know what I care about. What I care about is the commemorative meaning contained in this ingredient, the beautiful memories shaped with patience and gentleness. Advertisement, not some bullshit ingredient identification method. It took a long time for Baby -5 to come back to his senses. He looked at Joel's figure walking away and raised his hand to throw away the tomatoes. But in the end, he couldn't make up his mind, so he put the tomatoes back into his bib with great care, and then he followed Joel's steps with great enthusiasm, muttering angrily, "What a stinky man who plays with girls' hearts." After reading the newspaper that day, Smoker finally knew Joel's true identity and understood why the department valued this man so much. He grew up in Logetown. East Blue, which is known for its peacefulness, is run by the world government. Most East Blue people, including him, do not understand the various things that happened in the distant past. With the exception of Roger the Pirate King, even the actions of Long, a revolutionary born in the East Blue, have been covered up by the day-to-day singing and dancing, not to mention the rumors that are older. Whether it was the celestial dragon's tragedy known as Twilight of the Gods, or the destruction of Marineford, the ink of these histories was repeatedly painted over with flawless white paint until no one cared. After entering Naval Headquarters, Hina, a cheerful and talkative fellow student, has already been able to get everything done and is familiar with all kinds of marine internal information. However, because he was not good at managing interpersonal relationships, he became a marginalized figure who was demoted by naval headquarters. Therefore, the knowledgeable Hina discovered the resurrection of the blood pupil, but he could only learn about the distant story about the blood pupil from the newspaper. Every time he thought about this, he couldn't help but reflect on himself. It's not that he is jealous of this contemporary student with whom he has a close relationship, but that he has thoroughly understood the importance of power through each incident. Only with more power will he have the opportunity to move closer to the center of the naval headquarters and realize greater ambitions. At this moment, with a cigar in his mouth, he led a group of Marines to board this troubled island to check the situation nearby. Thick tree trunks were broken at the waist, houses were damaged and roofs were broken, and the ruined scene all around looked like it had been swept by a typhoon, which made him frown deeply. No matter who he is, the pirate who dares to fight against Shui Tong will definitely not be an unknown person. But judging from the intelligence fed back by Dashigi, it should be an unknown pirate group with no reward list. Another new pirate who rises up like Straw Hat. Smoker took a breath silently. He helped up an old man who fell to the ground with a broken bone because he ran too hastily. He ordered the accompanying ship doctor to apply ointment to treat bruises and then asked, "Old man, have you seen clearly what kind of pirate is fighting that handsome, tall man?" "I see clearly." Advertisement Marine's help made the old man look grateful. When he heard the general's question, he couldn't help but recall the horrific hell-like scene just now, and he couldn't help but tremble with fear. They were a group of strange and ugly pirates. The leader among them had fluffy hair and a few teeth missing from his mouth. "Does it look like this?" The man with black hair, a madara on his cheeks, and a red bead necklace hanging around his neck held a portrait of a human face and asked the old man who was sitting on a chair and wearing a bandage. He returned to the paradise from the New World and came to the Drum Kingdom to start tracking the whereabouts of Blackbeard. It has been more than a month now, but Teach has still not been found. "No, that's right, it's him, this pirate." The old man looked at the portrait and nodded quickly in response. Although 5 full days had passed since that battle, he could never forget the scene of darkness and blood. "Even if I sleep, I can't escape the scenes that can't help but pop up in my mind." "Knew it." The man put away the portrait. "Then do you know which direction he went?" "I'm not sure exactly, but..." The old man hesitated for a moment, looked around and saw no one around, then lowered his voice and said, "I heard that the pirates seem to have been seriously injured. They seem to have been hiding in a village in the east to recuperate. They just robbed a fishing boat and left the island 2 days ago." "To the east?" The black-haired man looked east, then turned back and bowed very politely to the old man. "Thank you for the news." "You are welcome." At the man's courtesy, the old man nodded and asked curiously, "But young man, you don't look like a Marine. Why are you asking about that pirate?" If Marine asked him about it a few days ago, he wouldn't be surprised at all. But why is the young man in front of him so interested in pirates? Is he a bounty hunter? "Because," the boy pressed the orange cowboy hat on his head with his right hand, and wisps of flames suddenly appeared on his body, like the unquenchable anger in his heart. "Only this B***** D who killed his family is unforgivable. Even if I chase him to the end of the world, I will take Teach back and hand him over to Dad for trial." Chapter 42 2 East Blue Pirates. There were sparkling waves on the sea, seagulls fluttered their wings in the sky, and a pirate ship in the distance made waves and slowly approached. The atmosphere on the Peakatop, a pirate ship that arrived on the Grand Line from East Blue, is quite dull. The pirates in bright and strange clothes, or acrobats, were bored and performing their duties. The boredom on the sea these days made them miss the intoxicating banquet they had before. "Captain Buggy, do you want to read the newspapers of the past few days? I heard that some great pirates from the past were also published." Chief of Staff Kabaji stood at the door of the captain's cabin with his back against the wall and a newspaper casually in his hand. "What a big pirate, what does it have to do with lousy? There is only one thing I care about most right now, and that is Captain John's treasure." Buggy detached his head in displeasure and roared at his subordinate face to face before continuing to study the sea chart spread out on the table. "Kabaji, didn't I tell you that no one would be interested in such distant things? Captain Buggy is not a patient person like us. You don't want to make the captain blush, do you?" The animal trainer covered his mouth and whispered, "Who are you talking about? I have a red nose and a thick nose." Buggy looked at the door angrily. There were 2 people and 1 beast standing at the door. The lion Leaky stood aside and picked his nose, showing wisdom in his eyes. "Speaking of which, when can we have another party?" Mochi quickly changed the subject. When he thought of the banquet, he couldn't help but think of the second captain of the Whitebeard Regiment, Fire Fist Ace, whom he met a few days ago. That guy's personality was quite interesting to get along with, but it was a pity that he seemed to have to leave due to some things, which also made the banquet end hastily and not enjoyable enough. The brothers on the ship, including him, couldn't wait to hold another enjoyable banquet. If you only think about the party every day, sooner or later you will be fatter than your pet who only knows how to sleep. Kabaji, who had never dealt with Mochi, sneered, "Are you jealous of me?" The trainer casually picked up the comb and delicately combed the fluffy hair, while the lion waved its fleshy paws menacingly, signaling that it was not just a pet. Kabaji was still sarcastic, but he heard the pirate running in a panic shouting, Captain Buggy, it's bad, a pirate ship is coming towards us." "Pirate? Is Fire Fist Ace back again?" Buggy couldn't help but exclaimed, and immediately put all his thoughts back on studying the charts. The last banquet consumed nearly a quarter of the food stored on the ship. If it were to happen again, all the food and drinks on the ship would have to be wiped clean. Advertisement: not Fire Fist Ace. The woman with a pretty face and a hot figure walked towards the captain's cabin carrying a heavy mace, followed by a man in a suit. The trainer and staff looked wary when they saw the man in the suit. Alvida, how could you, a woman, bring strangers onto our ship without your own permission? Buggy said with a gloomy look, didn't I make it clear to you that I am the captain of this ship? Don't worry, Buggy, listen to what he has to say first. Alvida said indifferently. Buggy cast his gloomy gaze on the man in a suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a slicked back hair. Captain Buggy, don't be so quick to get angry. The man pushed up his glasses with the back of his hand and smiled deeply. We are also pirates from East Blue. Shouldn't we look after each other and be more united and friendly? Who are you? Buggy narrowed his eyes slightly. East Blue's 100 Strategies Crow. The familiar face in front of him reminded him of the East Blue pirate who once had a bounty 1 million belly higher than his own. When he was still in East Blue, he had paid attention to Crow's reward list many times, but as the news of the other party's arrest spread, he no longer cared about it. As expected of Buggy the Clown, he is really discerning. The lenses on Crow's face flashed, revealing a deep smile. Are you interested in cooperating with me to seize the Blood Crown? The Bloody Crown. Hearing such a straightforward name, Buggy's eyes couldn't help but light up, and he stared at Crow and asked, what is that? A special treasure. It is said that whoever obtains it will have the opportunity to obtain a huge treasure comparable to that of a country. Crow pushed up his glasses. Comparable to a country. Buggy exclaimed in disbelief. If there is really such a huge amount of wealth, then the mere Captain John's treasure is not worth mentioning in front of it. He kept swallowing his saliva, but even such a huge temptation did not make him completely lose his mind. Instead, he became unusually sober. Advertisement. Basie Kellogg, no one would want to monopolize a treasure of this level. Why did you choose to cooperate with me? Tell me. He tried to see through Crow's face, but the latter just smiled slightly. Because we are both pirates from East Blue, there is a basis for cooperation between us. I recognize you, just like you recognize me. Is it just that simple? Then why can't we seize it ourselves? Standing at the door, Alvida put her mace on the ground and blocked the captain's room door from the outside. Mochi and Kabaji also blocked Crow's retreat with malicious intentions. After scanning the crowd, Crow pushed up his glasses and his tone gradually became colder. Did you not understand one thing? This is no longer East Blue. Do you really think that with your strength, you can continue to go smoothly in this Grand Line? Put aside your stupid ideas. Fighting alone will only lead to complete failure. Only by cooperation can we continue to survive in this ocean. Crow hated being a pirate, and after all the pirate forces in East Blue that had bounties worth over 10 million were defeated and liquidated, Marine from the East Blue branch focused all of his attention on him. In the process of hunting and escaping day after day, he was completely tired of this meaningless life. So I chose to leave East Blue and go to Grand Line to seek a chance to change my look. Of course, during these days of struggle, he has fully realized how insignificant individual abilities are on the Grand Line. Only by joining forces can he have a chance to achieve his goal. There's nothing wrong with what you said. Buggy rubbed his chin, but of course, even if I fight alone, I can easily stand out in this ocean. That's right. The trainer took the words seriously and said, the Straw Hat Pirates, who have a bounty of 160 million Baileys, have only made a name for themselves. If the captain wants to defeat them, it will not be a problem at all. It's just that the captain is not interested in this now, the chief of staff added. You guys, you really know me very well, ha 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 ha, Buggy laughed exaggeratedly. Looking at the confused expressions of several people, a few blue veins popped out on Crow's forehead, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. So, have you decided to cooperate? Of course there is no problem with cooperation, but now that we have received such good news, what is our most important thing now, kids? Buggy gave a sly smile. Of course. Hee. Several pirates laughed in unison. What is it? Crow looked at everyone in confusion and pushed up his glasses. Of course, it's a party. Chapter 43 Friends. The wind is calm and the sun is beautiful, with no clouds in the sky. Joel blew the sea breeze on the deck of the warship for a while and then walked back to the room. If his judgment was correct, he would arrive at the Yag Islands within the next few days. This group of Marines is indeed doing a good job, rather than being passive and slacking off. However, I am afraid that in order to get rid of themselves as soon as possible, they want to reach the Yag Islands as soon as possible. Perhaps it is because of the generation gap spanning a century that this group of young people cannot have much in common with themselves. When he thought of this, Joel opened the door and walked in with some emotion. What came into view was Baby 5, who was squatting in front of a chair with his back to the door, seemingly doing something. When she heard the sound of the door opening, she quickly turned around in fright, looked at the door with a pale face, and put her hands behind her back without showing anyone else. What are you doing? Joel looked at the maid curiously. No, not doing anything, she said covertly. Really? Joel raised his eyebrows slightly. I'm really not doing anything. Baby 5 stood up with a guilty conscience. Before she could say anything, she almost stumbled and fell. And her swinging arms were clearly exposed in front of Joel. But that's not the point. The point is that a strange creature is hanging on her right arm. This is, Joel couldn't help but be slightly startled. It was a leech that was almost as big as a 500 milliliters bottle of Coke. Leech. Are you so pessimistic that you have given up hope in life? He walked towards the maid who seemed to be losing her footing due to excessive blood loss. 500 milliliters of blood is almost 1/10 of the total blood volume of an adult. Taking out so much blood at one time is enough to endanger life. I'm not that pessimistic. Baby 5 pouted, it's just because it needs my help, that's why I do this. Joel said. Need your help? Of course, you won't understand. Baby 5 looked at the leech lying on his arm sucking blood, with a satisfied smile on his face. I have lived alone in the wild since I was very young. For a very long time, no one was willing to accept me. Even wild beasts would dislike me for being too thin and unwilling to eat me. Advertisement, but this creature needs me, they want to be with me, they're my friends. Scenes from the past seemed to flash through her eyes. That's not a good memory, but often what can be remembered for a lifetime happens to be suffering. Joel picked up the leech, and in Baby 5's stunned eyes, the blood flames swayed in his hand. In the next moment, the scorching flames burned out the life of the creature. Not even the skin was left. Well, I really still hate this kind of creature. Blood-sucking can only be a vampire's patent. He patted the thin layer of ashes on his hand and said, by the way, what were you talking about just now? The maid was stunned for a second, then turned into fangs and said, are you a devil? I have said so much, but you haven't listened to a single word. Do you want to see what you have done? Looking at her friend floating in the air with the wind, she swore with tears in her eyes that she now hated the man in front of her. Can such a thing be called a friend? Joel brushed off the dust on his sleeves leisurely, although I have no say in this aspect. A relationship that only involves demands and no return means that the two parties can only be masters and slaves, not friends. Stop coming, I won't listen to what you say. A cold and heartless B********* D like you must not even have a friend. Baby 5 said a little angrily. Friends. Joel was silent for a moment, and a memory fragment from the past suddenly flooded into his mind. Your Highness Joel. The maid, whose body was covered with dust and grass clippings, held the boy who was also dusty tightly and carefully squeezed through the crowd. Don't tell Director Ori when you go back that I took you to sneak out through the dog hole in the city wall. The last time I brought you an iced Coke, I was punished to wash dishes in the kitchen for 3 whole days. Don't worry, Iana, I won't betray my friends. The innocent boy rolled up his sleeves and showed off the slightly bulging muscles on his arms, and my illness has been cured. Look, I'm getting stronger now. The maid couldn't help but chuckle, and after a while she looked at the young man beside her curiously. Your Highness Joel, is that fruit really so magical? It can even cure your disease. The young man chuckled and said, after all, it is a devil fruit. It is said that it contains the power of demons. Not to mention such trivial matters as curing diseases, some devil fruit can also bring the dead back to life. The maid touched the young man's forehead, curled her lips and said in disbelief. Are there any other sequelae of that serious illness? Your Highness, you are talking nonsense again. How can someone come back from the dead? Ha ha ha, I knew you wouldn't believe it, but it doesn't matter anymore. Instead, the young man took the maid's hand and walked forward faster, happily saying. Advertisement, now I have mastered a new devil fruit ability. Let's go and see the new partner who signed a contract with me. Huh? Originally he just wanted to be tough, but seeing Joel's thoughtful expression, Baby 5 suddenly raised his eyebrows and showed a cheeky smile. I know that a guy like you can't have friends. At this point, I'm much better than you, ha ha ha. After so many days, she finally found an opportunity to ridicule the B******D man in front of her who was not understanding at all. It's really so enjoyable. Joel slowly came back to his senses and raised his eyes that were calm again. There was no refutation of Baby 5's words. He just suddenly stretched out his right hand, held the opponent's chin, and met the opponent's somewhat panicked gaze, with a slight arc at the corner of his mouth. Hey, wait, you. Baby 5 stumbled at the other party's sudden move, and quickly looked away, not daring to look at each other, feeling like a deer in his heart. What does he want to do? Why are we getting closer and closer? Oh my god, he seems to have a strange smell. No, now is not the time to think about such things. Could it be that he was so angry that he wanted to shut my mouth? Etc. Doesn't that mean that my first kiss will be taken away? Thinking of this, Baby 5's cheeks couldn't help but feel hot, and his breathing became a little quick. Did you just say that I have no friends? So what? Feeling the rush of male hormones, Baby5, who had never experienced such a big scene before, showed a determined expression as if he was waiting for death. No matter what you do to me, I will never give in to you. Even so, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Joel slowly approached Baby 5's red cheek and breathed an unusually cold breath into the latter's ear. You're right, I have no friends. The sound was very soft, so soft that Baby 5 could just barely hear it. She was stunned for a moment, and when she came to her senses again, the other party had already silently left her side, leaving only a quiet and gloomy back. Why is there an indescribable sadness? What kind of past does he have? Baby 5 stared blankly. Chapter 44 Kingdom of Yag. After a 2-day voyage, the marine warship slowly sailed into a port on the Yag Islands. This journey ends here, then. Thank you for the hospitality. Joel came to the shore, nodded slightly towards the Commodore on the warship, and then continued to move forward without any pause. Baby 5 followed closely behind. Watching the two figures leave, Smoker frowned and took a long breath of smoke. It's finally over, should we head back, Smoker Commodore? Tashigi also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this oppressive legendary pirate every day, she felt that her mental endurance had grown a lot. Return. Smoker glanced at the simple-minded ensign under his command from the corner of his eye. It's not that simple. They just left our ship. It doesn't mean that our actions have stopped. Hey, isn't the operation over yet? Toshigi was stunned. Continue to monitor his movements. Before we can figure out his purpose of coming to this island, we need to stay here. Smoker's eyes sharpened. Do you understand? Toshigi came back to his senses and straightened his back quickly. Yes, Smoker Commodore. The kingdom located on the Yag Islands has developed prosperously since its establishment 100 years ago, and the towns are now quite prosperous and lively. The streets are busy with traffic and the flow is constant. There are so many clothing stores here. This pleated skirt looks great, and that black shirt is also good. Baby 5 looked at the various clothing stores on the street with a surprised look on his face. He wished he could put his eyes into the transparent glass of the display window and carefully look at the well-made and meticulous women's clothing. The textile industry has been a livelihood here for a long time, and it is not surprising that a clothing industry that is more in line with the aesthetics of the superstructure has emerged. Joel looked at the shops with people coming and going and nodded sincerely. However, the development here is really good. What was once a desolate little village can now become the capital of the country, which really makes people feel that times have changed. Baby 5, who was focused on the clothes, didn't listen to what Joel was saying. He just moved his steps little by little, reluctantly moving his eyes from one piece of clothing to another. Although there are many clothing stores in Dressrosa, after all, in a country with military factories as the mainstay of its economy, the clothing industry is not developed, and it is completely different from the dazzling array of clothes here. Advertisement: no lady can resist the temptation of a pretty little dress, and this maid in her early 20s is no exception. 1, 2, 3, 6 zeros, and when she glanced from the clothes to the hanging sign, and after counting in a low voice, her eyes suddenly widened and she exclaimed. 3 million Baileys. A piece of clothing actually costs 3 million Baileys. Even though it looks good, it's too expensive. Although she is a cadre of the Don Quixote family, no one's family's money comes from strong winds. Even if Doflamingo is engaged in the arms business, the monthly pocket money allocated to her is only about 1 million belly. The price of such a piece of clothing that doesn't cost much is enough to cover her 3 months' pocket money. As someone who was fairly familiar with the Don Quixote family's industry balance sheet, she simply couldn't imagine it. There is actually a business that is more profitable than arms. The gorgeous and fashionable ladies lingering in the shops all looked at the maid who seemed to have come from the countryside, covered their mouths and laughed softly. And soon, their eyes were attracted by Joel next to the maid, and their hearts were so moved that they couldn't help but smile charmingly, and winked at this elegant and noble man, but all of them were ignored by Joel. Seemingly being attracted by Baby 5's shout, a man with a star symbol printed on the corner of his eye came over and said politely, "Madam, it seems you don't understand the true value of these clothes." "Hey, what's the value?" Baby 5 was startled by being accosted by a stranger and couldn't help but stop. The value of clothes does not just depend on the material itself. An excellent fashion designer will use pen and ink to outline a unique design draft only when inspiration strikes. Then correct and change the colors until you are satisfied. This is the value needed to squeeze out inspiration. The man looked at the half-understanding look on Baby 5's face and continued. When the finished product he designed gradually became popular and formed a unique and competitive brand, it gained brand value. After such brands have far-reaching and lasting influence, they have cultural value. In other words, these added values are the reason why these clothes are expensive. Oh, Baby 5 responded with understanding, but his eyes were still confused. Is this really the case? Joel looked at the man lightly. So, you are a clothing salesman? Advertisement: not really. The man looked at Joel, took 2 steps back, took out a small and exquisite crown from his pocket, put it on his head meticulously, and said seriously, "I am the prince of this country, Louis Starr." After that, he bowed respectfully to Joel. "Welcome to my country as a guest, Lord Joel." Joel said, "Do you recognize me?" "Yes, I have read that newspaper. Although the profile in the newspaper is not very similar to your front face, when I saw you just now, the inspiration in my mind was ignited, so I have no idea. I know without doubt that the man in front of me must be you." Starr pressed his index finger hard on his temple and continued. "Because I am a person with the ability to eat the fruit of inspiration, or inspiration person for short, and many of the clothes here are designed by me myself under the overwhelming inspiration. No wonder. These clothes are said to be so different. After all, they're still salesmen, right?" Baby 5 couldn't help but complain. Starchow Baby 5 responded, "No, most of the users of these exhibits are nobles and wealthy businessmen. We have signed trade agreements with the royal families of dozens of countries. There is no need to sell products to non-users who do not have the corresponding economics. You sell based on your ability. Humph, there is. What's so great?" Baby 5 crossed his arms across his chest in annoyance and curled his lips. "Do you think I would like these barely adequate clothes? After all, I'm also a cadre from a big family. I don't care about it at all." Starr glanced at Joel, then bowed slightly to Baby 5 beside him and said, "Of course, as Master Joel's personal maid, if you have a style you like, I assure you that you can choose the clothes here until you are satisfied, without spending a pelle." "Eh? Really?" The annoyance on Baby 5's face suddenly turned into surprise. "Are you lying to me? There will be no good consequences for lying to me?" "Certainly." "Great." Baby 5 glanced at Joel, who showed no objection, and immediately ran into a nearby store happily, pointed at the clothes to the clerk, and then pointed at Starr on the street through the glass. Since you are the royal family of this country, you should know the purpose of my coming, right? Joel looked casually at the maid who was trying on clothes in the clothing store. You came here for the blood crown, right? It has been here for so many years. It's time for it to be returned to its original owner. Star smiled. Of course, if you are willing to condescend, you might as well go to the palace and stay for a few days to enjoy the local customs. After all, it's all thanks to you that this island's former villages have become a nation. Chapter 45. Cleverness turns into plunder. Speaking of which, what did you do to make them be so polite to you? Baby 5, holding a large and small clothing box in his hand, raised his head and looked at Joel walking beside him in puzzlement. It's nothing, it's just that we destroyed a certain pirate group entrenched on this island. Joel replied nonchalantly. That's it? Baby 5 asked suspiciously. No, Star, who was walking next to him, couldn't help but interjected. That's not an ordinary pirate group, but the infamous Great Pirate Group more than 100 years ago. Captain Kia's bounty is as high as 340,000 Baileys. 340 million Baileys, this is a pretty high bounty. Baby 5 said in surprise. She remembered that young Master Doflamingo's bounty was exactly 340 million Belly. Although the two cannot be compared due to the difference in time and space, the gold content of this bounty can be seen to some extent. Star continued excitedly. Yes, the great pirate Kia's power is spread all over the sea. He is a great pirate that even the world government finds very troublesome. Under his high-pressure rule, most people can only live in confusion. It was not until Lord Joel appeared that all living people saw the dawn of hope, and a new order and a new country were established on the island. Joel yawned out of boredom. Is that so? I have no impression at all. No, Master Joel, you are the savior of this island. Star said with admiration. Without you, there would be no Yag Kingdom today. Savior. When Joel heard this touching word, he suddenly felt a little harsh. If a savior can appear in the kingdom of Herman, perhaps it can still stand in this world today. And I will spend my life as a king instead of experiencing the feeling of losing my blood relatives, country, and people. After getting rid of the memories that should not exist in my mind, my emotions quickly returned. Joel's face became lazy again. As the crown prince of a country, Star's journey did not cause any sensation. This prince who was close to the people probably often traveled under the rule. As he himself said, if he lives in the palace all year round, his inspiration will become more and more blocked. Only by walking around more and seeing more things will the inspiration in his mind accumulate more and more. Follow Star and come to the castle palace. After the old king saw Joel, he walked down from the throne with tears of gratitude. Star supported his father and thanked Joel again and again. The emotions shown by both of them were very sincere and not just a polite act. Advertisement. Joel calmly accepted the other party's thanks and said, so, what about the things I left behind? The blood crown is placed in the Kingdom Expo Pavilion, and I can take you there now. Star smiled and said, of course, we hope you can stay a few more days and let us entertain you with enough enthusiasm. Joel pondered for a moment and then agreed. He didn't mind taking a rest here after a tiring journey these days. Several figures wearing brown hoods walked quickly through the streets of Yag Kingdom. Captain Buggy, do we really want to take action today? The animal trainer Mochi, who was a little out of shape and had a slightly protruding belly, asked cautiously. Don't reveal my name, you idiot. Buggy hit the trainer hard on the head, then looked around warily. Seeing that no one noticed him, he breathed a sigh of relief. He cooperated with Beiji Crow and came all the way to this country in order to obtain the legendary bloody crown that could rival a country. After observing here for a few days, they discovered that although the expo hall where the Scarlet Crown was placed was always heavily guarded because it was close to the castle, it would be open to the public regularly. This information was enough for them to finalize their plan to seize this treasure. In order not to attract attention, the selected elite pirates dispersed into several small teams, departed from the hidden port, and finally gathered at the expo hall. At this moment, Buggy is acting together with two cadres, Kabaji and Moki, approaching the expo exhibition hall. Kabaji looked at Mochi and said, while the captain was discussing the plan with Beiji Crow, you stupid pig must have fallen asleep again. If you missed today and want to wait until the expo opens, it will be the opening day next month. Do you want us to spend another month here? Yes, we must get that treasure today. Buggy straightened his back, his eyes showing determination to win. But the next moment, he shrank his neck warily, fearing that someone would reveal his identity. While whispering in low voices, they moved forward. About half an hour later, the majestic kingdom castle appeared in sight. And this also means that we are about to arrive at the expo hall near the castle. Crow, who had changed into a black butler's uniform, was already waiting here. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, looked at Buggy, and followed the flow of people into the expo. Buggy lowered his head and passed by the soldiers stationed at the door. Compared to Crow's appearance, his nose was really conspicuous and had to be covered up. The Yag Kingdom was only established for more than 100 years, and could not be compared with many countries with a long history. Therefore, in order to promote local culture and enhance national cohesion, our ancestors established the Kingdom Expo Exhibition Hall and placed various items of great commemorative and historical significance in it for all people to visit and understand. Advertisement. This is why there are monthly expo and exhibition hall open days open to everyone. The interior of the exhibition hall is plain and simple, without any excessive decoration, just rows of transparent glass display cabinets arranged neatly and orderly. There are items such as stones, costumes, sharp tools, etc., and an explanatory board introducing the names and commemorative significance of the items is placed outside the display cabinet. Where is the blood crown? Buggy muttered silently, glancing at the explanation boards next to the display cabinet. Walking all the way to the deepest part of the exhibition hall, he finally saw a large display cabinet surrounded by red police tape and guarded by several tall soldiers. What is placed in the display cabinet is an object with a semi-elliptical structure and a serrated top, resembling a crown. Under the warm light, it was glowing with a deep red light. On the explanatory sign outside the showcase, the 4 characters, Bloody Crown, are clearly written. Yes, that's it. Buggy's eyes suddenly lit up. Looking again, I saw Crow standing opposite the display cabinet, his eyes also deeply attracted by the Bloody Crown. Captain Buggy, is this the Bloody Crown? Mochi, who was following him, widened his eyes and exclaimed, it's such a dazzling blood-red color. After the words fell, Buggy's face was inexplicably clouded. He grabbed Mochi's collar and shook it, and asked sullenly. You be *****D, did you just say that my red nose is very eye-catching?
No, I didn't, Captain Buggy, please listen to my explanation.
Mochi hurriedly denied it, waving his hands repeatedly. Kabaji, please testify for me. I would rather. Kabaji's slightly trembling voice came, but now is not the time to talk about this. Captain Buggy, you should take a look around first. Buggy then turned around and glanced around, only to find that the soldiers guarding the display cabinet began to surround him. Wait, we are just ordinary tourists. Buggy quickly put down Mochi, rubbed his hands and smiled flatteringly at the soldiers. We didn't do anything against the rules, right? But the soldiers did not stop and gradually approached him. Kabaji swallowed and said, Captain Buggy, the hood on your head has fallen off. Buggy quickly raised his hand to touch it, only to find that the brown hood used to hide his face seemed to have fallen off due to too much movement just now, leaving only the pirate captain's hat on his head that had not been taken off. The disguise was exposed. This idiot. I told him not to make such a perfunctory disguise, but he didn't listen to my advice at all. Seeing this scene, Crow had a few veins popping up on his forehead, wondering if he should not choose this guy as his ally. It was a miscalculation, but that's what happened. Buggy simply stopped pretending, and showed 10 bright daggers between his fingers, just changed the plan, from stealing, to looting. Chapter 46 Survival from Desperate Situation. The crowd suddenly became commotion, and dozens of pirate figures who had entered the exhibition hall immediately rushed towards the display case where the bloody crown was placed. The soldiers responsible for maintaining order quickly sounded the alarm. Amidst the chaos, an excited shout came from deep in the exhibition hall. We succeeded. However, the owner of this voice did not rush out of the venue. With well-organized kingdom soldiers guarding all key passages, the venue seemed extremely small and cramped. Even just knocking down a heavily armed soldier takes a lot of effort. It's really difficult to deal with these guys. Buggy panted and retracted his split right hand. After teaming up with Crow to knock down dozens of kingdom soldiers, Buggy barely rushed out of the expo hall. See the light of day again. However, a steady stream of soldiers came from all directions and surrounded the entrance of the expo hall so tightly that not even a fly could escape. Acrobatics. Steam murder case. Kabaji rolled up a puff of smoke and slashed the rotating sword towards a soldier in front of him. However, the soldier held the shield in his hand and was only knocked back a few steps before he stood firm. Kabaji was stunned. The move he was so proud of didn't work. The physical fitness of these guys is probably as good as that of Cao Chong and his ilk in the East Blue Branch. How to fight this? Captain Buggy, what should we do now? We can't escape the encirclement at all. Mochi felt that Crow seemed to be staring at him, and immediately hugged the box containing the bloody crown tightly in his arms, and said anxiously. The other pirates also turned back to look at Buggy, the backbone at this moment. Shut up, you idiots who have never seen the world, you are just a few people. Do you think you can trap Uncle Buggy and me? Buggy scolded him expressionlessly, as if he had a plan in mind. As expected of Captain Buggy, as long as we follow Captain Buggy, we will definitely escape. Feeling Buggy's calmness and composure, the pirates became excited. Crow shifted his gaze to Buggy dubiously. He had already made plans to snatch the box containing the blood crown from Mochi and use silent steps to escape from the battlefield. But at this moment, I was also infected by Buggy's confidence. Don't worry, this red nose must have a trump card. However, this look that everyone regarded as confidence was actually because its owner was so timid and panicked that he could no longer effectively control his expression, causing his facial muscles to become stiff. Advertisement at this moment, Buggy was in a panic. What to do? The other party has a large number of people. If you delay any longer, you will definitely be arrested. Is this the end of my legendary life as Buggy? Is God going to kill me, Uncle Buggy? No. Buggy's eyes fell on the crowded distance. Suddenly, he saw hope. In the crowd, a tall figure standing out from the crowd walked towards this direction as if he hadn't figured out the situation yet. Beside that tall figure, several nobles in extraordinary clothes surrounded him like stars. There is no doubt that the identity of that man is unusual. Buggy's eyes suddenly lit up. This must be the key to escape. Etc. Did that man just smile at me too? No. Was he hallucinating because he was too tired? How could he smile at me? Buggy was surprised, blinked hard, put aside the messy thoughts in his mind, and made up his mind to give it a try. 4 winds and 5 cracks cannon. The 2 hands holding 10 daggers were raised simultaneously and pointed at the sky. Escape with flying knives. Boom. Under the incredulous gazes of everyone, the wrist and palm separated in an instant, shot straight into the sky, and turned into tiny black dots. And in the next moment, it fell sharply in a parabola shape like a sharp arrow shot from a long bow. Not good. Protect Prince Star. Protect Master Athos. The entourage beside the noble suddenly fell into panic, and the formation became chaotic. However, just when everyone thought that this bizarre attack would be directed at themselves, two independent palms suddenly turned sharply in the air and rushed towards Joel unexpectedly. The dagger held between his fingers lit up brightly in the air and was pointed directly at Joel's heart. It seemed that if he took another step further, he would pierce his heart. What do you want to do, pirate? Cold sweat dripped down Star's forehead. Nothing should happen to the greatest hero in Yag. Advertisement. Joel's blood-red pupils turned slightly, and a subtle and interesting smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Kizaru learned how to tease others and raised his hand to show weakness. Oh, it's really scary. Is he playing some weird role-playing game? Baby 5 looked at Joel, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. My uncle. It seems that I made the right bet. Buggy breathed a sigh of relief, and then a look of excitement appeared on his face. The identity of that man was indeed the most extraordinary among all the people present. As long as he controls this man, he should be able to leave the country calmly with the blood crown. What is luck? That's his Buggy's luck. Buggy couldn't help but want to look up to the sky and smile, but he knew that it was not the time to relax yet, so he walked towards Joel arrogantly.
If you don't want that guy to get hurt, just get out of my way.
The surrounding soldiers were like a divided tide, retreating to both sides without daring to stop him. Crow walked behind Buggy, and the glasses on his face flashed with light. The rest of the pirates also showed excitement that, as expected of Captain Buggy, and strode after them. So in front of everyone, Buggy held the man in front of him, who was much taller than himself, and walked away in the direction of the port in high spirits. The surrounding kingdom soldiers had no choice but to follow him step by step without receiving orders from Star, not daring to advance rashly. Finally, Star gradually calmed down from the panic, and an inspiration came to his mind. Wrong. Master Joel is capable of destroying pirates with hundreds of millions of bounties on his head, so how could he be held hostage by a mere pirate? He must have other plans. When he thought of this, the sadness on the prince's face slowly disappeared. At this moment, Kabaji, the chief of staff of the Buggy Pirates, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief after experiencing this desperate situation. And the key to this twists and turns is, he looked at Joel, who was calm and composed, not looking like he was being threatened at all. Frowning slightly in thought, have you seen this man somewhere? Why, there is a feeling that I have seen it somewhere before. Thoughts kept popping up in his mind, and Kabaji's pupils suddenly narrowed. Does this man look somewhat similar to the legendary pirate published in the newspaper? Chapter 47 Turtle Pointer. Thinking of this, Kabaji could not help but tremble with his teeth. But soon, he calmed down. If it was that legendary pirate, how could he be kidnapped by Captain Buggy? The two sides are just slightly similar in appearance and characteristics, they are not the same person at all. He comforted himself in his heart. With the soldiers following closely, the pirates arrived at the hidden port where the pirate ship was parked. Buggy glanced at the kingdom soldiers who might surround him at any time, and looked at Joel with a fierce look. Follow us up too. Okay, I got it. Joel cooperated and boarded the Bikudop. The other pirates all boarded the deck one after another. Alvida, who was responsible for guarding the pirate ship, originally thought that this operation would not cause much noise, but when she saw the Black Sea behind Buggy, her brows jumped and she quickly asked the pirates to lower the anchor and raise the sails. No need to chase anymore. Star, who chased to the shore, ordered the kingdom soldiers behind him to stop the pursuit. After thinking for a moment, he waved towards the ship and watched Joel leave. As that royal family, waving goodbye. Kabaji, who observed this scene, wondered if he was dazzled and couldn't help but rub his eyes fiercely. Did I see it wrong? Mochi, who was suspicious of Kabaji's murmur, followed the other person's gaze and looked toward the shore. But apart from the kingdom's soldiers retreating like a tide, no other movement was seen in the field of vision. Just as Mochi was about to speak, someone asked him first, "What did you see wrong?" The two were stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the source of the sound. They saw a figure dressed as a maid beside the ship's rail, looking at the port. Suddenly, they took a few steps back in fright. Wait, who are you? What got on the boat? Oh, I came up with him. Baby 5 turned back and pointed at Joel expressionlessly. Kabaji looked back at Joel, and the bad feeling in his heart became stronger and stronger. The uneasy expression made Mochi panic inexplicably, thinking. It's obvious that he's out of danger, but what's going on with this guy Kabaji? Why does he look like he's in danger? Before he could think about it, Buggy's voice came over. Mochi, bring the bloody crown. Got it, Captain Buggy. Mochi quickly brought the box containing the bloody crown to everyone. After opening it, the bloody crown of unknown material emitted a bright blood-red light. It was more vivid than in the exhibition hall just now, as dazzling as glass under the light. Bazy Kella, what should we do next to reach the location of the treasure through this bloody crown? Buggy suppressed the joy in his heart and looked at Crow. Blood, just a drop of fresh blood can activate it. Crow pushed up his glasses. Advertisement a month ago, while sailing on the Grand Line, he accidentally encountered a dilapidated shipwreck. Stepping inside, he found the captain's diary next to the skeleton in the damp and smelly captain's cabin. The pirate captain Red, who had a bounty of 60 million, wrote in his diary how to open the Blood Crown, and left a permanent pointer to the kingdom of Yag. Of course, if a sudden storm hadn't destroyed the pirate group, Crow would never have known this secret in his life. Blood. Buggy cut his little finger with a dagger, and couldn't wait to squeeze out a drop of blood, dripping it towards the bloody crown. However, the blood flowed down the bloody crown without any reaction. Buggy stared at the crown for a long time, then frowned and looked at Crow. Crow, you'd better explain. The captain's diary records that it must be the most special blood. I think it probably refers to a special blood type. Crow pondered for a moment, took the dagger in Buggy's hand, slashed it on his little finger, and squeezed out the blood. The bloody crown is the same as before, without any changes. Are you teasing us? Alvida said. I wouldn't do something so meaningless. Crow met Alvida's gaze calmly. I think Beiji Crow, who was once famous in East Blue, won't be a boring guy. Buggy touched his chin and shouted, young boys, come here and give Lousy a try. If whose blood can activate this treasure, I will make him the deputy captain. Captain Buggy, X2 Kabaji and Mochi suddenly became anxious. This is the vice captain position that the two have been fighting openly and secretly for many years, but have never been able to officially decide on. But after hearing this order, the pirates' eyes lit up and they swarmed forward, pushing Kabaji and the two back. I'll try. I'm coming too. Following the words, the pirates rushed to cut their fingers, dripping blood, staring in anticipation of the changes in the bloody crown. But then, one after another, they backed away in disappointment. Look at me, X2 finally. Kabaji and Mochi gradually squeezed into the dispersing group of pirates, but after a few seconds, they screamed like ghosts and wolves. It's fake, there's no reaction at all. Chloe, Buggy asked impatiently, among all of us, isn't there one with special blood? If anyone can activate this treasure, can it still be called rare? Crow pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. Buggy touched his chin, thinking for a moment. Crow continued to analyze calmly. The more difficult it is to crack, the more it means that this treasure has not been seized by anyone yet. Advertisement. You're so right, Crow. Buggy nodded repeatedly, feeling happy again when he thought that he had the key to unlock this treasure. As soon as he finished speaking, a drop of blood fell freely in the air. Drop. The blood fell onto the bloody crown, which immediately glowed with blood-red light. All the blood that had been dripped in just now seemed to be attracted by a strange force, and it quickly gathered towards the center of the crown like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, suddenly forming a lifelike image of a red sea turtle. No matter how the ship's bow turns, the turtle's head always maintains the same direction, like a permanent pointer. Hey, everyone looked surprised. What happened? Didn't it say that only special blood can activate the blood crown? Why did something change suddenly? Looking up, I saw Joel's calm expression and everyone's stunned eyes. It seems to be saying, what's wrong with me doing this? Mochi. Did you find it too? Kabaji immediately turned to look at the trainer. No matter how slow his reaction was, he should have discovered by now that this man's identity was not simple. Yes, I discovered that this guy's blood actually works. Mochi couldn't help but panic. Doesn't this mean that my vice captain is going to be taken away by him? Hey. Is now the time to think about this? Kabaji's face suddenly darkened, but soon he turned his gaze to Buggy. If it were Captain Buggy, he would have seen the clues. It actually succeeded. It seems that the location it points to is where the treasure is. Buggy's eyebrows suddenly lit up, as he thought of something happy. As expected of Captain Buggy, you don't care about such an important thing at all. Kabaji glanced at Joel secretly, and reminded nervously, Captain Buggy, but why did this bloody crown change? Yeah. Why? Buggy came back to his senses. Crow pondered for a moment, then took over the words. I understand, the so-called special does not refer to a certain type of blood, but refers to blood formed by mixing blood of different blood types. Buggy and others were stunned. I see. Kabaji couldn't help but nod along with everyone, and reacted in the next second. Wait, that's not what I wanted to express at all. He wanted to say something more, but suddenly the lookout on the ship shouted anxiously, Captain Buggy, no, Marine is coming towards us. Chapter 48 Buggy, must give Marine some face, Marine. Suddenly, everyone's attention was attracted by the standard warship in the distance. The warship seemed to have locked its target and came one after another. That Marine. Could it be? Alvida's heart skipped a beat as she looked far away. In the old Logue town, she boasted that her slippery fruit ability was so powerful that it could even slide away cannonballs, but she suffered a big loss in the first battle. The reason why all of this happened is the Marine colonel stationed in Logue town, the rare Logia devil fruit, and Smoker, the user with smoke fruit ability. Now, seeing this figure again, she couldn't help but recall the tragic situation when she was almost arrested and sent to prison. White Hunter, why are you here, White Hunter Smoker? Buggy, he must have been chasing you all the way here, right? Crow pushed up his glasses as if facing an enemy. There is no pirate in the East Blue who has not heard of Smoker's reputation. Even a semi-retired pirate like Crow occasionally pays attention to the turmoil on the sea. After being defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates, he also heard about the riot in Logue Town, and also knew that one of the troublemakers was the Buggy Pirates. Under such circumstances, he had to make this association. Did the famous White Hunter Smoker actually track Captain Buggy all the way? As expected of our great Captain Buggy, he is indeed a great pirate that even the White Hunter can't feel at ease with. After hearing Crow's inference, the pirates on the ship suddenly jumped for joy for some unknown reason. The heavy atmosphere just now was suddenly gone. Under the praise of the pirates, Buggy reluctantly smiled. Ha. Ha ha, of course, I didn't expect that guy Smoker to be so persistent in order to arrest me. As he spoke, he couldn't help but runny nose, but he quickly sucked it back hard. But under the calm appearance, his heart has already been violently ups and downs. That damn smoke man actually appeared in front of me again. There's nothing I can do against a guy with Logia abilities. What should I do? How can I get out? At this moment, a standard warship was confronting a pirate ship out of thin air at sea. Smoker slowly exhaled a breath of smoke. Not close enough. Get closer. With only this distance, I can't see that guy's condition. Smoker Commodore, however, if you get any closer, you may enter the gunfire range of that pirate ship. Tashigi said hesitantly. It's just a few little pirates from East Blue. It's nothing to worry about. The key is. Advertisement. Smoker's voice paused and his tone became serious. Why is that man on that pirate ship? What on earth does he want to do? Tashigi followed Smoker's gaze and finally nodded in agreement. Yes, I know. We will get as close to that pirate ship as possible. Aboard the Biku Dop. Captain Buggy, they're not getting any closer. Do we still want to open fire? The pirate who had set up the gun mount and was ready to send the shells into the barrel looked at the anchored warship and asked. Of course we're going to open fire. Those Marines are obviously afraid of Captain Buggy. We need to show them off, but don't underestimate our Buggy pirates. One of the pirates said in an excited tone, have fun with you. Buggy couldn't help but slap the pirate on the head hard, suppressing the atmosphere that was gradually turning to joy. That Smoker didn't actually attack, which is a rare good thing. He won't actively provoke that guy. If he is arrested, he will spend the rest of his life in a dark and damp prison. But at this time, he looked at the pirates around him who were looking forward to it, and he had to assume the captain's posture and coughed lightly. Ahem. Since Smoker didn't take the initiative to attack us, it means that he is afraid of me, so of course I, Buggy, have to give him a face. After all, Marine also needs to be decent. Kids, do you understand? Ah, as expected of Captain Buggy, there are indeed a lot of adults. Suddenly, the pirates looked at Buggy with more admiration. No, that's not the case. Kabaji took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down the restlessness in his heart. It was this man who caused the Buggy pirates to be targeted by those Marines. He must be the legendary pirate published in the newspaper. No, I must tell Captain Buggy about this. At this thought, Kabaji secretly glanced at Joel with the corner of his eye with great uneasiness. Unexpectedly, the other party noticed and looked at him with an extremely dangerous light in his eyes. Kabaji subconsciously shrank his neck, and after being stunned for a few seconds, he quickly touched his cold neck, and then breathed out in shock. Fortunately, the neck is still there, but, if you say it out loud, you will definitely die. Kabaji, what's wrong with you? Moki looked at his old rival who had competed with him for many years, and saw that his lips were tightly closed and his eyes were only blinking. Seeing this, he immediately sneered and said, is it because the sea breeze made your eyes dry? If your eyes are dry, just put some eye drops. Why are you looking at me? There is a slight vein on Kabaji's forehead. Advertisement, is that what I mean? What I want to tell you is that this man is very dangerous, but you just want me to drop the potion. Seeing that no one on the boat was aware of it, Kabaji could only suppress this thought in his heart. Since Marine has not approached and attacked us, let's move forward according to the instructions on the turtle pointer. Crow's mind was half on the warship not far away, and half on the bloody crown in front of him. He had no extra thoughts to care about anything else. That's right, the most critical thing right now is the treasure where the blood crown is. Buggy also said in response, looking at the turtle pointer with increasingly eager eyes. The legendary treasure that is comparable to a country is enough to fascinate all pirates galloping on the sea. Then Captain, what should we do with these two people? Are we going to?
Mochi walked up to Buggy, glanced at Joel and Baby 5 who got on the boat, made a knife-like shape with his palm, and swung it across his neck.
Mochi. When Kabaji heard this, he suddenly felt a little dizzy, and almost made the fastest reaction in his life. Didn't you see that the blood he dripped just now activated the blood crown? This shows that he has some secret connection with this treasure. If they are dealt with now, some kind of unpredictable disaster may occur during the treasure hunt in the future. How come you, a guy who usually has no faith, suddenly started to talk so much? Mochi felt a little strange about the other party's abnormality today. No, Kabaji has a point. Buggy rubbed his chin. The reason why he was rescued from danger today was partly because of Joel's identity, and the activation of the blood crown just now seemed to be inexplicably related to the other party. Even if it's just a coincidence, there's nothing wrong with continuing to take this man with you. Perhaps, this man will be of some use in the next treasure hunt. After many years of unsuccessful treasure hunting as a pirate, Buggy also subtly changed some of his thoughts. Although he didn't want to admit it, in his heart, he already had some recognition of the word, destiny. It's like Captain Roger got the One Piece, but in the end he surrendered to Marine. Destiny may be so illogical. Kabaji, you are responsible for guarding them and releasing them when you get to the location of the treasure. Buggy ordered. Yes. Kabaji nodded sternly, turned to look at Joel, a flattering smile appeared on his face, and he humbly led the way. Go this way, slow down, be careful of the steps. Kabaji, what happened today? Mochi murmured in confusion, turning his head to look at Lion Leaky as if asking. The latter looked at him blankly, with a look of wisdom in his sleepy eyes. Huh? Chapter 49 Endurance. Watching billions of points 2 days later, a small island appeared in the direction of the Bikudop. The outer edge of the island is a golden beach bordering the sea. Looking far along the line of sight, you can see the lush forests connecting the golden sandy beaches, extending to the majestic highlands in the center of the island. When the pirate ship approaches the island, the ghost of the turtle pointer in the bloody crown flickered brightly for a few minutes. You can't be wrong, this is the location of the blood crown. Buggy grinned, showing an extremely excited smile. For the first time in so many years, his treasure hunting career has improved. Captain Buggy, your two officers seem to have something on their mind? Crow pushed up his glasses and keenly observed the depressed mood of Kabaji and Mochi. Buggy looked at the two of them and said with great enthusiasm, "Hey, what's going on with you two guys? You actually made Lousy happy when Mr. Buggy, was about to find the treasure." Kabaji looked at Buggy and licked his lower lip while hesitating to speak, but never said a single word. He just lowered his head in a depressed manner. Captain Buggy. Mochi choked up a few times and then burst into tears. I suddenly remembered that my grandmother accidentally fell to the ground 30 years ago and died shortly afterwards, so I am extremely sad now. That's it. What a piece of shit. Buggy's eyes twitched. What nonsense are you talking about? Cheer up, Lousy. Also, go and bring this guy over. Mochi stopped crying immediately and looked at Kabaji at a loss. But the latter quickly turned his head away and whistled with, "None of my business," written all over his face. Kabaji, let's go together, Captain Buggy said. Seeing that the other party was staying aloof from the matter, Mochi emphasized his tone fiercely and said through gritted teeth, "Let's go and bring that person over." Although Kabaji did not say anything superfluous and abnormal during the 2-day voyage. But through eye contact in the past few days and reading the newspaper, Mochi had already roughly guessed Joel's identity. The man they captured on the ship. He was actually the legendary pirate who dared to slaughter even the celestial dragons called gods. God knows if he will suddenly turn his back and do something crazy in a fit of rage. In such anxiety, Mochi had been squatting at the door of Joel's room without closing his eyes for 2 days and 2 nights. He was always waiting for instructions from Joel, for fear that the other party's mood would become unstable. Advertisement. He swore that he had never cared so much about his grandmother who passed away 30 years ago. What happened to these two guys? Buggy looked at the two figures incomprehensively. HMPH, it's probably because of their inferiority complex that they became like this. After all, in front of that sweetheart with an alluring temperament and appearance, their appearance was just like a painter scribbling with a colored pen. Alvida carried the mace and said with deep understanding. After all, although she was not as charming as she is now, and was only slightly beautiful, she still had this little trouble occasionally. Is that so? Buggy looked unnatural and touched the red nose that he had always cared about. He seemed to be able to understand the grievances felt by his two subordinates. Who knows that man's appearance is indeed a little more attractive than everyone present. But that doesn't matter, nothing can compare to his treasure hunting exploits now. Putting the unimportant things behind him, Buggy waved his sleeves and said with great enthusiasm. Little ones, follow me and find the treasure. As a result, the pirates, led by Buggy, marched toward the center of the island. And behind this team, Kabaji and Mochi bowed and nodded beside Joel with unusually low eyebrows. Hey, walk slowly and be careful of the branches on the ground. Come on, let me help you move them. There are some bumps in the road ahead, so just step on me. The pirates who noticed the attitude of Kabaji and Mochi suddenly looked at each other. These two cadres are as obedient as sheep. Is it really still their Buggy pirate's most ferocious tiger? Could it be that some kind of devil fruit has controlled the brain? At this moment, Buggy's attention was completely focused on the blood crown, and he did not react at all to the humble actions deliberately shown by the two cadres. Only Crow looked back and thought thoughtfully. Why did the two leaders of the Buggy pirates go out of their way to get close to that guy? Is there some kind of secret hidden in him? Is it the real key to unlocking the treasure of the blood crown? Along the way towards the center of the island, they did not encounter any attacks from wild beasts, nor did they see any signs of human activity. Buggy and others moved forward unimpeded. It was so easy that even Buggy had cognitive doubts. There are no traps or guards. How could there be treasures in this world that could be obtained so easily? Advertisement. Could it be that this secret treasure of the blood crown, which has been circulated since 100 years ago, has actually been taken away by others? Or, he who can come here so easily is the protagonist with great luck in this era of hundreds of rivalries. Finally, the pirates passed through the lush jungle and arrived at the high ground in the center of the island. This is a huge and vast open space with no growing vegetation around it, as if there is an absolute invisible barrier separating it from the surrounding dense forest. The secret treasure of the bloody crown must be nearby. Buggy looked excitedly and nervously at the brightly shining bloody crown in his hand, and kept looking around. But wherever his eyes could see, there was nothing. Is there nothing? Could it be? Is it underground? Buggy took a deep breath and stared at Crow closely. Crow, you should know where this secret treasure is, right? Crow was not dissatisfied with Buggy's questioning. He just thought for a moment and then pushed up his glasses and said. In the diary that records the blood crown, there is only one description. What is it? Buggy asked. Everything you see is what you get. Crow slowly uttered a few words. Everything you see is what you get. Buggy chewed these words over and over again and looked around at the empty surroundings. Does this sentence mean that everything he sees is his? But there is nothing here. No, this sentence should be just a meaningless distraction. After thinking hard to no avail, Buggy slowly brought his thoughts back to his usual brain circuit, and based on his many years of rich experience in treasure hunting on the sea, he made a judgment. The only way to verify where a treasure is buried is to look for so-called marks left by the person who buried it. No matter how much of a treasure it is, it cannot escape this iron law in the end. Just as he was thinking about it carefully, he suddenly heard a calm voice. It's here. Chapter 50. Wake up, old friend. Looking around, Buggy saw Joel half crouching. And his two cadres, like the gangster's subordinates, surrounded this man loyally, as if the other party was their captain. What the hell is going on with these two guys? Buggy was a little angry and walked over, but as soon as he walked over, he was deeply attracted by a red symbol on the ground in front of Joel that resembled a treasure mark. Before he could show his joy, the crooked red symbol suddenly glowed red, erupting with an astonishing momentum. At the same time, the ground shook without warning. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? The pirates looked in all directions in fear. It's time to wake up. Joel looked at the blood-red symbol on the ground with nostalgia and murmured slowly. The deed marks carved on his body are now gradually elongating and deforming as his body grows. Ouch! As Joel finished speaking, a deafening roar came from the ground. What the hell is that sound? Alvida held the mace and looked around in panic. Maybe it's some kind of monster that's hard to deal with. Crow pushed up his glasses with a hint of retreat in his eyes. He doesn't want to risk his life here yet. Since there are guards and the like here, it means there must be treasure. Unlike others, Buggy actually showed a look of joy. He firmly believes that nothing can stop a pirate from pursuing treasure. No, this sound is not coming from the ground. Alvida suddenly realized something and shouted. Isn't it coming from the underground? Where else could it come from? Crow showed a hint of surprise. Before he finished speaking, the ground shook even more violently. Mud and stone powder suddenly peeled off from the ground during the shaking. The lush branches and leaves in the lush forest in the distance made a squeaking noise in the sea breeze that was constantly being swept up violently. Directly below the ground, there seemed to be some kind of behemoth slamming the entire island, about to break through the ancient seal. Suddenly, the tide on the sea surface right in front kept rising. Advertisement: a huge columnar object like a mangrove tree on Sabaody Island poked out from the bottom of the sea. 4 huge flippers slowly swam outward from the 4 corners below the island. That is, after seeing the whole thing clearly, all the pirates' pupils almost shrank, and they finally realized one thing. There is not some kind of monster sealed under this island, but the island itself is a huge creature. I finally woke up. It seems that you, like me, have been sleeping in this sea for a long time, old friend. Joel looked up at the huge head, which was many times larger than it was 100 years ago, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, like an old friend reunited. More than 100 years ago, when he was still the crown prince of the kingdom of Herman. He once accidentally picked up a turtle egg drifting in the sea, and then he hatched it using the warmth of his blood. After these long years, the little turtle that could lie on the shoulders in the past has now completely grown into an adult body as big as an island. Ouch! After seeing Joel, the island turtle howled with great joy. Even though it has not seen him for 100 years, under the blood contract, the sense of belonging and obedience reflected by the marks made it instantly recognize its master. Hey, this is incredible. How can there be such a huge creature in this world? After witnessing such a strange yet spectacular existence, the pirates' minds were completely empty, leaving only incomparable shock. Everything you see is what you get. Crow looked around the entire Turtle Island in all directions, and suddenly said with enlightenment, so, is this the so-called treasure that can rival a country? What could be more valuable than an island that can be inhabited and move freely on this sea? This is worthy of being called a treasure. Moreover, it is a truly priceless treasure. Of course, the prerequisite for this is to obtain the allegiance and surrender of this island turtle. Chloe, don't make boring inferences. Even though he vaguely noticed something, Buggy still refused to give up and insisted, the treasure of the blood crown must be buried somewhere on this turtle island.
Be Captain Buggy. Kabaji tugged on Buggy's clothes, swallowed and whispered, but compared to the treasure, don't you think that man's identity is more problematic?
Mochi on the side immediately nodded in agreement like a chicken pecking at rice. What's the problem? Even if there is any problem, it's not more important than the treasure of the blood crown. Buggy held the bloody crown in his hand and shouted stubbornly. Advertisement: this is the closest he has ever come to a legendary treasure. If he just negated everything he had done so far, he would really not be willing to do so. Are you talking about the bloody crown? Hearing the excited shouts behind him, Joel couldn't help but turn around and look at Buggy, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. That thing is actually just a broken turtle eggshell, but as the only companion creature, I used it as a medium to sign the blood contract. As for the so-called treasure, it is just a legend passed down by rumors. How could be? Buggy looked at the blood-colored crown in his hand that gradually lost its bright color and turned into an ordinary eggshell, and couldn't help but murmured absent-mindedly. Suddenly, he woke up from his dazed state, and immediately realized that something was wrong, and seemed to understand the abnormal behavior of Mochi and Kabaji in the past 2 days. But at this moment, I could only bite the bullet and ask, who are you? Then, let me introduce myself. Joel took a leisurely look at all the pirates present, and a frightening red light flashed in his pupils. My name is Joel, but others like to call me Shui Tong. Sure enough. He is Shui Tong. Kabaji and Mochi completely let go of their past grievances at this moment, with tears streaming down their cheeks and hugging each other tremblingly. Although they already knew it, hearing the other party reveal their name with their own ears, their fragile hearts were still strongly stimulated, and they felt that they were about to die. Blood Eyes. For a moment, Buggy seemed to go back to the last time he heard this name. At that time, after joining Roger's pirates as an intern, he entered the captain's room for a visit with Roger's permission. When he saw the vague reward list hanging on the wall, he couldn't help but ask Captain Roger, who was the man on the reward list. Captain Roger laughed and said, his name is Shui Tong, and he is a willful B********* D pirate who wants to turn the whole world upside down. However, if possible, I really want to go back in time and see that man with my own eyes, ha ha ha.
Even after many years, Captain Roger's words still echoed clearly in his ears.
But at this moment, this man whom Captain Roger had never seen before his death was standing in front of him live. This is luck, or what about misfortune? Chapter 51, as the old saying goes. Wei Junji is the one who loves Western things. Blood Eyes. Buggy came back to his senses, trembled suddenly, looked at Joel with great fear, and stammered. Shui Tong. You are Shui Tong? But isn't Shui Tong dead? Captain Buggy, he was resurrected not long ago. Kabaji whispered in Buggy's ear. Resurrection? Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing earlier? Buggy suddenly roared in annoyance. I obviously told you this. Kabaji muttered aggrievely. Gulu. Buggy swallowed hard. He never thought that he had mistakenly hijacked an existence that he could never mess with. Moreover, who knew that this legendary pirate would be so cooperative these days? What do you want? Buggy said with trembling teeth. It's not what I want, but have you considered whether to choose surrender or death? There was a hint of danger in Joel's eyes. Even though he always maintained a faint and calm smile on his face, in the eyes of the pirates present, this smile was no different from Shinigami's penetrating smile when harvesting souls. What kind of blood eyes are there? What's so great about this guy I've never heard of? Captain Buggy, look at Lousy smashing his teeth. One of the pirates bravely spat, and rushed forward with a long knife in disbelief. But in the next moment, a wave of bloody flames that was so hot that it even burned away the blood surged out, completely engulfing the pirate. When the scorching heat disappeared, only embers drifting away in the sea breeze were left in the dry, hot and somewhat distorted air. I gave you a chance. Joel calmly recounted trivial matters as insignificant as crushing ants to death. Surrender, we choose to surrender. Kabaji took Mochi and bowed his head without hesitation. What the Buggy pirates, what pirate cadres, damn it, life is not important. Crow took a deep breath, and the calf muscles that were tense in preparation for the silent step finally relaxed slowly. There has never been any kindness or mercy in the battles between pirates. Once defeated, not only reputation and dignity will be lost, but also treasure and life. The recent failure at East Blue also took away a lot of his spirit. Even if he survived by chance, he knew clearly that not all pirates are like those childish brats who don't aim to kill, but leave room to do so. Advertisement, the so-called once you draw your sword to fight, it means you must have the consciousness to risk your life. Even though he was still unwilling in his heart, Crow still knelt down on one knee and bowed his head respectfully. I am willing to serve Lord Shui Tong. I like strong men. Alvida chose to obey without hesitation. Lousy Buggy. I won't surrender to a B******D like you who suddenly appeared from some past era. Buggy held the dagger in both hands, breathing heavily like a bullfight. There is only one captain he recognizes, and no matter who he is, it is impossible to change this matter. Captain Buggy, you. Kabaji, who had a deep understanding of their captain, looked at Buggy in disbelief. What's happening here? Is such a hard-boned, unafraid of death guy really still the Captain Buggy they know? Oh, the blood inflammation in Joel's palm that had just been extinguished erupted with a few more wisps of flames, and a hint of interest gradually appeared on his face. Is this the answer you want to give me? Snort. Buggy gritted his teeth and groaned. Even if he dies generously, he will never give up the beauty deep in his heart when he was in the Roger Pirates, and forget the captain who will always be in his heart. He, Buggy, is not some B*******D pirate with no bottom line. Really? That's such a pity. I originally wanted to give Kia's treasure map to those who are loyal to me, but it seems that there is no such opportunity. Joel said regretfully. Kia's treasure map? Buggy's heart suddenly beat violently. He had heard that name. The great pirate who dominated a sea area 100 years ago and amassed countless wealth was killed in a battle before he could squander it. Although few people on the sea now tell and spread the treasures of Kia. But Buggy, who has been in the Roger Pirates, knows deeply that it is not just a mythical legend, but a real existence. Joel said calmly. Yes, I found Kia's treasure map from his corpse. Buggy was startled for a moment, and couldn't help but think of an old proverb spread across the sea. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. Suddenly, he lowered his head resolutely. I, Buggy, am willing to work hard for Lord Shui Tong. I firmly support Lord Shui Tong. As expected of Captain Buggy. The two cadres looked at Buggy with slightly twitching eyes, secretly sighing at the speed of the latter's face change. The Buggy pirates. Despite his disloyal allegiance, Joel still smiled slowly. Advertisement. It seems that I have mastered a Fate-level strategic humanoid weapon. Then, after he glanced at the pirates who expressed their loyalty one by one, he calmly dismissed them all, leaving only Crow. Crow took a deep breath, stood 10 meters away from Joel, and waited patiently. He had no interaction with Joel these days, and he didn't know why this powerful pirate wanted to leave him here alone. Looking up, I saw Joel looking at the giant island turtle, murmuring something with a nostalgic look on his face, as if he was reminiscing about the past. The island turtle seemed to understand, and raised its huge head and nodded up and down. Crow was a little surprised that he was actually communicating with such a huge monster. How is this done? But when he thought about Joel's unreasonable strength, he suddenly felt relieved. For a long time, the island turtle retracted its neck and dived into the seabed again. Is your name Crow? Joel's eyes slowly fell on the middle-aged pirate in black butler uniform in front of him. Yes, Lord Shui Tong. Crow lowered his head subconsciously. As a pirate captain, commanding a pirate group of nearly 100 people, Crow always believed that the leadership qualities he had deliberately cultivated had reached the ultimate level. But at this moment, I don't know if it's trembling, panic, or an indescribable feeling. Just by Joel gently tapping his name, there was a huge wave in his heart. It was as if in front of the other party, the calmness that he had tried so hard to pretend were easily torn to pieces. Have you ever been a housekeeper? Yes. Then, you don't have to be a pirate anymore. From now on, you will be responsible for managing this castle.
Joel looked deeply at the vast open space in front of him.
The Emperor's new castle? Crow followed Joel's gaze. After hesitating for a few seconds, he asked, Lord Shui Tong, where is the castle? Not yet, but it will be soon. The plot will be more exciting and interesting in the future, and the characters' personalities will be restored as much as possible. Please support me in any way. Chapter 52. Damn it, it really wants to take off, on a warship about 10 nautical miles away from Turtle Island. Smoker Commodore, did you see it? That island actually grew a head and limbs. This is simply incredible. Tashigi took the telescope away from his eyes and exclaimed. At this moment, the scene on the sea in the distance can be clearly seen even without a telescope. Stop yelling, Tashigi. Smoker wiped away the spit that splashed on his face with black lines on his face, and said calmly, that island should be just a creature called an island turtle. It's not that the island has grown a body. Although it was his first time to witness such a huge thing, as the highest officer and backbone of this warship, he had to look calm and composed at this moment. That one turned out to be called an island turtle. There are actually such creatures in this world. The sailors on the warship suddenly started talking in all directions. Smoker Commodore. Tashigi thought of something terrible and suddenly looked at Smoker. Shui Tong went to this island turtle with such a clear purpose. Could it be that he was going to? Her words seemed to be stuck in her mouth, and she was afraid to continue. It's really incredible that a sea turtle the size of an island is used as a navigation tool. Smoker lit 2 cigars and said very calmly and firmly. It's impossible. After this kind of island turtle grows to a certain weight, it will fall into a deep sleep that can take anywhere from a few years to decades, thus ensuring their long life. This is their nature. Is it nature? BABY5, who had not gone to the island with Joel before, but stayed on the Bikudop, was now surrounded by a large group of pirates, walking towards the high ground in the center of the island. Sister, come this way. Sister, slow down. Amidst the friendly and flattering compliments, Baby 5 felt that the bones in his body had become a little soft. She had never heard someone address her with such a high status term in the Don Quixote family before. But now, after just following Joel for less than a month, she was able to enjoy the fun of being surrounded by others. This wonderful feeling was like a group of like-minded friends gathering together, which made her a little greedy. But as the emptiness appeared in front of them, these friends disappeared unknowingly. Baby 5 turned around and looked at Maolin behind him with some reluctance, and then walked to Joel. Advertisement, they let you out? Joel glanced at the visitor casually. I just didn't want to cause trouble, so I stayed there quietly before. Baby 5 hummed softly, but immediately, he was attracted by the actions of Joel. What are you doing? It is to inject new bonds and establish more connections with the rabbit. Joel's fingertips secreted coquettish and bright blood, carving a 6-pointed star array on the ground. Rabbit. Where is the rabbit? Baby 5 was stunned for a long time, suddenly thought of something, and then reacted and said, you wouldn't call the slow-moving turtle under your feet a rabbit, would you? How about it? Is it a very suitable name? Joel looked at Baby 5, the laziness on his face briefly disappeared, but instead showed a rare look of expectation. No normal person would give a turtle such a name. Baby 5's eyes twitched slightly and said, furthermore, such a big turtle looks very bulky at first glance. Even if it can move, its speed is definitely not as fast as that of a pirate ship. It doesn't deserve the title of rabbit, as agile as it is. Yeah? Joel responded noncommittally and completed the last outline of the 6-pointed star array. He walked to the center of the 6-pointed star array and placed the palm of his right hand on the land that had become one with the turtle's back after a long period of time. A large amount of blood secreted from Joel's palm and poured into the traces of the 6-pointed star array, dyeing it into a more dazzling crimson pattern. The next moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook, and a loud and excited roar came from the sea. What's going on here? Baby 5 asked, somewhat at a loss. Joel listened carefully and said with a half-smile, "It said it wanted to move." "Even if it's an event, there's no need to make such a big fuss," Baby 5 said sarcastically. "It might be fun, but you'd better stand still," Joel chuckled. Baby 5 wanted to say something more, but suddenly felt that his body began to retreat. No, more accurately. Advertisement is the ground that's starting to move forward. The island turtle stretches out two huge flipper-like forelimbs, like two huge paddles, easily pushing aside the surrounding seawater and flexibly pushing the body forward. In fact, the swing speed of the flipper-like forelimbs is getting faster and faster. It's about to start accelerating. The Bikudop, which had been pushed to the beach of the island in advance, was swaying like a roly-poly amid the pirates. Even the pirates who were told what would happen at this moment couldn't help but swallow their saliva and tightly held the ropes and heavy anchors dropped from the ship with great nervousness. The originally calm and gentle sea surface stirred up violent waves one after another under the swing of the island turtle's forelimbs. On the deck of the warship in the distance, sailors were busy taking various measures to maintain the stability of the ship. And in the captain's cabin, Tashigi suddenly became anxious and said, "Smoker Commodore, that island turtle is really moving. What should we do now?" "Tashigi, it's better to manage your emotions first. You are now the captain of naval headquarters. You lose control of your emotions at every turn. How can you set an example for your subordinates?" Smoker sat at his desk puffing away smoke. His face shrouded in smoke was surprisingly calm. Besides, it just moved, not flew. I know. Tashigi nodded weakly after being scolded. Smoker continued. "Just keep your distance from this island turtle. Is it possible that such a big target can disappear from under our noses?" After receiving the instruction, Tashigi responded, "Yes," and left the captain's cabin. Smoker looked at Tashigi's leaving figure, shook his head slightly and sighed. This sergeant who has been following him for many years is still too young. If you want to continue to advance within the marine system, you still need to experience more things and accumulate time. After a while, Tashigi's hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor again. She anxiously opened the door to the captain's cabin and panted, "Smoker Commodore, no, that island turtle seems to be really disappearing." Smoker frowned slightly, but since Tashigi didn't like to exaggerate, he stood up and followed Tashigi towards the deck. "As for the disappearance of island turtles, how is it possible? When I walked to the deck, I saw soldiers standing in a row looking at the sea in the distance." Smoker pushed aside a sailor and looked over. The next moment, his eyes widened in surprise, his mouth almost opened into an "oh" shape, and even the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground at some point. Looking at the propeller like turtle fins driving the entire island to disappear quickly into the sea, Smoker couldn't help but curse. "Hell, it wants to take off." Chapter 53 I am your dog. "That's the way it is." Smoker looked at the phone on the table and let out a long breath. "You mean that island ran away with Shui Tong?" On the other side of the phone, the intellectual female voice paused and said, "Smoker, are you planning to let Hina report to her superiors like this?" Smoker depressedly lit a cigar, puffed out a puff of smoke, and then corrected. "It's not an island, it's an island turtle. We saw this kind of creature a long time ago when we were on a mission in New World. You should still have an impression, right?" "Of course Hina still has an impression." The other end of the phone bug said calmly. "So you mean, that kind of creature that can swim an ocean mile in a day ran away with blood pupils under your eyes?" Although the other party's tone was calm, the distrust mixed with the sarcastic tone made Smoker inexplicably angry. He slammed the table angrily and made a bang sound. "You women are simply unreasonable. Let me stress to you again, that island turtle moves so fast that even a warship with full sail cannot catch up." Smoker. Compared to Smoker's irritability, Hina's tone never fluctuated much. She said slowly without talking about the matter again. "Your current military rank is already Commodore. If you lose control of your emotions at every turn, the higher-ups will be disappointed in you. Stop being so verbose, you are not qualified to teach me a lesson." Smoker glanced at Tashigi, who was standing aside honestly, and his face could not help but turn white and red. That's how he remembered scolding Tashigi. "Hina will report to you about losing the blood pupil. Also, remember Hina's advice." The phone bug hung up. "Smoker is accurate, go out." Before Tashigi could say anything, Smoker ordered him to be kicked out, so he had no choice but to leave. Smoker puffed out smoke until the entire captain's cabin was filled with smoke, and he woke up from the memories of yesterday's scene. "Although yesterday I made the decision to track the island turtle as soon as I saw it moving, but even so, the warship moving forward with all its strength did not even absorb the tail of the island turtle. It is obviously an unbelievable thing, but when this kind of thing is placed on Shui Tong, it unexpectedly makes people feel surprised. How many unknown trump cards does that guy have?" Smoker was lost in thought. "It's so incredible." After Baby 5 gradually became familiar with the speed of the island turtle, she finally stood up easily and looked at the receding sea, sighing in surprise. Even in her many years in the Don Quixote family, she had never seen such a wonderful sight. Under Joel's instructions, the island tortoise, Rabbit, completed the distance that an ordinary sea ship could travel in 2 days in just 1 day, and successfully returned to the Yag Islands. At first, no one on the kingdom's coast paid attention to a certain black spot rising on the sea level. Advertisement until the outlined shadow against the sun gradually becomes larger in sight. The waves that were stirred up came in waves, and the seagulls flew up from the beach with flapping wings, as if fleeing. Everyone was shocked to find that a huge island was crashing towards the coast where they were. This apocalyptic scene immediately made them freeze in place in horror. All the bad things he had done in his life flashed through his mind like a fleeting glimpse. Finally, amidst loud shouts of, "Run away!" they woke up and ran towards the island in a panic, fearing that they would be affected by this unnecessary disaster. Star walked quickly towards the kingdom's coast. As the crown prince, he is responsible for the future of this country. At this moment, he must stand up and stand at the forefront of the crisis. Although he knew that there were huge creatures such as sea kings in the sea, Star was still shocked when he saw the huge island turtle with his own eyes. This is no longer just sea kings. It's the giant sea kings that only exist in books, with a body length exceeding 5,000 meters. No, this idea is still too conservative. Star took a deep breath. As a practitioner in the apparel industry for many years, he is extremely keen on numbers such as distance and area. Whether it is the length of the embroidery needle or the area of the country, he can estimate it accurately. It was precisely because of this that the huge creature in front of him gave him such a shock. Because it has a length of 5,000 meters, which is a full 50,000 meters. If it is hit by such a creature, the kingdom that has been established here for hundreds of years will be reduced to ruins in a violent shock in an instant. But such disaster never came. The island turtle slowed down before approaching the coast and landed on the shore exactly. Then, Star saw Joel walking off the island. Suddenly, all the sorrow and depression in my heart disappeared. It turns out that all this, it's all the work of this adult. As that design completed, Joel looked at Star, who came up to him. "Master Joel, I have completed all your needs and now stored them separately," Star said quickly. "Then give me the castle's design and Kia's treasure map." After Joel wiped out the Kia pirates more than 100 years ago, he left the treasure map he collected on this island. It's just that when he lived here a few days ago, he heard Star mention it specifically, and he recalled such a thing. After hearing Joel's instructions, Star took out the prince's crown he carried as a token from his pocket and whispered to the attendant beside him. After the attendant left, his eyes noticed the crowd of people not far behind Joel, and he couldn't help but be startled. Advertisement, these guys. Aren't they the same pirates who held Lord Joel hostage before? Why are they here? Lord Joel. Star subconsciously warned, "Those pirates behind you." "It doesn't matter." Joel waved his hand, showing a hint of a smile. "They are now my subordinates." Star was a little confused. "Is this okay? You actually call me a subordinate or something like that? It sounds really unpleasant." Buggy came from behind and said angrily, "Don't you want Kia's treasure map?" Joel glanced faintly from the corner of his eye. "Lord Shui Tong, from now on, I am your dog." Buggy smiled flatteringly without dignity. Kabaji and Mochi looked at their captain's shamelessness and smiled with some relief. Cunning, despicable, and adapting to the changing circumstances, this is what a true pirate should have. Only with such a captain can they survive in this dangerous sea. In about half an hour, the castle design and Kia's treasure map were brought back by the servant. "Take it and search for it with your men." Joel casually tossed the parchment to Buggy. Buggy couldn't help but be stunned by Joel's generosity and the ease with which he obtained the treasure map. After he rolled out the parchment and browsed it quickly, the look of joy on his face became more intense. "Yes, this treasure map must be real. Lord Shui Tong, I am willing to be your dog in the next life." He flattered and complimented a few words, then his expression suddenly changed. He became energetic and shouted, "Little ones, let's go, it's time to find Kia's treasure." Under the response of a group of pirates, the Baikudopu returned to the sea and sailed into the distance. "Just let them go." Baby 5 looked at the gradually smaller black spots on the sea. "I can't bear to let this boring world lose some more fun." Joel put away Buggy's lifecard, then slowly opened the box containing the castle design, and said softly, "But it's time to build a place to live." Chapter 54 Vinsmoke. On an island somewhere on the Grand Line. Because of territorial disputes and trade, frictions between two neighboring island countries often occur, and serious wars can erupt. If it were normal, the two sides with equal strength would end up hastily leaving a few corpses after a bloody fight. But today is different from the past. The war that was originally evenly matched instantly turned into a one-sided situation after a powerful force joined the battlefield. One after another, indifferent figures began to shuttle across the battlefield. With just a few moves, they destroyed one enemy after another. "Hey, they're Germa. Damn it, those bastards in the Modi kingdom actually hired Germa. Damn it, we are no match for them at all." Seeing that the army was defeated like a mountain, the morale of the defeated side suddenly dropped extremely low and they retreated steadily. "Soldiers, hold on, they're just bluffing, those guys are not Germas at all." Before the defeated commander could finish his morale-boosting words, he was hit by a sidekick that flew out of thin air and flew dozens of meters, smashing a hard tile-roofed building into pieces. For a long time, he was not seen coming out of the crashed tile-roofed house again. Probably dead. "It's boring. It's so fragile." Vinsmoke IG, who had fiery red hair, had a faint and bloody smile on his lips, and quickly returned to the battlefield. The battle lasted for 2 full hours, although the duration of the war cannot be compared with that in the past. But the difference is that this war is a complete war, to destroy the country. Amidst the painful and sad cries, IG took a suitcase full of Bailey and left this place that could no longer be called a country. Soon, IG took a boat back to the kingdom of Germa, which was composed of dozens of snail boats, and walked into the huge castle. He threw the suitcase casually on the floor and sat down on the sofa. He took a sip of the black tea that the servant had just brought and then showed a false smile to the man opposite the sofa. Father, are you thinking about something? Vinsmoke, who used to light up when he saw the suitcase. Judge was expressionless at the moment, as if he was deeply worried. Oh, you're back, IG. Advertisement after a long time. Judge raised his head and looked at his eldest son. What's wrong? It's Niji and Yuji. What happened to them? As a genetically modified warrior, IG doesn't have many emotions. Even though he is a blood-related younger brother, he has never had much affection. His concern at the moment is more of formulaic questions. There's nothing wrong with them. I've received their phone message. Like you, I'll be back soon. Judge responded. What's that? IG slowly cut the strawberry cake on the plate with a knife and fork, chewing it with relish while asking with feigned concern. Judge frowned and pondered for a long time before finally speaking. It was Shui Tong who was resurrected. The man who was inextricably related to the Vinsmoke family has now returned to this era. Yeah? IG put down his knife and fork. So what? He is the biggest obstacle to Germa's independence. Just hearing his name makes me uneasy. Judge leaned back on the sofa and frowned tightly. Don't worry, as Vinsmoke's strongest warrior besides his father, no matter who wants to cause trouble for us. A cold smile formed on Iji's lips. I would even wring his neck. Grand Line, Cromie Island. This island, which once established a country and once prospered, gradually declined in war after war, and finally came to destruction. Today, there are only the ruins left by the fire, and the weeds that have grown taller year after year without anyone clearing them. Ha 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 ha, Ace, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Blackbeard, covered in bandages, leaned against a broken wall and laughed. How did you know we were here? You should be able to recognize your current situation. Do you think you can always evade my pursuit, Teach? Ace looked at Teach with a gloomy look on his face. I know, the battle with Shui Tong had too much impact, and it was difficult not to be noticed. Even though almost a month had passed, Blackbeard's injuries still hadn't healed. And every time he thought of that man, his heart ached even more. The battle that left him seriously injured and on the verge of death was indeed too risky. Advertisement, however, now that he has met the man from the old era, if he does nothing, he will no longer be Blackbeard. I'm not interested in your personal grudges. Ace's face was as cold as frost, but an extremely hot flame ignited in his palms. Is there anything else you want to say in front of me? Then let me say one more thing. Ace, do you want to join us and take over the world with me? There was strong ambition in Blackbeard's eyes. I already have a comprehensive plan. The era of Whitebeard is over. First, the Straw Hat Boy who defeated Crocodile will be handed over to the world government as a gift. I didn't expect that even though you were so injured, you still haven't recognized the current situation, and... Ace raised his index and middle fingers together while releasing continuous flaming bullets like a machine gun. That kid Luffy is my brother. The fired flame bullets fell crazily on Blackbeard, who was unable to dodge and rolled on the ground in pain. Immediately, Van Oka set up his sniper rifle, and Badgers clenched his fists tightly. Don't take action, any of you. You are no match for this kid, hide behind. Blackbeard climbed up from the ground with difficulty and shouted at his subordinates. Although he used his dark fruit ability to absorb the flames, the pain that was twice that of an ordinary person still made his face look a little pale. Then he looked at Ace with an innocent look on his face. I know, you want to kill me, right, Ace? Yes, killing a companion is a serious crime. But I was helpless. Who let Saki get the devil fruit that I dreamed of? The rules on the ship are who gets it and who eats it, but I stayed in the Whitebeard Pirates for decades just to get the vampire fruit or dark fruit one day. I'm glad that my bet was right. That vampire fruit will never appear again. Therefore, if dark fruit is eaten again, my ideal will never have a chance to be realized. So you killed Saki and took away the fruit, right? Ace stared at Blackbeard coldly. No, it's not that I took it away, but that this ability chose me, so that I can become the strongest. Darkness appeared crazily on Blackbeard's body, mixed with a vague and strange trace of blood red. Ace, your body is fire, and lousy. I am dark. The darkness that embraces everything. Chapter 55 Blackbeard vs Ace, Blood Red in the Dark. Dark, Ace walked towards Teach with an expressionless expression. That's right, Captain Ace, you can't kill me. In the history of Devil Fruit, apart from the vampire fruit with the blood pupil, the most special and terrifying thing is this ability. Blackbeard slowly revealed a cruel smile. Logia Dark Fruit, I have become a person of darkness. Let you experience my power first. As you wish. Ace stopped. He also wanted to see what the other party was going to do. Hey hey hey. Blackbeard laughed and released the darkness in his body, turning into a black tide that continued to flow in all directions along the surface. The so-called darkness is gravity, the force that pulls everything in. Even light is not immune to the infinite gravity. Ace glanced at the dark tide surrounding him from the corner of his eye and said calmly, so what? Just open your eyes and take a good look at everything around you, black holes. In an instant, the surrounding ruins, the savage growing grass, and the elk who were unable to dodge were constantly submerged by the black tide. Looking down from a high altitude, it looks like a picture scroll covered with countless ink splashes, and only complete darkness remains on this land. Then, the darkness quickly returned to Blackbeard, and there was nothing on the empty ground. The power of darkness can absorb everything and then freely choose to, retain or release. Blackbeard clenched his hands into fists, and the darkness on his body turned into a long pillar that shot into the sky, spewing out everything contained in the darkness in all directions. Like a long, continuous rainstorm. See, Ace. This is the power I got. Blackbeard laughed with great satisfaction. Firefly. Fire Bodhidharma. Ace's hands suddenly opened, and countless fiery red fluorescent lights emerged from his hands, rushing towards Blackbeard. The scattered fluorescence instantly gathered on Blackbeard's body as if it had autonomous consciousness, turning into a blazing hot fire. It's so hot, I'm about to be burned to death. Blackbeard suddenly rolled on the ground in pain and cried out in embarrassment. It's indeed powerful, but so what? It's just that an attack of this magnitude should be easy to dodge. Advertisement, Ace said with a gloomy face. Besides, the injuries you suffered before must have been serious. What else can you do in this state? Blackbeard finally extinguished the flames on his body, but the white bandage tied around his body was also dyed a large dazzling bright red. He stood up and laughed without feeling any pain. It's true. The previous battle almost killed me. If you had met me earlier, I might have died in your hands. But precisely because of this, it is even more clear that I am favored by God. I remember I said that darkness has the power to absorb everything it sees, including. Blackbeard's eyes suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a violent black vortex surged out. The true form of demon fruit power, dark water. Ace was suddenly startled and felt his body fly over involuntarily, firmly fixed in Blackbeard's hand. Immediately, he punched him hard in the abdomen. The severe pain caused Ace's body to bend like a cooked shrimp and fly backwards. But after flying backwards for more than 10 meters, he stopped in the air with his strong physical strength. After briefly staying in the air, he swung out a fist-shaped flame with scorching heat. The huge fire fist flew through the air and hit Blackbeard, who was caught off guard, sending him flying hard. Ace wiped away a trace of blood that flowed from the corner of his mouth, and coldly looked at Blackbeard, who fell to the ground like a dead pig after the old and new wounds burst out. I probably understand what you mean. Dark fruit can cause all captured Esper users to temporarily lose their devil fruit abilities. This kind of power is indeed very powerful, but, as Dad said, recklessness and arrogance are your weaknesses. No matter how much planning you do, you will eventually stumble upon this weakness. Ha ha ha. In response to the other party's preaching, Blackbeard laughed incredulously, then struggled to stand up with his seriously injured body. Although his face was pale and ugly at the moment, he did not show any intention of begging for mercy. On the contrary, he became more and more excited. I told you, Ace, you're a little late, and that's your misfortune. Because what you met is me who has grown and transformed again. Let me show you. The new power I gained after using darkness to preserve that man's blood. Advertisement. Blackbeard opened his hands to form two dark vortices. A touch of blood suddenly surged out of the dark vortex on his left hand, and in the blink of an eye, the vortex turned into blood red. Ace couldn't help but be stunned for a moment as he looked at this scene. Although he was alert, he was caught off guard and was still sucked in front of him by the amazing suction force of the dark water. Ha ha ha. Let me see how strong the blood evil is. Blackbeard smiled grimly. Along with the rapid boiling of the blood, the power in the body was almost drained and poured into his left hand. The next moment, he struck out with a powerful and heavy punch. Threads of blood that danced like lightning roared out, carrying Ace's body and flying backwards for hundreds of meters, before suddenly turning into a burst of extremely blood-red impact barrier, covering hundreds of meters in radius. The empty earth was continuously torn apart by huge energy, and the space seemed to be trembling. That move is completely unlike the dark fruit ability Captain Teach used before. Lafitte, who was watching from a distance, said in surprise. Could it be? Fansao pushed the monocular telescope at his eyes and said thoughtfully, did Captain Teach get the power from that man? Badger said with some excitement, I understand. No wonder Captain Teach has to fight against such a dangerous person as Shui Tong no matter what. This is his real purpose. It's because of his alien body structure that he can do this. However, mastering that kind of blood evil power is not a good thing at all. Du Q lay sickly on the horse and shivered violently. If you use too much of the power that symbolizes death, your lifespan will be shortened. In the battlefield at this moment, Blackbeard's knees weakened and he knelt on the ground helplessly. A trace of blood oozed from the ears, nose, mouth, and eyes, making it look extremely ferocious. He didn't expect that his body would become so uncomfortable after using this power. And this also made the recurrence of his old injuries more serious. But this is no longer important. Even Blackbeard didn't take it to heart. He stood up with all his strength, walked towards the motionless body lying on the ground, and laughed arrogantly. Ha ha ha, what a refreshing power. Lousy finally got another ticket for the new era. Chapter 56 Invisible? I love this ability. Alarm, alarm. The kingdom of Germa, which is made up of dozens of snail boats, has the most serious first-level alert in history. All the men who were citizens and soldiers stopped what they were doing or training, put on combat armor, and moved towards the shore in an orderly manner. Stand ready. Judge stood on the shore outside the castle, looking solemnly at the huge thing moving from the distance. What exactly is that? When he saw the whole thing clearly, his brows jumped, but he quickly hid this emotion and began to think thoughtfully. A turtle of such a huge size can actually move so quickly on the sea. Is this the instinct of living things? Or is it the power of some kind of technology? Finally, after the island turtle approached the kingdom of Germa, it anchored on the sea. The man in a black cloak stepped onto the deck of the snail ship leisurely in full view of everyone. The current leader of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke. Judge, this is your name. The man stopped and glanced at the dark crowd. Is this how your ancestors taught you to welcome distinguished guests? Judge frowned and looked at the person. Suddenly his pupils shrank, showing a shocked look. This man is Joel with blood eyes. He subconsciously took half a step back, a drop of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. As the king of Germa, Judge has experienced various legendary events in his life. Whether he joined the illegal research team MADS when he was young, or later killed the 4 kings of North Blue and unified North Blue. The experience he has is absolutely beyond the reach of ordinary people and unimaginable. But even so, after seeing the man in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a little timid. It was not fear in the external image, but the unique aura of a superior person exuding from the inside out, which made him feel that his soul seemed to be trembling slightly. I wonder what you gained from visiting Germa. Judge took a deep breath and regained his calm and indifferent look on his face. As the leader of the Vinsmoke family, the king of Germa, the man who once ruled the North Blue, it is necessary for him to look at the other person in a straight posture without showing any signs of weakness. Just a faint glance from Joel, and the extreme danger hidden in his eyes instantly made the hairs on his body stand up. He quickly took a step back, and raised his hands to order the soldiers behind him to move forward. If it were Vinsmoke Green standing in front of me, he wouldn't ask such boring and hypocritical questions as what do you think? Joel gently raised his hand to brush his cloak. When Judge heard the name, he couldn't help but be startled. Advertisement Vinsmoke. Green is his grandfather and a leader with far-sighted vision. The reason why Judge was able to leave Germa and venture into the sea as an adult was largely due to the encouragement and support of Vinsmoke Green. He still deeply remembered what Green said, politics cannot save Germa. Only science and technology can revitalize the family. But, that's all in the past tense. Judge looked hard and said solemnly. Green is dead. The current leader of the Vinsmoke family is me, Vinsmoke. Judge. Today's juniors are really less and less able to learn what it means to respect their seniors. Joel lowered his eyelids and said casually, didn't Reen tell you the reason why the Vinsmoke family was able to rise from an ordinary killer family to the top family that rules Germa? Judge's face slowly darkened. Of course he had heard Reen mention it more than once. Without Joel's help, I'm afraid Vinsmoke would have been completely eaten away in the jungle of jungles of predators. Not only that, the reason why he was able to form a research team with Vegapunk and others, in addition to his own scientific research talent, is more importantly. He had a unique blood sample on his hand. The blood from ancient legends and people who stood at the pinnacle of that era was enough for Mads to take the most important step towards the realm of God. I have to admit that without Joel, there would be no Vinsmoke today, without the brilliance that Judge has achieved over the years. It was Shui Tong who brought new life to Vinsmoke. Judge finally lowered his head slightly. Then, just like back then, obey me. Judge didn't answer. Since Joel disappeared 100 years ago, the Vinsmoke family has completely lost contact with him. In other words, the relationship between the two parties has ended. Today, Vinsmoke is already the top independent force in the world and will no longer obey anyone. The pirates of the past can stay in the past forever. The fact that they still show up now, isn't it too annoying? IG, wearing a fiery red combat uniform, walked out of the crowd that dispersed to both sides, with a cold smile on his lips. Looking at the eldest son who was walking out at this moment, Judge continued to remain silent. Although I don't hate people with personalities, it's really too high profile to say such things in front of me. Advertisement Joel raised his head slightly and looked at IG condescendingly. Snort. The contemptuous look made IG snort in particular displeasure. In an instant, he disappeared. Invisible? I like this ability. Joel arched his legs and pressed them into the air directly in front of him. The next second, IG suddenly appeared and hit Joel's knee hard with a fire-filled kick. What? IG had no time to be surprised and saw an afterimage flashing quickly in front of him. Suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if he had been hit head-on by sea kings, and then his body flew backwards quickly. The soldiers immediately formed a human wall and tried to use their bodies to remove the huge power from IG. But the human wall only maintained its strength for a moment before it was forcefully pried open and ejected. IG, who was flying upside down, tried his best to stop himself, but he still couldn't control himself and created waves on the sea, and instantly hit the huge rocks behind. Boom! The more than 10 meters of reef was instantly smashed into pieces, turning into countless rocks and falling in all directions. But, Joel looked through the crowd and landed on the sea in the distance. The blood in the body cannot be invisible. As a person with fully developed blood abilities, he can easily detect the blood flow in surrounding organisms even without using observation hockey. The principle is roughly similar to thermal imaging. IG. Didn't even take a single blow. Judge looked at the sea where no figure had appeared for a long time, and beads of sweat gradually formed on his forehead. As the developer of genetic warriors, he clearly knows how powerful IG's physical qualities are. Coupled with the battlesuit specially made by Germa technology, even if IG fights against the huge sea kings of the Com Belt, he will not be at a disadvantage. But Shatong defeated Vinsmoke's most powerful warrior with just a simple kick. This is simply. Before Judge could think further, several familiar voices interrupted his thoughts. I think I saw my eldest brother flying out. Are you doing some kind of special training? Niji and others, who returned from the war on a snail ship, stepped into Germa with a few suitcases filled with Baileys while jokingly smiling. Chapter 57. I can be more patient. You are back. Judge took a deep breath to calm down. The victory or defeat in a moment doesn't mean anything. Even if IG is temporarily at a disadvantage, with his strong physical fitness, he will get up again soon. No need to worry. Moreover, there are 5 super genetic warriors like IG and Vinsmoke. No. Excluding the trash that is no longer here, there are 4. But even so, looking at the entire Grand Line, this kind of combat power is unparalleled. This legendary pirate who existed in the past era. No matter what, it is difficult for one person to fight against 4 genetic warriors at the same time. This time is also very rewarding. Father, Yuji, wearing a green combat uniform, approached with a smile. At the same time, the fiery red figure soared into the sky from the seawater, and the technical shoes on his feet continued to spray airflow, causing him to return to the shore of Germa. It hurts so much, I should have 2 broken ribs. After noticing his body's condition, IG frowned slightly, then looked at Niji and the others. You are executing your mission too slowly. Brother, we are talking about a big business this time, and the difficulty is higher than expected, so we delayed it for a while. Niji, who was wearing a dark blue combat uniform, refuted dissatisfiedly. Hey, okay, now is probably not the time to discuss this. Niji smoothed things over and glanced at the figure in front of him, revealing a rather amused look. Someone actually came to provoke Germa. It's really an unprecedented new event. Oh, brother, you must have been defeated, right? Looking at the situation at the scene, Niji burst out laughing. This is not like your usual self. Snort. IG snorted coldly. This guy is indeed different from ordinary pirates. He is very strong. So what? Niji smiled disdainfully. Those who dare to go against Vinsmoke will not end well. No, you'd better not be careless. Reiju, who had long pink hair and wore a pink dress that looked like butterfly wings, looked forward solemnly, pursed her lips and said, "This lord should be the legendary Blood Eye." Blood Eyes. The smiles on Niji and Yuji's faces suddenly disappeared and they looked at each other. Advertisement. They vaguely remembered that there was a portrait of a man placed on the wall above the head of the previous head of the Vinsmoke family. The man is also named Shui Tong, so it's him. Niji murmured softly. Hey, Shui Tong. Why are you here in Germa? Yangji shouted frivolously. If you want to find a woman, you've come to the wrong place. Germa is all men. Not just women, he also wants all of Germa's men, IG said coldly. Huh? Brother, you mean? Yangji couldn't help but froze on the spot. Have you finished talking about old times? Joel calmly interrupted the other party's continued conversation. For the sake of Reen's past loyalty, I can be more tolerant and patient with you, but... Conqueror's hockey, mixed with traces of blood-red arc light, spread out and enveloped the entire Germa kingdom in an instant. The originally extremely peaceful sea surface suddenly surged violently with waves. Boom, boom, with a slight falling sound, the soldiers collapsed to the ground 3 times in a row. My patience is always limited. Joel gently raised his hand to brush his cloak, and the danger flashed in his eyes. Finally, Niji and Yuji's expressions became solemn. I'm afraid this guy will be difficult to deal with. Niji, Yuji and Reiju, let's go together. This guy cannot be defeated by one person. After IG said that, he stepped forward, and with the help of the jet from the technical shoes, he instantly burst out at an astonishing speed. The flame in his palm turned into a stream of light and suddenly blasted towards Joel. Joel staggered his body and dodged lightly, then grabbed IG Kukong's wrist, and made a fist with the other hand wrapped around Blood Demon and armament hockey. With a playful smile on his lips, he punched the opponent in the abdomen. As if hitting a cow from across the mountain, the air behind IG was blasted with a wave of transparent air covering a range of tens of meters. And Yi Zia also knelt on the ground in pain. In addition to the tearing feeling in his body, the suffocating feeling of being depleted of oxygen in his blood also made him breathless. Go to hell. The harsh sound of breaking through the air was mixed with the roar, and the green figure in the sky rushed down like a meteor. Joel raised his eyes, and his torch-like gaze instantly shot out 2 blood-red rays like lasers. Whoosh! The bloody light instantly penetrated Yangji's body, and the clouds in the sky were also mercilessly pierced, turning into mist and scattering. The tiny figure fell freely from the sky and fell into the sea. Advertisement, snort. Taking this opportunity, Niji, who was moving at high speed, approached Joel. In an instant, he jumped up, his body hanging upside down in the air, and his right foot, which was swung out like a whip, landed heavily on Joel's shoulder. Electricity splashed out and a dazzling blue light emerged. The close attack hit the opponent so easily that the corners of Niji's mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Even if the Sea Kings were attacked by this electric current, they would only lose consciousness with a sizzling sound all over their bodies, let alone a creature of human level. However, after the blue light weakened slightly enough to be able to see Joel clearly, he was surprised to find that the latter's body did not move, not even taking half a step back. At the same time, he also saw the palm pointed at his head appearing under the blue light, which was rapidly gathering a terrifying blood-colored energy. Boom! A sudden side kick landed on Joel's raised arm, causing it to move slightly to the right by 20 centimeters. The next moment, a thick column of blood shot out against Niji's cheek, causing a shocking storm on the sea. Niji. After hearing Reiju's shout, Niji instantly woke up from his brief surprise, quickly rolled back several times, and opened the distance between him and Joel. He touched the narrow wound on his cheek from the corner of his mouth to the base of his back ear and frowned. Good cooperation. Joel praised calmly. I advise you not to move. Reiju looked at Joel. Your arm has been poisoned. If you move it, I won't guarantee whether your arm will become useless. As a genetically modified warrior, she can release and absorb toxins at will, and poison is also her strongest attack method. You mean poison? Joel raised the right hand that had just been in contact with Reiju into the air. As the arm trembled a few times, a large amount of black and purple accumulation appeared on the right palm in the blink of an eye. The next moment, black blood was dripping from the fingertips like living water with the valve opened. It just so happens that I also have the ability to poison. Joel slowly moved his palms that returned to normal color and looked at Reiju. Reiju frowned and suddenly noticed that his right foot seemed to be paralyzed and out of control. When was it? He was poisoned. Reiju's face was frozen, and he tried to use his ability to absorb the toxins in his body, but found that there were no toxins in his body that could be resolved. What's going on? She couldn't help but exclaimed. I forgot to mention that this blood poison can quickly coagulate the hemoglobin in the blood, but you can understand it as a disease called thrombosis, not a poison. After Joel finished speaking calmly, the corners of his mouth curved dangerously. Well, the warm-up is over. Chapter 58 Devil Fruit's ability goes blank. The Kingdom of Germa is a country without a territory, formed only by the merger of dozens of giant snail ships. Even so, it still has an army that makes the world fearful and a unique scientific research force. But at this moment, this invincible country is facing a huge disaster. There were nearly 1,000 corpses of soldiers lying strewn along the shore of the snail boat. Besides, Ig, Niji, Yuji and Reiju were covered with all kinds of tragic injuries. If it weren't for their superhuman physical fitness, I'm afraid they would have become one of the corpses at this moment. But even so, they were in a state of near death at this moment. Joel, standing in a sea of blood and corpses, slowly released a soldier's neck and let him fall to the ground weakly. Then he looked at Judge, who had never made a move. Okay. My patience has reached its limit. Make your final choice, Vinsmoke, Judge. The tragedy in front of him made Judge tremble. His broken eyes refocused and he suppressed the fear in his heart and said, I should not break the contract between my ancestors and you. Vinsmoke will definitely obey your orders from now on. Grandpa Lee N. Why can our family prosper and develop? Because that adult helped us, Vinsmoke, who was at the bottom, ushered in a turning point in fate. But the price is, Vinsmoke will be loyal to that master for generations to come, until he dies. In a daze, Vinsmoke Reen's vague words became clear and powerful again, echoing in Judge's ears. He regretted why he acquiesced to Ig and the others to provoke Shui Tong today, and regretted that he blindly and arrogantly believed that Vinsmoke's power had surpassed the other party. It seems that at the crossroads of destiny, the blood-red color in Joel's eyes gradually dimmed, and a faint joke appeared on the corner of his mouth. Vinsmoke chose the right path again. Shitong. Sir, Vinsmoke. Judge is willing to be loyal to you. Judge took a deep breath, completely put down the dignity of North Blue's top royal family, and knelt down. Joel regained his calm expression. I only came to you this time to do two things. But I am not in the mood today. I will give you some time to clean up the place. I will come back in 2 days. Judge raised his head and watched Joel's back slowly leave, then he stood up and looked around at the bodies on the shore. He was silent for a long time. 2 days later. Just start construction according to the castle design I delivered. Joel walked along the underground corridor of Germa Castle. Advertisement. That's one of the reasons he's here. The fact that the Kingdom of Germa was able to build a huge castle on dozens of snail ships and still stand tall is enough to prove that their technology and experience in this area are quite mature. And, the tireless clones in the Kingdom of Germa can work day and night, which can greatly speed up the completion of the castle. One more thing. Joel's voice paused slightly. Judge led the way. Please speak, Lord Shui Tong. Although he is the head of a country, such honorific titles no longer make Judge feel uncomfortable and embarrassed. The buffering period of these 2 days made him fully understand it in his uneasiness and helplessness. Under absolute force, resistance is meaningless and will only lead to the decline and destruction of the family. Why not just enjoy the happiness of being a subordinate honestly? What's more, it is an indisputable fact that the two parties had a contract 100 years ago. Surrender is the best and there is no other way out. I need to use Vinsmoke's scientific research technology to inhibit the activity of Devil Fruit and complete the self-transformation of bloodline factors. Joel spoke calmly and explained the biggest purpose of his trip. The perfect blood factor that bloomed from the sevenstar sword still remains independently in his body. During these days, he suddenly realized a new possibility. Perhaps, this perfect blood factor can cover part of the blood factor in his body that contains the Devil Fruit ability. Or so to speak, it can blank out a part of one's body to become a new Devil Fruit ability carrier. Although, there is a danger in this idea, as it may make Devil Fruit's abilities unstable. But if he succeeds, his abilities can be further extended and expanded. Joel doesn't think this approach is risky or extreme. In the eyes of the world, he deservedly stood at the pinnacle of that era. But only he himself knew what a powerful behemoth he was facing. With his strength, he is still unable to overthrow the most powerful force in the world. In this era of great pirates, there are countless powerful enemies. Only by transcending them all can he move towards the final battle. Advertisement, transforming bloodline factors. The calm tone fell on Judge's ears, but it was particularly deafening. As one of the first researchers to study bloodline factors, he clearly observed the basic structure of bloodline factors. This is an extremely stable double helix structure that cannot be changed from the inside. Only by injecting new spiritual energy can it be guided to achieve self-change. Even he had to go through countless failures and more than 10 years of hard work before finally obtaining the improved bloodline factor and injecting it into the embryo. Although this practice caused the body of his wife Vinsmoke to reject it. She fell into extreme postpartum weakness and eventually died. But he also obtained a loyal supergenetic warrior whose physical fitness far exceeds that of ordinary humans. However, this is just an example. Even after so many years, he could no longer complete the reproduction of the improved bloodline factor. If it were so easy and simple, so many of Germa's die-hard soldiers might become even better and more powerful super warriors. Instead of appearing as cannon fodder most of the time. Therefore, even if Shui Tong has a strong ability to control blood, if he wants to complete the transformation of blood factors, not only does it require enough luck and experience, but it also requires a very long process. This process may be as short as a few years or as long as decades. Lord Shui Tong, have you thought about it? Judge hesitated for a moment and then asked. Do as I say. Joel walked into the underground warehouse and passed through the densely packed petri dishes of clones. Judge said no more and led Joel to the main research room of the underground warehouse. Amidst the sound of gear machinery turning, the door slowly opened, revealing a variety of experimental artifacts inside. In the center of the main room, there is a huge culture container connected to densely packed tubes. Surrounding the container are 6 cylindrical containers containing different liquids. Then, let's get started. Joel took off his clothes and stepped into the culture container naked. Chapter 59 Bloodline Factor Transformation. The clearing on the back of the island turtle. Yuji, move faster. IG, whose body was heavily bandaged, was carrying more than 10 tons of logs, urging Yuji who was struggling behind him. Their superhuman body recovery speed allows them to get out of bed in a few days and take on all the easy tasks that are not too tiring. Brother, do we really have to work so hard for that guy? He almost killed us. Yangji said somewhat reluctantly, since my father has chosen to be loyal, we must obey the arrangement. IG expressionlessly raised the log and threw it to Niji who was directly in front of him. The light speed sword in the latter's hand suddenly drew several afterimages in the air, and the logs were immediately cut into dozens of boards of the same size and neatly stacked on the ground. We are not even afraid of death, so what does it mean if we just work? Niji put away the lightspeed sword and glanced coldly at Yuji who was in low spirits. Although it is a dirty job that only servants like this do, we must complete it well and not embarrass our father. Yangji shrugged and said helplessly, I know, I didn't expect you to accept your fate so much, it's really boring. Not far away, Reiju was browsing the castle design in his hand, instructing Germa's soldiers to carry the stones and build the city wall at the corresponding location. When he was free, he stopped what he was doing and looked sideways at the noise over there. She vaguely remembered that the last time her brothers had a fight was more than 10 years ago. Over the years, IG and the others have never had any conflicts. The way they get along with each other is also very peaceful and without any disturbance. They only exchange a few words when performing tasks. They are like strangers to each other. This kind of noise that only happens with family members. I haven't heard it for a long time. Suddenly, she thought of someone, raised her head and looked at the sea in the distance with extremely nostalgic eyes. Judge stood outside the main room of the research room, staring at the closed door in trance for a long time. About half an hour later, he finally came to his senses. Father, you have been here for a long time. IG appeared next to Judge at some point. Judge responded without saying anything. Advertisement. Compared to the past few days, his time in days has been much shorter these days. The feeling that someone might walk out of the door at any time gradually weakened in my mind as time went by. This strange feeling cannot be said to be anticipation or uneasiness. But for some reason, I can't help but think about it in my mind. It's already the 14th day. Judge murmured, he probably won't come out today. Let's go, IG. As he believed, the transformation of bloodline factors could not be completed overnight. Especially non-scientific researchers like Joel cannot find the correct transformation method without experiencing experiments. Nor do they understand how to use external forces to destroy and reorganize bloodline factors. In this regard, he, Judge, has the right to speak. The blood factor can only be truly called improvement after eliminating useless things such as emotions. From this alone, Judge concluded that Joel would never understand. Not to mention that he has obtained various data and analog results in blood factor experiments over the years. He turned around and left towards the underground warehouse door. Just after taking 2 steps, Judge suddenly felt something and turned around in disbelief. The door to the main research room slowly opened. The tall figure slowly walked out from inside. He was wearing a black cloak with a dark red shirt underneath, and you couldn't even tell anything that was different from before. Did it really come out of the culture container? It should be that the bloodline factor transformation failed. Judge quickly regained his normal expression and said in a low voice. Just like many other researchers studying ancestry factors. It has never been able to truly enter the realm of God, and can only be improved in various tricky ways. This is not something as simple as eating and drinking. Even a person with the ability to control blood like Joel would not be able to comprehend the magical power contained in the blood factor in just a few days. But he still couldn't help sighing. If the other party can really transform the bloodline factor, it will undoubtedly bring him a new research direction. Exactly what I thought. Joel didn't notice Judge's expression, he just looked at his raised left hand intently. Could that be? Advertisement. After noticing Joel's left hand, Judge suddenly dilated his pupils. A line of light green fluid appeared on Joel's left wrist, following the looming blood vessels under the skin, and spread all over his left palm in the blink of an eye. Father, what's wrong? Although IG also saw the changes in Joel's palm, he didn't feel anything strange. He was just a little confused about Judge's surprise at this moment. That's green blood. Judge's eyes flickered. What is green blood? IG asked. Judge said slowly as if he was lost in memories. Decades ago, before Mads where I stayed was forcibly banned, that guy from Vegapunk proposed a conjecture called green blood, and conducted the most basic feasibility test for this purpose. Although subsequent research was not carried out, the results of that experiment did prove his conjecture. And this means, this bloodline factor called green blood can become a blank carrier to accommodate Devil Fruit's abilities. Listening to his father's words, IG couldn't help but look at Joel. Although he was not very aware of the weight of these few words, he was also deeply aware of his father's achievements in scientific research. If even his father was so amazed, then the green blood remaining in Joel's palm must be unique. Is it up to the wrist? Joel felt the green blood in his veins clearly separated from the blood on his arms at his wrist, and couldn't help but think for a moment. With the thought in his mind, the whole arm suddenly ignited with blood inflammation, except for the palm above the wrist, which did not emit a trace of flame. As if being deprived of ability. No, to describe it more accurately, it is restored. Restored to the state without eating devil fruit. It should be initially successful, but there is still a rejection reaction, and the integration and transformation need to continue. As the muscles in Joel's left hand gradually relaxed, the rapidly flowing green blood also dimmed and disappeared under the surface of the skin. Lord Shui Tong. Judge stepped forward and said, "Congratulations on completing the transformation of the blood factor." It wasn't a pure compliment, but a genuine recognition of Joel. Joel nodded noncommittally. How far has the construction of the castle reached? Judge said, "Yesterday, all construction was completed." Chapter 60 Joel's Moving Castle. Crow had never seen anything like this. From the beginning to the completion, in just 14 days, a magnificent castle stood majestically on the island's turtle back. This group of soldiers is strong and strong enough to be a branch captain in East Blue. The island turtles and Germa shuttled back and forth almost day and night, so that the progress of this huge project did not stop at all. And those colorful figures, young men and women called princes and princesses, were meticulously directing or personally participating. If it weren't for their unique and arrogant style, Crow couldn't believe that a royal family was willing to do such menial work. Although, these young people do not look like royalty from an ordinary country. However, this is enough to explain what a big shot Takolo was following. But also because of this, instead, he felt a little uneasy. He felt like he was being sucked into the Uzumaki of the times and couldn't escape. Lord Shui Tong, please follow me. Crow, who had been waiting for a long time, respectfully led Joel and others into the castle under the habit of many years of being a housekeeper. Entering the magnificent castle gate, you will see the magnificent hall. The hall is very empty, and there are not many things placed. There is only a complete set of tables, chairs and tea sets placed in the left corner. In the center is the double spiral staircase leading to the upper floor. The exquisite ceramic tiles that fit tightly together give off a faint luster and complement each other with the crystal headlights on the ceiling. Passing through the hall, the central courtyard of the castle is a flower bed full of tulips and roses. Along the garden path, you can also see vine-wrapped morning glories dotting the walls. Entering the back courtyard of the castle, the layout here is more elaborate and detailed. Various rooms such as kitchen, main room, guest room, storage room, office, entertainment room, etc. are almost perfectly distributed on each floor, and occupy just the right amount of area. Even Crow, who had visited several times in advance, couldn't help but feel shaken when he opened the door to each room again. He committed himself to becoming a housekeeper in Zailuobu village and planned carefully for several years in order to become the owner of the manor. The majestic iron gate, the spectacular fountain, the open lawn, and the luxurious townhouse are a residence that even he, the great pirate of East Blue, longs for and wants to occupy. But compared to this castle, the so-called luxurious courtyard is simply not worth mentioning. Completely comparable to Dressrosa's King's Heights. Advertisement Baby 5 couldn't help but admire it. The famous resort country of New World, the Palace of Dressrosa, a member country of world government. Even if we look at the whole world, we can still be ranked among the best. In comparison, this castle is not bad at all in terms of lighting, ventilation, or spatial layout. Dressrosa, the scenery there is really nice, but Reiju thought of the country she had visited once during vacation, and couldn't help but smile slightly. The palace there is not as good as a castle that can move freely. You actually said such things, butterfly woman. Although he somewhat agreed with Reiju's words, BABY5 was still a little unhappy and snorted at the negative comments about the Donkey family. Hey, how's it going? We completed everything according to the design drawings, and the unreasonable parts of the drawings have also been changed. Yangji folded his arms on his chest, and the old god said. Moreover, a technological coating that effectively prevents cracking has been added to the surface of the wall, and key structural parts have been replaced with special alloys. The reliability and sturdiness may not even be comparable to today's Germa castle. Yangji, pay attention to the tone of your conversation with Mr. Shui Tong. Judge looked at his youngest and most immature son and scolded him coldly. It's really troublesome. Yuji shrugged, and then reluctantly agreed, yes. It's pretty much what I expected. Joel praised him with satisfaction, and then said. Judge, I also need you to dispatch some elite personnel to patrol and guard this castle. Is that possible? Judge nodded. No problem at all. However, I think those soldiers of yours will not be absolutely loyal to me, so let one of them stay and become the captain of the guard here. Joel glanced lightly at IG and the others present. Upon hearing this request, Judge reluctantly did not respond immediately. Even though he spent all of Germa's accumulation and inventory to build a castle, he didn't feel anything wrong. But no matter which one of the 4 IG is, Vinsmoke is an indispensable and absolute fighting force, and he is the most reluctant to let go of his heart. Even if he chooses to be loyal to Joel, it is difficult for him to make up his mind to sacrifice his children as sacrifice. The 3 of IG looked at each other and remained silent. Their current identities are the noble princes of the Germa kingdom, superiors who are superior to countless people. Advertisement. But once you become the captain of the guard of this castle, not only will your status become lower, but you will also have to obey Shui Tong's orders. Just thinking about it made them feel a little uncomfortable. Let me do this. Reiju slowly walked out from behind IG and the others, with a calm smile on his face. Reiju. Judge looked at his only daughter with a very complicated expression, and his voice trembled slightly. Have you thought about it? Reiju said. Yes, father, I have thought about it. Judge took a deep breath and slowly exhaled it after a long time. He looked at Joel as if he had become a little older. Lord Shui Tong, if you agree, let my useless daughter be your chief attendant. In that case. Joel nodded slightly and looked calmly at the young woman in front of him who looked very stable and mature. Vinsmoke. Reiju, you will be responsible for the security of this castle from now on. I will obey your orders. Reiju bowed slightly and bowed in the highest royal style.
Lord Joel, Baby 5 thought of something and suddenly asked, now that this castle is built, does it have a name? I remember you are good at naming names, right?
Are you good at naming? Regarding such remarks, Joel couldn't help but rub his eyebrows. However, the castle did need to be given a unique name. He raised his head and looked at the blue sky outside the window. Let's name this place, Dome. Dome. The judge couldn't help but be startled. Does this mean that this is the supreme sky? What does this mean? Baby 5 blinked in confusion. Meaning is, a deep smile formed on the corner of Joel's mouth. Here, everything will be conquered. Chapter 61 Notification Kuzan. Island Turtle, Dome. Reiju sat in the soft chair in the study room, calmly and elegantly flipping through the books in his hands in the faint sunlight coming from the window. After a while, she closed the book. He stood up and walked to the window, looking at the snail boat slowly sailing away on the sea in the distance. She didn't know whether the decision she made was a good or bad decision, to serve as the spokesperson of the Vinsmoke family and obey the Blood Eye. But for some reason, being away from Germa actually gave her a sense of peace and tranquility from the bottom of her heart. When she fought against Shui Tong that day, she once thought that Germa would be completely destroyed. Although things did not develop like this later, she was surprised to find herself with such thoughts. He actually doesn't have any nostalgia for Germa. On the contrary, I vaguely hope that this kind of thing will happen. Well, Reiju looked out the window at the black spots disappearing into the sea level and sighed softly. She was tired of meaningless wars. It would be great if this place could become a refuge from war. However, how can one be alone among Uzumaki? Putting aside the immature thoughts in his mind, Reiju waved to the newsbird flying in the sky. After paying the price of 100 belly, she lazily sat back on the lounge chair with the newspaper. Leaning gently on the back of the chair, her fair and round thigh was placed on the other leg, swaying gently in the air. I wonder what interesting news there will be recently. She murmured softly. After each mission, she would browse the latest news to divert her attention and relieve her mental stress. There are quite a few new pirates who have emerged recently. There were dozens of reward lists in the newspaper, and the amounts were frighteningly higher than before. Looking through the reward sheets one by one, white-haired, Jin, who has a bounty of 67 million belly. Wet hair, Caribou with a bounty of 53 million belly. And, bald, Crib, who has a bounty of 40 million belly. The almost similar titles and the information that the 3 of them belonged to the same pirate group immediately made Reiju laugh a little. Looking through the relevant information again, I couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. This is actually the first time these 3 people have been offered a reward. However, tracing back to the origin, the reason why the bounty amount is so high is that he broke into a marine base and massacred a large number of marines. Advertisement besides. Captain, Eustace. Kid, who has a reward of 290 million belly. Surgeon of Death, Trafalgar. Luo, who has a bounty of 200 million belly. Straw Hat. Monkey. D. Luffy with a bounty of 300 million belly. Huh? Reiju looked a little surprised. Compared to other pirates, this Straw Hat Luffy is very special. He actually broke into Eni's lobby and even declared war on the world government. And that seems to be what just happened. Continuing to browse through the reward list, Reiju was suddenly stunned. The pirate on this bounty list is Blackfoot, Sanji with a bounty of 77 million belly. It's Sanji. This must be Sanji. Reiju looked at the reward list and suddenly stood up from the recliner in excitement. Although the avatar on the reward list was not a photo, but an abstract portrait, she recognized it at a glance. Great, it turns out he is still alive. Naval Headquarters Marineford, Marshal's office. Report to Marshal Sengoku. According to the news from the G4 branch, we have determined that the blood pupil is on that island turtle. It is currently approaching the Sabadi archipelago and is expected to arrive in a day. Branu straightened his back and reported seriously. Sengoku listened to Branu's report while browsing the intelligence documents submitted on the table with a solemn expression. After a long time, he raised his head and looked at he who was sitting calmly at the coffee table, drinking black tea. Xiaohei, what do you think? He put down the black tea in his hand and said warmly. Now that Fire Fist Ace has been arrested, the next step is to officially start a war with Whitebeard, right? I really can't hide it from you. Commander Kong just issued the gathering of troops order yesterday. Sengoku said, after the deployment of troops from the Shihai and Grand Line branches is completed, the naval headquarters will immediately conduct a public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Crane said, now that we are at this juncture, do we still have the strength to deal with Shui Tong? If that old immortal can calm down and not cause us any trouble, we should be thankful. Advertisement. Sengoku rubbed his eyebrows with a headache and sighed, but the place he went to was the Sabadi archipelago. The Sabadi archipelago where the celestial dragons often go. He slowly leaned back on his chair. The war that is about to happen is related to the survival of the entire world. Even though celestial dragons must step aside. Sengoku pondered for a few seconds, and he wanted to say, to Marine, those celestial dragons mean the world. But in the end, he didn't say it out loud. As the marshal, he has to take charge of the overall situation and take care of everything, but there is no need for Xiaohei to bear this heavy fact. Where's that guy Garp? The phone bug has never been able to get through. Sengoku changed the subject. Crane replied, I went to Impel to visit Fire Fist Ace again. After all, they also have a grandfather-grandson relationship. I never thought he would put Roger's son up for adoption in East Blue without permission. I never thought this would happen. Be considerate of him. After knowing him for so many years, don't you understand his character? He is not good at education. Otherwise, my son would not have become the leader of the revolutionary army that resisted the world government, and my grandson would have become a pirate supernova who dared to declare war on the world government. Compared to Sengoku's troubled posture, he was much calmer and his words were more like persuasion. But after hearing this, Sengoku felt even more uncomfortable. Anyone who is related to that B***** D Garp is going to be one alien after another. If it weren't for Marshal Marine's identity here, he would have wanted to curse. After a while, he calmed down and looked at Major Marine in front of him. Branu, is Kuzan back? Yes, Marshal Sengoku, Kuzan Admiral reported to the headquarters the day before yesterday. Sengoku thought for a moment and said, go and convey my instructions and let Kuzan leave for Sabadi Island immediately. Yes, I'll go right away. Branu exited the office. Sengoku, what do you want to do? Crane finally couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, I have no intention of letting him do anything dangerous. I just want him to secretly protect the celestial dragons on Sabadi Island to prevent dangerous guys like Shui Tong from taking action at will. Sengoku paused. After all, Kuzan has to adapt to this kind of thing in advance. His brows jumped, and he vaguely noticed something and said, you want to let Kuzan take over your position? Yes, after this war is over, I will leave my job and retire. In this case, that's fine. It's time to resign. Crane nodded. However, can it really go so smoothly? For some reason, she felt a hint of uneasiness in her heart. Chapter 62. Arriving at Sabadi Island. Sabadi Archipelago. This island located in the center of the Grand Line is made up of the roots of the Argene mangrove tree and is a must-stop on the way to the New World. According to the numbering of the mangrove trees, the island is divided into more than 70 areas. The mangrove area number 16, which was regarded as an illegal zone by default, was casting an extremely huge and ferocious shadow from a close distance. And what casts this shadow is a huge sea turtle like an island. On top of the turtle, a majestic castle stands above. Hey, did you see it? Does anyone know what it is? Damn it, it's not going to hit me. Castle, why is there a castle up there? There were voices of fear, panic, and curiosity, and everyone looked at this unprecedented sight in disbelief. In Area 70 adjacent to Area 16, the noble celestial dragon St. Charles, followed by dozens of world government officials, strolled through the hotel streets. As the god who rules the world, coming down from time to time to watch and play is also a good way to pass the time. What's more, Sabadi Archipelago occasionally brings them some nice surprises. At this point, all celestial dragons have maintained the same understanding, refusing Marine to fully control and sell on Sabadi Island, so that this island full of violence, blood and illegal transactions can provide the fun it deserves. What is that? St. Charles looked at the things in the air in the distance. His eyes suddenly widened and there was a trail of snot hanging from his ugly and everted nose. How can there be such a thing? Come and take a look. He mounted the slave lying on the ground next to him, and hurriedly urged him. You damn slave, move quickly, I'm going to see what's going on. With the slave crawling and finally getting closer, St. Charles could see the whole thing clearly. On the vast turtle back, a luxurious castle stands high, like a sharp sword thrust into the sky. The castle on the back of the big turtle, I want that. One of you, go and bring that turtle to me. St. Charles said with great excitement, if I can get that castle, my father and sister will definitely be shocked by me. The men in black around me looked at me, and I looked at you, but no one moved immediately. Advertisement, if it is an ordinary thing, it can naturally be plundered without restraint. But what on earth do you need to do to tame that giant sea turtle? Hey, didn't you stop what I said? Charles Saint's voice became shrill and trembling. I said I want that big turtle. Lord St. Charles. Finally, a man in black came closer. He hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. We got news from Naval Headquarters a few days ago. That castle is the residence of the legendary pirate Blood Eye. Blood Eyes? Who is that? St. Charles shouted angrily with his eyes wide open, and at the same time he took out the pistol in his arms and pointed it at the man in black. If you don't make it clear, die immediately. The man in black swallowed his saliva, knelt down quickly and said, it's the blood-eyed Joel who caused Twilight of Gods. St. Charles' pupils suddenly shrank and he pulled the trigger in his hand. As a cloud of blood splashed in the air, the man in black fell to the ground helplessly. Who? Charo's holy eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes, and he was breathing heavily. Who asked you to mention the devil's name? Damn it. After a long time, he calmed down from his intense emotions. He turned around and walked away from the island turtle, murmuring in a low voice. Forget it, go find some women, he. I want those untouchables to feel my anger now. Set the time back half an hour ago, at Mangrove number 17. A fierce battle is taking place at this moment. With a bounty of more than 100 million, Skulikman Apu, known as the Supernova by the world, was the one who prompted the battle. Pulling away from the opponent, he turned his left arm into a trumpet and played it in his mouth. Scrap the plate and chop. Wherever he looked, the scattered sound waves suddenly turned into a slash and flew out quickly. Ah Jin stepped forward and dodged the attack. At the same time, he narrowed the distance between him and Apu. But Apu was as agile as a rabbit, and he used the obstacles of tree vines around the mangroves to continuously extend the battlefield space. Advertisement while playing harsh music, he kept his distance and carried out long-range attacks. Caribou and Crib's hands felt itchy as they watched the anxious battle. In the first half of the Grand Line, known as Paradise, few people have the ability to hockey. Therefore, Caribou, who left Joel, found that the sea was so vast, but there was no decent opponent. For a moment, he was so high-spirited that he thought about fighting everyone. Brother Agent can't beat that guy, right? Crib pouted and looked at Caribou. There must be a gap between ordinary people and demon fruit power. Caribou replied with experience. However, Agent's physical fitness is not weak at all. Even a supernova with a bounty of over 100 million may not be able to get an advantage from him. In Area 17, there is still another person watching the battle alone. Capone Beeg, wearing a hat, scarf, and his favorite straight-striped suit, with a cigar in his mouth, puffed out a smoke ring. He could almost conclude that although the white-haired agent, whose bounty amount was only over 60 million, was currently enjoying good momentum, he would soon be defeated in this battle. After all, a bounty of over 100 million is a huge threshold, which can basically determine the strength gap between the two sides. However, even though he knew the result, Capone Beeg still continued to watch patiently in order to collect intelligence on potential enemies. Wrong. The delay in seeing the result of the battle made Capone Beeg frown slightly. He seemed to have made a wrong judgment. This white-haired man showed no signs of exhaustion. On the contrary, he became more courageous as he fought. Suddenly, a huge shadow shrouded down. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but be attracted by the huge thing in front of them. The two sides of the battle were also separated at the first touch, looking at the island turtle approaching from the sea. On the island, a figure slowly walked down. That one is. After Apu saw the figure clearly, he was so frightened that he quickly jumped on the roof and hid far away, secretly saying, I don't want to mess with that kind of scary guy, so I'd better stay away. Mr. Joel. Lord Joel. Boss. Akin, Caribou, and Crib shouted 3 different names and rushed towards Joel with great excitement. Chapter 63 I offer 100 million. Joel looked calmly at the agents and the others who were rushing towards them. There weren't many surprises about them arriving first. After a short conversation, he ordered the accompanying crow to bring the 3 of them to the castle for temporary stay. It turns out these are pirates under Shui Tong's command. No wonder they're not weak. Capone Beeg looked at the scene in front of him with some surprise, and found the reason for his misjudgment of this battle. After thinking for a moment, he threw away the cigar in his mouth, turned around and left slowly. Joel continued walking along the mangrove numbers alone, like a leisurely stroll. About half an hour later, I arrived at Area 13 from number 17. A bar called Shakey's Rip-Off Bar came into view. Joel stretched out his right hand from his cloak and slowly pushed open the bar door. The bar was quiet, without any customers. A tall, thin woman with short black hair and a spider-patterned top stood behind the bar, holding a rag in her hand and carefully wiping the plate in her hand. Welcome to Shakey's Bar, I don't know what to order. Shakey spoke skillfully, slowly looked up at the visitor, and suddenly stopped speaking as if his vocal cords were knotted. A tequila cocktail bar. Joel sat on the chair near the bar very naturally. Shaki took a deep breath. Just now, she got important information from the informant that Shui Tong had landed on Sabadi Island. But she never thought that Shui Tong would come towards her with such a clear purpose. But she quickly came to her senses, turned around, took down several different wines from the wine cabinet and started mixing them. I am no longer the Emperor of Daughter's Island. I am just an ordinary bar owner. Shaki regained his composure and pushed the prepared cocktail on the bar. It has nothing to do with this. Joel picked up the wine glass and tasted it slowly. The craftsmanship is good. I didn't expect to be praised by Shui Tong. Shaki smiled slightly and said, it really makes an old woman like me happy. Yeah, Joel smiled noncommittally. Faintly catching the narrow-mindedness in the other person's eyes, Shaki couldn't help but be startled. She suddenly realized that what she said was a bit ridiculous. Advertisement: this man has Shui Tong who has lived for more than 100 years. Calling yourself old in front of him is really a bit ignorant. The air in the bar fell silent for a few seconds. Shaki showed a faint smile again and said, Mr. Shui Tong, I am a little curious about one thing. Can the devil fruit ability really bring eternal life? So what about eternal life? Joel lowered his eyes slightly, sadness flashed in his eyes. Living alone all the time may also be a curse. Feeling the sadness in Joel's eyes, Shaki slowly sat on the round chair behind the bar. Without asking any more questions, he changed the subject and said, So, Mr. Shui Tong just wants to come over for a drink because my bar is so famous? Joel said calmly, I'm here to see Silver, Rayleigh today. Silver. Rayleigh? Shaki looked at Joel. The expression on his face gradually disappeared. There is no such person here. I only know one coder, Lao Lei. That's right, I'm looking for the coder Lao Lei. He hasn't been to my place for half a year. Shaki felt relieved. Is that really the case? Joel nodded in anticipation. Shaki continued, but if you want to find him, you can try your luck at the auction house. If he has no money to gamble, he will go there to hang out. Thank you. How much does this cup cost? If it's Mr. Shui Tong, the bill is naturally free of charge. You are welcome to come to my place for a drink at any time. I don't really like owing favors. Joel put down a gold coin, stood up and walked towards the bar door. Shaki looked at Joel's leaving back, lit a cigarette and took a puff, then picked up the gold coin in his hand and glanced at the color and lines above. Almost at a glance, she recognized the value of this gold coin. If it were placed in an antique shop, it could be auctioned for at least 1 million belly. As expected of Shui Tong, his actions are really generous. Sabadi Island, Area 1, Human Auction Venue. As the door of the auction venue opened, nobles of different appearances walked out of the venue in 2s and 3s. Hawkins, who has flowing blonde hair and a slender figure, wearing black pants and a ruffled white top, sat at the guest seat, calmly looking at the front curtain that had not yet been opened, and murmured without any hesitation. Trafficking humans. Advertisement: how far human beings can be vicious is really making me curious. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the figure in front of him on the left. There are more and more degenerates born under the corrupt system. It seems that there is no fallacy in the divination. The royal power will eventually come to an end. Drake, who had a hooked nose and wore an eye patch, looked back at the person behind him as if feeling something, and soon turned his head back with a serious expression. The magician Basil Hawkins is indeed a strange man. As the crowd surged, the guest seats gradually filled up. The door was about to close, but suddenly it was pushed open again. A tall figure in a windless cloak walked into the auction venue. That man. Drake looked back, with a hint of surprise on his serious face. I didn't expect him to come to a place like this. Hawkins looked at Joel's back walking down the stairs, and a drop of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He quickly took out the cards and began to divine as if no one else was watching, and then the look on his face became more and more exaggerated. Has the established destiny been changed? It's incredible. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. But divination can't go wrong. Finally, the curtain of the platform slowly opened. A man wearing star glasses walked out from the background. It's been such a long wait. I, Mr. Disco, have prepared high-quality slaves for you, all of which are interesting products. I sincerely hope that you can get your favorite slaves. Then, let's start the bidding now. First, slave number 1. As the atmosphere heated up, the shackled slaves in the background were constantly pushed up. Slave number 2 is Mero, the clown from South Blue. In addition to being able to juggle, his biggest advantage is that he has a perfect double butt chin. The starting price is 500,000. Is anyone willing to bid? Someone over there offered 530,000 yuan. Is there anyone with a higher offer? Then, 530,000 yuan is sold. Let us congratulate the gentleman in seat 31 for getting a perfect double butt chin. After several rounds of auctions, Disco tried his best, but the transaction price was always mediocre, and even he couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Slave number 25. He looked at the speech and couldn't help being stunned, but he still tried to keep up his decadent spirit and introduced the white-haired old man who had stood up. Sis is an old man who is only 76 years old. If you buy it back, you can clean the yard and trim the weeds in the garden. The biggest advantage is, it's cheap. Then, the starting price is 50,000. After Disco finished speaking, he couldn't help but secretly lament that the market has been sluggish recently, and an old man approaching 80 years old could actually be sent here. Moreover, the average selling price of normal human beings is more than 500,000 yuan. It doesn't make any sense whether an old man with 50,000 can sell it or not. Just when he felt that the auction was about to fail, a voice suddenly sounded like music to his ears. I'll pay 100 million belly. Chapter 64. This is not a problem for my coder, Lao Lei. 100 million Baileys. Disco suspected that his ears had heard wrong. He looked at the man in a black cloak excitedly. Is there anyone who bids higher than this master? Having said that, he knew that it was impossible for anyone to quote a higher price. This price can buy 200 strong human slaves, and there are actually people who are willing to use this price to buy a gray-haired old man. This is simply outrageous. Is that guy crazy? How could someone do such a thing? That's 100 million belly. If you're lucky, you can buy a mermaid girl. Surprises erupted in the guest seats, and the crowd couldn't help but look at the elegant man sitting calmly on the seat. Drake looked back and murmured, this man's thoughts are really unpredictable. Hawkins couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Although I'm not interested in money, 100 million Baileys should be a big number. If there is no objection, 100 million belly will become. Disco couldn't wait to put the final word, but was suddenly interrupted. Wait a moment. Joel looked at the old man with silver beard, hair and glasses on the stage, and said slowly, Old Lei, do you agree with this price? If you think it's not enough, I can add more. Am I so valuable? Rayleigh, who was shackled on the stage, scratched his head, and a bright light flashed in the lenses of his raised glasses. Then it seems that I sold it for 50,000 yuan at a loss. What's going on? Is there such a thing? The people at the guest table couldn't understand why the buyer would ask for a slave's wishes before bidding. Then does this gentleman still want to increase the price? Disco looked at Joel with a smile, hoping that the other party would raise the price a little more. After all, doing this kind of business means one less business. 100 million Baileys, what good things are there? Suddenly, the door of the auction house was pushed open hard, and celestial dragons wearing sunglasses walked in with high-profile steps and made a lot of noise. At the same time, everyone's attention was focused on him. Disco's eyes lit up, and a thought flashed through his mind. He took the microphone and shouted without any hesitation. The noble Saint Roswald, the descendant of the Creator, is currently auctioning a very rare human being, worth 100 million. Are you interested in participating in this auction? Advertisement. A human being worth 100 million, let me see. Saint Rosewaiter's eyes fell on Rayleigh on the stage, and then he frowned and his voice became cold. Can an old human man be worth 100 million? What kind of fool made a random quote here? Although 100 million belly was not much to them, celestial dragons, this behavior made him feel very unhappy. There are actually people who are spending more money than they, celestial dragons, even in an unreasonable way. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a bit colder, and all the whispers in the guest seats disappeared. Compared to the celestial dragons, who have the highest privileges, they are too small and humble to have any room to talk. If they are accidentally targeted by the celestial dragons, their good days will come to an end. Therefore, I didn't even dare to make a sound at this moment. Disco also did not expect that Saint Rosewaiter not only did not participate in the bidding, but was also vaguely angry. He felt nervous and said quickly, Lord Saint Rosewaiter, it's number 31. It's the price paid by the gentleman in seat number 31. Number 31? Saint Roswald frowned and looked. I saw the man in black clothes still sitting there calmly. That be ****** D. He knew I was angry and he still dared to sit there. As soon as Saint Rosewaiter's voice fell, a man in black quickly approached and said anxiously, Sir Roswald, that guy is the pirate blood pupil. Blood pupils. There was a look of confusion in Saint Roswald's eyes, as if he was trying to remember who the blood pupil was. Memories flashed through my mind. The next moment, he took a breath of cold air, his body was covered with cold sweat, and even his clothes were almost soaked. Let's go, I don't want to stay here anymore. Saint Rosewaiter was so frightened that his face turned to dust, and he immediately walked towards the door in great fear. I fell hard on the way, but I quickly got up without feeling any pain. He looks so embarrassed that he doesn't look like a god who controls this world. What's wrong with Saint Roswald? Why did he leave suddenly? What happened? It's just unbelievable. What is the identity of this man? The guests started talking fiercely again. Even a god would be afraid of the god slayer. Hawkins looked back and glanced at the celestial dragons who escaped from the auction venue and said thoughtfully, Advertisement, next, let the auction continue. Disco was shocked for a long time before he woke up from this unbelievable thing, and then he took the initiative in this auction. But after this incident, his mind was no longer on the slave auction, but on what was going on. The auction has finally come to an end. Disco walked backstage, but he kept thinking about what happened just now in his mind. After hesitating for a moment, he dialed the phone number. After a blind tone, the call was connected. Disco, didn't you tell me not to contact me if you have nothing to do? There was an unhappy voice on the other end of the phone, and in the background there were bursts of girls screaming and playing. Joker, something happened just now, you should know something. Disco told everything exactly. Foo. Of course celestial dragons will be afraid, because that guy has blood pupils. The other end of the phone laughed very happily. As for the guy who Shui Tong wants to buy, he must be an important person. I will check it out. Okay, that's it. Try not to contact me in the future. There was almost no politeness and the caller was quickly hung up. Blood Eyes. Disco whispered the name, and his body suddenly trembled. It turns out it's him. Behind the auction stage, Rayleigh, whose collar was removed, was enthusiastically sent out of the backcourt gate. The world has actually become like this. Someone will be interested in the old man. He moved his somewhat stiff neck, and then looked at the tall man in front of him. This is the first time I've been bought by someone. Now that you've been bought, you have to work hard for me. Joel calmly stared at Rayleigh, who was a little distracted. What else can an old man like me do? I won't have to endure the waves of the sea, right? Rayleigh shrugged. If that's the case, it would be too difficult for me. I am not so unkind to my descendants. Joel gently brushed his cloak, turned around and walked away. I only want you to do one thing for me, help me with coding. It turned out to be just this kind of thing. Rayleigh's heart dropped slightly, and she laughed. Don't worry, no matter how big the pirate ship is, it won't be a problem for the coder Lao Lei. Chapter 65 Empress Boa Hancock. Looking at the huge island turtle in front of him, Rayleigh's face turned completely dark. What? Do you want this thing to be coded? Rayleigh had no idea that the coding Joel was talking about was not a pirate ship, but a huge island. Not long ago, he boasted that coding was only a trivial matter. But in the blink of an eye, the slap in the face happened so quickly. This is really a huge challenge. Rayleigh had a headache. After a long silence, he finally said depressedly. It is not impossible to code this island turtle. However, I need to find some experienced workers who are skilled in their craftsmanship. I simply cannot do this alone. No problem at all. Joel said calmly. As for the price, just ask. No matter how much it is, I will be satisfied. You believe in me so much, aren't you afraid that I'll walk away? Rayleigh was a little surprised by Joel's relief. There was a hint of joking in Joel's eyes. There's nothing to worry about. After all, you don't want the title of Pluton to be tarnished, right? That's all in the past. Rayleigh suddenly smiled with relief. There is no Pluton anywhere now, but there is only one old lay who loves to drink. But I know, I will bring more people over tomorrow for coding. Shocky's rip-off bar. Yes, Gloriosa, that is how it is. And don't let that Hancock kid know about this. As 7 warlords of the sea, if you rashly interact with world-class criminals, it will be troublesome, at least. For Amazon Lily. After repeated warnings, Shacky hung up the phone, lit a thin cigarette, and after noticing something, he half-draped his arm on the bar and looked at the bar door with interest. The bar door was pushed open. Long time no see, Rayleigh, you would like to come back to me. Looking at the figure walking in, Shacky teased. Rayleigh sat on the chair with ease and said with a smile. Don't say that, Shacky, I just took a serious job, and I will be very busy next time. I came here to see you while I still have some free time. Oh, Shacky took out a bottle of ale from the wine cabinet, poured it into the wine glass on the table, and pushed it over. What job? Advertisement, coding of an island. Rayleigh looked at Shacky tacitly. Then you have to work hard, that man is quite generous. Shacky blew out the smoke, took out a gold coin and rubbed it in his hand. It would be best if I can earn enough money for the rest of my life from this single transaction. Then I can close the shop here and spend my remaining years comfortably. To spend your remaining years in peace? As if hearing a joke, Rayleigh suddenly laughed. The man who was resurrected from the past era is now back again, which means that the world will once again be involved in a huge whirlpool. As he spoke, the smile on his face slowly disappeared. Soon, there will no longer be a peaceful place in the world. Daughter Island, Amazon Lily, inside the palace. Grandma Z looked at the phone with some confusion. The phone call with Shacky just now made her fall into deep thought. Bloodline not only appeared, but also arrived at Sabaody Island so quickly. According to Amazon Lily's friendship with the other party, as the former emperor of Amazon, she should go to meet that man. But, the current empress of Numera Island now serves as Shichibukai, and she can no longer interact with Blood Eyes openly under any circumstances. Why, mother-in-law? A familiar voice came from outside the palace. Grandma Z was immediately startled and hurriedly hid the phone bug behind her back. She quickly put a smile on her face towards the door and said, Shiji, you came back very early this time. A tall woman with long black hair styled in a Cheongsam style walked in from the palace gate with a lazy expression. Who were you communicating with just now? No, you heard it wrong. How could I be in contact with someone else? Grandma Z hid the phone bug in her clothes and tried her best to deny it. Snort. Boya. Hancock squeaked and said displeased Ly, since you didn't lie to the Aisha, why are you sweating so much on your face? Grandma Z quickly reached out and wiped the sweat from her face. Where's Khan? No sweat on my face. She suddenly realized something and wanted to put her hand back behind her, but she heard a pop, and a small object fell to the ground. You said you weren't lying to the I family. Hancock looked at the phone bug on the ground, and his eyebrows suddenly stood up. Shiji, you actually lied to me again, what a despicable character you have. Knowing that she had fallen into the opponent's trap, her mother-in-law couldn't help but feel angry and itchy her teeth. No matter what I do, you will forgive me, right? Advertisement Hancock put on a pitiful expression. Tell me quickly, who were you in contact with just now? Ha wow. So cute like a puppy. Let me tell you, I was talking to Shacky just now. The enchanted mother-in-law Yi blurted out with love in her eyes. Shaky. Hancock frowned. Is it a conspiracy between the former empress and the former empress? Are you plotting the throne of the I family? This is a major matter that requires beheading. Her voice paused. Someone is coming. Here, Lord Snake Princess. Margaret, who had short blonde hair and a slender figure, walked in. Put Gloriosa into the dungeon. Let's kill her tomorrow. Hancock's voice was very cold, without any room for maneuver. As a soldier who protects the country, Margaret was stunned on the spot. Hey, Lord Snake Princess, has she committed any crime? This old woman committed a crime of rebellion. What do you think? Do you want to question the Eye family? Hancock's face looked as cold as ice. Don't dare. Margaret quickly lowered her head. Grandma Z saw Hancock losing his temper and said in annoyance. I didn't commit any rebellion. I was just talking about blood eyes. Halfway through, she covered her mouth. Damn it, I got scammed again. Blood pupils? Hancock narrowed his narrow eyes slightly. Are you saying that you were talking to Shaki about the blood pupil? The mother-in-law shook her head hurriedly and refused to admit it. Even if you didn't tell me, I would have already guessed that Shui Tong is on Sabaody Island now, right? A smile appeared on Hancock's lips. You can't go to Sabaody Island, Snake Princess. Grandma Z quickly dissuaded her. Hancock sneered and said, no one can stop the Eye family from meeting that man. If you do this, it will cause tragedy in this country. Stop pointing your fingers at me. Who do you think you are? Your time is over long ago, Gloriosa. Hancock looked up to the sky because of his past contempt and said, even if the entire country is destroyed because of the Eye family's willfulness, everyone will forgive me, because the Eye family is so beautiful. Margaret, go and take the national weapon. We will set off immediately to the Sabaody archipelago. Hancock tossed his cloak and walked out of the palace. Advertisement Chapter 66 Chloe originally just wanted to live a peaceful life. Sabaody Island. Crow walked in Area 30, followed by several Vinsmokes genetic soldiers. This is the commercial street that symbolizes wealth on the island of Sabaody, with various bustling shops, casinos and entertainment venues lined up in rows. Frustrated businessmen, pirates with dark eyes, and ordinary people who occasionally buy a night of love shuttle through this street, coming and going incessantly. After making a phone reservation in advance, Crow is about to arrive at his destination, a large pawn shop. According to Joel's instructions, he wanted to exchange some of the gold and silver jewelry he got back from Caribou into common currency. Crow had never thought before that he would come to this island of Sabaody, which he had only read about in books. It's not that he has no dreams, but he has always been cautious and thoughtful, and he doesn't think he has the strength to achieve success on the Grand Line. Just the Marines on the Grand Line already made him feel very troubled and exhausted. In this kind of environment, he just wants to live a peaceful and prosperous life. I don't smoke, and I only drink wine briefly. Go to bed before 11 p.m. and sleep for 8 hours. Drink a glass of hot milk before going to bed and do 20 minutes of stretching to relax your body before going to bed. This way you can usually sleep until dawn. Wake up in the morning like a baby without any trace of fatigue or stress. But all this is past thinking. Now he found that the world in his eyes suddenly became wider. Those big pirates with a bounty of 50 to 60 million belly were originally entities that he did not dare to provoke. He even didn't dare to get too close to the other party for fear of causing unforeseen trouble. But at this moment, the situation reversed. Although his strength has not improved at all, the big pirates did not dare to go side by side with him. They just stayed away and uttered stolen words. Did you see that the man in the black butler uniform is Shui Tong's subordinate? If you don't want to die on this island, don't provoke him. For events such as this, Crow gradually changed from being uncomfortable at first to getting used to it later. Walking into the pawn shop, he ordered the accompanying soldiers to open the treasure chest amidst the laughter of Master. In an instant, dazzling jewels and precious stones overflowed. The owner of the pawn shop stared at the priceless treasures with dumbfounded eyes. After a while, he came back to his senses and quickly picked up one of the antiques and put it in front of his eyes for appraisal. This glass cup is glossy in color, unique in appearance, old and well preserved. It is worth at least 3 million belly. After that, he took out another necklace, advertisement. And that pearl necklace, which is plump and round in appearance, and the size of the pearls is much larger than ordinary pearls. It can be pawned for 3.5 million belly. He marveled and quoted the price. Crow pushed up his glasses with his palms and calmly did the accounting. He suddenly felt strange to himself who was calmly facing this wealth at this moment. Maybe it's because I've experienced too many things now. About an hour. All 3 boxes of treasures have been counted. A total of 1,236 million belly. The pawn shop owner put the treasure box into the treasury, took out 13 suitcases, and handed them to Crow. After confirming that it was correct, Crow ordered the soldiers to take the suitcase and leave the pawn shop. Shopkeeper, do you want to inform Jack the Ripper to snatch back the Baileys from these guys? One of his men looked at the backs of Crow and the others and said warmly, they look easy to deal with. Idiot. That guy is Shui Tong's subordinate. Doing such unreasonable things, you are too impatient to live. The pawn shop owner was suddenly sweating, and he hurriedly roared at his subordinate, if you want to die, don't drag me with you. Yes, I understand. The subordinate retreated. After leaving the pawn shop, Crow walked towards Area 1. There were always sneaky figures moving under the shadow of the trees. They looked at the suitcase in Crow's hand with extremely greedy expressions. But no one dared to step forward. Arriving at the gate of the auction venue, there were already attendants waiting respectfully to greet them. After Crow handed over the 100 million Bailey's auction price that Joel had previously borrowed on credit to the attendant, he pushed up his glasses and walked into the auction venue. The auction, which was held as scheduled, was still very lively. The slaves in thin clothes knelt in front of the stage without any dignity at all, looking sad. Slave number 4 is a beautiful girl who has just turned 18. She was once the royal princess of the West Blue Moro Kingdom. She still maintains her perfect body. If you want to improve the genes of your next generation, you can buy it back immediately. Enjoy. The starting price is 3 million Baileys, Disco shouted enthusiastically amid the girl's sobs. 30 million. Crow calmly raised his hand and quoted an astonishing price. Advertisement. All the guests present were in an uproar. How could someone offer such an outrageous price? Will they be allowed to buy it? 30 million times, make a deal. Disco swept across the guest seats and suddenly raised the microphone with excitement on his face. Then product number 4 belongs to this gentleman. However, don't be discouraged, there are still good products coming. Let us introduce slave number 5, a young girl from North Blue Asia. She is also beautiful and has a gentle personality. She is not only good at medical treatment and bandaging, but she is also a good dancer. The starting price is 1.3 million. Bailey. 13 million. The nobles who were about to make a move were about to bid, but when they heard the same voice bidding 10 times the price again, they immediately put down the cards they were about to raise. They looked at the man in black butler uniform who shocked the audience with his crushing price almost from the beginning, and were amazed. How rich does this guy have to be, to dare to be so unscrupulous? If you bid with him, God knows how high the price will be. Congratulations to this gentleman for once again gaining ownership of product number 5. Disco tried hard to suppress the excitement on his face and continued the auction. They are worthy of being the subordinates of the legendary pirate Shui Tong, and their generosity is no less than that of the celestial dragons. The future of this industry will take off again. Disco couldn't help but envision it in his mind. Finally, the auction is over. In the VIP backstage box of the auction at this moment, Disco brought in the slave women that Crow had just photographed one after another. Sir, there are 23 products in total. He was smiling so much that his face almost wrinkled. Crow held up his glasses with his wrist, counted the number of people, and then asked the soldier to take out 3 suitcases and hand them to Disco. Here are 300 million Baileys, you can count them. No need to count, I believe you won't lie to me, master. With a smile on his face, Disco ordered his men to take the suitcase and handed the shackles key to Crow. He originally planned to get close to each other, but the latter had no intention of doing so and led the slaves away from the back gate. These frightened women followed Crow with shaky steps, either sobbing softly or panting nervously. Finally, returned to the dome. Baby 5, who was idle, sat on a chair in the front hall, staring blankly at the crowd behind Crow, but the latter just bowed slightly and said, Miss Baby 5, please take them to wash up and dress up. Lord Shui Tong will meet them tonight. Chapter 67. He is really a man with abundant physical strength. The night was as dark as ink. At this moment, looking from Sabaody Island towards the island Turtle, one can see the star-like lights in the open windows of the dome, shining continuously. The owner of the castle here lay lazily on the throne, supporting his head sleepily with one hand and raising the other hand half in the air. Under the illumination of the crystal headlight, light green blood vessel lines seemed to appear transparently on the wrist. Under the hall, women with exquisite makeup were singing and dancing, spinning and swinging to the wonderful accompaniment. The graceful figure under the tulle is also looming, and the flawless white arms, graceful waist, and small and exquisite feet are swaying like blooming flower stamens, beautiful and moving. Although their pace and rhythm were not coordinated due to the rush of time, they visibly overcame this difficulty and showed off the beauty and vitality of their young bodies, all in order to please the one on the throne. Seemingly waving to BABY5 out of boredom, Joel took the goblet handed by the maid, took a slight sip of the dark red liquid, and then placed it on the tray again without interest. Even Coke, a drink that can make people feel happy, is a bit bland and tasteless now. Rather, under the transformation and reconstruction of bloodline factors, the rejection between green blood and body blood made him feel a little annoyed. Until this problem is solved, he will still be unable to recover from his depressed mental state. His eyes fell on a certain woman in the hall. Joel hooked his fingers and said, You, come here. Yes, sir. The thinly dressed woman looked at the bloody pupils with a hint of charm, and the hormones in the blood suddenly accelerated. This intoxicating feeling made her walk to Joel in a daze. What are your orders, sir? Will you do anything for me? Joel put his arm around the woman's slender waist and whispered softly into her ear. Of course, I am willing to give everything I have. The woman's body was lying softly in Joel's arms, her eyes were blurred with orchid breath, and a faint blush spread from her cheeks to her ears. Joel brushed his cloak to cover himself and the woman, and the 2 sharp strokes from his mouth gently landed on the neck as white as a swan. And soon, he put the unconscious woman down and motioned to Crow to take her to an empty room to rest. At this moment, his somewhat depressed expression recovered slightly. For him, virgin blood that is not demon fruit power is the only thing that tastes delicious besides cola. Just like vampires who live longer, they become more picky about their blood requirements. Of course, this will not endanger the other person's life. He only needs to rest for 2 days to fully recover. Looking at the crazy women down the hall, Joel licked the corner of his mouth with unsatisfied feelings and made a sweet and seductive sound. Advertisement, come on, dedicate all your blood to me. The next day, Lord Shui Tong has said that he has taken away 5 years of life from all of you. From now on, you will no longer be slaves. Crow looked at the woman in front of him and said calmly, you are free and can leave at any time. Butler, I am homeless. Please let me stay here. If I can stay with this adult, I can do anything. The woman who woke up early in the morning begged Crow not to drive her away. Of course, if you are willing to stay here, my lord will also provide you with a job. Crow pushed up his glasses and looked at the other women lying on the bed who had not yet woken up. When the others wake up, please come and explain this matter. After finishing speaking, he walked out of the guest room amidst the woman's repeated thanks. My lord, did you really have a hard time last night? He is really a man with lots of physical strength. Reiju leaned on the railing outside the guest room with an ambiguous expression and teased without hesitation. This sounds inexplicably ambiguous. I remember nothing strange happened last night. BABY5 on the side looked at this noble princess with some blushes, and was surprised that the other party was surprisingly able to talk about large-scale topics. This is your kindness, sir, Crow said calmly. If these slaves fall into the hands of others, they may not live for more than a month, just like toys that are broken and thrown away at any time. But now, they can get the protection of adults, at least, there is hope of survival. After Crow finished speaking, he suddenly fell into deep thought. He suddenly realized that this was also his current situation. It is precisely because of Joel's protection that he no longer has to live a precarious life. At this moment, he truly felt a sense of surrender to Joel, rather than superficial loyalty. Well, ladies, I still have something to do, so I won't talk to you anymore. Crow bowed slightly and walked down the stairs. He still had something to do. Buy a new batch of slave women. Because Joel will not drink the blood of the same person again. I'm going on patrol too. Goodbye, Miss Maid. Reiju added before leaving, by the way, if they stay, they will probably be assigned to work under you, Miss Maid. Advertisement, under my hands? Baby 5 was stunned for a moment, and suddenly became very nervous. Does that mean I will be promoted to head maid? Ajin was walking on the streets of a hotel street somewhere on Sabaody Island. He didn't get any orders from Joel, but he was just used to scouting the surroundings after coming to a new island to avoid unexpected events. Moreover, the more Joel allowed him to move freely, the more he had a subtle feeling that something big would happen. Just like that time when Krieg and I first entered the Grand Line, we met Hawkeye. His intuition has always been accurate, Krieg. The familiar yet unfamiliar name appeared in his mind again, and Ajin found that his mentality was unexpectedly calm, without any fluctuations. This is a thing of the past. He shook his head, put aside his distracting thoughts, and walked into a tavern. The tavern was bustling with people, and the pirates were changing glasses, making it very lively. A glass of East Blues rum. Ajin looked at the sign on the wall and ordered a glass of wine. Just after he ordered his drink, a familiar voice suddenly came. Hey, look, who did I meet? Akin looked sideways at the person in front of him, his eyelids twitching slightly. Krieg. I didn't expect you to come to Sabaody Island. If he were still in East Blue, he would have shouted with great joy, Admiral Krieg. But today is not the past, everything has already changed. Captain Leek, is this your friend? Introduce us to each other, ha ha ha. Hearing the two people greeting each other, the uninformed pirates around them suddenly shouted happily. Sorry guys, this guy is not my friend. Krieg's smiling face instantly turned gloomy, but he is my enemy. Snapped, almost instantly, all the pirates stood up from their chairs, and countless dark gun barrels were pointed at Akin's head. Since he is Captain Riku's enemy, he is also the enemy of our flame tank pirates. Advertisement Chapter 68. He is a distinguished guest. Akin slowly put down the rum in his hand. After this experience on the Grand Line, he is no longer the ghost Ajin from East Blue. He has been able to handle such disputes calmly. Krieg, the feud between us is settled. Ajin didn't raise his head, nor did he panic to look at the gun barrels around him, as if it was just a ball of air. Finished. I saved you from death, but you B***** betrayed me without any regrets. Krieg showed a ferocious sneer, those who betray will never end well. As he spoke, he glanced at the pirates around him. Right, my brothers. That's right, Lee K is our good and honest brother, and what he says will definitely be correct. Even a man as proud as Captain Riku would betray you. You white-haired guy seems to be a B***** D pirate with no bottom line. The surrounding pirates responded enthusiastically. Captain Leek, what are you going to do with this pirate? A pirate asked. Just deal with him like the traitors in the gang. Let everyone know what happens if you mess with our flame tank pirates. Krieg, who had the advantage, clapped his hand and immediately swept the rum in front of Akin to the ground. Snapped. The glass was broken into countless pieces, and the spilled wine formed a puddle on the ground. However, Ajin sat indifferently and did not make any explanation. Because he understands, these pirates will not question Krieg's words, nor will they investigate the truth of the matter. They don't care at all how many bowls of noodles they eat, they just want to cut open their stomachs. Who provoked the flame tank pirates? The bar door was suddenly pushed open by a man in black, and a short man in a straight striped suit walked in followed by his subordinates. Godfather. Godfather. The pirates in the bar immediately put down their firearms and lowered their heads respectfully. Godfather. Krieg quickly went up to him flatteringly, knelt down and kissed Capone Bega's leather shoes, then stood up and said, I, Lee K, Was betrayed by this white-haired bee *****D. So I drifted on the sea for many days and almost died. Advertisement. Krieg gritted his teeth and glanced at Akin hatefully. Godfather, you must make the decision for me. Godfather, you must stand up for Lee K. This pirate is so abominable. Several pirates who were close to Krieg spoke out with the same hatred. Capone Beeg glanced at everyone present, then he lit a cigar and walked into the crowd. Suddenly, the noise in the bar disappeared, and all the pirates' eyes were focused on the Godfather, who had always been moody and ruthless. Capone Beeg naturally sat on the chair next to Akin and looked at the trembling bar owner behind the bar. Bring me 2 bottles of East Blue rum. This, what does this mean? The pirates were all confused, but they didn't dare to guess what the Godfather was thinking. They just shrank their heads and watched nervously. Lick, go get a broom and sweep up the glass shards on the floor. Don't cause trouble to the boss. Capone Beeg finally spoke. Godfather, Krieg couldn't help but be stunned and said quickly, but this guy. He is a distinguished guest of my Capone Beeg. Capone Beeg slowly blew out a smoke ring and glanced at the surrounding pirates without any doubt. Does anyone have any opinions? There was silence in the tavern. No, I don't dare. Krieg squeezed out a few words through his teeth with a pale face, pushed away the pirates around him, and walked to the corner to get a broom. After waiting for everyone's attention to leave him, Krieg turned his head slightly and looked at Capone Beeg's head coldly. Since joining the Flame Tank Pirates, he has taken the lead in every battle and killed the enemy bravely. From the humble soldier at the beginning to the leader of the battle team today, his status has been rising step by step. However, he did not want to repay the favor of retaining him. His real intention was to seize the Flame Tank Pirates. For this reason, he must continuously improve his status to cultivate his confidence, and eat away at the pirate group bit by bit from the inside. When the time is right, he will seize Capone Beeg's head, sit on the throne of Pirate Captain, and let Admiral Krieg's reputation resound throughout the sea again. It's just that. This is more difficult than the things he did in East Blue to seize warships and destroy Marine base. He must also be patient and become the Godfather's pawn unconditionally in exchange for trust. Advertisement. Krieg tried hard to contain the depression and unhappiness in his heart, and walked over with a broom to clean up the glass shards on the floor. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he saw Capone Beeg handing a glass of rum to Agent and communicating with him eagerly. It was like reuniting with a friend I had known for many years. How could that guy Capone Beeg have such a good attitude toward Agent? Krieg gritted his teeth and couldn't believe it. Even though he was not a member of the Flame Tank Pirates for a long time, he came into contact with Capone Beeg several times. This Godfather from West Blue is not a kind pirate, but a terrifying figure who has been rooted in the underworld for many years and has a truly profound power. Moreover, Capone Beeg has a bounty of 138 million berry, and is known as the Great Pirate of the Age of Evil. But Ah Jin is just a little pirate from East Blue. Brother Agent, I have admired Master Shui Tong for a long time. I hope you can recommend me to him. Capone Beeg's mouth showed an unprecedented smile. The pirates around were all stunned. Could such an amiable man really be their ruthless Godfather? I'm just an insignificant person in front of Mr. Joel. I'm afraid I can't be of much help. Regarding Capone Beeg's enthusiasm, Agent just smiled politely from beginning to end, but occasionally he couldn't help but look at Krieg, who was standing like a gangster, and lamented the impermanence of the world. Werther, wearing a magenta suit and black coat, stood next to Capone Beeg and waved to Krieg. Lick, don't stay there, come here and add wine to Mr. Capone Beeg. Yes, Master Werther. Krieg forced a smile on his face, walked over and poured the wine from the bottle into Capone Beeg's glass. And this Lord Agent. Seeing that Krieg was about to put down the bottle, Werther urged him again. Krieg took a deep breath. At this moment, he deeply felt the status gap between himself and this former subordinate. He couldn't figure out what was going on, but this extremely strong contrast made jealousy and hatred surge in his heart. He shook his right hand and spilled the wine outside the glass. Waste. Werther snatched the bottle from Krieg's hand and scolded him impatiently. You can't do such a small thing. Get out of here. Krieg was almost about to fall out. When had he, the East Blue Admiral, ever suffered such a crime? But he still suppressed his anger, and under the attention of all the pirates, he retreated with his face turning white and red. Capone Beeg watched everything silently, with a traceless sneer at the corner of his mouth, then raised his glass and bowed humbly to Ah Jin. Brother Agent, come here, let me give you another drink. Chapter 69. The majestic right hand of the Pirate King, Pluton Rayleigh, is actually doing such rough work? After a few glasses of rum, Agent also developed a fondness for Capone Beeg. He has always been easy to trust others, but he is not without the ability to think. After staying for about half an hour, he left the tavern amidst Capone Beeg's pleas as if he was drunk but not drunk. Looking back at the noisy tavern, the confusion in Ah Jin's eyes suddenly disappeared, and instead he felt surprisingly sober. The Flame Tank Pirates have a very complex composition. As he walked towards the dome, he thought about whether to tell Joel that Capone Beeg wanted to join his army. He raised his eyes slightly and suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was Caribou. A Jingdong wanted to go up to say hello, but found that something was wrong and hid his body behind the big tree. He stuck out half his head and looked sideways. I saw Caribou talking to a woman with long brown hair and wearing a dark green shirt. After a while, the woman waved goodbye to Caribou and left. Who's that person? Ah Jin walked out from behind the big tree. Caribou was suddenly startled and trembled, looked around, and then said in a low voice. He's the deputy captain of the Eastern Army of some kind of revolutionary army, a guy named Ahilu. Revolutionary Army? Ah Jin couldn't help but think of the records in newspapers in the past. Carry Sermon. They are a group of guys who are committed to helping the local people overthrow the tyrannical rule of the kingdom. Ah Jin looked confused. Then why did I find you? That woman must say that I am the son of the revolution, Captain Gable. There is nothing I can do. Caribou shrugged helplessly and said, she said that I must have lost my memory during that battle, so she left her communication method with me and said that she would contact them after I regained my memory. Revolutionary Army. Agent said thoughtfully, maybe Mr. Joel will be interested in this kind of thing. The perfumed serpent slowly approaches the Sabaody archipelago. The young female warriors on the boat were excitedly looking at the various wonders and scenery on the island. Ever since Lady Snake came to the throne and issued a ban, they have had no chance of contacting this island not far from Amazon Lily. Advertisement, however, of course they knew Lady Snake G's concerns. After all, there are terrifying existences on this island. Landing on the island rashly will only lead to misfortune. Hiss, the snake swam while spitting out snake messages, and pulled the snake into the port. Hancock stood on the deck and thought for a while, but decided to follow his mother-in-law's advice and put on a disguise to avoid exposing his identity and causing unnecessary trouble. So, she used a thick cloak to cover her black hair, and put on a fake nose, and then, accompanied by her two younger sisters, she walked out of the Serpentine. Hancock didn't come in ignorant. The turtle as huge as an island, like Joel's bright ruby-like eyes, has become a symbol of identity. The closer we get to the island turtle, the fewer people there are, and there are only a dozen coders working attentively. The strange resin in his hand is spread on the land around the island, waiting for the small bubbles to merge with each other to form a larger bubble. Then the big bubbles blend with the big bubbles, and the cycle repeats. Finally, Hancock arrived near the coast of Area 17. Looking at the familiar figure in front of him, he couldn't help shouting in surprise. Rayleigh, yo, Hancock, why are you here? Rayleigh smiled and waved her hand. This sentence, shouldn't I be the one to ask you? Hancock's arrogant face was also a little tense, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. The right hand of the Pirate King, Pluton Rayleigh, actually does such a rough job in front of everyone. He has simply lost his worth. Rayleigh took advantage of the free time to say hello, took out the wine bottle on her waist and took a few sips, wiped the wine stains from the corners of her mouth, and smiled nonchalantly. Hey, Hancock, don't say that. Lao Lei, now rely on his craftsmanship to make a living, and this job can make more money than licking blood from a knife at sea. As he spoke, he became quite emotional. It's just that my old waist can't stand long-term stress. When I make enough money, I'll let the beauty from the massage parlor in District 16 relax my muscles and muscles. Humph, it's hopeless. Hancock snorted coldly, stepped on his high heels and stepped onto the island. Go west, there is a road over there that is closer to the top. Rayleigh reminded loudly. After the three figures disappeared from sight, the relaxed expression on his face slowly disappeared. Advertisement. The Uzumaki caused by that man is getting bigger and bigger. Is the era Roger expected really coming soon? Hancock was not happy. Although she never wanted to admit it, Rayleigh was indeed something special to her. The man she once rescued in Celestial Dragon's Pawprint, Vice Admiral, vaguely seems to overlap with the role of the father she expected. But this is her imagination. So far, neither party has mentioned this matter. The image of her father who made her rely on her gradually became blurred as she and Rayleigh were separated from each other over the years, and only existed in her young mind. But even so, seeing Rayleigh in such a hard-working situation, her affection for the owner of the room couldn't help but drop sharply. Who could be the employer who exploits an almost 80-year-old man? Pass through the lush forest and come to the high ground where the dome is located. Don't come near here. The two muscular genetic soldiers drew their swords from their waists and blocked Hancock from moving forward. You dare to block the Aja's progress. Do you not want to live? Hancock frowned slightly and said angrily as if to vent his dissatisfaction. Boya Marigold and Boya Sandersonia behind them also raised their weapons. The women of Nine Snake Island will never lose to men. Back off. Wearing a pale white short-sleeved dress and a thin red cape, Reiju walked out of the side door of the castle and shouted away the two soldiers. She is worthy of being called the most beautiful woman in the world. Reiju looked at the three figures in front of him, and finally his eyes fell on Hancock, with a slight smile on his lips. Seeing him today really opened my eyes. Snort. Hancock snorted softly and looked at Reiju with an extremely arrogant attitude. Who are you? Reiju smiled neither humble nor arrogantly. My little girl is the captain of the guard of the dome here, Vinsmoke. Reiju, I wonder what the pirate empress is here to do. Vinsmoke. Hancock had also heard of this surname, but she didn't intend to ask about such irrelevant matters at the moment. Instead, she went straight to the point. The Ai family is here to see the man Shui Tong. Reiju looked at Hancock with a smile, and then slowly said after a few seconds. Lord Shui Tong is not in the dome now. If the Empress is not in a hurry to leave, she can come in and wait for a while. Perhaps, the adults will come back soon. Chapter 70. It turns out that the Ai family misunderstood. Hancock pondered for a few seconds, then walked into the castle with his two sisters. Reiju followed. Compared with the classical and elegant Nine Snake Island Palace, the openness and grandeur inside the dome made Hancock feel a little uncomfortable. For such a luxurious and magnificent hull, some things that happened in the past would always pop up in her mind. But she quickly discarded all these memories that should not exist. Pirate Empress, please come with me. Reiju quickened his pace and led the way. Several maids passing by in the hull secretly looked at Hancock out of the corner of their eyes, shocked by her beauty, and then looked at the two strong women behind her who were more than 4 meters tall. After passing through the front hall, the group came to the atrium filled with the fragrance of flowers. There is actually a flower garden in the castle. Hancock couldn't help but slow down, and his eyes fell on the colorful flowers around him. Most of the women on Nine Snake Island like flowers and even give themselves names that sound the same as flowers. Hancock is no exception. It's just that as a king, she rarely expresses this hobby of hers. Reiju responded. My lord often stays here. He said that flower viewing sometimes makes people forget their worries for a short time. Yeah, although Hancock agreed a little in his heart, his tone was extremely indifferent when he spoke. I don't know if it was because of the sea breeze, but a bright rose in the flower bed suddenly came close to me. Hancock reached out his hand to take it off without thinking, but suddenly he retracted his hand when his finger hurt. He raised his hand and saw a cut on his finger, with a few drops of blood flowing out. Sister, are you okay? Marigold and Sandersonia looked at the blood on Hancock's hands and suddenly said extremely nervously. Hancock raised his hand to signal his two sisters not to get excited, and then looked at Reiju. These flowers, are they conscious? I don't know, but these roses can only be viewed from a distance, not touched. Reiju smiled calmly. After all, they have accidentally eaten the blood of adults. Even to strangers, they will release their flower language, enthusiasm. The I family has never seen anything like this. Advertisement, Hancock murmured in surprise, wiped the blood off his fingers calmly, and put his hand back into his cloak. Enter the back courtyard. Reiju brought Hancock into the reception room and told a maid, go and make a pot of good tea to entertain the guests. After saying that, he looked at Hancock and said, then please wait here. If you come back, I will inform you about the visit of the Pirate Empress, so I won't disturb you for now. Reiju exited the reception room, leaving Hancock and Marigold accompanying him. Soon, the maid came in with tea. Raise your hand and pour the water from the teapot into the cup. Suddenly, Hancock looked at the maid's wrist, his eyes narrowed, and he said coldly, what's wrong with your hand? The maid was startled for a moment, then she quickly covered her wrists with her sleeves and said hesitantly, it's nothing, miss. You clearly have a scar on your hand, why did you hide it? Hancock could see clearly that the skin was waxy and brown, with rough wrinkles like dry tree bark. There is no doubt that he was burned by high temperature. Miss, I just accidentally got burned while making tea. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. The maid quickly made tea and turned around without wanting to mention it. The more anxious she was to leave, the more suspicious Hancock became. Marigold. Yes, eldest sister. Marigold understood Hancock's meaning, blocked the maid's way, and raised her hand to push up the long sleeves of her clothes. Suddenly, shocking scars on his arms came into view. The maid was a little nervous, and suddenly she knelt on the ground with a thump, her body trembling like chaff. Sister, have you seen it? Marigold said angrily, even if it's just one arm, there are already so many scars. You can only imagine how many scars she still has on her body. Sandersonia took a deep breath, and her eyes became fierce. I didn't expect that man's heart to be so dark, and he could be so cruel to his servants. It's a shame that we came all the way from Daughter Island to find him and give him back this thing. Marigold squeezed a slender box in her hand tightly. He deserves to die. At this moment, Hancock's face was as frosty as ice, and even the surrounding temperature seemed to have suddenly dropped a few degrees. She has never forgotten the tragedy of her past as a slave. Advertisement. Every time she thought of those bloody beatings and humiliations, she would suddenly wake up from her sleep and sweat all over her body. It's like an indelible scar. It has been deeply imprinted on my heart, and I can still feel pain from time to time. She could already imagine how Joel would humiliate these weak and helpless women for fun. Hancock tried hard to control the anger in his heart, looked at the maid, and said in as gentle a tone as possible. The I family will give you a chance to call over all the women who have been tortured here. The I family will allow you to live on Nine Snake Island. The maid raised her head and shook her head in confusion. I don't want to leave here, no matter what, I don't want to leave here. Marigold said to Hancock, Sister, it seems that the pain she has experienced has been severe enough that she has lost the consciousness to resist. Sandersonia felt the same way. It's so sad. If we hadn't escaped from that place at that time, I'm afraid we would have completely lost ourselves like her. Shut up, Sandersonia, and don't mention that again. Hancock's face was covered with a deep haze. After coldly interrupting Sandersonia's words, he looked at the maid again. Ijaw asks you again, if you are willing to go back with Ijaw. If you are not willing, Ijaw will help you get rid of the pain. She has already made a decision for the other party. If she cannot leave here, she will let the other party die happily. I will not leave here. It was the master who saved me from the hands of those slave traders. He gave me freedom, gave me a job, and gave me hope. If you must take me away, then kill me now. The maid looked determined, closed her eyes and waited for the kill. Slave traders. Master took you in? Sandersonia and Marigold looked at each other, and they suddenly realized. Something seemed wrong about this matter. What happened to your injuries? Hancock's tone softened. It was because I wanted to escape from those slave traders before, but I was discovered by them and tortured for a long time. That's why I became like this. There was a flash of pain in the maid's eyes, and tears burst from her eyes, forming 2 tear tracks on her cheeks. If Hancock hadn't pressed her again and again, she would never have thought about or mentioned this sad incident again. For a moment, the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Hancock was silent for a long time, and then slowly said, "It turns out that the I family misunderstood." Chapter 71 Demon. Hancock was a little restless, and his original mood to meet Shui Tong suddenly disappeared. After a long time, she stood up, asked Marigold to hand the slender box in her hand to the maid beside her, then opened the door and walked out of the reception room. "Ma'am, are you planning to go back?" Crow stood on the corridor and asked Hancock. Hancock nodded slightly and looked at the deacon in front of him. The I family has no patience anymore. Since he has not been seen for a long time, the I family went back. "In that case, I'll lead the way for you." Crow walked in front. "Return to the front hall from the back courtyard and walk out of the castle gate." Hancock turned back and took a deep look at the magnificent castle behind him, then left with a calm look on his face. Hancock originally thought about how he would react if he saw the man who had killed Mariajoy in the Holy Land. Surprise, excitement or calmness? But she found that it was not the case, but because she met Rayleigh and learned about the maid's miserable past. She lost some interest. Although the injuries on the maid were not caused by Shui Tong, the preconceived first impression would not be easily erased even after it was changed. All in all, her expectations were dashed. After returning to the perfumed serpent, they ordered the female warriors to weigh anchor and prepare to leave the island. "Sister, we are missing Everandra and Margaret," Sandersonia said after taking stock of the people on the ship. Hancock frowned and looked at Kikyo, the captain of the Protector Warriors. "Jikyong, where did the 2 of them go?" Kikyo, who has a tall black ponytail and a pair of slender phoenix eyes, hesitated for a moment and replied. "Lord Snake Princess, the 2 of them went to Sabaody Island to buy accessories and perfume." "Nonsense. When will the I family allow you to enter this island without permission?" The expression on Hancock's face was as gloomy as a dark cloud. The female warriors present were suffocated and did not dare to answer. "Since they want to stay on this island, let them stay here forever. Let's set off and return to Nine Snakes." Hancock ordered coldly. Advertisement, Lord Snake Princess. All the female warriors immediately knelt on the deck. If Everandra and Margaret were left on this Sabaody Island today, I am afraid that they would have almost no chance to return to Nine Snakes Island from the Calm Belt in the future. This is tantamount to stripping them of their identity as warriors of the Nine Snakes Pirates. Platycodon knelt down and said, "Lord Snake Lady, everyone has never been to such a prosperous island, so I decided to let the 2 of them buy those perfumes and accessories to share with everyone. This was all my idea. If you want to punish me, punish me." After saying this, a group of female warriors also quickly said, "Sir Snake Princess, it's because we were too curious that we begged Captain Kikyo to do this. This is none of Captain Kikyo's business, so we should be punished." Snort. Hancock glanced at everyone sternly, and said without any mercy on his cold face. "You act rashly and disobey the Aja's instructions. Since you want punishment, the Aja will satisfy you. Raise your hand to release the petrifying light." Marigold quickly tried to dissuade her. "Sister, since they are all first-time offenders and were temporarily fascinated by the prosperous appearance of this island, please spare them for now." Sandersonia standing aside also echoed, "Sister, what happened has already happened, even punishing them will not help, and..." She looked at Hancock's face and continued, "Margaret and the others went out secretly. Logically speaking, they should have come back early and appropriately, but now they haven't. Could something happen?" Hancock said sternly, "So what if something happens? It's their own fault." Elder sister, Sandersonia gave a low cry. Others didn't know it clearly, but she knew that the fundamental reason why her sister presented herself as an extremely arrogant tyrant in front of everyone was that she didn't want others to know the fact that she was a slave. "So I gradually put on the mask of coldness and ruthlessness." Looking at their nature, they are very simple and childish, and they do not really regard the lives of these female warriors of Nine Snake Island as nothing. Hancock glanced around at his subordinates who were kneeling on the deck with their heads lowered, gently brushed the thin cloak behind them, and turned his back to everyone. "Since you are the first offenders, the Aja will not pursue this matter with you." Advertisement. After a pause, he said, "Everyone is on standby on the ship. You are not allowed to leave the ship again. Sandersonia, Marigold, you 2 will follow me to find Margaret and the others. Lord Shiji is wise. From now on, we will swear to serve Lady Snake to the death." Amid tears of gratitude, Hancock and his 2 sisters disembarked again and walked towards the interior of Sabaody Island. Hancock has the lifecards of everyone in the Nine Snakes Pirates, so he can just look for them with the guidance of the lifecards. It was approaching 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Margaret's lifecard in Hancock's hand seemed to be a little burnt. Elder sister, seeing this, Sandersonia breathed out uneasily. "The lifecard is damaged. Is she in any trouble?" Hancock lowered his eyes and looked at the lifecard with a blank expression, but said nothing. But for some reason, she felt a faint sense of depression in her heart. This is obviously an extremely prosperous island, but the more you walk on this island, the more uneasy you will feel deep in your heart. Hancock didn't know whether it was because his observation hockey had grown a step further and could foresee a corner of the future, or a woman's simple intuition. Finally, she stopped. She opened her eyes and stared at the scene in front of her. The figure wearing a unique glass-shaped round hood and pure white clothing held one end of the chain in his hand and smiled excitedly and cruelly. At the other end of the chain, two familiar female figures were tied. Their bodies were covered with traces of being beaten. Their eyes were blank, and they were crawling on the ground in pain and despair like animals. With short blonde hair and curly brown hair, these two women are exactly Margaret and Alfreda. Hancock felt a little dizzy. This devilish figure, smile, and devilish behavior made her instantly recall everything that happened to her 17 years ago. The whipping shackles, the night-long beatings, and the never-to-be-erased mark of slavery, the hooves of the celestial dragons. She wanted to step forward and pay back tenfold the pain that had happened to her back then. But for some reason, his feet seemed to be firmly stuck to the ground, unable to move. Gradually, she felt that her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and her hands and feet became extremely cold. Finally, she desperately discovered something. That is the depth of my soul, fearing this weak and ugly demon. Chapter 72. Asking for help. Hancock's eyes were moist with tears. She cried. This was the first time in all the years since she returned to Nine Snake Island that she couldn't help but expose her vulnerability. Even after so many years, her strength and reputation have grown day by day, but she still can't get over the weak and incompetent self she once was. Elder sister, Santasonia, whose body was trembling, called Hancock tremblingly, waiting for the latter to make a decision. Marigold looked straight ahead and sat down on the ground in a daze. She saw Margaret and the others looking over here. They looked as if they had seen light in the darkness, and looked as if despair had turned into hope. With that look in their eyes, they were asking for help. Asking for help from Lady Snake, their savior, but the more this happened, the more guilty Marigold felt. She turned away her head in pain and did not dare to look again. Only after experiencing the servitude of the celestial dragons can one truly know what hell is. They finally crawled out of that hell, but now, how can they have the courage to stare at that miserable hell? Then, Marigold heard unstoppable sobbing in the distance, like the cry of a baby abandoned by its parents. The voice was very soft, but it kept echoing in her ears. Hey, 2B**********, what are you crying for? Do I allow you to cry? When St. Charles heard the desperate cries of the two women behind him, he immediately pulled the chains on his hands, folded the thick fat on his face, and said, If you make me unhappy again, I will, send you to the poor kingdom of Sears as slaves. Only then will you know how happy it is to be by my side. Margaret, who was lying on the ground, wiped her tears, gritted her teeth and looked at St. Charles, and said almost word for word, The warriors of Nine Snakes Island will not surrender. Snapped. A crisp slap fell on Margaret's face, and her body was severely slapped several meters away by the force, and she fell to the ground. The man in black standing next to St. Charles withdrew his hand indifferently. How dare you, a mere slave, speak to St. Charles like that? Advertisement, HMPH. St. Charles was initially startled by the ferocity in Margaret's eyes, but after the man in black took action, he laughed excitedly and relied on it. That's it, Barnett, if she dares to look at me like this again, you will teach her a lesson for me until she obeys. Alfred, who was bruised on the side, choked with grief, Margaret, don't resist anymore, don't die in vain. You be ******** the celestial dragons. Stop it. Marigold could no longer bear the torment in his heart and rushed over angrily. His body, which was more than 4 meters tall, stood like a hill in front of St. Charles. Marigold. Sandersonia didn't react at all, and saw her sister rushing out, and immediately looked at Hancock anxiously. Sister. Hancock froze on the spot, motionless. It's a giant, it's a woman, a living giant. Instead of panicking, St. Charles was extremely excited. He has enslaved many male giants, but he has rarely seen a female giant who is more than 4 meters tall and as strong as a man. If he can capture the woman in front of him, then he can show off in front of his sister Shalulia Palace. Barnett, capture her quickly. St. Charles was dancing with excitement like a 300-pound child. Yes, Lord Charles. The man in black saluted with a smile, and then looked at Marigold with a cold gaze. What you up to? Although Marigold looked angry, she still shrank in her heart. The opponent is the celestial dragons, who are called gods. They're the reverse scales that the world government cannot touch. If they really want to take action, everything will be irreversible. Just when she hesitated, the man in black in front of her suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in the sky above her. Snort. Accompanied by a disdainful snort, a sharp whip pressed heavily on her shoulder. The next second, a huge force pressed through her body to the ground, suddenly forming a large crater with a diameter of more than 10 meters. Suddenly, the huge momentum made her eyes turn white, and her body swayed and was about to fall to the ground. But the next moment, she supported the ground with one hand and tried hard to recover her consciousness from the brief fainting. Advertisement boom. However, there was a terrible force on her shoulder again that almost broke her shoulder blades. A wave of air swept around her in all directions like a ring, and at the same time, the ground sank several meters deep. Marigold could no longer hold on and collapsed into the pit, losing consciousness. Get her quickly, put her in chains and shackles. St. Charles gasped in excitement and glanced at Barnett beside him with admiration. Well done, Barnett. Thank you, Lord Charles, for the compliment. Barnett saluted St. Charles, with a smile on his lips. CP0 has always been the world government's deeply hidden cipher pole, and it has always had its own important things to do. Protecting celestial dragons is of course very important, but as CP0s they are rarely assigned to a single celestial dragons. But today is different from the past. The legendary pirate Bloodeye is on the island of Sabaody. The world government considered the personal safety of the celestial dragons, so it urgently ordered him to protect the Saint of Charlos. Although he has not encountered any danger these days, he is still happy to serve the celestial dragons. The more satisfied the other party is with him, the closer he is to the center of power. Collar, put the collar on this woman quickly. Saint Charros commanded his followers with great joy, not even noticing the snot falling from his nose to his mouth. Sister, Marigold is about to be arrested. Sandersonia looked at the frustrated Hancock. A look of determination flashed in her eyes. If you don't take action, even if it's just me, I will definitely fight them. Sandersonia. Can't be impulsive. Hancock lowered his head in pain, unable to make up his mind. At this moment, two figures passed by and walked straight towards the direction where the dust had just settled. Why is it so noisy in front? BABY5, go and see what's going on. Hey, I'm carrying big and small bags. You actually want me to be both a rack and a scout. That's too much. Please. Yes, I'm going right now. Chapter 73. If you fail to protect what should be protected, you have already lost. Lord Joel, it's celestial dragons. After Baby 5 walked a certain distance, he returned the same way, a little panicked. She knows who the celestial dragons are. They're gods with supreme power. As long as someone disobeys and offends them, Marine will use its highest combat power to smooth things over for them. Celestial dragons. Joel moved on without any hesitation. Baby 5 suddenly blurted out the knowledge he had formed over the years. Master Joel, you must kneel down when you see celestial dragons. Kneel down. There was a slight sneer on Joel's lips. I have killed many such scum, why should I kneel to them? Right. Baby 5 suddenly remembered the news about Joel in the newspaper, and immediately became more courageous and followed him. Amidst countless surprised eyes on the streets, a man wearing a black cloak stood in front of St. Charles. It turns out that they are doing such dirty things again. They are really a bunch of hopeless people. He looked at all this with an indifferent expression. 100 years before he fell into sleep, a celestial dragons once forcibly abducted his companion and touched his reverse scale. This also became the trigger for the subsequent destruction of Naval Headquarters Marineford. Although the Naval Headquarters has since been rebuilt. Who dares to stand in front of me? St. Charlos, who slowly came back to his senses from the excitement, suddenly saw a tall shadow blocking the light in front of him. He frowned tightly and let out an angry shout. But the next second, his eyes widened in horror, and his clothes were instantly soaked with thick cold sweat. Bloody light with a hint of terror continued to gather on the fingertips, aiming straight at his forehead. Even the shield on his head that separated him from the untouchables could not stop the fear that quickly grew in his heart. At this moment, he could clearly foresee how miserable his death would be if he was penetrated by this bloody light. Barnet. St. Charlos shouted with all his strength. Advertisement in an instant, a figure rushed out. But in the next moment, the CP0's chest was penetrated by a ruthless hand. The heart that was being held tightly was emitting a clear and rhythmic heartbeat, conveying the terrified emotion of its owner. As the palms tightened, the most important part of the human body was suddenly crushed into a ball of minced meat, which spattered in the chest. Joel slowly retracted his hand, letting the dead body fall lightly to the ground, and then focused his eyes again on the fat, pig-like celestial dragons in front of him. Now you. Accompanied by Shinigami's cold and ruthless words as predicted, the blood evil lingering on the fingertips had become as thick as a finger and shot out in an instant. Frozen capsules. A cold air coming from the side turned into a shockwave, quickly extended through the ground, and suddenly shot up high, hitting the shooting blood evil between lightning and flint. Gra. The icy cold air turned into thick icicles, sealing all the blood and light in Yaoi's body. But the surge of energy has not stopped. In the violent agitation, the surface of the icicles began to crack and fall off. At the same time, an afterimage from the side quickly rushed out, so fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. He seemed to know that things were not that simple, and he rushed forward suddenly, hugging St. Charles who was stunned in place, and rolled over on the rough ground. Boom. As the two different energies overflowed with no possibility of reconciliation, the icicles suddenly exploded, and countless sharp ice shards shot out in all directions like fine raindrops. The cold dust instantly swept away like mist, covering nearly 100 meters in radius. Aokiji held his marine cloak in front of him, resisting the clinking ice shards falling on the cloak, and breathed a sigh of relief. As a marine admiral, even though he witnessed the evil deeds of the celestial dragons with his own eyes, Marine's position did not allow him to intervene and interfere with such things. Also in this position, he can only show up if the personal safety of the celestial dragons is involved. No matter how disgusted he felt in his heart, Aokiji knew his duty and the reason why Marshal Sengoku sent him to do this. If you are unable to understand the truth and cruelty of the world, you will definitely be unable to become a true commander. So he is waiting for the internal changes in Marine that will be carried out after he takes over the position of Marshal. Before that, he cannot make mistakes. Even if he is not understood or recognized, he can only go his own way. Advertisement. Fortunately, the celestial dragons in front of him was saved. Although he might have suffered some skin injuries, it didn't matter as long as his life was saved. In the rapidly spreading cold air, Aokiji remained alert. However, until the cold air around them dissipated, the tall and blurry figure in front of him did not launch any more attacks, but just stood there calmly. It should be okay. Aokiji breathed a sigh of relief. He could feel the cold yet warm body next to him. There is no doubt that he successfully saved this celestial dragons. Marine Admiral, what a troublesome guy. Although his tone was so helpless, Joel's expression did not change much. That's it for today. I can just pretend that nothing happened, Shui Tong. Aokiji tried to negotiate with Joel. Although he is the most powerful Marine, he does not want to fight with the opponent. Because he must maintain a good condition to face the huge war initiated by Marine. Did nothing happen? There was a hint of amusement in Joel's eyes. Realizing that there was something wrong in his words, Aokiji wanted to say something more, but suddenly his pupils shrank. What? He saw two blood-red bats flying out from behind Joel, biting the two ends of a red silk thread, and strung in the thread was a human head whose expression was frozen in a moment of terror. Aokiji looked sideways in disbelief. The body of St. Charles is indeed still there. But the head is gone. Aokiji took a deep breath, gently placed the body of St. Charles on the ground, and looked at Joel. When did you kill him? Just when you launched the attack, I had already left a sharp bloodshot line on his neck. After all, killing someone in front of the Marine Admiral is difficult to do without some preparation. After Joel finished speaking calmly, he raised his hand to brush his cloak. How about it, do you want to avenge him? Aokiji was silent for a few seconds, and then his expression quickly returned to calm. If you fail to protect what should be protected, you have already lost. St. Charles's life was not saved, but Aokiji's mentality at the moment was surprisingly peaceful. After taking a deep look at Joel, he quickly disappeared into the street. Chapter 74. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Celestial dragons, that celestial dragons was really killed. It's over. Even the celestial dragons are dead, so we will definitely suffer. Maybe this island will be destroyed. How could anyone dare to do such a thing? Who is that man? After a death-like silence, people peeping from a distance in the streets and alleys finally realized how serious something had happened at this moment, and suddenly they burst into screams one after another. Those are the celestial dragons who are called gods, and no one dares to disobey them. He was killed alive on the island of Sabadi. Finally, someone recognized Joel's identity, Shui Tong. That man is the Shui Tong who once created Twilight of Gods. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding area fell into a brief silence, and people began to silently retreat from this land of right and wrong. Lord Joel. Baby 5 looked at the headless corpse on the ground and swallowed. He turned his neck stiffly and looked at Joel. His voice was trembling. Did you really kill him? I actually witnessed the fall of God with my own eyes. She grew up in the Don Quixote family and has a clearer understanding of the concepts and impressions of celestial dragons than others. They are the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. They are the nobles who stand at the top of the world. It is a privileged group that Doflamingo dreams of joining. But such a high-ranking celestial dragons was so easily killed? As you can see, he is beyond dead. Joel nodded calmly. I can't die anymore. The waveless sound was like a depth charge, exploding in the ears of the enslaved Margaret and Alfreda. The two shackled female warriors from Nine Snake Island suddenly came to their senses from the unexpected accident and stared blankly at the man with a calm and elegant expression. They originally thought that they would live an extremely miserable slave life in the future, and secretly swore in their hearts that if this was the case, they would kill themselves before being tortured, and would not disgrace the reputation of the warriors of Nine Snake Island. But even with such a determination to die, who wouldn't want to continue living with hope? Are you saved? Great, that celestial dragon's B*******D was killed. The two hugged each other and cried loudly, younger sister. Santasonia rushed towards the unconscious Marigold, observing the injuries on the latter's body extremely nervously. Advertisement: only when we have experienced despair together will the family affection between each other become more precious and strong. After holding her sister in her arms, she looked at Joel with grateful eyes. Thank you, thank you. Then he looked back at Hancock in the distance and shouted, Sister, Marigold is just unconscious, her life is not in danger. Hancock seemed to have no response, as if his brain was shut down, and his face looked pale as if he had lost a lot of blood. She was still digesting this impossible thing. Someone really killed this demon in front of her. Just like dreams that were often the opposite of reality, she was afraid that the next second she would blink, she would suddenly return to the endless hell where screams could be heard day and night. Finally, her blurred vision focused on the figure in front of her again. That man. The tall figure was wearing a black cloak, and under the lining of a dark red shirt, he looked very mysterious and elegant. There was a trace of calm and lazy tiredness hanging on his handsome side face, and in the sunlight filtering through the dappled shadows of the mangrove madara trees, there was a faint halo that made people unable to take their eyes away. Is he Shui Tong? Was he the one who killed that demon? Hancock looked at Joel and suddenly frowned. She felt some discomfort in her heart. It was beating strangely faster. Is this man's devil fruit ability causing trouble? Hancock tried hard to calm down the mood that he couldn't describe at the moment, and walked forward with a deliberately indifferent expression. Shatong, the I family is Boya Hancock, the current king of Amazon Lily on Nine Snakes Island. Because of the contract made by our ancestors, I came here specifically to meet you. As she spoke, she took off her disguise, taking off the prosthetic nose on her face. Baby 5, who was calmly watching Hancock take off his nose, suddenly widened his eyes and exclaimed. Hey, Boa Hancock. Is this the legendary most beautiful woman in the world? She's too beautiful. I just took my nose off, it's not like I changed my face. Your reaction is too exaggerated. Joel glanced at the fussing maid beside him. The I family's disguise is top-notch. Boa Hancock shook his long black hair slightly, held his head high and said proudly. Joel. There's nothing to be proud of at all. This is a disguise that is so commonplace that people can see through it at a glance. Advertisement, Boya, the current Empress of Nine Snakes Island, Hancock. Joel showed a faint smile and was not stingy with his praise. It is indeed very beautiful. Before he fell into a deep sleep, he had some connections with the then Queen of Nine Snakes Island, so he had no objection to the current Empress. Beautiful and moving. Hearing Joel's compliment, Hancock couldn't help but his heart beat faster, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Mr. Shui Tong. Santasonia looked at Joel and suddenly said, "Thank you so much. We Amazon Lily have accepted your kindness again." Again? Accept the favor? Baby 5 looked at Joel. Did Mr. Joel do anything before? Nothing. Joel said calmly, "I just used my devil fruit ability to help a woman who was lost." It's not that simple, said Santasonia. Hey, what happened? Baby 5's curious eyes fell on Santasonia, and the latter unexpectedly explained seriously. 100 years ago, Nine Snake Island was not the same as it is today, and all the citizens were women. At that time, the women of Nine Snake Island were allowed to bring their husbands back to live on the island, until something happened later that changed everything. The Queen of Nine Snake Island at that time fell in love with a man who drifted from the outer sea. Little did he know that the man was a complete conspirator. He used the Queen's love for him to control the latter's thoughts and hearts in an attempt to dominate everything in the country. In this situation, Shui Tong helped the Queen regain her consciousness and successfully sent the man to the gallows. Marigold gradually regained consciousness and stood up faintly. This is the past of Nine Snake Island, and it is also the reason why Nine Snake Island has been rejecting men for hundreds of years. Such a concise story made Baby 5 unable to help but think about it. She gritted her teeth and said, "That man is really despicable, and the Queen is so pitiful." You too. Don't tell Amazon Lily's past to irrelevant people, Hancock said in a weak tone. Sister, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Santasonia quickly stepped forward with concern. Fine. Hancock held his hot forehead with one hand and turned his face sideways. I just looked at the demon's body and felt a little uncomfortable. 3 High Chapter 75 The Anxious Sengoku. Following Hancock's words, everyone's eyes turned to the body on the ground again. The atmosphere darkened. Santasonia first helped Margaret and the 2 female warriors up from the ground, and then said solemnly, "The news of the killing of celestial dragons has spread throughout the island. We can't stay here anymore." Margaret, who was cuffed by the collar, suddenly realized the seriousness of the matter and asked nervously, "Will Amazon Lily also suffer from this?" She became very frustrated. "It's all our fault. If it weren't for us, this wouldn't have happened at all." After hearing this, Alfreda also cried softly in self-reproach, and the sense of survival after being rescued from the celestial dragons just now disappeared. Marigold said, "Mr. Shui Tong, please leave with us. No matter what, there will be someone to take care of you." No need to bother. Compared to the others, Joel raised his right hand with a calm expression. Immediately, 2 bloody bats flew out of the palms, picked up the head of St. Charles that fell to the ground and flew to the body. The 2 bats secreted threads made of coagulated blood from their mouths, and quickly sewed the head and body together. Then, they soared into the sky with silk threads in their mouths, and hung the complete body on the thick trunk of the mangrove tree dozens of meters above the ground. Extremely eye-catching. After doing all this, a look of satisfaction flashed in Joel's eyes. Santasonia looked at this scene in surprise. Mr. Shui Tong, this is. Since I am a high-ranking god, of course I have to choose a high-ranking way to die for them. The joking on Joel's lips became more and more obvious. Then, what will world government and marine do next? Sorry, Marshal Sengoku. Aokiji took the phone and reported what happened in detail. What, the celestial dragons were killed? How interesting, ha ha ha, Sengoku, do you want to eat senbei, Gaga? A gloating voice came from the other end of the phone. Garp, do you know what is happening now? You still want to eat senbei? Bring it here. Wow wow wow, my senbei. Stop, Sengoku, why did you finish all my senbei? That's enough. Garp, get out of my office right now. With a crackling noise, the other end of the phone finally returned to silence. Advertisement, Kuzan, didn't you stop him? The tone on the other end of the phone finally turned serious. I'm really sorry, I didn't expect Shui Tong to take action suddenly. Aokiji scratched his head. Besides, I have no confidence in defeating him. There was a brief silence. You did the right thing, Kuzan. Sengoku said calmly, the world government has already contacted newspapers and will publish the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. The war between us and the Whitebeard pirates is very likely to start. At this juncture, there is no need for you to get into a meaningless entanglement with the Blood Eyes. Then world government. I'll take care of the world government side, you don't need to worry. Sengoku said, and another phone bug on the table made a buzzing tone. Then that's it for now, you go back to Marineford first. After the explanation, Sengoku hung up the call with Aokiji and picked up the other phone bug. Report to Marshal Sengoku, this is the Marine Station base in the 60th good area of Sabaody Island. Report it. We have received news that St. Charlos of Celestial Dragons was killed by pirates. World government officials are now in the base and require us to send troops to destroy the pirates immediately. please give us instructions. Sengoku let out a long sigh, but his expression quickly returned to calmness and he made a decision. Temporarily shrink our troops, don't act rashly, abandon the island base on Sabaody Island if necessary, and don't conflict with Shui Tong. Puff, puff, puff. At this time, the third phone bug on the desk also rang. But, those world government officials, let them stay at the base. Sengoku hung up the second phone caller decisively and picked up the third caller with a serious face. Marine Marshal Sengoku, you useless B*******. D. What are you doing now? Immediately notify all Marines to go out and capture the pirate who killed my son. I will torture him to death. Did you hear that? Saint Roswald roared angrily on the other end of the phone. Advertisement, I'm sorry, Lord Saint Roswald. In response to the roar of the celestial dragons, Sengoku said rationally. I already know the situation. The person who killed Saint Charlos was a world-class criminal, the legendary pirate Bloodeye. I'm afraid Marine can't easily use enough combat power to capture him now. What is the use of the world government in raising waste like you? So what if it's a blood pupil? If you incompetent Marines hadn't failed to send that damn B********* D to Impel 100 years ago, how could this happen now? Sengoku's forehead was covered with haze, and the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. If it weren't for the existence of celestial dragons, there wouldn't be so many in this world. He did not continue thinking in his mind, but took a deep breath and said, Lord Saint Roswald, without the instructions of the 5 elders, Marine cannot dispatch troops now. You B*******. D. You trash. You actually dared to disobey me. You will regret it. I will ask Kong to revoke your position as Marshal. Saint Rosewater cursed loudly. Dad, don't talk to him so much, let's tell the 5 elders about this. Shalulia cried in fear. As a celestial dragon, she felt that she was so close to death for the first time. Saint Rosewater hung up the communication with Sengoku, and then dialed the phone number again. After a period of blind tone, the call was answered. This is Saint Roz. His tone suddenly became much more respectful, no longer as violent and angry as when he communicated with Sengoku before. Holy Rosewater, oh, do you have anything to do with us? The speaker was the environmental warrior god, Marcus Moshe Saint. My son, Saint Charles, was killed on the island of Sabaody. Saint Marcus Moshe, you guys must make the decision for me. Since it is such a big thing. Saint Marcus Moshe frowned slightly and said solemnly, then Marine should use its highest combat power to arrest the criminals who committed such heinous crimes. Saint Rosewater said, it's because that B******** D Sengoku is unwilling to send out combat power, so I contacted you, Saint Marcus Moshe. The 5 elders looked at each other tacitly, and Saint Jagalucia Satan slowly lowered his eyes. So, who is the person who killed your son? Roswad's holy eyes were about to split and he said, it's the pirate blood pupil. Chapter 76 5 Elders' thoughts. Saint Roswalder's roar did not resonate more with the 5 elders. The hall of Pangu City soon fell into silence. After a long time, the legal martial god, Topman Wachuli Saint, spoke. Every celestial dragons is extremely important to the world government, and we have always treated every celestial dragons equally. We are also very sad about this matter, but... Financial goddess of war, Saint Izanbalin V. Nashowling continued with a solemn expression. The world government is ready to formally declare war on the Whitebeard pirates, and prove to the world by executing Portgas d'Ace the ultimate owner of the world's supreme kingship, so. At this urgent time, we can no longer divide our forces to deal with the 2 pirate emperors at the same time. Shepherd 10. Peter Saint, the god of agriculture and martial arts, took a sip of the coffee on the table and said, this is related to Marine survival in the face of the world government. Holy Rosewater, we are very sorry for the sacrifice of Saint Charos, but you must also understand our current predicament. Saint Topman Voshuli, the legal martial god, said calmly. In this regard, we make an exception and allow you to marry multiple celestial dragons as wives, give birth to children, and continue the bloodline. The god of finance and martial arts, Nashu Langsheng, said, furthermore, we will give you double the amount of heavenly gold this year. As compensation, what do you think? Saint Rosewater clenched his fists unwillingly, but finally loosened his fists. Although celestial dragons are already the nobles at the top of the world, there is still a gap between celestial dragons and celestial dragons. So what if he doesn't agree? As the highest authority among celestial dragons, the 5 elders are elected by all celestial dragons and represent the collective will of celestial dragons. The decisions they make are unshakable. I understand. I will do what the 5 elders want. Excuse me. The phone bug hung up. In the hall, Saint Satan, the god of scientific defense, said, what do you think should be done about blood pupil Joel? Should we advance or retreat? The financial god of war, Nashjirose, gently wiped the katana in his hand. Advertisement, it's true that the troubles in my heart are still hard to get rid of. If we can go further, it will be better. But if it fails, it will not only be about the face of the world government, but also the control of the entire sea. Roger used his own life to plot against us. Over the years, more and more pirates have become rampant on the sea. This year alone, there are 11 new pirates with bounties of over 100 million, and the rest have bounties of tens of millions. There are countless. The environmental god of war, Moshe Saint, stood up and looked upright at the clouds in the distance. Moreover, the number of calls between Kaido and Charlotte, Linlin, who have not been in contact for decades, has been increasing day by day recently, and he threatened to capture Mariajoy. In this turbulent situation, do you really think we have the strength to start a two-front war with the Whitebeard pirates and Blood Eyes? Legal martial god Wachuli Sheng nodded, and compared to Blood Eyes, Rox's resurrection is equally disturbing. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are also the ones we must be wary of. Peter, the god of agriculture and martial arts, glanced at the faces of the rest of the people and tapped the table with his fingers. It seems that everyone's opinions have been unified, so there is no need for us to disturb our king for such a trivial matter. In addition to the already existing Yarkman mangroves, there is another wonder on the island of Sabaody. There has been an endless stream of people watching this wonder in the past few days, but everyone just looked up and then closed their eyes in panic, not daring to look again. The high corpse was eaten by crows, and now less than half of the rotten flesh was left. Disco poked his head out from under the shadow of the tree and took a look, then shrank back in panic. At this moment, his heart was beating harder than ever in his chest. The killing of the celestial dragons made people on the island of Sabaody panic, and those slave traders who were originally active were afraid that they would be implicated and disappear. But those slave traders could escape the limelight temporarily, but Disco could not. All his shares and hard work have been poured into the auction venue. As long as this crisis does not end, he will not dare to open business for a day. If things go on like this, the expensive employment fees will wear him down sooner or later. Disco walked to a deserted corner, and then dialed the phone bug in his hand with his right hand trembling. Joker, do you know that a big event is happening on Sabaody Island? Foo. You are talking about the celestial dragons being killed by the Blood Eyes. I have known about this for a long time. I have to say that I was not able to hear the screams of the celestial dragons when they died. It was really... That's too regretful. The person on the other end of the phone laughed heartily. Advertisement. The sound of unscrupulous laughter made Disco feel bored for the first time in his life. He couldn't help but interrupt the other party's laughter. Listen to me, Joker, I need your help now. Send some capable people here. Only by giving those merchants and nobles a sufficient sense of security can our human trafficking business continue. You should understand, this is a very profitable business, it can bring countless Baileys. Foo Disco, do you know what happened after the Blood Eyes killed the celestial dragons? Let me tell you. The remaining celestial dragons returned to Mariajoy overnight. The group of marines stationed on the island of Sabaody, they all retreated too. The phone bug showed a gloomy smile in a clever way. This means that the gears of fate are about to start turning, and a new era will soon usher in. The human trafficking business will soon be eliminated by this era. No, Joker, you can't abandon our industry for such a boring reason. Haven't we been cooperating happily for so many years? You have obviously received a lot of money. Okay, brother, that's it. Don't contact me again in the future. Not intending to listen anymore, the phone caller was hung up mercilessly and he closed his eyes. Only Disco was left wailing feebly in the lonely cold wind. The damn new era, is it really coming? Island Turtle, high platform with empty dome. Joel looked at the sea in the distance. Have those women from Nine Snake Island gone back? Go back, Lord Joel. Baby 5 stood aside and said, the pirate empress seemed a little acclimated to this island, so they went back to find a doctor. As she spoke, her eyes flickered slightly. Master Joel, Santa Sonia also said that if we are free, we can go to Nine Snake Island as guests. They will entertain and thank us with the highest standards. Yes, I will consider it. Joel looked at Baby 5 calmly. By the way, go get the box they sent back. Oh, Baby 5 responded, then turned and walked into the corridor. After a while, he ran back holding a delicate and slender box. Slowly opening the box in the maid's hand, Joel gradually smiled. Chapter 77 The Legend of the Supreme Knife. The Straw Hat Pirates appear. In the exquisite box, there lay quietly a long sword that exuded a coquettish and strange aura. The dark red sword body is slender and sharp, and the ridge in the center of the sword body presents elegant and smooth lines. The hilt of the sword is engraved with meticulous and simple lines, and the two sides of the sword are extended outward, like the wings of a bat. Even after hundreds of years, this long sword has not suffered any wear and tear, but shines brightly in the sunlight. Joel took out his long sword and flicked it with ease. In an instant, the sword edge cut through the air, leaving a long-lasting bloody afterimage in the air. What a sharp knife! Baby 5 quickly retreated far away, for fear of being slashed, but still showed a surprised look at this moment. Master Joel, is this a sharp knife? In this world, a sword is a knife. Joel was not bored enough to correct the difference between a sword and a knife. He just smiled slightly and said, no, it's a supremely sharp knife. Although he usually doesn't use weapons very much, or even doesn't use them at all, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have them. On the contrary, this made the sword he had worn for many years no weaker than any supremely sharp sword. In fact, its reputation exceeds that of any weapon that still exists in the world. On the sparkling sea, Thousand Sunny drove slowly towards Sabaody Island. After adding a few new friends, the boat became a little more lively. Yo ho ho ho, Ms. Robin, what are you reading? Brooke stood behind Robin, drinking warm black tea leisurely. It's just a book that introduces various strange weapons. Robin said with a smile. Zoro, who was resting against the wall with his arms folded, suddenly twitched his ears and opened one eye slightly. A woman like you is actually interested in this kind of book? For archaeologists, reading all kinds of books is essential homework, Mr. Swordsman. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly. I finally found this book from the three-masted ship in the Devil's Triangle. It is a rare out-of-print book. Her voice paused and she tried to speak in words that the other party could understand. This book even provides a detailed introduction to the supreme sharp sword worn by Shui Tong. It is a priceless treasure. The supreme big sword 12 skills. Zoro suddenly jumped up from his place without any sleep. Hey, what kind of knife is that? Priceless treasure. Nami suddenly poked his head out of the window, turned into Bailey's eyes and looked around. Robin, where's the priceless treasure? Wait a minute, Robin, you just said that name. Usopp took dozens of steps back, looked left and right, grabbed Chopper and shook it violently. Chopper, did you hear that? She just said the person's name. Usopp, you're making me dizzy, Chopper said in confusion, his eyes rolling around. You are all so excited, is it because Robin-chan cast some kind of magic on you? Brook tilted his body at a 30-degree angle, then can you cast the magic of seeing panties on me? Boom, boom, boom. Nami climbed out of the window and retracted her hot fist. She no longer paid attention to Brook, who had 3 big bags on his head and was lying dead on the deck. Instead, he looked at Robin seriously. If I heard correctly, Robin, you just said the name, Blood Eyes, right? Ah, the name that must never be spoken appears. Usopp and Chopper's faces turned pale, and their bodies were shaking violently like noodles. What are you talking about? Super interesting topics. Standing on the upper deck, Frankie retightened the screws on his arm, flicked his tongue, and looked down. Joel with blood eyes. Robin looked up at Frankie, a man who has been sleeping for more than 100 years. Yo ho ho ho, isn't that older than me? Brooke stood up again. Robin was a little surprised and said, Mr. Skeleton, haven't you heard of this pirate? After all, Brooke is the closest thing to that era. Ah, I'm sorry. Advertisement Brooke suddenly sat in the corner, hugging his knees guiltily, because time has passed for too long, so I can't remember so many things in my head. As he spoke, he suddenly opened half of his skull, although I don't have a head at all. Yo hoo hoo. Ah, he has no head, it's so scary. A certain reindeer was so frightened that he quickly hid behind Robin. Then you must have heard of blasphemy, right? Robin calmed Chopper's mood with the marshmallow dessert on the table, while looking at the oldest man on the ship. No, the skeleton. Blasphemy. Brooke suddenly stared at the dark hole that could barely be called an eye. Are you talking about the blasphemous weapon? That's right. Robin nodded. Frankie suddenly said, You're talking about that, blasphemy, I have heard of it. Even you, the Tin Man, know this. It seems like that weapon has a lot of history. Zoro looked at it with great interest. After all, that legend has been circulating in the capital of 7 Waters for a long time. After Frankie glanced at everyone with curiosity almost written on their faces, he said, Let me tell you. According to legend, the original 7 Waters city was barren, and it was often subject to storms and heavy rains brought down by Akula Ragna, the god of water. In this harsh environment, various tribes on the island often fight each other and compete for limited resources. Until a man appeared from the sky with a sword, unified the island, and established a kingdom. This king gave birth to 7 princes, so he transformed the capital of the 7 Waters into 7 regions, each of which was ruled by the 7 princes. The 7 princes hold absolute power in their own territory, and every few years they go to the royal palace in the center of the island to discuss their relationship with each other and their ruling power. When the agreement was reached, they each made a cut on their palms and dripped blood on the eternal sword standing in front of the throne to show the sacred and inviolable authority of the contract. The 7 princes were all very wise and managed their areas in an orderly manner, and the capital of the 7 Waters became prosperous. But this also caused the uneasiness of Akula Ragna, the god of water. The so-called god is an existence that relies on faith. If people eat and drink enough and no longer kneel down to worship and beg the gods, then the gods will completely die out of being no longer needed. In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening, Akula Ragna launched a huge tsunami, flooding the fields and houses on the island, drowning countless lives, and almost destroying the country. The 7 princes looked at the once beautiful country becoming devastated, and were extremely angry, but they were powerless. So they came to the palace in the center of the island and placed a curse on the original sword at the cost of their lives. They will sacrifice this sword with their blood, hoping that the sword will answer their pleas and go to kill the culprit who destroyed everything. When the last drop of blood in their bodies drained away, the sword, which was turned red by the blood, finally made a trembling sound. As if it had consciousness, this blood-red weapon rushed out of the palace, rushed into the sky, and pierced Akula Ragna, which was condensed from seawater. Since then, the kingdom of the 7 Waters has disappeared, and Akula Ragna has also disappeared. Only the sword that once killed the god remains. It's called blasphemy. What an incredible legend. Usopp took notes while thinking hard and murmuring. But with a slight modification, the protagonist of the story should be the great sea warrior Usopp, who draws his sword and slays the water gods from his horse. Yes, that's it. Sanji, who had already walked out of the kitchen, put the strawberry cake in his hand on the small table next to Robin, and asked casually, since the gods of water have been eliminated, why do the 7 Waters city continue to bloom every year? A huge tsunami? Perhaps it is Akula Ragna's unwilling spirit that is causing trouble. Frankie laughed. Wrathful spirits, where are the resentful spirits? Brook looked around nervously, and suddenly, his dark eyes seemed to emit a strange light. It turns out that the resentful spirit is myself. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Ah. It's so scary. I saw a ghost, Robin. The blue-nosed reindeer immediately circled around the chair where Robin was sitting like headless flies, crying bitterly. Robin said. Although the story I heard is not like this, and the images of the protagonist and villain are also slightly different, they're basically the same. She added. This is a legend about blaspheming the gods with a mortal body, but this is not entirely fictional, but is based on reality. In reality, there are gods as high as Akula Ragna, who destroy countries that they feel are in danger at will. Advertisement but legends and stories are made up by people after all. People yearn for hope, so they give them a perfect ending. But in reality, how many people can kill that aloof god? Even that man only left behind a story, but the reality he saw with his own eyes. Robin looked up at the cloudless blue sky. When will this world be as clean as the sky? Hey, we're here. Luffy, who felt sleepy as soon as he heard the story, suddenly woke up. He jumped on the lion's head on the bow of the ship, looked at the outline of the island in front of him with his hands on his hips, and laughed. Nami, that one in front is the Sabaody archipelago. The bubbles dancing in the sky, the houses standing on the roots of mangrove trees, and the looming amusement park in the distance all prove the uniqueness of this island. Nami only came to his senses in a daze, walked quickly to the railing of the boat, and looked at the pointer. The pointer has not changed. It seems to be the same as what Shaohachi said, that should be Sabaody Island. The archipelago is simply composed of non-magnetic tree roots, so the direction of the pointer does not change. Everyone immediately stopped worrying about this legendary weapon, and instead stepped forward to look at the islands in the distance, marveling. Not long after, Thousand Sunny approached the island in the waves. Why? Something feels wrong. Hachi, who was previously rescued by the Straw Hat Pirates from the Flying Fish Knights, was now frowning. Nami asked. What's wrong, Hachi? Zalba said. I can't tell, but we are obviously so close to the island, but it doesn't seem to be particularly lively. In his impression, Sabaody Island would be more lively, and people should be able to hear it from a distance. Soon, more and more bubbles formed in the surrounding resin. After Zalba explained the situation on the island to everyone, he added solemnly. One more thing. No matter what happens on the island, even if someone is killed, you must pretend not to see it. You must not take action against the world's nobles. Looking at Luffy's confused look, Robin explained. They're the gods who live in Mariajoy that I mentioned to you before. Oh, Luffy responded nonchalantly, looking at the bubbles floating in the wind with starry eyes, and quickly jumped on it. He. Yo-ho, it's so fun, I can't stop at all. He jumped forward one bubble after another like Mario picking mushrooms. Hey, Luffy, don't go so fast, everything hasn't been explained yet. Nami watched Luffy jump further and further on the bubble and shouted quickly, but the latter turned into a black dot and disappeared completely from sight after a while. He has left, Nami. Usopp helplessly held his forehead. It seems that he didn't listen to what Shaohachi was saying just now. It's really troublesome. Zoro expressionlessly put all 3 knives on his waist and jumped out of the boat. I'll go find him. Excuse me, Zoro, Sanji and Usopp said it subconsciously. Then, they shouted anxiously. Wait, Zoro, if you get lost again, it will be difficult for us to find you. Forget it, you be D-road idiot. Zoro's fangs complained. Who do you think is a road freak? Who would get lost when there is such an easy to identify island? Every tree on this island has a number, even a child can find the way back. So you are so smart. Usopp said in surprise. I underestimated you, I'm sorry, be careful on the road. Sanji breathed a sigh of relief and waved goodbye to Zoro, but don't trust yourself too much. Zoro gritted his teeth and walked forward. I'm going to let you down. On the deck, except for Frankie who stayed on the ship, everyone else also got off the ship and set foot on the island. Zalba, who was leading everyone forward, said, by the way, I know a coder who can help coat this boat so that it can sail under the sea to the Fishman Island. Really? That's great. After everyone's joyful voices died down, Zalba said again. However, I still have to emphasize it again. Those who look arrogantly wearing masks and trying to distinguish themselves from the air that ordinary people breathe are celestial dragons. You must promise me not to conflict with them no matter what. No one will conflict with them. Robin looked at everyone who nodded calmly and shook his head secretly. Chapter 78 3 Supernovae Gather. Usopp meets Crow again. Area 27 on Sabaody Island. The closer you get to this location, the fewer people there are nearby. Compared with those in power who are obsessed with profit, the villains in this world are somewhat more humane. Eustace, Kid, who was leaning against the big tree, smiled deeply. Because garbage rules the world, garbage will keep being born. Even though we are bad, compared to garbage like celestial dragons, we are still pretty cute, right, Kira? That's right. Kira, who was standing aside, spoke calmly to Kaido. Kid, look at that guy. Familiar faces. Kid followed Kira's gaze and looked at the approaching figure. It's the 200 million wanted criminal from North Blue, Trafalgar. This is incredible. Trafalgar Luo raised his eyes and looked at the body hanging on the tree trunk in surprise. Are these celestial dragons? The legendary world noble was actually killed like this. It is worthy of that man to do something. After a brief moment of confusion, Luo slowly felt a gaze staring at him. He immediately looked back and chuckled. Captain Kid, are you a scumbag from South Blue? Kid, his eyes seem to be laughing at us, Kira said in a low voice. Then go over and say hello to him, in a pirate way. Kid grinned darkly and walked straight towards Luo. Captain, those pirates are coming. Bebo, the navigator of the Hard Pirates and a polar bear-like fur tribe, suddenly said nervously. I saw it. Luo put the sword, ghost cry, on his shoulder and looked at the approaching figure frivolously. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became tense. Snapped. Suddenly there was a sound of bursting bubbles in the sky. Accompanied by shouts of, "Ah!" A figure fell in free fall and landed heavily on the ground between Kid and Luo, kicking up a cloud of dust and diluting the depressing atmosphere around them. The figure sat on the ground and scratched his head in confusion, seeming to think of something. He quickly touched the straw hat hanging around his neck and then breathed a sigh of relief. "Kid, he is Straw Hat Luffy," Kira said solemnly. Advertisement. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Seems to be just like what the newspaper said, he is a random idiot, Kid sneered. Luffy stood up and patted the dust on his straw hat, then looked at the two groups of people around him and grinned. He, I'm sorry, did I disturb you? Monkey. D. Luffy. Luo muttered in a low voice, and after reading the word, D, he couldn't help but emphasize the sound, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Straw Hat Boss, the way you appear is really special. Oh, it's Trafalgar, isn't it? Luffy blinked, and rarely recognized a figure that looked similar to the one on the reward list. Luo said, it seems that I have received some attention in daily life. Are you done talking? Kid's hands sizzled with a magnetic force. It doesn't matter even if we join forces, I can deal with you all alone. Looking at Kid who was about to take action, Luo just said calmly. Eustace Kid, I have no intention of engaging in a boring battle with you. But if you insist on competing, let's see who can see that man first. HMPH. Kid dissipated the magnetism in his hand and showed a hint of excitement in his eyes. It's interesting. Although I don't plan to fight that man now that I've come to this island, it would be a shame if I couldn't see with my own eyes the legendary pirate who was resurrected from 100 years ago. Then let's try this bar. Luffy looked around and said with enthusiasm, Huh? What are you competing for? Add me to the list. The Straw Hat Boss saw this noble corpse. Luo raised his eyes and looked at the tree trunk. We are going to meet the man who killed him now. If you also want to prove yourself, go to the island Turtle in the north to find that man. Watching the two groups of people leaving one after another, although Luffy didn't quite understand the situation, he was full of energy at the moment. He walked boldly and shouted, North, north. Shaki's rip-off bar. After seeing Hachi and Shaki of the Straw Hats, he happily chatted with everyone for a while, and then Hachi asked, Isn't Rayleigh here? He went to work and may not come back for 10 days and a half. Shaki blew out a smoke ring lightly. If you want to ask him for help, you can go to the island Turtle in the north of the island to find him, but it's best to take it easy. North. Thank you, Shaki. We'll be back when we find Rayleigh. Although Xiao Hachi was a little confused when the island Turtle appeared again in the north of Sabaody Island, but since he had not been to this island for more than 10 years, he did not delve into the changes on the island and just thanked Shaki. Advertisement. Everyone walked out of the bar. Nami shrugged, looks like the trip was in vain. Sorry, Nami, if you mind, just wait for me here and I will help you find him. Never mind. Nami quickly waved his hand and said with a smile, it just so happens that we can also go to the town on the island for a stroll and find Luffy and Zoro by the way. Then let's walk around the town and head north. While everyone took a special detour to visit the town, they slowed down and headed towards the north of the island. In a clothing store in the town, how does this dress look? The style of this dress suits you very well, lady. What about this one? This one also accentuates your figure, ma'am. Every time Nami opens the door curtain of the fitting room, the clothing store owner will exclaim with joy. So, do you want to wrap up all these clothes? Seeing Nami try on all the clothes, the boss rubbed his hands and smiled. If this deal is concluded, he will definitely make a lot of money. Unfortunately, I prefer a more casual style. In the haze of the clothing store owner who was about to kill someone, Nami walked out of the clothing store with a smile, and then walked briskly into the next clothing store. However, compared to the previous clothing store, the decoration and area of this clothing store are several times larger and clothes are also more expensive. The styles and designs of these clothes are pretty good, but does a single piece of clothing cost 2 million belly? It's too expensive. Nami turned over the nameplate on her clothes with some surprise. It was a brand called Lewis. Nami, you've been in this store for too long. You haven't gone shopping yet, okay? Usopp walked in a little impatiently. If it weren't for the 100,000 belly that Nami promised him to use to buy slingshot upgrade accessories, he wouldn't be willing to wait here for so long. But when he inadvertently raised his head and looked at the figure walking down from the second floor of the clothing store, a drop of cold sweat suddenly dripped nervously from his forehead, and he lost his voice. Klo, Chapter 79. Sanji and Reiju's first meeting, reunion after many years. Klo. Looking at the man in black butler's uniform in front of him, Usopp took 2 steps back in panic. He would never forget what the man in front of him had done. Pretend that he is a crew member who was kicked off the ship because he made a small mistake, and deceive Kaya's parents' trust. When the time is right, he tears off the hypocritical mask and attempts to kill Kaya and seize her family property. If it weren't for the appearance of Luffy and others, this conspiracy would definitely come true. But at this moment, this conspirator actually, suddenly appeared in front of him. If Usopp said he wasn't nervous, he would be lying. Even after experiencing so many things on the sea and with a bounty of 30 million, the sense of oppression brought by the other party in the past was too strong. It was so strong that he didn't dare to act rashly. What's wrong, Usopp? Nami looked away from the nameplate on the clothes and followed Usopp's line of sight. Looking from her angle, she could only see the outline of a figure covered with clothing bags. Usopp, when did you know such a rich person? Nami approached the stairs in surprise and envy, wanting to see what a rich face the figure had. After all, the price of these clothes is conservatively estimated to be no less than 100 million. She would not even dare to dream of such luxury. He is. Nami saw the figure who turned to look at her, and the past flashed into her mind. She immediately took a few steps back in panic, took out the weather stick from under her short skirt, Kaya's housekeeper. It turns out to be you. Crow calmly held up his gold-rimmed glasses on his wrist and walked down the stairs. Nami asked nervously, "Why are you on Sabaody Island?" Usopp asked, "Chloe, did you, a despicable person, use some conspiracy to seize someone's property?" No comment. Crow sighed, "I have no interest in you now, please don't appear in front of me like this again." How dare you say such arrogant words in front of Lord Usopp, who has a bounty of 30 million. Mentioning his bounty, Usopp suddenly became more courageous. This was a bounty of 10 million higher than that of Arlong, the strongest pirate in East Blue at the time, and it was enough to act as a deterrent to pirates who also came from East Blue. 30 million? Usopp, it seems you have grown a lot. The expression on Crow's face did not change at all, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Advertisement, but the calmer it was, the more Usopp and Nami were nervously thinking about it. They didn't know why the other party could be so calm. It was obvious that I and the others destroyed the other party's 3-year plan that day, but why was the other party so indifferent when they saw the other party at this moment? Could it be that beneath the calm surface, there is actually some terrible conspiracy brewing? This is very much like what a conspirator, Beiji Kellogg, can do. Sanji. Almost without thinking anymore, Nami chose to activate the skill, Night Summoning. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The door of the clothing store was pushed open heavily. I heard a cry for help from deep within my heart. Is my beautiful princess in danger? Sanji spun around and appeared. Seeing this, Usopp couldn't help but complain. Hey, you were clearly in the bakery across the street just now, right? How on earth were you able to hear Nami's voice from so far away? Perhaps this is the power of love. Sanji shook his hair gracefully. Miss Nami, what happened? Nami pointed at Crow. Sanji, this guy is the pirate we defeated before in East Blue. We also suffered a big loss at his hands at that time, so he is most likely preparing to use cruel and despicable means to retaliate against us now. I don't remember when I said that. Crow shook his head helplessly at the way women use jealousy in front of men. However, Sanji, who is caught in a love storm, has already gotten into his head. A loyal knight will definitely clear all obstacles for the beautiful princess. You pirate, if you want to use any dirty and despicable means, get past me first. Just as he was about to take action against Crow in front of him, his eyes were suddenly attracted by the beautiful figure walking down from the second floor. A beautiful woman with long black hair and wearing a maid outfit came down with a cigarette in her mouth. Chloe, what happened downstairs? It's nothing, Miss Baby 5, just some insignificant people. Crow said calmly. Advertisement. After spending these days in Joel's presence, he gradually became calmer while imitating Joel subtly. Although the imitation was not yet skillful and was very clumsy, it still allowed him to face the past events with a peaceful mind. Sanji looked at the figure on the stairs, his eyes suddenly turned into love shapes, and he praised without hesitation. What a beautiful lady. Even if she wears a simple maid outfit, she can't hide her inner natural beauty at all. She is like a bud waiting to bloom, which will eventually bloom into a bright flower. Baby 5 was stunned. Are you talking about my mother? Sanji said. Of course, madam, my praise is only for you. It's really embarrassing for someone to praise me like this in public. Baby 5 covered his slightly red face. It would be great if the person who praised me was him. Oops, Sanji, he started again, Usopp said with a facepalm. Sanji. The corners of Nami's mouth twitched slightly, and a small angry pimple appeared on his forehead. Yes. Nami-chan. Sanji quickly woke up and then reflected with a solemn face. It seems that I was careless and was actually confused, but don't worry Nami, no matter what happens next, I will not be disturbed again. Just after he finished speaking, there was another sound from the second floor. Miss Maid, Mr. Butler, haven't you finished the matter downstairs? As she finished speaking, a slim figure walked down the stairs. After scanning the situation below, her eyes focused on Sanji. Sanji. Who are you? Looking up, Sanji felt a strange yet extremely familiar feeling in his heart. As if he remembered something, his mind suddenly went blank, and he suddenly froze on the spot. I knew it. Usopp glanced at the figure on the stairs and couldn't help but sigh. This will definitely happen. Sanji has zero resistance to beautiful women. Sanji, wake up. No matter how beautiful the other person is, you must never lose to temptation. Nami, who had never seen Sanji show such a lost look before, realized something was wrong and hurriedly cheered him up. Elder sister, Sanji finally spoke. Sister, sister? In an instant, Nami and Usopp's surprised shouts echoed throughout the clothing store. Chapter 80 Reiju's Bewitchment. Sanji Nami Usopp Big Crisis. Sanji. When did you actually have a sister? Nami's whole face was full of surprise. Even after knowing her for so long and experiencing so many things, she had never heard Sanji mention this matter. He didn't even mention anything about his family. Such a beautiful woman as Sanji's sister? You must have admitted a mistake, right? Usopp rubbed his eyes fiercely, wondering if he was dreaming, No matter how you look at it, the two of them obviously look nothing alike, except for their eyebrows. Eyebrow? Nami and Usopp looked at each other and suddenly showed understanding. Sanji's eyes twitched. Do you only care about your eyebrows? Reiju narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced around Nami and Usopp, with a look of relief on his face. Sanji, it seems that you have found the path you should take, and you have also found a group of like-minded partners. Yes, I have been moving towards my dream. Sanji smiled happily, but Reiju, why are you here? He suddenly realized something, and the joy on his face quickly turned into solemnity. Did Father and the others also come to this island? You guessed wrong. Father and the others are not on this island now. As for me, Reiju walked to BABY5, like the housekeeper and the maid. I am currently loyal to Lord Shui Tong. Blood Eyes. Upon hearing this name, a thin drop of cold sweat suddenly appeared on Usopp and Nami's foreheads. Usopp, you should also know Master Shui Tong, right? Crow keenly caught the changes in the expressions of the two people, pushed up his glasses. As Miss Reiju said, I am currently serving that adult. I no longer care about the disputes I had with you, so you don't have to harass me under various banners. Clo, you guy actually. The change in Crow's identity immediately made Usopp stunned and didn't know what to say. Reiju, I didn't expect you to become that man's subordinate. Sanji put out the cigarette butt in his mouth. A guy as vain as Judge would actually agree to you doing such a thing. Advertisement, haha, after all, working under Lord Shui Tong will bring you a very high salary. Reiju didn't intend to explain much about Judge, but cleverly changed the subject. Did you see these clothes in Mr. Butler's hand? The most common made overalls in these domes are worth more than 3 million belly each. In addition, all staff in the dome can receive a monthly salary ranging from 300,000 to 3 million belly and 10 days of vacation on time, as well as 1 month of paid annual leave every year. These are the salaries and benefits that Mr. Butler spent a long time formulating, and they were also approved by adults. Therefore, I am quite satisfied with the current situation of life. It's just a way to buy people, Sanji said with a calm expression. I can only fool those guys who have never seen the world. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and saw Nami's salivating expression. This beautiful lady should be very interested in the salary offered by Lord Shui Tong, right? Reiju narrowed his eyes and looked at Nami, with a sly look in his eyes. According to your conditions, madam, I think you are willing to offer a monthly salary of 3 million. No, it should be able to offer 6 million. 6 million a month. Nami's pupils were suddenly like a pachinko screen, turning the number of Baileys crazily. 6 million Baileys a month means 72 million Baileys in 1 year, 720 million Baileys in 10 years, and 3.6 billion Baileys in 50 years. You know, it took her a long time to save just 100 million Baileys. Nami. Usopp shook Nami's shoulders crazily. You are not confused by this woman, are you? This is a trap set by her. Wake up now. Sanji. Reiju looked at Sanji and said, I hope you and your companions will join Lord Shui Tong, so that I, as a sister, can make up for the regret of not taking good care of you for so many years. Sorry, Reiju. Sanji responded very bluntly, I'm not interested in men, and my current identity is the chef of the Straw Hat Pirates. Like my idiot captain, I will never have the idea of joining a certain force. Advertisement, well said, Sanji. Usopp quickly gave Sanji a thumbs up, and then the old god said to Reiju on the ground, did you hear that? Even Sanji's sister can't kidnap the chef of our Straw Hat Pirates. Reiju sighed deliberately. But there are countless women in Lord Shui Tong's castle. They are all beautiful and have hot bodies. If you join, you can interact with these beautiful ladies every day. Countless beautiful ladies. Sanji couldn't help but shed a stream of red liquid from his nose. In the midst of his thoughts, a silly smile appeared on his lips. Little sister, hee. Sanji. What's wrong with you, Sanji? Usopp yelled a few times, but Sanji just continued to giggle indifferently. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on Usopp's forehead, but at this moment, his heart became extremely determined. I didn't expect that besides Nami, even Sanji would be seduced by her, but no matter what, as long as I, Usopp, am here, I will never let this woman deceive Nami and Sanji away. Correct. Reiju looked at Usopp. I saw that news. Are you the Sniper King who dared to declare war on the world government? So what? Usopp puffed out his chest and emboldened himself. Your actions are really amazing, and your nose is also very distinctive, which can be recognized at a glance. It is a pity that such an outstanding talent can be a sniper in a small pirate group. Reiju smiled slightly and said, if I go to remonstrate with you, the Lord will most likely agree to let you serve as the commander-in-chief. Hey, Usopp said righteously, it's useless. You're just a captain. Your little tricks can't fool me. Don't underestimate the great maritime warrior. No, you underestimated the importance of the captain. Reiju said calmly, you know, with your reputation, sooner or later, countless sea heroes will gather around him. By then, as the commander, you can easily summon tens of thousands of people with just a wave of your hand. Call tens of thousands of people. Usopp's mouth was secreting saliva crazily, and as he continued to swallow the saliva, his breathing became faster and faster. Everyone should be very interested in my suggestions. You might as well make a formal decision now. Looking at everyone, a devilish smile appeared on Reiju's lips. I think with Lord Shui Tong's magnanimity, he won't object. Chapter 81 Meeting Robin again, Archaeologist's Doubts. Squeak, the door of the clothing store was pushed open, and Brook and Chopper filed in. Did I just hear Nami and Usopp shouting, yo ho ho ho? Did Sanji come in just now? The sudden familiar voice brought Sanji and others who had fallen into fantasy back to reality. Several people trembled, and they couldn't help but wipe the non-existent sweat on their foreheads for a while, and cautiously took 2 steps back. Chopper, who was licking the marshmallow with his tongue out, said hello with a contented look on his face. Sanji, you are indeed here. Yo ho ho ho, Sanji, is this your friend? Brook glanced at Sanji and the others, and immediately focused on Baby 5 and Reiju in front of him. 2 beautiful ladies, if you don't mind, can you let me see your panties? Brook, don't mess with them. That woman with the curly eyebrows is so scary. Nami said with lingering fear. Curly eyebrows, isn't it the same as Sanji? Chopper continued to eat marshmallows happily. Sanji said, she is my sister, Sanji's sister. Suddenly, Chopper and Brook were so surprised that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That's a warm way to say hello, so let me introduce myself again. I'm Vinsmoke. Reiju, currently serving as Lord Bloodeye's headguard. Reiju looked at the straw hats in front of him with a smile. My little brother who is not very obedient is very grateful to you for taking care of me these days. Chopper said shyly. Where? Brook also waved his hands in embarrassment. No, speaking of which, we have been taken care of by Mr. Sanji. What on earth are you being so polite about? Nami stared at the 2 of them angrily. This woman wants to recruit us as subordinates with evil intentions. That's what I thought just now, but it was just my thoughts. Reiju said, walking towards Sanji with a smile. Although I haven't seen him for a long time, I can feel that Sanji has grown into an independent man now. She straightened Sanji's collar and cuffs with a serious expression. Sister, I am sincerely happy that you have found so many reliable partners. Sanji couldn't help but feel a little moved. Reiju. Then, Sanji, I would like to thank you for taking care of me from now on. Reiju bowed solemnly to everyone in the straw hats, and left the clothing store with Crow and Baby 5 under everyone's stunned gazes. After about half a minute, Nami murmured unconvincingly, she just left like that? Brook said, sure enough, he is a very polite person just like Sanji, yo hoo hoo. Yes. Advertisement Chopper responded repeatedly, really, Robin, you think so too, right? Robin. The reindeer looked around quickly, where's Robin? Brook asked doubtfully, hey, is Robin missing? I saw her just now. Isn't Robin-chan with you? Sanji frowned, having a bad feeling in his heart. Robin. Nami took a deep breath. Could she have encountered CP9 again? As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely solemn. Usopp quickly eased the atmosphere and said, are you going to be with Kami and the others? Everyone immediately left the shop and went non-stop to find Zalba and his 2 friends who were wandering around the town. Sister Robin asked us to go to the north of the island first. She wants to go to Area 27. Kami, who was lying on Zalba's back, pointed in a direction. She also said she would meet us at the north of the island in a moment. It turns out he wasn't taken away. It's great that Robin is okay. The relieved people let out a long sigh of relief. Sabaody Island, Area 27. What happened before? Why does everyone seem to know it but avoid talking about it? Robin was a little confused. She raised her hand and pushed up her white cowboy hat to make her vision wider. In this way, although your appearance will be seen by interested people, you can also better observe the expressions of other people. The closer she got to the Yarkman mangrove ahead, the fewer people around her. Although Robin felt uneasy, her strong curiosity drove her to continue walking forward. The vague outline finally became clear in sight, that is. Robin stopped and looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Except for the putrid head in the glass hood, the body that was hung high was almost eaten clean by the crows, leaving only the remains of the skeleton. What shocked her was not this corpse. In all these years of walking in the underground world, she had seen corpses even in the most bizarre ways of death. Not to mention skeletons, there's one on the ship. What made her unbelievable at the moment was the decoration of this corpse. The only people who can wear this kind of glass hood and wear this kind of clothing are the nobles of the world. Were the celestial dragons really killed in such bizarre circumstances on this island? Wouldn't Marine and world government care about this kind of thing? Advertisement who did this? Countless question marks appeared in Robin's mind. That is the world government that controls almost the entire world. A person that even the world government would be afraid of. Could it be? Has he come to this island? Robin couldn't help but take a deep breath. Speaking of which, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you again. A familiar voice came from behind Nicole Robin. Blood eyes. Robin turned around and looked at the man wearing a black cloak and a blood-red sword at his waist. Joel raised his head and looked at the tree trunk above. Are you also interested in this body? Rather than this corpse, I am more interested in what measures the world government will take next. Robin tried to keep a calm expression, just like the one she had when she first met Joel. They didn't do anything. Joel said calmly. Robin's eyelids twitched and he said in disbelief. You are indeed very powerful, but killing the celestial dragons should be beyond the limit of what the world government can bear. You are right. Today's Marine is stronger than it was more than 100 years ago, both in terms of overall size and maximum combat power. Joel said calmly, as an archaeologist, you should be aware of this, right? After all, there was only one Marine admiral in the past. Since my time, it has only increased to 2. The same is true for the organization of various agencies within the world government. Robin responded. I have indeed seen relevant records in the classics written by Dr. Clover. The world government has ruled this world for so long that they will arbitrarily wipe out a country every 3 years, but they also deliberately retain some seeds of revenge. They are also waiting to see what kind of fruits these seeds will bear after they sprout and take root, in order to add a touch of fun to their boring lives. It's just that they never thought that your seed of revenge would grow to such a terrifying extent. Precisely because of this, how can the world government, which has already accumulated enough power, let you do whatever you want? She asked her doubts unabashedly. Joel smiled meaningfully. People who have been bitten by a snake will be frightened and run away immediately even if they just see a curved rope attached to the ground. But now, this sea is full of ropes that are as curved as snakes. When they really discover my snake, of course they will choose the highest level of caution. Chapter 82 Rayleigh dissuades, Joel and Supernova's first confrontation. Sabaody Island, Area 13. Those guys. It's Straw Hat Luffy, Death Surgeon Trafalgar Law and Captain Eustace, Kid. No, the killing warrior Kira is also in there. The 4 supernovas traveling together and the pirates following behind were so powerful that the onlookers were so shocked that they gave way to a wide road. Where are the 4 pirate supernovas with a bounty of over 100 million on their heads going? Sitting on the tree, the strange monkey rogue showed a cheerful smile and was very interested in the actions of the 4 people. Guys heading in that direction. Hawkins put away the cards in his hand, raised his eyes and glanced at Rogue on the opposite tree, and said with a gloomy expression, there won't be any good signs with him. Do you believe in luck as always, the magician from North Blue? Drake folded his arms and leaned against the mangrove tree, hanging his head as he spoke as if he was sleeping. Divination cannot lie. Hawkins stood up, all fates are already determined products. After saying such firm words, he suddenly thought of something and his eyes became serious. No, except for that man. He is very special. Ah bah bah. Is it special? Apu shook his head rhythmically and walked out from behind the tree. What is the connection between the established and the uncertain? While these 4 guys are in the spotlight, I have to take a closer look at that man this time. Drake looked up at Apu. Hyaming Apu, you are indeed a guy who loves to join in the fun. Ah bah 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 bah. Stop pretending to be serious, red flag Drake. You really want to see it too. And Magician Hawkins, can you endure such a wonderful performance? Apu laughed. Indeed. Hawkins' stagnant face finally showed a trace of emotion. Since my death has not been revealed, then I should go with him. Ah bah bah. Apu shook his body and walked forward, waving with his back to Drake. Time waits for no one. Drake straightened his body slightly, seemed to have considered it, and silently followed him. When all the figures of the people disappeared from sight, Capone Beeb slowly walked out with a cigar in his mouth. A bunch of idiots actually want to provoke that man head-on. I don't know whether they're brave or ignorant. He blew out the smoke and walked in the opposite direction of everyone. Located at the north shore entrance of Area 17 of Sabaody Island. A huge shadow fell from the air, and before the pirates who arrived here got close, they saw the island turtle that was about to be coated in front of them shining brightly in the sunlight. Even though he had heard about it before, after seeing it with his own eyes, Luo still showed a surprised look. Is this the residence of Shui Tong? Kid laughed loudly. As expected of that man, ha ha ha. Luffy's eyes were filled with stars. Ooh, a castle built on turtles? This is so cool. After the 3 of them finished speaking, they immediately looked at each other, speeded up their pace in tacit agreement, and then it turned into a walking race that was not convinced by each other. What a very flamboyant group of people. Sitting on a wooden pile next to the coast, Rayleigh was enjoying a drink while looking at the dusty sky not far away, with a glint of light flashing in his glasses. In just a moment, the pirates arrived at the coast in front of the island turtle. Kid looked at Rayleigh, who was very conspicuous in front of him, with a domineering look on his face. Old man. Shui Tong lives in the castle on the island, right? Feeling that countless eyes were on her at the moment, Rayleigh pushed back the cork of the wine bottle, stood up slowly, and stretched the muscles on her body that were somewhat stiff from sitting for a long time. Yes, the island behind me is the territory of Joel the Blood-Eye, but you should stop here and don't go any further. Old man. What do you mean? Kid frowned, quickly looked at Rayleigh, and said displeased Ly, does a mere coder have to meddle in so many other things? What can you do to us even if you force your way in? Rayleigh quickly glanced at everyone and smiled slightly. I am thinking about you too. You are still young. There is no need to get involved with that man so early. Luo's mouth showed an unforgettable smile and said, what if we must go in? Then, the old man will have no choice but to stop you. Rayleigh suddenly opened his eyes, and an invisible and terrifying majestic momentum burst out instantly, with substantial airwaves spreading out in all directions. There seemed to be a violent buzzing sound in their minds, and then the pirates whose minds went blank fell limply to the ground one after another. And behind the shadows of the trees further away, people fell to the ground one after another. Advertisement. After just a few breaths, only a few people were still standing on the field. Feeling that the sight in front of him suddenly became empty, Rayleigh smiled and said, not bad, I can still stand here. This momentum. Luo, who was originally indifferent, couldn't laugh anymore, and said with a serious face, an old man with such courage must have been a famous big shot at sea in the past, right? That's all in the past. Now there's only one coder, Lao Lei, who wants you to leave here. Luffy was still a little confused by Rayleigh's amazing momentum just now. Hey, old man, why do you have to stop us? This straw hat. Only then did Rayleigh fully notice the straw hat on Luffy's head, and slowly showed a relieved smile and said, because if it has something to do with the blood pupil, it will become very troublesome. He glanced behind Luffy and others, and added, go back, and the guys behind. After finishing speaking, several supernovas behind the tree no longer concealed their figures. Pluton, Silver Rayleigh, Drake, wearing a black knight costume, walked out slowly. I didn't expect that after disappearing for so many years, you would actually appear on this Sabaody island. Although I had already made a guess when I was at the auction venue, I didn't expect this. It is true. Is it really the legendary right hand of the Pirate King, Pluton Silver, Rayleigh? Hawkins' expressionless face also showed huge fluctuations, but he soon returned to calm. That's true. It's not some unknown person who can use this kind of power. No wonder Shui Tong took the photo before. The price is 100 million belly. Yarobe also followed the footsteps of the two of them and walked out, grinning and saying, it seems that he is another big shot from the old era. Only Apu took a few steps back and jumped onto the tree trunk in the distance, cautiously not daring to move forward. Pluton Rayleigh, Kid was a little shocked by Drake's words, but quickly came to his senses. He looked at Rayleigh with a habitual sarcasm in his eyes. So, Pluton Rayleigh is also working for the Blood-Eye now? Rayleigh didn't care about Kid's tone and just said calmly, I, Lao Lei, am just doing the coding work. As for you, you are free to think whatever you want. Of course, if you want to go up, then try to see if you can pass through my hands. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic momentum surged out of him again. The expressions of the supernovas on the field suddenly changed. Even Luffy, who had always been joking around, couldn't help but look serious. This is more powerful than any opponent he has ever encountered before. Rayleigh. At this moment, a figure wearing a blood-red cloak slowly walked down the island turtle. It is not what a coder should do to stop these cute children here. Blood eyes. Rayleigh's aura immediately dissipated. She looked at Joel, who walked out of the island bubble wrap behind him, then picked up the wine bottle on his waist and sat back on the wooden pile beside him. It seems I shouldn't interfere. Joel waved his blood-red cloak and looked at everyone proudly. So, are you the one who wants to see me? Luffy looked at Joel blankly, and suddenly his eyes widened. So you are Shui Tong. I remembered, you were the guy who fought with us on Arca's island. Luo asked in surprise. Straw Hat Master, have you ever fought against Shui Tong? That's right, this guy is incredibly strong, Luffy said seriously. I didn't expect you to survive after fighting him. Kid immediately looked up at Straw Hat. He, Luffy showed a confident smile. I must defeat this man with my own hands. A smile appeared on Luo's lips. The person who can say such things is worthy of being the head of the Straw Hat. He's just a big talker. Kid snorted. Hey, since the three of us met this man at the same time, how do we calculate the outcome now, Trafalgar? Luo tilted his neck slightly. This is really difficult. Okay, that's the end of the small talk. Since you are all pirates, let's say hello in the pirate way. There was an evil look in Joel's eyes, and as he finished speaking, all the supernovas present felt an inexplicable pressure surge into their hearts, and their blood vessels began to surge. Devil Fruit ability. Everyone looked solemn, but no one dared to move. What's wrong? Joel's pupils were extremely red. Don't the pirates of this era take the initiative to say hello to their seniors? Really, it seems that you guys have not passed on the habits I left behind very well. Advertisement Rayleigh calmly took a sip of wine and did not answer. A dangerous smile appeared on the corner of Joel's mouth. In that case, let the seniors personally teach you newcomers. The pirate tradition left by the Blood-Eye era. All of a sudden, swarms of bloody bats emerged from under the blood-red cloaks and swarmed towards the people directly in front. The dense numbers like a swarm of locusts made the air seem to tremble. Kid, Kira, who felt bad, grabbed Kid's shoulders and took him away from the bat's attack range. Luffy kept extending his arms, and using the tree trunk above, his body flew high like a spring in an instant. Room. Luo spread his fingers and exchanged positions with a stone in the spherical air barrier. The next second, the stone turned into countless powder in the bite of the bloody bat. No, those bats are coming towards us. Drake, Hawkins and Yarobe, who originally thought that the four people in front were Joel's targets, suddenly retreated. Drake, who moved slightly slower, was instantly covered by a dense swarm of bats. The next moment, the blood bats gathered on Drake continued to expand outwards. With one of them's domineering roars, they were completely scattered and turned into traces of blood mist that dispersed in the air. And in its place was a rough-skinned Allosaurus. Then, a pirate not far away had bite wounds all over his body without any warning. He howled in pain, but still struggled to no avail for a few times before lying on the ground and dying completely. Hawkins swung the straw sword, and with an explosion in the air like a whip, the bats surrounding him were wiped out in the air one after another. However, the price was the death of two scarecrows in his arms. Yarobe was panting. Although he had wiped out many blood-evil bats due to the huge weapon, he was still bitten with thin and dense wounds. Whether it's Shui Tong or whoever it is, since he chose to attack me, there's absolutely no way Lousy won't fight back. At this moment, Kid, who took the initiative to walk towards Joel, had a strong magnetic force in his hand, which attracted all the weapons from the nearby pirates, forming two extremely thick metal arms in an instant. With a ferocious smile on his face, he rushed towards Joel quickly and suddenly waved out two metal arms. Bloodthorn. Joel held a Western-style spear in each hand, which was condensed by alternating spirals of blood evil, and thrust out in the bright red light. The Western-style spear instantly sank into the metal palm. As Joel twisted his hands left and right, unstoppable cracks appeared in the metal palm, and spread crazily along the metal wrist towards the arm. Boom! With a loud noise, the metal arm was exploded into countless fragments by the majestic energy inside, splashing out in all directions like raindrops. Room! In an instant, Luo, who had swapped places with a metal piece above Joel, pulled out his knife and stabbed Joel hard on the shoulder. Scalpel. Whole body paralysis. The scalpel with the sizzling electric current penetrated Joel's shoulder without any hindrance, and suddenly a dazzling blue light bloomed. Although this was not my original intention, Master Kid is right. Luo showed a confident smile, but the next moment, he was speechless. In the blue light emitted by the current, Joel stretched out his palms and pinched Luo's neck tightly, seemingly unaffected. For a moment, Luo struggled with all his strength, but still couldn't break free. He felt as if the oxygen in his chest was being drained and became increasingly scarce. Rubber. Turning on second gear, Luffy, covered in red steam, suddenly appeared beside Joel, jet machine gun. The continuous punches fell on Joel like a violent storm, and the powerful force actually caused the latter's footprints to plow a deep mark on the ground. Rubber. Luffy's hand stretched back nearly 100 meters again, and he suddenly looked up, jet rocket. With the blessing of inertia and huge elasticity, the terrifying power of the two arms suddenly blasted Joel away. Boom! With the ear-splitting sound, countless dust exploded from the ground. Chapter 83 strongly suppressed the supernova, lost Zoro. Cough. Luo, who broke free from Joel's hand, coughed and stood up to look at the dust that had not dispersed for a long time. He. Luffy showed a confident smile. I told you, I won't lose again. That guy. Shouldn't he be knocked down? Although Kira was wearing a mask, judging from his surprised tone, anyone could imagine the look on his face at this moment. If he was defeated so easily, that man wouldn't be called Shui Tong. Kid, who was sent flying dozens of meters away by the burst of blood spines, approached again. But that means, this man can be defeated. The tall Yerogue grinned and walked over as if he was not affected by his injuries. Drake recovered from the L source and returned to his human form. Maybe with the combined power of all of us, we can really defeat him. Hawkins quickly scanned the cards placed in front of him, frowned and said, there is actually a 3% chance of success. Amid the lingering dust, Joel slowly walked out unscathed. His cold blood-colored eyes scanned everyone present, and he licked the corner of his mouth bloodthirstily. Is this the supernova of this era? You did a really good job, it's my turn next. With a wild smile on his lips, Joel wrapped himself in a red cloak and instantly turned into a red afterimage, rushing out. Before everyone could react to what happened, Luo, who was standing at the front, flew 100 meters like a cannonball and was forcibly embedded in the body of a huge mangrove tree in the distance. Feeling that Luo was almost flying out against him, Drake roared angrily and transformed into an L source again, charging straight towards Joel. In an instant, the bloody mouth that could easily crush even a skull covered Joel's upper body from top to bottom. However, just when he was about to bite, Drake found that his upper and lower jaws could not close. How is this going? He was surprised to find that his mouth was firmly pressed against a thick, blood-like stick-like object, and soon the eyes on both sides of his nose saw a blood-red figure withdrawing from his mouth. Time to brush your teeth, kid. With a joking sound, Drake felt his neck being picked up heavily, and then after a period of spinning, his back collided strongly with the ground. Boom! A huge hole was instantly smashed into the ground. Even though the ancient species had rough skin and thick flesh, the intense pain caused him to almost lose consciousness under such an intense hug. The appearance of subduing demons. Hawkins transformed into a giant scarecrow with 5 spikes between his fingers and swept forward. Joel made a mistake in his steps, sideways dodged, and with a sudden grab with his left hand, he stopped Hawkins's arm from swinging down again. Puff. However, the giant scarecrow's cheeks puffed up, and countless nails suddenly came out of its mouth. Joel swung his blood-red cloak, and the soft silk cloth was like semi-solidified gelatinous hemoglobin, wrapping all the flying nails inside. Immediately, he clenched a fist with his right hand, which was covered in hot blood, and hit Hawkins hard in the abdomen. Hawkins, who was knocked away in an instant, was wrapped in scorching blood flames like a man on fire. He rolled around on the ground in pain, spitting out small scarecrows one after another on his arms. At the same time, without giving Joel a chance to breathe, a fist as huge as a bull suddenly swung down with a huge force. Yerogue grinned, as if he saw Joel being crushed by his punch and being knocked away hard. But the next second, his expression froze on his face. Not just the look. Instead, his entire arm in contact with Joel seemed to be frozen in this space. In Joel's palm that was against the opponent's fist, a long whip made of condensed blood emerged. In the blink of an eye, Aruja's paralyzed arms were wrapped around several times, and in the next second, the huge body was thrown away on top of Drake, who was just about to get up. The two figures fell into the pit and kicked up countless dust. Kira quickly spun the scythe with both hands, and with the sound of tearing through the air, it flew toward Joel like lightning, scythe weasel, whirlwind slash. Bloodthorn. The blood demon in Joel's hand once again condensed into 2 Western-style spears and thrust forward. In an instant, they collided with Kira, who arrived in front of him with astonishing force. But just a few seconds later, the two passed by each other. I saw that Kira's left and right shoulders were each pierced by a bloody spear. He subconsciously took 2 more steps forward. As the blood gun on his shoulder turned into traces of blood mist, his body trembled suddenly and he collapsed to the ground. Kira. Damn guy. Kid was furious when he saw this scene, and once again gathered a large number of metal weapons in his right hand, turning it into a tightly fitted, sharp-edged mechanical arm. This time the robotic arm is much thicker than the previous two metal arms. At this moment, Luffy on the other side bit his thumb and blew air into the gaps in the bones, making his right hand grow in size. Magnet. Third gear, Advertisement Kid and Luffy shouted loudly at the same time. Ji Xing. Giant rocket launcher. The impact of the mechanical arm blessed by reverse magnetic force and the thick fist bone like a giant fell towards Joel at the same time. Boom. The thunderous attack shook the entire land, and the huge impact made even the air tremble. Countless gravel flew out, and smoke and dust filled the air. Apu, who was standing on a tree trunk in the distance and watching, quickly covered his body with his sleeves. Should I say that it is worthy of being a supernova with a bounty of up to 300 million? The two of them can unleash such a powerful attack together. Even the Blood Eyes cannot easily follow it. However, as soon as the thought came into his mind, he saw movement coming from under the huge fist bones and mechanical arms in the dust. Joel, who was forced to withstand the two forces, stood up in the huge pit created by the hammer. At the same time, the blood that quickly poured out of his hands solidified and hardened into a long whip, which was wrapped around the mechanical arm and the huge fist bone in the blink of an eye. Rise! Joel shouted loudly, and pulled the hands holding the blood whip towards the middle. Luffy and Kid flew towards him uncontrollably. The long whip formed from blood grew wildly like a plant's rhizome, turning into a blood-colored piranha that selectively devours people, swallowing Luffy and Kid. Room. A hemispherical air barrier quickly formed around it. In the next second, the two people who were about to be swallowed by the bloody piranha turned into two thick tree trunks. What a risk, what a risk. After being discouraged, the mini Luffy stood beside Luo, patting his chest with lingering fear. HMPH, Trafalgar Law, I don't need your help. Kid glanced at Luo and said coldly. Luo, who had consumed a lot of energy, panted and said, I didn't specifically want to save you, I just did it casually. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to Kid, but stared intently at the figure in front of him. Joel slowly walked out of the huge pit, patted the dust on his body in a leisurely manner, and a wild smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Although I only have less than 1/10 of the strength of my original body, you can force me to this point, it seems. You're more troublesome than I thought. What did I just hear him say? Apu, who was extremely sensitive to sounds, even sat on a tree trunk in the distance and murmured in surprise, did he just say that he only used 1/10 of his power? Kid looked at Joel and frowned. Individual body. What do you mean? Luo forced a smile on his face. I don't know if it's a bluff, but what's going on with this overwhelming feeling? Hawkins raised his eyes expressionlessly. It is indeed far scarier than imagined. However, there is still a chance. Yoroge grinned as he felt the numbness in his arm gradually fade away. A slight chance. Drake responded. Luffy yelled, I'll beat you. Looking at the extremely evil generation with high fighting spirit in front of him, Joel shook his blood-red cloak, and his dangerous eyes flashed. Okay, you guys who don't know the heights of heaven and earth, let me teach you guys one last lesson. On the island Turtle. With his hands in his pockets, Zoro looked at the surrounding scenery and muttered in confusion. It's strange, I haven't seen that kind of numbered mangrove tree since just now. I really don't know where Luffy got lost again, so I can't find him anywhere. Who is lost? Finally unable to listen anymore, Reiju slowly walked out of the woods. Also, how did you get in? Zoro frowned. Come in. I just swam in the sea for a while because I couldn't find a way forward. I didn't come to any strange place at all, right? As he spoke, his expression became serious. Could it be that I have left Sabaody Island? Strictly speaking, this is indeed not Sabaody Island. Reiju said calmly, it's private property, huh? Zoro said, private territory. Are you a celestial dragons? Probably not, you don't have a hood. Celestial dragons have no right to live here. Reiju said, okay, please leave here. I will not hold you accountable for entering this island. I know, it's really troublesome. Zoro shrugged and walked towards the dense forest going down the mountain. Sanji's partner, the pirate hunter of the Straw Hat Pirates Roronoa. Zoro, is he lost? Advertisement. When he mentioned Sanji, Reiju couldn't help but smile. About 10 minutes later, the green-haired figure appeared again at an exit of Maolin, with joy in his eyes. This should be the exit. Why haven't you left yet? Reiju, who patrolled here, looked at Zoro walking out of the dense forest and frowned slightly. It's you woman again. Hey, are you following me? Zoro's eyes became sharp. Following you? Reiju pointed helplessly at the dome not far away. Look at that castle. Didn't you find that the distance between you and it has not changed at all? Zoro stared at the dome for a moment, then came back to his senses and said, well, it seems I misunderstood you. I'm really sorry. After saying that, he turned around again and walked towards the woods. Reiju glanced at Zoro's back, thought for a moment and then quietly followed the latter. About 10 minutes later, Zoro walked out from one end of the forest again and said confidently, there should be no mistake about this. He raised his head and glanced at the castle on the turtle's back, and his face suddenly darkened. This castle must be moving, right? That's why wherever you go, you can see it at a glance. Knew it. Along with a soft murmur, Zoro felt a burst of sound coming from behind him. He turned around and pulled out a knife and held it in front of him. However, the incoming flying kick still knocked him several tens of meters away, breaking many trees before he was able to stop himself. Reiju retracted his legs and stood up straight again. I observed you for a while. It doesn't look like you're lost, but more like you have another purpose. Zoro stood up with a black line on his face. His only purpose now was to leave the island and return to Sabaody Island to find Luffy. As for getting lost, it was completely impossible for him to admit it, and he didn't want to talk about it. Did you acquiesce? Reiju sighed slightly. Even if you are Sanji's friend, I will not allow you to sneak into the dome. Dome? Are you talking about that castle? Sorry, I have no interest in this place at all. I just went the wrong way. The corners of Zoro's eyes twitched slightly. It was absolutely impossible for him to tell that he was really lost. Did you take the wrong road 3 times in a row? A faint sneer appeared at the corner of Reiju's mouth. His feet made a puff sound, and he immediately jumped into the sky, exhaling pink mist from his mouth, pink poison arrow. Jumping into the sky. What's that move? Zoro's mind instantly flashed to the moonwalk, used by the CP9 members who fought at Eni's lobby, but before he could think about it, the powder mist condensed into sharp arrows and struck straight at him. Zoro jumped left and right, dodging again and again, only to see dark purple streaks appearing on the surface of the land in front of him that was pierced by pink arrows. Suddenly he stepped back with numbness. Is this poison? It's not just poison. Following the falling poisonous arrows, Reiju swooped down in the blink of an eye, kicking out his sharp whip legs one after another. Zoro held the sword in both hands and was blocked from left to right, but he was forced to retreat continuously under the wide open offensive.
In the entanglement with the other party, I also felt a little surprised.
This woman's strength and leg skills are very strong. Even the kicks of the curly eyebrow Kappa are not so sharp. Wait, eyebrow curls? Zoro looked at Reiju's eyebrows absent-mindedly and suddenly froze. Do you dare to be distracted when fighting the enemy? Reiju's heavy kick was like a strong wind, and it landed accurately on Zoro's chest. She herself has been genetically modified, and her strength is far beyond that of ordinary people, and with the blessing of the battlesuit, the power of this blow is even more amazing. 2 of Zoro's chest ribs were instantly kicked and his body flew backwards like a rag bag. With a silky sound that penetrated the bubble membrane, Zoro fell on the beach of Sabaody Island. That woman's strength is really terrifying. Zoro hunched over his sore back and stood up slowly. However, he suddenly realized something was wrong and raised his eyes to look around. I saw that the ground was riddled with holes, and the huge and thick mangrove tree was broken by the waist and fell to the ground. After walking forward for tens of meters, I saw scarred figures lying on the ground not far away. At the side and front, there was only a blood-red figure standing proudly. This man. Zoro's pupils suddenly shrank. Blood pupils. Chapter 84 Blood Clone. Oh, here comes another one. Joel narrowed his blood-red pupils and looked at the person. The bloodthirsty color on his lips became more and more intense. Pirate Hunter, Roronoa. Zoro. I didn't expect it to be you. Cold sweat broke out on Zoro's forehead. He didn't know if it was caused by the pain in his body or the nervousness after seeing this man. Although he had been traveling on the Grand Line for such a long time and had gained enough growth, he still had little confidence and certainty when facing this man. However, he clearly felt one thing at this moment, and that was the hostility on the other side. Rather than saying it is hostility, it is better to say it is a crazy fighting spirit. Without giving him much time to think, the man in front of him turned into a blood-red light and rushed in front of him in an instant. The sharp long claws drew 5 blood-red arcs in the air. Even though Zoro had prepared his defense, there were still 5 narrow blood marks on his body extending from his chest to his waist and abdomen. The airflow roared out, instantly cutting 5 neat incisions into a huge rock dozens of meters away behind Zoro. As smooth as cutting tofu. Zoro groaned, ignoring the blood gushing from the corner of his mouth and body, holding the knife in reverse with both hands, and slashed powerfully from bottom to top. 2 sword style. 2 cuts. Climb the stairs. 2 substantial blue slashing air currents flew up with Zoro's body, and at the same time, they slashed towards Joel's jaw. Joel took a step back, raised his chin to the sky, almost at a right angle of 90 degrees to the ground, and calmly avoided the attack. The sight of Zoro leaping into the air was reflected in his raised eyes. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, blood fire that could burn even the blood surged out of his hand, and he aimed at the tiny figure in the air with nowhere to focus. Bear. The majestic flames soared into the sky. Oops. Zoro also clearly felt the huge flaw he had exposed at this moment, but he couldn't think too much at this moment. His fighting instinct made him instantly position his 2 swords downwards. 2 sword style. 72 troubled phoenixes. The instantaneous slashing airflow rushed straight to the ground, and the reverse impact force caused by the collision with the ground caused the body to rise suddenly for more than 10 meters, almost avoiding the flame pillar coming diagonally. When he landed again, Zoro's left arm was covered with large blood blisters due to a trace of blood inflammation. But he has no time to care about this at the moment. Advertisement because the blood-red figure is already approaching. The huge gap in strength between the 2 sides prevented him from making any effective response. He could only watch 5 bloody claws stabbing his face. About to pierce his skull. The bloody claw stopped when it was still 1 centimeter away from his cheek. It stopped there abruptly and strangely. Then, a tall figure wearing a black cloak and a blood-red sword at his waist came slowly. Immediately afterwards, the Joel in front of Zoro quickly twisted and deformed, and soon turned into a bloody bolt flying upside down in the air and seeping into the palm of the visitor. Zoro, who had retrieved a life from the brink of death, groaned, and the tightly tensed muscles in his body suddenly relaxed. The fatigue in his body seemed to have found its outlet, rushing crazily throughout his body. His knees softened and he half knelt on the ground weakly, but the unstoppable shock in his heart still forced him to raise his head and look at the figure. What's going on? Why do blood pupils appear there? And even the clothes have changed. Not only the clothes, but also the temperament has completely changed. Could it be that the one fighting him was not Shui Tong himself, but just one of his abilities? Zoro's thoughts were racing for a moment. Rayleigh, who was watching all this calmly, also had a flash of surprise in his eyes and murmured, "What a strange ability." Now, Joel looked around at the devastated ground with interest. The memory fragments transmitted from the blood allowed him to clearly see all the experiences of this blood clone. In fact, this blood clone is part of the blood in his left hand. With the fusion of the blood factor in his body, the native blood in his left arm was washed away by the blood factor, resulting in an annoying rejection reaction. So out of boredom, he released this part of the native blood that was contaminated with blood factors from his body and kept it in a storage container. Normally, if this blood does not come into contact with any living body, even if it is left for another 100 years, it will not produce any changes. However, advertisement the flawless blood factor contains all human emotions and personalities, and thus, pollutes this part of the original blood, giving it an independent personality in the reproduction of the original body. And walked out of the container. However, it does not completely replicate Joel's character, it only replicates part of it, so it appears more brutal and bloodthirsty. Of course, after the blood returns to Joel's body, the personality will completely disappear and the memory will be inherited by Joel. And even when the blood forms a blood clone again, it may not necessarily be Joel's negative character that is reproduced, but may also be transformed into a gentle and elegant royal family. Just like a newborn baby is often a blank slate, only after encountering different people in different situations will it develop completely different personalities. Some interesting experience. A slightly novel smile appeared at the corner of Joel's mouth. If he had not inherited the memory of the blood clone, he would not have thought that his blood would evolve in this way. Joel casually looked at the evil generations who fell to the ground, and walked past them towards the island turtle without any trouble. I thought you were going to kill them now. Rayleigh took a sip of wine and looked at Joel with a hint of teasing in her tone. Joel paused for a moment and yawned without any trace. These guys are too weak, so weak that even if I kill them, I won't feel any fun. Aren't you afraid that they will grow up to the point where even you can't underestimate them? The real strong men on the sea are never afraid of challenges. If one day they can grow to that point, then I will enjoy the battle. Give them a decent exit. Yeah, Rayleigh also showed an unprecedented smile. It seems that your ability to take the path of fighting the world is not accidental, but destiny. Is it destined? Joel chuckled noncommittally and continued to move forward slowly, leaving only a deep and distant figure behind. Rayleigh looked at Joel's back and praised in a low voice, with such courage, he is worthy of being the top man in that era. When Joel gradually turned into a black dot in his sight, Rayleigh turned his gaze to the figure wearing a straw hat, and a bright light flashed in the lens. Although we lost this battle, losing to Shui Tong is a normal thing. You who had a brilliant performance just now should be the monkey. D. Luffy who made Shanks bet his arm on the new era.